At the moment of life and death during the kidnapping, everyone else was so scared they wet themselves, but you crouched in the corner and frantically flicked pebbles 5,000 times. Everyone thought you were crazy until a dark glow appeared at your fingertips. A cold, mysterious mechanical voice suddenly exploded in your mind without warning. Ding. Mission complete. Reward earned, flicking skill. The next second, a searing, magma-like power surged from the crevices of your bones, instantly coursing through your arms to your fingertips. Just as the ruthless bandit's dagger was about to slit your classmate's throat, you clenched your fingers and flicked them. Your vision exploded. A stream of pale blue data refreshed frantically on your retina. That insignificant pebble transformed into a dazzling, crystalline meteor, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. With a muffled thud, the criminal's head 10 meters away exploded on the spot like a fully ripe watermelon, splattering red and white matter all over the wall. The entire scene fell silent, except for you blowing away the white smoke from your fingertips. Inside the dim, abandoned factory, a group of teenagers stared curiously at a figure. That figure was crouched in a corner of the factory. Click, click. One by one, pebbles flew from his flicking fingers, striking another pebble in the corner. The target pebble was about a meter away, yet his accuracy was surprisingly high. He hit it once or twice out of every 3 attempts. He didn't have many pebbles, maybe a dozen or so. After running out, he'd run over to pick them up, return to his previous spot, and repeat the cycle. His behavior was earnest yet peculiar. The abandoned factory was fairly spacious, with about 20 or 30 people inside. Many of them were staring at him strangely, but he went about his business, showing no intention of responding to them. Forget about him. Let us figure out how to escape from here. A burly teenager had been watching for a while. The faint tap-tap-tap of the pebbles striking the ground was making him inexplicably irritable. After spitting out in frustration, he lowered his voice and said, "There must be a reason why that group is chasing us. This is a kidnapping. I hope they won killer, right?" A girl's voice trembled with fear. "I wonder how Ms. Lin is doing. I saw clearly that she was badly injured, and several of those thugs were chasing her. I hope nothing bad happens to her." Another girl's voice trembled as well, expressing concern for their homeroom teacher. "It's been 2 days already, and no one has come to rescue us. Are we going to?" Someone's voice was already choked with fear. Fear was spreading. Some of the boys and girls were also growing restless, and the more timid girls began to cry out loud. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would never have come to this field training session. The sobbing grew louder, echoing far and wide through the empty factory building. Suddenly, the roll-up gate clanged loudly, startling everyone into a sudden silence. An impatient adult voice came from outside. "All of you, keep it down. Don't make me get rough with you." The boys and girls trembled all over, too afraid to cry out anymore. A stifling atmosphere hung in the air. "All right, stop overthinking things. It's been 2 days now. The criminals have been giving us water and food every day. They probably won't really hurt us. Who knows, maybe the police are already on their way to rescue us." A cool, steady voice slowly rang out. Everyone looked over to see a strikingly beautiful girl. Her features were like a painting, her skin as smooth as cream. Though her hair was slightly disheveled, her face was smudged with dust, and she sat in a corner. There was still a hint of calm and composure between her brows. Under these circumstances, she exuded a serene beauty. Luna. Luna. This young girl was Luna. She clearly held great authority among the group of teenagers, and as soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. Then they began whispering among themselves again, speculating about why they had ended up in this situation. Nian had been flicking pebbles the whole time, but he could still hear the teenagers' discussions. A wave of silence washed over him, and he let out a silent sigh. It was utterly baffling. Anyone who was sound asleep at home one moment and woke up in a strange environment the next and suspected they'd been kidnapped would find it impossible to stay calm. That's when he realized he'd been transported to another world and that his soul had been transferred. Even now, he still felt a bit dazed at times, finding it all unreal and unbelievable. But no matter how unbelievable it was, after 2 days, he had no choice but to accept this reality. He spent half a day absorbing the original hostess memories and learned some truly incredible things. Since then, he'd been playing marbles. To others, his behavior seemed strange and eerie. Only he knew that he was preparing for what was to come. With that thought, he focused his gaze on the space before him. In a place invisible to everyone else, a line of black text glowing with a dark light appeared clearly ethereal, elusive, and deeply mysterious. Quest, marble flicking. Quest description: hit a target no larger than 1 centimeter in diameter, located at least 1 meter away, 5,000 times with a marble. Quest reward, flicking skill. Current progress 5,000. He had discovered this interface shortly after his transition. It appeared out of nowhere. But based on the memories in his mind, he knew this world held some very mysterious things. Under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to believe this thing was real. However, there were clearly no marbles to be found here. Fortunately, small pebbles about the same size as marbles would do. Less than 800 more times. I wonder what this so-called flicking skill actually is, and whether it can help with the situation we're in. Nien's expression was tense deep down. He still felt a bit anxious. 2 days have passed, and the kidnappers haven't done anything to them during that time. This suggests that the kidnapping was either for money or for some other reason. But if it were for money, there'd be no need to kidnap so many people. Although, according to the original hostess memories, these families are all quite well off, but if it were simply a kidnapping, a smaller number of high-value targets would clearly be the better choice, easier to control. It seems, then, that there must be another motive. Nien remained calm. But without key intelligence, he couldn't analyze the situation any further. Taking a deep breath, he shook out his wrist, which had become strained and was throbbing from the repeated flicking, and began flicking the pebbles with even greater focus. It wasn't as easy as he'd imagined. Hitting a target no more than 1 centimeter in diameter from a distance of at least 1 meter was actually quite difficult. It demanded exceptional aim. In fact, at the beginning, he might not have hit the target even once in 10 or more attempts. Fortunately, he threw himself into it wholeheartedly and gradually picked up some tricks of the trade, which helped improve his accuracy. With over 4,000 hits, he'd likely flung the pebbles tens of thousands of times. The tendons in his right hand were already aching terribly. They were most likely severely strained. But he had no choice. This was his only hope right now, so he had to keep going. Click, click, click. The faint sound of pebbles striking the target stood out clearly in the oppressive atmosphere. Before long, many people turned their gaze toward Nien again. Unable to resist, they asked once more, "Nien, what on earth are you doing?" Nien heard them but paid no attention, continuing to do as he pleased. Time slipped by silently. Before they knew it, several hours had passed. Outside the window frames, blocked by wooden planks strewn haphazardly, the daylight had grown much dimmer, making the factory even darker. 4,999. 5,000. With a final snap, the number of marbles flicked instantly surged past the mark, reaching 5,000. Nien paused his movements and looked at the mysterious text before him. Mission: flick marbles completed. Reward: flicking skill. The next moment, a surge of inexplicable power suddenly welled up from deep within his bones, instantly spreading through his hands. At the same time, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. A searing energy coursed down his arms, all the way to his fingertips. He even felt an indescribable, excruciating pain. He let out a muffled groan, gritted his teeth, and endured it. This sudden, intense heat lasted for over 10 seconds before slowly subsiding. Then, he sensed that everything had changed. His hands were brimming with power. The pain that had been in his right hand had vanished, leaving him feeling incredibly comfortable. He was astonished. It felt utterly baffling. Everything had been normal up to the 4,999th repetition. Yet after completing the 5,000th, such a drastic change had occurred? What was the principle behind this? It made no sense. There was no reason at all. Nien was stunned. He fell silent, then took a deep breath, temporarily pushing the shock aside, and looked down. There were still a few pebbles in his hand. He pinched one between his fingers and applied just a little pressure. The pebble crumbled silently into dust between his fingertips. He was inwardly stunned. The strength in his hands was now astonishingly great. His grip strength, in particular, was terrifying. After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to the wall a meter away. He aimed at a specific spot and slightly curled his finger. But in the next instant, he sensed a mysterious force gathering in his hands and concentrating at his fingertips. Stunned, he looked down and saw that his finger along with the pebble was now emitting a faint glow. The glow was even growing brighter. Nien's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly dispersed the power in his hands. The glow vanished instantly. He sensed that if he had fired that pebble, it would have caused a truly terrifying commotion. He looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the origin of this power. Just then, the characters before his eyes suddenly swirled like ink in water before fading away, but soon, new characters appeared. He quickly focused his mind, trying to make out the new characters. But before he could get a clear look, there was a clatter as the roll-up door swung open. He looked up to see a group of people walking in. All the teenagers inside the factory were startled. They scrambled to their feet, their faces etched with terror. Leading the group was an expressionless middle-aged man, a burly, muscular figure dressed in camouflage combat fatigues and boots. His gaze was as cold as lightning as he swept it across the factory floor and spoke in a flat tone. "We've invited you all here as our guests for 2 days, providing you with good food and drink every day, with the sole purpose of getting Star City as higher-ups to release our leader. If they release him, we'll release our people. That way, we preserve harmony and everyone walks away happy. But unfortunately, the bigwigs at the top have rejected our friendly proposal. This is a provocation against us. Therefore, to make those bigwigs in Star City understand that we're not joking around, we may need to make use of a few of your lives." All the teenagers' faces paled. They were filled with dread and anxiety, terrified to the extreme. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the room and said calmly, "Of course, my goal is to save lives, but right now I need to make an example of someone. Fellow students, if any of you believe your family has some influence, please raise your hand and speak up. I wouldn't want to accidentally take the life of some young master or young lady without realizing it." After he finished speaking, the expressions of all the teenagers changed even more drastically. They exchanged glances, each consumed by fear, but for the moment, no one stepped forward. Nien's eyelid twitched slightly. He looked behind the middle-aged man and saw someone fiddling with a cell phone. He immediately understood the middle-aged man's plan. He intended to record a video and send it to the authorities or upload it directly to the internet. If any of the students truly came from influential families, they would inevitably pressure Star City officials to ensure their children's safety, forcing them to yield and release the big brother he had mentioned. No one is stepping forward? Well, if I call out a specific young master or young lady by name later, don't blame me. After saying this, the middle-aged man swept his gaze across the crowd and spotted the burly teenager, the same one who had grown irritable upon hearing the sound of Nien flicking marbles earlier. He pointed casually and singled out the teenager. Immediately, 2 kidnappers behind the middle-aged man stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed him. The boy was terrified. The impatience on his face vanished completely, replaced by sheer terror. He struggled fiercely, but these 2 kidnappers were clearly exceptionally strong. In their grip, the burly boy was as helpless as a chick. Just as he was about to be dragged out, he couldn't take it anymore and cried out in panic, My dad is an executive officer in the countermeasure division. He has got connections. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he nodded. An executive officer of the countermeasure division, huh? That does indeed mean he has power. What is your name, young master? My name is Chang. My dad's name is Da. The boy cried out in panic, cold sweat already beading on his forehead as he was overcome by extreme fear. Captain Chow's son? The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of realization, as if he already knew who the boy's father was. His expression softened slightly. He walked over, smoothed out the boy's rumpled collar, and smiled gently. See? If you just said so from the start, we wouldn't have had all this trouble. Classmates, if you have a certain background or status, you should speak up. We almost ended up with a huge misunderstanding, didn't we? With that, he waved his hand, and the two kidnappers holding Chang let go of him, standing there with cold smirks on their faces. Chang plopped down onto the ground, his face deathly pale and gasping for breath. He wasn't exactly a school celebrity, but he was certainly a standout figure. He always had a strong-willed temperament, but at that moment, he was as scared as a quail, not daring to move a muscle. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. I'll give you all one more chance. Now, if there's anyone else who thinks their family has some clout, you'd better speak up. My patience is limited, don't make me keep calling out names. With those words, coupled with Chang's cautionary example, the students could no longer hold back, and one by one, they began to speak up. My grandfather is a retired senior official. My family runs a company, we're fairly well off. My second uncle is. The teenagers finally spoke up, racking their brains to come up with the most influential figures in their families. They were all around 17 or 18 years old. Although they still retained some of the innocence of youth, none of them were actually naive. They had long been aware of their family's standing in society. It turned out that quite a few of these students' families did, to varying degrees, possess some form of influence, whether it was wealth or power. After all, this was the best school in Star City. In the crowd, however, Nian's expression darkened slightly. According to the original hostess memories, his family had once been quite well off, with both parents holding a certain level of influence. But 2 years ago, both his parents had died, causing his family's circumstances to plummet. Now he had become the student with the poorest background in the class. So now, young master, what about your family? One of the kidnappers had unnoticed made his way to Nian's side, looking down at him from above. Nian paused for a moment before saying, my parents were high-ranking executives at the Azure Group. The kidnapper seemed surprised for a moment, gave Nian a once-over, then said nothing more and continued walking toward the back. Eventually, everyone had revealed their identities. The kidnappers returned to the middle-aged man and whispered a few words to him. He nodded and said, very well. All of you students have some influence in your families, to varying degrees. But unfortunately, I still need to borrow the lives of a few of you, so I'll have to choose those with the least influence. Don't blame me, this world is just that realistic and cruel. If you're going to blame anyone, blame your parents. Why did they let you fall behind right from the start? He singled out several people from the crowd, students from families of modest means. One of them was standing next to Nian, but Nian himself was not chosen. The kidnappers walked into the crowd and grabbed these students. They immediately began struggling violently and screaming in terror. Standing next to Nian was a heavy-set teenager. As the kidnappers seized him and dragged him away, he was already terrified out of his wits, his chubby face contorted with panic. After his frantic struggles and pleas proved futile, he suddenly thought of something. Pointing at Nian, he shouted, I'm reporting him. He is lying. His parents died long ago. He is definitely not a high-ranking executive at Azure Group. As soon as those words were spoken, the kidnappers all stopped in their tracks, and the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Nian. Nian's heart sank instantly. Nian steadied his composure, squeezed the pebble clenched in his hand, and said, my parents were indeed high-ranking executives at the Azure Group. They just passed away. But I'm not lying. The middle-aged man looked at Nian. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he was right in front of Nian. His speed was terrifying. He had clearly been more than 10 meters away, yet with a single flick of his body, he was upon Nian. It was truly terrifying. A massive foot kicked ruthlessly toward Nian's stomach. Nian's heart sank, and he barely had time to shield his stomach with both hands. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and Nian felt a colossal force slam into him. But his hands, now imbued with the flicking skill, had become incredibly powerful, and he felt he could barely block the blow. But the moment the thought flashed through Nian's mind, his body was already airborne. It looked as if he'd been kicked directly into the air, slamming into the factory wall. A faint sweetness filled his throat, and a stream of blood spurted out as he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. This sudden turn of events happened so quickly that none of the students had time to react. When they finally came to their senses, their faces were deathly pale, yet no one dared to speak, and the scene fell into silence. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at Nian, who lay motionless on the ground, his fate unknown, but instead turned his gaze toward the fat boy who had pointed Nian out. The fat boy's face was so pale that his jowls quivered with fear. He kept shrinking his neck, his face a mask of sheer terror. "This young student has done very well. You've identified a fraud. I hate fraudsters more than anything. You did the right thing, so you successfully saved your own life. This fraudster will die in your place. Go stand back where you were." He smiled and patted the chubby boy on the shoulder. The boy's whole body went limp, his face was deathly pale, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. Many of the teenagers around him looked at the chubby boy with mixed emotions. He dared not look at them or at the middle-aged man. He kept his head down, his neck hunched, utterly terrified. "If there are any other imposters among this group, you few can point them out as well." The middle-aged man looked at the other 4 teenagers he had singled out. The expressions on these teenagers' faces shifted back and forth, but in the end, the fear of life and death took control of them. They began to point out classmates from the crowd whose families were relatively poor, or rather, classmates whose families were poorer than their own. "It's true his second uncle is rich, but what does that have to do with him? He has always been very poor at school, and everything he uses is the cheapest stuff. His second uncle would never give him any money. And when it comes to his life or death, his second uncle certainly won't use his connections." "You're talking nonsense. My second uncle." Human nature took on a tangible form at that moment, laid bare without any pretense. To save their own lives, these teenagers began frantically attacking and betraying one another. They'd been classmates for 3 years. They knew each other better than anyone, yet now, in their desperation to survive, they cared for nothing else. In the end, even Luna, who had always remained calm and composed, was singled out. "I've heard that even though her family is rich, she is the most unwelcome illegitimate daughter in the household, the daughter of a mistress. Just look at what she is wearing. Even the servants in her family dress better than she does. That's proof enough." Among those singled out was a young girl who often stayed by Luna's side and called herself Luna's best friend. But at that moment, to save her own life, she betrayed Luna without hesitation. Luna's face paled slightly, but after a moment of silence, she remained composed and said nothing. Seeing this, the middle-aged man burst into laughter, as if he were watching a show that delighted him. In the end, almost all the students who had been singled out were replaced by others. Those who had been replaced were now cursing the people who had betrayed them. But once the kidnappers had them in their grip, they were weeping uncontrollably, overcome by extreme fear. "Did you get it on camera?" the middle-aged man suddenly asked the kidnapper behind him, who was holding a cell phone. The kidnapper grinned. "We filmed the whole thing." "What a show!" "It is a show, but it's not enough. Unless there's bloodshed, the officials will think we're just bluffing." The middle-aged man grinned, then waved his hand, and the kidnappers pinned down the few teenagers who were crying in fear. Nian was also lifted up by 2 men. His eyes were tightly shut, his face deathly pale. He appeared to have fainted. But in reality, he was fully conscious. Thanks to his enhanced hands, that kick looked devastating, but it hadn't seriously injured him. He deabsorbed most of the force. "Dinner will be served shortly. Please rest a little longer, young masters and ladies." After addressing the other pale-faced young men and women in the factory building, the middle-aged man dragged Nian and the other 5 people out of the building. Among them was Luna, too. Nian was practically carried out. When he heard the sound of the rolling shutter closing behind him, he finally opened his eyes, which had been shut the whole time, just a crack to take in the scene outside. It was a desolate world. Outside the factory lay a deserted street, its cracked concrete pavement overgrown with weeds. Vines covered the abandoned high-rises as far as the eye could see. Many strange animals scurried among the lush greenery, and numerous brightly colored birds perched on the vines. The abandoned city was lush with greenery. The sunset, blood red, cast its final rays of the day, painting the distant horizon. Against this backdrop of verdant life, vitality and desolation coexisted in a beauty beyond words. There were about 10 kidnappers nearby, and another 10 outside the factory building. Some of them were even perched high up. When the middle-aged man led Nian and the others out, they watched them with keen interest. Outside the factory where they had been held captive lay another complex of factory buildings, interconnected in all directions. Behind a chair, two kidnappers stood waiting. Through the slits in his eyes, Nien saw the middle-aged man make a gesture, and the kidnapper closest to him led a teenager toward that chair. It was the very teenager who had claimed his second uncle was full of energy. He was struggling in terror. No, don't. Let me go, my family has energy, my family really does have energy. He was terrified beyond measure and struggled with all his might, but the kidnappers still forced him into the chair. The two kidnappers behind the chair, one on the left, one on the right, reached out and pinned the boy down. He couldn't break free at all, feeling as if two massive mountains were pressing down on his shoulders. The boy was in a state of utter panic. The middle-aged man casually slipped on an expressionless, deathly pale mask, stood in front of the chair, and aimed at the camera. We deeply regret that our friendly requests have been rejected and ignored by the officials of Star City. To prove that we are not joking, we have no choice but to do things we would rather not do, and next, we will kill 5 hostages. If we still haven't received word of our leader's release by tomorrow, then we will continue. This isn't our fault, it's the fault of the bigwigs in Star City. They are the ones forcing us to do such cruel things. After saying this, he stepped aside, allowing the camera to focus on the boy in the chair. The boy realized what was happening. He was terrified beyond measure, his face contorted, and as his whole body trembled, a pool of liquid accompanied by the pungent smell of urine flowed from the chair onto the floor. He had wet himself out of fear. One of the kidnappers who had walked up behind him pulled out a dagger without hesitation. Gripping the boy's hair with one hand, he forced him to tilt his head back. As the boy struggled in terror, the other hand pressed the dagger against his throat. Even Nien felt a chill run down his spine at that moment, sensing the kidnapper's ferocity and cruelty. The boy was about to have his throat slit. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out, followed by a figure flying straight toward the chairs. Startled, the kidnapper instinctively tried to block the figure, but the force behind the charge was immense. To his surprise, not only did he fail to stop it, but he was sent tumbling to the ground. This instantly startled the kidnappers and Nien as well. He looked over. It was Luna. The kidnapper holding her had been kicked flying by her, crashing into the chair. Now, with her hair flying in the wind, her eyes were calm and composed, yet as sharp as a knife. The kidnapper behind her was the first to react, lunging directly at her in an attempt to subdue her. It was as if the girl had eyes in the back of her head. A mysterious glow suddenly emanated from her legs. In the next instant, her form shifted, and she vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already behind the kidnapper, her right leg like a fierce whip still glowing slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it struck down at the kidnapper's neck. The kidnapper reacted quickly, raising both hands to block the blow. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the kidnapper was still sent flying. He didn't come to a stop until he slammed into the factory wall more than 10 meters away. As he hit the ground, his face was etched with horror. Innate ability? Even the middle-aged kidnapper looked stunned. The next moment, several kidnappers beside him suddenly surged forward at extreme speed, closing in on the girl in an instant and lunging at her. The girl pressed her lips tightly together. As the kidnappers pounced at breakneck speed, her figure suddenly blurred in midair, causing their fists to swing through empty air. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. These kidnappers were no ordinary men, their speed and strength were both extreme. In the next instant, the girl appeared more than 10 meters away, though her face had turned slightly pale. Clearly, such blinding speed had taken a massive toll on her stamina. The kidnappers lunged at her once more. This time, the girl did not attempt another long-range evasion but engaged them in close combat. Her movements were incredibly graceful, her legs were long and well-proportioned. Yet within that grace lay power, her legs swung like axes, delivering brutal strikes. But these kidnappers were no ordinary men either, they possessed great speed and strength, especially in terms of brute force. Moments ago, a fluorescent glow had erupted from the girl's legs, instantly sending one kidnapper flying. But in the ensuing exchange, her legs no longer emitted that mysterious glow, and she was easily blocked by the kidnappers one after another. Yet she was agile. With 5 kidnappers surrounding her, every time she was about to be cornered, a glow would erupt from her legs, and her figure would blur and flicker as she broke free from the encirclement. But after several such escapes, her face grew paler and paler. Nian realized that this form of teleportation was taking a massive toll on her. Nian's mind raced frantically. The kidnappers were ruthless, they were determined to make an example of him. If it hadn't been for Luna's sudden outburst, the boy in the chair would likely have had his throat slit like a chicken by now. He was the chosen one, there was no way to escape this fate. Sooner or later, it would be his turn. He had already decided to act when the opportunity arose, and wasn't this the perfect moment? Whether he could escape or not was a matter for later at the very least. He couldn't just let himself be killed without putting up a fight. He hadn't traveled through time just to experience the thrill of having his throat slit. With that thought, a fierce glint flashed in Nian's eyes. 2 kidnappers stood on either side of him, supporting him, but at that moment, their attention was entirely focused on the fierce battle between Luna and the other kidnappers. Nian took a long, deep breath, and in the next instant, thud! Nian thrust both hands upward with all his might, striking directly at the throats of the 2 kidnappers. He pressed his index and middle fingers together like a sword, channeling that mysterious and terrifying power. In an instant, he had struck. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering filled the air, the sound of their throats snapping. Nian could clearly see that the moment his fingers touched their throats, the 2 kidnappers had realized what was happening. But they only had time to lower their heads slightly before 2 bloody holes appeared in their throats. Their eyes widened as they stared at Nian in disbelief. Blood gushed from their throats, yet they couldn't utter a word. The strength supporting them vanished. Nian braced his legs to steady himself, while the 2 kidnappers slumped to the ground with a thud. Several other kidnappers instinctively looked over. Nian remained calm. He had been clutching more than 10 pebbles in his hand the whole time. Now, as he curled his fingers, he saw a glow emanate from his fingertips, enveloping the pebbles as well. The next moment, whoosh! A sharp streak of fluorescent light shot across the air in an instant. One of the kidnappers had just turned his head when, with a thud, his entire body flew backward as if struck by lightning. A blood-soaked hole the size of a bowl appeared in his skull. Part of his head burst open like a watermelon, splattering brain matter and blood all over the floor. This sudden, dramatic turn of events startled the middle-aged man as well. In the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply, his heart felt as if it were about to shatter, and a terrifying sense of danger washed over him. Without even turning his head, thanks to years of honing his instincts for danger, he instinctively leaped sideways, retreating at full speed. Just as he leaped back, the corner of his eye caught a dazzling flash of light streaking past him. Boom! Dozens of meters behind him, the factory wall erupted with a deafening roar, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Although he had dodged the attack, the middle-aged man's back was soaked through with sweat. His face, hidden beneath his mask, was etched with terror, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted behind a stone pillar. The kidnappers beside him also reacted instantly, all taking cover behind the stone pillar. Nian was utterly stunned. On one hand, he was surprised that the other man had managed to dodge the attack. On the other hand, he was, of course, shocked by the sheer terror of this flicking skill. When he had previously attempted to test it, he had sensed that if he were to actually unleash it, the consequences would likely be terrifying. Now, it had become a reality. A man's skull was blown to pieces, just like a watermelon. The factory wall was pierced right through, leaving a huge hole. This destructive power was in no way inferior to that of a sniper rifle. And this was merely the damage caused by a pebble, flicked from his fingertip. What exactly was that mysterious power? Nian found it hard to calm his mind. But now was clearly not the time to dwell on this. He temporarily pushed his shock aside and turned his gaze to the middle-aged hostage-taker. He actually managed to dodge it. Nian was startled by the middle-aged man's quick reflexes. He naturally understood the principle of the strike the horse before the rider and capture the leader first, so he immediately aimed at the middle-aged man. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to be so perceptive and incredibly fast. He actually managed to dodge it. Now that his opponent was on guard and hiding behind a concrete pillar, Nien's flicking skill, though fast and powerful, would likely struggle to pose much of a threat. His mind racing, he suddenly shouted, "Come over here." As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of flickering lights flashed from his fingers, and several crystalline beams shot toward Luna. Puff, puff, puff. 3 consecutive sounds rang out. Among the 5 kidnappers surrounding Luna, 3 of them suddenly had their heads explode with a bang, and their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. For this new series, I'll be posting 2 updates daily, at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Feel free to leave comments with any suggestions or feedback. I'll read most of them, though I can't promise to reply to every single one. It was as if a light had suddenly gone on. From a distance of over 10 meters, he aimed for the head and hit it with incredible accuracy. Except for the middle-aged kidnapper, who was too fast and managed to dodge, the remaining 4 were killed almost instantly. This sense of precision, almost as if everything were under his control, was indescribable and truly wondrous. Never before had he felt such confidence. Within a certain range, he felt that whatever target he wanted to hit, he could hit. It felt as natural as moving his own arm. Of the 5 attackers, 3 were killed instantly. The remaining 2 turned pale with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled away in a disheveled roll, quickly seeking cover behind the pillars surrounding the factory building, their hearts filled with utter terror. A second innate ability user. Luna also looked at Nien with astonishment in her eyes, utterly shocked by his performance. But upon hearing Nien's shout, she gritted her teeth, quickly regained her composure, and with a crystalline flash at her feet, vanished from her spot in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already behind Nien. Nien caught a whiff of a faint, delicate fragrance, accompanied by soft, labored breathing. Nien realized that after using the flicking skill 5 times in a row, the mysterious power within him had been depleted by more than half. He was panting heavily, and his face had turned slightly pale. Clutching 2 pebbles, he faced the kidnappers who were hiding behind the concrete pillar, their expressions filled with shock, and whispered to Luna, "Let us get out of the factory first." "Go!" Luna still looked a bit stunned, but she didn't say much at that moment. She bit her lip lightly, gave a soft nod, and the 2 of them, back to back, sprinted out of the factory. The commotion here had already alerted the kidnappers outside, and a dozen or so of them quickly closed in. Seeing this, Nien steeled himself, and a flash of light instantly appeared at his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more sharp, crystalline beams instantly struck down the encroaching kidnappers. The speed was too fast, the accuracy too precise. In an instant, the heads of the 2 kidnappers running at the front burst open like watermelons, and they collapsed without a sound. This clearly stunned the gang. They dared not charge forward anymore. Their faces turned pale as they scrambled to take cover among the rubble, using the debris as a shield. But at the same time, Nien felt his stamina drain significantly. The flicking skill consumes that mysterious power within his body. Nien snapped back to his senses, clutched a pebble, took a quiet breath, and then shouted at the kidnappers, "I just want to stay alive. With so many of you here, 1 more or 1 less 1T make a difference. Don't push me. If anyone comes near me, I'll take them all down with me." His fierce tone caused many of the kidnappers' expressions to shift. After saying this, he caught his breath slightly and whispered to Luna, "Luna, watch our backs. Let me know if anyone is approaching. We need to get out of here first." Luna acknowledged him, but after a moment of silence, she hesitated. "What about the other students?" "We can't worry about that now. We're barely saving ourselves. With my current stamina, I can only take out 3 more people at most." Nien whispered without a moment's hesitation. Luna fell silent and ultimately said nothing more. The 2 quickly retreated, aiming to leave the factory complex. "Nien, Luna, take me with you. Take me with you. Please, please save us." The sudden turn of events had happened too fast. By the time Nien and Luna had already exited the factory and were about to retreat, the other 3 teenagers had only just come to their senses. Then, their eyes widened as they shouted desperately at Nien and Luna, begging for their lives. But Nien merely glanced at them, his expression calm, and didn't pause. Although Luna showed a moment's hesitation, she ultimately gritted her teeth and didn't look back because she, too, knew she couldn't help them. Watching Nien and Luna quickly retreat into the distance, the boys' faces turned ashen. The kidnappers weren't about to give up, especially the middle-aged man, whose expression had turned icy cold. The entire gang quickly gave chase, unwilling to let them escape. This was a ruin, with extremely complex terrain. They used the terrain to their advantage as they closed in. Seeing this, Nien's resolve hardened, and another crystal shot from his hand. Whoosh! Crack! One kidnapper had just leaped into the air, intending to take cover behind another obstacle, but the instant he jumped from dozens of meters away, that crystal shard shattered his skull. His brains splattered, and his lifeless body crashed to the ground. The kidnappers nearby turned pale with shock and all froze for a moment. This teenager was terrifying. A single crystal shard, fast and accurate, a direct hit meant certain death. In just a short time, 7 or 8 of their comrades had been killed, throwing them into a state of extreme panic and making them afraid to show their faces again. "Don't push me," Nien threatened in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, however, he felt a terrifying drain on his stamina. His steps faltered, and he could barely stand. But at that moment, a slender, soft, yet strong arm reached out to support him. "You can't use your innate ability anymore. You've overexerted your spiritual energy, you might pass out." It was Luna. She supported him and whispered in his ear. Spiritual energy? Nien realized. Was that the mysterious power inside him? But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. He quickly whispered, "Hold me tight and let us move fast. I'll scare them off, we'll retreat to an open path." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious glow emerged from his right hand, and he glared fiercely in the direction of the kidnappers. Luna gritted her teeth and steadied Nien with all her strength. She naturally understood what Nien meant. Choosing an open path for their retreat would ensure the kidnappers had no cover, so they wouldn't dare approach easily. As she retreated, she scanned the area for any kidnappers closing in. The middle-aged kidnapper quickly moved to the front, but upon seeing the faint glow in Nien's hand, his expression beneath the mask turned grim, and for a moment, he dared not advance. A large area ahead offered no decent cover, and the other party's innate ability was terrifying, like a sniper rifle from ancient times. Exposing oneself recklessly could mean certain death. "Brother Chio, what do we do now?" The kidnapper who had just been about to slit the teenager's throat had also arrived here. His face grim, he asked in a low voice. The expression beneath the mask of the kidnapper known as Brother Chio shifted. Watching the two figures grow increasingly distant, then glancing at the persistent glow emanating from the other's fingers, his eyes darkened, and he clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. "Damn it, I let my guard down. I never expected there'd be 2 innate ability users among this group of students. That boy's innate ability is terrifying. If we rush in recklessly, we'll likely suffer heavy casualties." Thinking of the crystalline specks of light that had just grazed his head moments ago, cold sweat broke out on Brother Chio's forehead. In that instant, he had come extremely close to death. He'd practically taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Now, the after-effects of that terror washed over him, filling him with dread. "So we're just going to let them leave?" the kidnapper beside him exclaimed in panic. "What if they escape and tell the police about this place, that place? Won't our hideout be exposed? We'll be in big trouble then." He was terrified, but it seemed his fear wasn't merely about the police discovering their hideout. There was a bigger reason behind it. "I don't know?" The middle-aged kidnapper glared at him fiercely, but quickly took a deep breath to suppress his anger. His gaze regained some composure as he said, "It's fine. Using their innate ability drains a lot of their spiritual energy. This is the wilderness, and we blinded them on the way here. They can't even tell which way is which. They shouldn't run into the police anytime soon. That place is guarded by members of another organization. If they go there, it's a dead end." Brother Chio said bitterly. "But try not to alert the other organization if you can help it. You lead your men to give chase. Although these 2 possess innate abilities, their martial arts cultivation isn't high, and they aren't very physically strong. Watch out for that teenager's innate ability. We'll definitely be able to take them down." Brother Chio's expression was grim. Rescuing their leader wasn't just because he was the leader. It was because he held extremely important intelligence. That was the reason for this operation. Many factions were interested in that intelligence and had mobilized significant forces. He was on the periphery, tasked with guarding the captured students to force Star City officials to make concessions. But now, such a major setback had occurred. If the officials found out about the existence of that place because of this, he'd be in big trouble. At this thought, his anxiety grew even more intense. Seeing that Nian and Luna had already vanished from sight, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, I'll go after them myself. You stay here and keep watch. There can be absolutely no more problems." The kidnapper beside him hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." Should we notify the organization?" "Notify my ass. Do you want to die? Those two students can't possibly escape." Brother Chiu was startled and glared fiercely at the kidnapper. With such a major screw-up, notifying the organization would likely mean certain death for them all. The kidnapper snapped back to his senses, his heart racing with anxiety, yet his mind clearing. Indeed, they couldn't notify the organization. Otherwise, if they debauched such a simple mission this badly, regardless of whether the problem could ultimately be resolved, their entire group was as good as dead. He knew the organization's methods all too well. That's it. Keep an eye on this place. As the two teenagers' figures vanished completely from view, the middle-aged man hesitated no longer. He shouted orders to a dozen or so kidnappers and set off in pursuit, following the direction Nian and Luna had taken. Vines stretched across the sky, connecting one abandoned building after another like green cable cars. Brightly colored birds flapped their wings in the air, appearing in flocks and soaring through this vast expanse, a scene both teeming with life and utterly desolate. Nian, possessing the original hostess memories, vaguely understood the origins of all this, but right now, he had no energy to dwell on it. Pant. He was breathing heavily. The physical strain was far greater than he'd anticipated. After escaping the kidnapper's sight, he let out a sigh of relief, but his strength was nearly depleted, and he almost collapsed. Luna simply hoisted him onto her back. Now he lay face down on Luna's soft, fragrant back, the rich, subtle scent wafting up to his nose. Carrying someone as large as him seemed to be taking its toll on Luna as well. After all, she had just used that rapid movement ability several times, and the physical strain had been immense. Her long hair was already damp with sweat, clinging disheveled to the side of her face, but she was so beautiful that this disheveled appearance only made one want to cherish her even more. She was panting heavily, her lovely face deathly pale, yet she showed no intention of setting Nian down to escape on her own. Nian could feel that Luna's bones were very slender and her body was supple. It was hard to imagine that such a petite, delicate frame could possess such immense strength. After all, Nian wasn't light, he was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 160 gene. It seemed bringing Luna along had indeed been the right decision. Nian thought to himself. A split second before the boy's throat was slit, Luna lashed out. Although she ultimately didn't save him, it was clear she acted out of an inability to watch a classmate be brutally murdered right before her eyes. It was precisely because he witnessed this that Nian had intervened and asked her to accompany him. He had a favorable impression of Luna. She was beautiful, decisive in action, capable, and kind-hearted yet not overly sentimental. That was rare. She understood her own capabilities and only did what was within her power. That was smart. However, Nian didn't dwell on it for long. He knew the crisis wasn't over yet. The kidnappers certainly won't let them go that easily. We can't keep running like this. We're completely exhausted. If they catch up, we're as good as dead. Nian panted as he whispered into Luna's ear. Luna stopped in her tracks, panting as well. So what do we do now? Nian looked around. After a moment, he suddenly pointed to a pile of rubble and said, "Let us go to that building. It's on high ground, and there's no cover nearby. If anyone approaches, we'll spot them right away." Luna glanced up, said nothing, but simply nodded. Gritting her teeth, she hoisted Nian onto her back and sprinted toward the abandoned building, but after running just a few steps before they even reached the entrance, Luna suddenly stopped and darted into a sunken ruin nearby. Her pale face turned grim. What's wrong? Nian sensed something was off. There's a mutant beast up ahead. Luna whispered through clenched teeth. A mutant beast? Nian's heart skipped a beat. He struggled to get down from Luna's back, then took 2 steps to the edge of the sunken ruin and peered over. The next moment, his pupils contracted, and his face betrayed sheer shock. About 30 meters ahead of the ruins, a colossal creature was leisurely pacing under the setting sun. It was a wolf, an enormous one. It stood over 4 meters tall, larger than even the biggest tiger Nian had ever seen. Its fur was a grayish-black, thick and dense. Its eyes were blood-red. Its muzzle was long, and its exposed canines were large and sharp. Its build was incredibly robust, with bones as thick as a tiger's and muscles bulging in defined packs. Just by looking at it, one could tell this was a ferocious beast. Utterly terrifying. Is this a wolf? Nian was stunned. He had never seen a wolf this massive before. Then he recalled that the reason the original host and his companions had been kidnapped was because they had left Star City for a field training exercise. And field training meant fighting mutant beasts outside the city. According to the original host's memories, this world had once undergone a mysterious cataclysm, causing drastic changes across the entire world. The most drastic of these changes was that the wilderness became overrun with mutant beasts. These mutant beasts were terrifying, but they had once been ordinary wild beasts that had mutated after the world's cataclysm. And now, they had clearly encountered a mutant wolf. And not just any mutant wolf, one of considerable rank. It was blocking their path to those ruins. The good news was that Luna reacted quickly and took cover in the ruins, which had sunk into the ground like a basin. Although they could see the anomalous wolf, it hadn't spotted them yet. It was simply pacing lazily and at ease in front of the building's entrance. But beads of sweat were already beading on Nian's forehead. With the anomalous wolf ahead and pursuers behind, they were trapped in a desperate situation. What do we do now? Luna panted softly as she asked Nian. Nian was anxious too, but he kept his cool as his mind raced. Just then, the faint sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind them. Their pursuers were coming. Nian's expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, the ruins were sunken, so the people behind them couldn't see them for the time being. But it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. The footsteps were heading right this way. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he suddenly asked in a low voice, Luna, do you still have the energy? With everyone here, can you use that ability you just used one more time? Luna froze for a moment, but soon she gritted her teeth and nodded, saying, it should be fine. I can still use it one more time. Hearing this, Nian let out a sigh of relief. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and a plan soon took shape in his mind. This plan was extremely dangerous, especially for him. But at that moment, it was the only option. With that in mind, he acted decisively. Spotting a suitable target, he immediately whispered his plan to Luna. Luna listened intently and finally nodded. She took a deep breath, her stunning eyes remaining calm. Nian took a deep breath as well, then forced himself to stand up and picked up 2 pebbles from the ground. He balanced them on his fingers, aimed at the wolf about 50 meters away, his gaze cool and composed. At the same time, he listened for footsteps behind him. The footsteps were chaotic, indicating there were quite a few of them. Vaguely, he could even make out the voice of the middle-aged kidnapper. Search thoroughly, everyone. They can't have gotten far. Don't miss any clues. Focus on those ruins up ahead. If they get away, we're all as good as dead. It was the middle-aged kidnapper's voice, shouting angrily and desperately. But those words shattered Nian's last shred of hope. The middle-aged kidnapper had clearly anticipated their physical limitations and intended to search right here in these ruins. So it was only a matter of time before they were found. Moreover, their escape seemed to have put the kidnappers in a very difficult situation. Once caught, they would likely face certain death. He had no choice but to take the risk. Nian gritted his teeth. He kept a calm expression as he listened to the footsteps, which grew closer amid the chaotic clatter. At a certain moment. Now was the time. Nien's expression remained calm as he tensed his fingers, suddenly aiming the pebble at the mutant wolf and flinging it forward. The good news was that, after awakening the flicking skill, the strength in his hands had increased many times over. Especially the strength in his fingers. With a single squeeze, he could crush a pebble into powder. The sheer force was unimaginable. Add to that his current accuracy. The pebble instantly traveled over 40 meters, striking the strange wolf's eye with pinpoint precision. Although he hadn't used the flicking skill, an attack on such a vulnerable spot as the eye caused the strange wolf to let out a cry of pain. It flew into a rage, whirled its head around, and looked in the direction of the pebble. At a glance, it saw the back of Nien's head. Enraged, the beast, over 4 meters long and a meter or so tall, leapt to its feet and charged toward him with a roar. Nien didn't turn around. Hearing the whooshing wind, he quickly scrambled up the ruins on the other side and immediately spotted the kidnappers searching for them. "You won't leave us a single chance to survive? I'll fight you to the death." His voice was filled with despair and rage, and then, as if using his last ounce of strength, he flicked a pebble into the air. But the pebble didn't even blow. Thud! It didn't fly far before falling to the ground. He tumbled awkwardly onto the rubble, making it immediately obvious to the kidnappers that he was completely exhausted. His spiritual energy is depleted. "Grab him!" The middle-aged kidnapper's eyes lit up, a cruel expression spreading across his face as he snarled, "I'll make him regret what he has done." Blocked by the rubble, the kidnappers clearly hadn't spotted the strange wolf on the other side of the ruins at that moment. They were charging toward the ruins. Nien rolled back onto the rubble, and Luna helped him to his feet. He was gasping for breath. He'd done everything he could. Now, it was all up to Luna. He glanced at Luna. Nien was now completely cornered. His life or death rested entirely on Luna's decision. If Luna chose to abandon him, she would likely survive, but he would surely die. Given Nien's personality, he wouldn't have let himself get into such a desperate situation so easily. But there was no other way. Being transported here had already placed him in a desperate situation, and he felt utterly hopeless. He had no choice but to take a gamble. To bet that Luna wouldn't abandon him. Luna's innate ability granted her exceptional mobility, but her offensive capabilities were lacking. His presence could make up for that weakness. Since they were already in such a desperate situation, he couldn't think of a better solution. If he lost this gamble, he would accept it. He panted heavily as he looked at Luna beside him. Luna's gaze was calm, but her smooth forehead was covered in sweat, a sign that her heart was far from at peace. This was a matter of life and death, a desperate situation. The slightest misstep, and she would die right here. She clung tightly to Nien's arm. Nien was a head taller than her, and nearly half his body was pressed down on top of her. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Footsteps from both sides grew closer and closer. Until, at a certain moment, "Let us go!" Nien suddenly growled under his breath. At the same time, above the sunken ruins, a group of people and a wolf were sprinting toward them. They leaped high into the air toward the sunken ruins, and then their eyes met. From the bottom of the pit, no more than a meter deep, Nien could even see the strange wolf's blood-red, ferocious eyes, brimming with savagery. He also witnessed the expressions of the middle-aged man and the other kidnappers shift in an instant from ferocity to bewilderment, and then to sheer terror. Just then, Nien felt a tremendous force surge from under his armpit. The next moment, his vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he was already outside the ruins. A series of gasps, along with the splattering sounds of flesh being torn, the thudding of blows, and agonized screams, rang out not far away. Nien turned his head to look. They had already arrived at another set of ruins. A dozen or so meters away, the mutant wolf and the kidnappers had clashed head-on and were now locked in a fierce battle. Screams and the sounds of fists and feet flying filled the air, along with the mutant wolf's low growls. Since the fight was taking place in a sunken section of the ruins, they couldn't see it, but from the sounds alone, it was clear the battle was intense and bloody. Drive out the wolf to devour the tiger. This was the only solution Nien could think of in such a desperate situation. He succeeded. And he won his gamble. Luna didn't abandon him and leave on her own. Although she could have. Luna's breathing grew ragged. Teleporting the group over 10 meters away one last time took a heavy toll on her, especially since she'd already used her ability multiple times. Their current location was one Nian had specifically sought out and chosen earlier. Here, a section of the road had cracked and jutted upward, forming a massive boulder barrier that completely concealed their figures. But this was clearly no place to linger. He whispered, "Do you still have any strength left? Can you walk?" Luna was panting heavily and managed to say, "I'm okay. Let us go." Nian didn't care in the least about who the kidnappers or the mutant wolves would ultimately prevail. All that mattered to him was that they were finally in a slightly safer place. Crisis after crisis, danger, indeed, but also opportunity. If they hadn't encountered this dire situation with the mutant wolf, they would likely be in even greater danger. Because the kidnappers certainly wouldn't have let him go. But now, the pursuing kidnappers were tied up fighting the mutant wolf. For the time being, no one would be chasing them. Still, to prevent any unexpected incidents, the two crouched low and began moving away from the ruins of the fierce battle. They were very careful not to be spotted by the kidnappers. Fortunately, this place had once been a city. Although abandoned, the foundations of many buildings still remained, and the streets crisscrossed in all directions. In just a short while, the two of them had made it all the way to the other side of an abandoned building, completely out of sight of both the kidnappers and the mutant wolf. Only then did Nian and his companion both breathe a sigh of relief. But their stamina had already reached its limit. "Hang in there a little longer. This area isn't safe. We need to get further away." Nian really wanted to find a nearby spot to rest. But he couldn't. The kidnappers and the mutant wolves were fighting just a wall away. Who knows if they might spot them? Naturally, the farther away they were, the better. Luna just panted heavily through her nose, nodded, and said nothing. The two continued onward, but their steps were unsteady and their pace slow. Neither of them spoke anymore. They conserved their energy and pressed on. The ground was overgrown with weeds, making progress difficult, and occasionally small animals darted out from the undergrowth. Suddenly, a shadow fell across the ground. Nian instinctively looked up and gasped. High above them, a colossal creature suddenly swept across the sky. It was a ferocious bird, enormous, with a wingspan that must have been 7 or 8 meters long. It flew over the vine-entwined ruins, passing directly above Nian and Luna. Its massive silhouette resembled a small airplane, blocking out the setting sun as if a dark cloud had swept across the sky. Nian felt a chill run through his body. A predatory bird this large in the ancient times of his past life, it would surely have been called the golden-winged greatpang by the ancients and passed down as a mythical legend. But in this world, it was a real, living creature. He saw a pair of sharp talons tucked beneath the bird's body. They looked like giant ship's anchors, razor-sharp tips. One could only imagine how terrifying they would be once unfurled. If a person were to be clawed by that thing, they'd likely end up covered in bruises. Fortunately, the bird was merely passing by and did not attack them. It was unclear whether it hadn't spotted them or, having spotted them, simply wasn't hungry enough to eat them. After all, birds typically have excellent eyesight. They can spot a rabbit running across a meadow from 1,000 meters up. Even though they were hidden beneath vines and among the weeds, they might not have been able to escape the bird's gaze. This ferocious bird left Nian in awe. It also made him realize, even without the kidnappers, these vast urban ruins were far from a safe place. Mutant wolves, ferocious birds. In just this short while, they had already encountered 2 mutant beasts. In such a vast expanse of ruins, who knows how many mutant beasts lurk? They'd been lucky so far. But their luck wouldn't last forever. Both of them were now utterly exhausted. In this state, if they were spotted by a hungry mutant beast, the outcome was all too easy to imagine. It's about time. Let us find a place to rest and regain our strength. These ruins aren't safe. Mutant beasts roam here, and we're both completely drained. It's very dangerous, he said to Luna. Luna had no objection. She nodded slightly. The two searched the area, and before long, they settled on a small Western-style house that appeared to have once been a residence. It wasn't very large. Since the interior wasn't very spacious, the likelihood of a large mutant beast hiding inside was lower. The two cautiously made their way inside. They first carefully scanned the area to ensure no mutant beasts were lurking in the abandoned house before coming to a stop at a broken wall on the third floor. The exterior of the house was also overgrown with vines, making it look lush and green. This gaping hole in the wall faced directly toward the kidnappers, with the greenery providing cover. It was a perfect vantage point. If there really were kidnappers or a mutant beast lurking nearby, they would be able to spot and observe them in advance. Once they were finally safe, both of them plopped down on the ground, not caring how they looked. Then they both just sat there, dazed. Everything that had happened today had been a bit too intense for them. One crisis after another, emerging from each one, their adrenaline constantly surging. Now that they were temporarily safe, exhaustion suddenly washed over them, as if they couldn't even move a single finger. After a long while, Luna suddenly spoke in a soft voice, "I'm going to meditate for a bit." Nian snapped back to reality, didn't think much of it, and nodded. "Okay, the kidnappers have been stopped, we should be safe for now." Luna nodded and closed her eyes to rest. Nian let out a long sigh as well. Everything that had happened today was, without a doubt, a thrill for him. Especially since he'd killed someone. And not just one person. In his past life, he'd gotten into fights, and in his reckless youth, he'd even drawn a knife on people. But this was the first time he'd actually killed someone. However, as he reflected on it, he realized he didn't feel the unease he'd expected. He was somewhat surprised and found himself lost in thought. In his previous life, he'd heard a saying that the Chinese were the true warrior nation. It was said that among all the people in the world who had been on the battlefield, only the Chinese didn't suffer from post-war syndrome. This was because the Chinese possessed a mysterious factor within their bodies. Even in old age, when Chinese veterans who had seen combat spoke of war, their clouded eyes did not reveal guilt or fear. Instead, they would light up, and they'd become energetic, as if they'd been given a stimulant. For Chinese veterans, war brought not fear or guilt, but excitement and exhilaration. The more enemies they killed, the greater their sense of glory. Never mind war and veterans. Even when ordinary people argue, Chinese people don't think afterward, "Did I say something too harsh? Did I hurt him? Should I apologize?" Instead, they inwardly fume and berate themselves. "Damn it, why did I say that? It's so frustrating, it lacked any punch at all, it didn't even sting. I should have said it like this." That's just how Chinese people are. They even analyze their arguments afterward. It seems that mysterious factor isn't in the body, but in the soul? Did he bring that mysterious factor with him when he traveled through time? After a long while, Nian snapped back to reality. Come to think of it, the text just now seemed to change. Nian suddenly realized. After completing the marbles quest, he had acquired the flicking skill. At that moment, he'd seen the text in front of him change, with new characters appearing. But before he could make them out clearly, the subsequent series of events unfolded. The situation was urgent, and he hadn't had time to look. Only now did it come to mind. He immediately focused his attention and looked closely at what was before him. Instantly, a set of characters resembling an inkwash painting slowly unfolded. Quest, hopscotch. Quest description: jump 1,000 times on the hopscotch grid, covering at least 7 squares. You must jump on one leg only. When throwing the beanbag, you must have your back to the grid. You may not peek or step on the lines. Completing one full cycle counts as one jump. Quest reward: 7-step dash innate ability. Nian was taken aback for a moment. Hopscotch? Was this the same hopscotch he knew? He looked at the mission details again. At least 7 squares, throwing the beanbag, facing away, on one leg. He thought back to the marbles mission. Nian was silent for a moment, then concluded that it was most likely the hopscotch he had in mind. Marbles and hopscotch. Weren't these all games he'd played as a child? So, what was going on with this interface? Why was marble flicking linked to flicking skill? And the reward for hopscotch seemed quite extraordinary as well. 7-step dash innate ability? Something like lightness skills? childhood games suddenly linked to mysterious powers, forming the interface before his eyes? It was absurd and hard to comprehend. However, the very fact of time travel is already incredible enough to really get to the bottom of it would be nothing more than splitting hairs and causing himself unnecessary distress. Besides, he was still in a dangerous situation and simply didn't have the mental energy to dwell on this issue. Never mind. I'll think about it once I'm completely safe. He shook his head, pushed the thought aside entirely, and caught his breath quickly. Although it was hard to understand, the existence of the interface was clearly a good thing for him. These ruins were far from peaceful. Kidnappers, mutant beasts, and other unforeseeable dangers meant the area was rife with peril. Safety was only temporary. Although the flicking skill was powerful, it consumed far too much energy. Even after fully recovering his stamina, he could only use it 7 or 8 times. This situation, combined with his current location, made him feel extremely uneasy. The mini-games on the interface seemed capable of granting him other magical abilities. This would be a huge help in getting him out of this dangerous area. However, he couldn't play the hopscotch game for the time being. He was completely drained. He didn't even want to move a muscle right now. The task seemed simple, but just like marbles, it wasn't as easy as he'd imagined. It took him over a day to complete the marbles task, and that was only because he'd been a marbles champion as a child. It took him some time to get back into the swing of things before he finally finished. As for this hopscotch, although it only required completing it 1,000 times, it seemed that jumping through 7 squares counted as 1 repetition. It was obvious that this would be extremely taxing on his stamina. He probably wouldn't be able to finish it in a day or 2. It would take much longer. He'd better recover his stamina first. With that in mind, Nian let out a soft sigh and decided to rest for now. They weren't too far from the kidnappers' camp, but they'd taken a few detours along the way. Plus, the middle-aged kidnapper and his men were currently locked in a fierce battle with the mutant wolves. Their fate was unknown, so the likelihood of the kidnappers sending out more men to search for them tonight was probably low. The only problem was the mutant beasts. He didn't know exactly how many mutant beasts roamed these ruins, but if a hungry one happened to wander by at night and stumbled upon them, they'd be in serious danger. But then again, that was beyond his control. Even if he stayed awake, if he actually ran into one of those mutant beasts, would he really be able to escape? Since worrying was pointless, Nian decided not to dwell on it any further. He'd just go to sleep. If he were to be eaten by a mutant beast in his sleep, then that would simply be his fate. He turned his head to glance at the sky. By now, the sun had set, and darkness had completely fallen. Then Nian prepared to close his eyes and rest. Before resting, he instinctively glanced at Luna once more. But that single glance caused a look of astonishment to cross his face. For at that moment, Luna was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and yet at some unknown point a faint radiance had begun to emanate from the space between her eyebrows. Staring in astonishment, Nian looked more closely and saw clearly that the source of the faint radiance between her eyebrows was actually a white lotus. The white lotus was very small, yet exquisitely beautiful. Its entire form radiated a soft, white glow, like a misty haze, hazy and ethereal. The petals looked as if carved from white jade one by one. They were crystal clear, beautiful yet ethereal. This wondrous white lotus hung right there between Luna's eyebrows. It seemed to float outside her body, yet also seemed to reside within her brow. It was like a dream, yet also like reality. Indescribable and utterly mysterious. It left Nian speechless. What was that? Nian was so stunned that it took him quite a while to snap back to his senses. He'd already experienced time travel. This world was full of mysteries to begin with, so perhaps the sight before him shouldn't have been so shocking? Yet he still couldn't help but feel curious. What was this white lotus? He looked closely, and after a moment, he suddenly made a discovery. He realized that the faint, ethereal glow on the white lotus didn't seem to be emanating from the lotus itself. On the contrary, it seemed as though the white lotus was absorbing something from the void, eventually condensing it into this haze of white light. Then, this haze of white light slowly sank into Luna's brow, before spreading throughout her body. When a faint white glow began to appear all over her body, this familiar scene snapped Nian back to his senses. It was that mysterious power. The same mysterious power that would gather at his fingertips before he activated the flicking skill. The reason he was so exhausted now was precisely because this mysterious power within him had been completely depleted. Spiritual energy? Nian instantly recalled a term Luna had mentioned to him. He began to observe her more closely. Only then did he notice that Luna's breathing rhythm was very strange. It was sometimes slow, sometimes fast, and seemed to follow no pattern at all. She was breathing exclusively through her nose. And this breathing seemed to be connected to the white lotus in some way. The white lotus on his brow wasn't stationary, it was spinning, its petals appearing almost alive. As she breathed, the petals trembled ever so slightly, as if following Luna's breathing rhythm, breathing in unison with her. With every breath the white lotus took, the soft white glow surrounding it grew a little brighter. Looking at Luna again, Nian realized that her face, which had been pale and devoid of any color, had now regained a hint of rosy flush. Bathed in the soft white glow of the white lotus, Luna now looked as beautiful as a sacred goddess, so radiant that one dared not profane her presence. For a moment, Nian even forgot his fatigue, staring intently at the scene. It was too mysterious and too wondrous. He didn't know how much time had passed. At a certain moment, Nian saw Luna take a long, deep breath, then slowly exhale through her mouth. At the same time, the white lotus between her eyebrows slowly receded into her brow, vanishing from sight. Then, she opened her eyes. The moment she did, she caught Nian staring intently into her eyes. "What are you looking at?" Luna paused for just a moment, then her eyes regained their calm as she asked Nian. "Luna, between your eyebrows." Luna looked puzzled and furrowed her brow. "Between my eyebrows?" There was a white lotus. Only then did Luna realize what he meant. She nodded and said, "That white lotus, it's a wondrous object my mother left me." A rare treasure? Or a keepsake? Had she misheard? Nian was puzzled, but before he could speak, Luna suddenly studied his complexion closely. She furrowed her brow slightly and said, "You haven't practiced your breathing technique? This wilderness is dangerous. Mutant beasts roam here frequently. Shouldn't you recover your energy as soon as possible?" "How do I practice the breathing technique?" Nian asked bluntly. He didn't understand. There was no such information in the original hostess memories either. Using breathing techniques. Luna had barely uttered the words breathing techniques when she suddenly paused, as if she just realized something. She looked at Nian. "You don't have a wonderful object, and you don't know any breathing techniques either?" It was confirmed she was talking about a wonderful object, not a heirloom. Nian nodded. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Luna drifted off, muttering to herself, "That's right. Mom said that miraculous objects and breathing techniques are both very rare in this world. The vast majority of people don't have them, and whenever they appear, they trigger a scramble or even bloodshed." "What?" Nian heard Luna's muttering, but didn't catch what she said. Luna snapped back to attention, thought for a moment, and finally shook her head. "We'll talk about that later. The key issue is your spiritual energy. We're still in great danger right now, and you've depleted a lot of it. If you rely on natural recovery, it'll likely take at least half a month. We can't wait that long." "That long?" Nian was taken aback. He felt exhausted, but had assumed a good night's sleep would be enough to fix it. He never expected it would take over half a month to recover. He realized just how serious the situation was. These ruins were far from safe. His only hope right now was the flicking skill. If it took half a month for that mysterious power to recover, he'd be in grave danger. "So what do we do now?" Nian frowned. "Don't worry. I'll teach you a technique to channel your spiritual energy, which will speed up its recovery." Luna clearly already had a solution. This put Nian's mind at ease. The original host hadn't had much interaction with Luna, but based on his brief time with her so far, he felt Luna was someone he could rely on. If she weren't confident, she wouldn't have said something like that. Guidance technique? Another unfamiliar term. It wasn't T in the original hostess memories. Luna, however, showed no intention of explaining further. She simply began instructing him, now sit cross-legged, with the palms of your hands facing upward just like me. She started demonstrating immediately, without any further explanation. Although Nyen was still curious, recovery was his top priority. He knew how to prioritize, so he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded, gathered his focus, sat cross-legged, and mimicked Luna's movements. Through the mysterious transformation that had just occurred, Luna appeared to have fully regained her strength. Her complexion was rosy, her features stunningly beautiful, her eyes sparkling like stars. She was a vision of beauty. As she instructed Nyen at that moment, she exuded a serious yet captivating charm. Her voice was calm. In a moment, close your eyes and focus your thoughts on the center of your brow. Do you know how to focus? Just close your eyes, concentrate your thoughts on the space between your eyebrows, and imagine a force flowing in from there, then coursing through your entire body. Throughout this process, you must breathe at this rhythm, 1 long inhale, 9 short exhales. Nyen listened intently. What Luna was teaching seemed to be a breathing technique with a very peculiar rhythm, sometimes 1 inhale followed by 9 exhales, sometimes 1 inhale followed by 13 exhales, sometimes 1 inhale followed by 2 exhales. It felt as though there was absolutely no pattern to it. It wasn't until after 64 breaths of varying frequencies and rhythms that the pattern of 1 inhale followed by 9 exhales repeated. 64 breaths made up one cycle. It was extremely cumbersome and peculiar. After demonstrating it once, Luna asked Nyen if he had memorized it. Nyen closed his eyes and thought it over. He realized he seemed to have remembered it. Just as he was about to say he had, Luna suddenly added, I'll go over it one more time. You must remember this breathing rhythm exactly. If you make a mistake, the guidance will fail. And only after completing the first round of 64 breaths will you be guided to spiritual energy. It is a bit frequent and complex, and the results are far inferior to the breathing technique. But since you don't have the mystical artifact, you can't use the breathing technique. For now, this is the only option. Luna's beautiful face was serious as she immediately demonstrated it again. Nyen was very curious about what exactly the so-called mystical artifact and breathing technique were, but since Luna didn't mention them, he didn't feel comfortable asking. Because that white lotus looked very mysterious and magical. It was clearly a precious object. Showing too much curiosity too soon might very well make him seem like he had ulterior motives. He and Luna had, after all, gone through life and death situations together, so they established a basic level of trust. But that trust was still fragile, and Nyen felt it would be best not to create any misunderstandings. With that in mind, he put aside his desire to pry. He'd find out in time. For the time being, he listened intently as Luna explained the guidance method for the second time. However, since Luna was teaching it a second time, he silently reviewed it in his mind to ensure he hadn't made any mistakes. After the second time, he was certain. He hadn't made a mistake. He had indeed memorized all 64 breathing patterns in the correct order. At that moment, Nyen suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Although he always considered himself fairly smart, he knew his own limits. His intelligence was merely relative to that of ordinary people. He was nowhere near the level of a genius with a photographic memory. This guidance method had a full 64 rhythm variations. Luna had only recited it once, and yet he actually memorized it? That was unbelievable. Does that not make sense? Then let me put it this way. It's roughly equivalent to Luna taking out a thoroughly shuffled deck of playing cards right now and reading the entire sequence to Nyen from start to finish. And then, Nyen would have already memorized the order of the entire deck. What kind of genius-level memory is this? Nyen was actually a bit stunned. Stunned by his own memory. Was this a little perk of time travel? Did you remember it? If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me, Luna said at that moment. But after she finished speaking, she noticed Nyen's dazed expression. She paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Right, it's not that easy, is it? Although the guiding method isn't as difficult as the breathing method, it's still not easy to get the hang of. Just memorizing this completely illogical breathing sequence is a major undertaking in itself. Back then, for instance, it had taken her a good half day just to memorize the sequence properly. And even then, her mother had praised her for her remarkable talent. Now, in such a short time after only 2 repetitions, expecting Nian to remember the sequence that was asking too much. I'm getting too impatient, she thought with a wry smile. Clearly, the current dangerous situation had unsettled her, causing her to unconsciously grow impatient. After all, Nian was a formidable fighter. His innate ability was extremely powerful and would be of great use in such a dangerous environment. With that in mind, Luna calmed her own impatience and soothed him, saying, "It's okay. Take your time memorizing it. Let us start with the first 10. Once you've got those down, we'll move on to the rest." But before she could finish, Nian spoke up, "I've got it. Let me try it first." So, while breathing in this rhythm, I visualize my brow center and imagine a force surging into it, then spreading throughout my body. Is that right? Is there a specific path it should follow? Nian asked curiously. Luna paused for a moment and instinctively shook her head. Not really. You can imagine it as a cleansing, a warm energy surging in from your brow center, like water, washing over your entire body from head to toe. But did you really memorize that rhythm? Luna couldn't help but ask in the end. I'll give it a try. Nian smiled, then closed his eyes. Following Luna's instructions, he raised his palms toward the sky and visualized his brow center. Seeing his movements, Luna fell silent. Never mind, this is actually better. While he tries it on his own, I'll watch from the side to see if he makes any mistakes. I'll correct him when the time comes. That's more effective than rote memorization. The guided practice is just a breathing rhythm. It can be interrupted at any time, and making a mistake won't have any real consequences. With that in mind, Luna's beautiful eyes fixed on Nian, watching closely for any irregularities in his breathing rhythm. Nian began breathing according to the rhythm Luna had taught him, using only his nose, while visualizing his brow center. He imagined a warm force from the heavens and earth surging into his brow center and washing over his body like water. He didn't feel anything special at first, but he wasn't impatient. After all, Luna had said that he wouldn't be able to sense spiritual energy until he had completed the first round of breathing. Luna watched him the entire time. The first 10 breaths perfect. The first 20 perfect. The first 30 perfect. The first 40 also perfect. Gradually, a look of astonishment spread across Luna's face. Because very soon, the 64 sets of breathing rhythms came to an end and Nian had actually completed them without a single mistake. She only recited it twice, and yet he actually memorized it completely? Luna was stunned. After all, it had taken her several whole hours to memorize this sequence back then, and even her mother had praised her as a genius. If she was considered a genius, so what does that make Nian? She was stunned. Meanwhile, Nian had also entered the second round of the breathing cycle. Right at the start of the second breathing cycle, Nian sensed that things were indeed different. It was as if a warm force were truly surging into his body from the space between his eyebrows. And with each breath, it cleansed his body time and time again. Feeling this force, he was absolutely certain. It was the mysterious power that had suddenly appeared in his arms after he acquired the flicking skill. Is this what spiritual energy is? Nian was stunned, but he maintained his state of meditation while continuing to breathe at that rhythm. As this mysterious power flowed into his body, he could clearly feel the void within him slowly being restored. The pace wasn't fast, but compared to the utter exhaustion he felt before when there had been no recovery at all, this process was immeasurably faster. The energy was incredibly warm, making him feel as though his entire body were immersed in warm water, an indescribably comfortable sensation. For a moment, Nian forgot everything happening outside and devoted himself entirely to experiencing this energy. Time passed little by little. A faint glow began to emanate from Nian's skin. This faint glow was nothing compared to the one Luna had just radiated. It felt like a layer of starlight spread across his body. It glowed, but dimly. Luna had already recovered from her shock. Her beautiful eyes rested on Nian as her thoughts churned. She, of course, knew about Nian. His parents had once been high-ranking executives at the Azure Group, and his family was fairly well off. Back then, Nian had been quite cheerful, and she even socialized with him a bit. But ever since his parents passed away unexpectedly 2 years ago, Nian had suddenly become withdrawn. He seemed to have lost all his vitality, and he spoke very little at school. Gradually, he went from being an ordinary classmate to someone who went completely unnoticed. Over the past 2 years, the two of them had barely exchanged a word. Until this very moment. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, Luna gazed at Nian with her beautiful eyes, and her entire perception of his past was, without her realizing it, completely overturned. Just as Luna was lost in thought, her mind wandering. Suddenly, a wolf's howl rang out from outside. The sound was piercing, furious, and lingering. Luna's expression changed. She quickly stood up, made her way to the broken wall on the 3rd floor, and peered out in the direction the sound was coming from. Shortly afterward, at the end of the street below, which resembled a pile of rubble, the silhouette of a colossal creature appeared. It stood a full 4 or 5 meters tall. Amid the ruin-like street, its eyes glowed an oily green in the moonlight. Its long wolfish snout twitched constantly, as if searching for something. As she took in the scene by the bright moonlight, Luna gasped in shock. Wasn't this the very same strange wolf from earlier? It had actually followed them all the way here? Earlier, this strange wolf had blocked their path, and with the kidnappers in hot pursuit from behind, Nian had forced the two to fight each other, pitting the strange wolf against the kidnappers while Luna and he seized the opportunity to escape. 2 or 3 hours had passed since then, and they thought they were safe, but unexpectedly, this strange wolf had actually tracked them down? It must have caught up with them. Because the path it was taking completely overlapped with the route they'd just taken. It was still sniffing the ground and the air incessantly. It was tracking their scent. As it approached the small house step by step, Luna didn't have time to think twice. She quietly backed away, hurried over to Nian's side, and gently tapped his shoulder. Nian, who had been completely immersed in his state, suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. He instinctively snapped out of that strange trance, and at the same time, the faint glow surrounding him vanished instantly. Nian opened his eyes in surprise. By the moonlight, he saw Luna's somewhat grave expression and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What's wrong? That strange wolf is chasing us," Luna whispered. "What?" Nian froze for a moment. Before he could say anything else, Luna had already motioned for him to go see for himself. Furrowing his brow, he quickly stood up and walked toward the cliff face. As he walked, he assessed his stamina. It had indeed recovered significantly earlier. He struggled even to move, but now he was moving as normal. The mysterious power within his body had also been replenished. Although he wasn't at his peak yet, he was much stronger than before. This channeling technique really is magical, he thought to himself as he reached the edge of the cliff. He peered out and felt a jolt of shock. Could it be, it really had followed them? He saw the colossal beast on the street below, which looked like a pile of rubble, sniffing the air as it made its way toward them. It was now less than 100 meters from their hiding place. Wait, is this mutant beast that vindictive? He merely flicked it with a pebble. It hadn't even caused much damage, yet it had been chasing him for this long? He and Luna had been zigzagging all the way, covering at least 17 or 18 streets. A full-scale chase spanning more than 10 streets? Nian found it absurd, even beyond belief. Wolves are naturally vengeful and cruel. Mutant wolves are even more so. You were the first to attack it. Luna seemed to sense the shock in Nian's mind and whispered. Nian was instantly at a loss for words. That was true. He had indeed been the first to attack it. But this? It was way too vindictive. What do we do now? Luna asked in a low voice. This mutant wolf is extraordinary. The fact that it was able to catch up to us means it must have taken care of those kidnappers. With such a vengeful nature and such a keen sense of smell, even if we manage to escape, it'll probably keep hunting us down. Nian also realized they were in trouble. This strange wolf's vindictiveness exceeded his expectations. It was powerful and possessed tracking abilities. Being targeted by such a terrifying creature was not a good thing.
After furrowing his brow, Nian whispered, "It's fine.
My stamina has recovered significantly. Even though it's a strange wolf, it shouldn't be a big problem." With that, he bent down, picked up a few pebbles from the ground, then narrowed his eyes as he gazed beyond the ruined wall, simultaneously clasping the pebbles between his fingertips. The next moment, a faint glow began to emanate from his fingertips. Luna said nothing. She silently approached Nian and looked down as well. If they could take care of this strange wolf, that would naturally be best.
The strange wolf below wasn't moving very fast, but it was still closing in, its form massive.
Just as Nian locked eyes with it and began gathering power at his fingertips, the giant wolf suddenly seemed to sense something and jerked its head up. Instantly, a pair of crimson eyes, tinged with an oily green glow, fixed their gaze on Nian.
Nian's heart skipped a beat, then, without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and fired.
Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as a streak of fluorescent light shot out at breakneck speed from the broken wall on the third floor, heading straight for the giant wolf's head. The giant wolf let out a furious roar and, at the same time, surged forward, accelerating toward the small dwelling. The streak of light reached the giant wolf's forehead in an instant, but just a split second before it struck, the wolf swiped with its paw. With a crisp clang, the streak of light shattered on impact. At the same moment, the giant wolf let out another furious roar, and then Nian saw specks of blood fall to the ground. Its paw had been injured. The terrifying force of the impact sent its massive body staggering back 2 steps. This clearly enraged the giant wolf completely. It took a couple of quick steps, then suddenly leaped high into the air, scaling the surrounding ruins as if they were a wall. Using the walls as stepping stones, it soared higher with just a few bounds, lunging straight for the 3rd floor of the small Western-style building. This giant wolf, 4 or 5 meters long, leaped a full 7 or 8 meters into the air and pounced in an instant.
Nian sucked in a sharp breath.
Although he anticipated that the mutant wolf would be a tough opponent, the fact that it had withstood a direct hit from his flicking skill and sustained only a minor injury truly took him by surprise. The flicking skill could even pierce through concrete walls, yet the giant wolf had merely suffered a slight cut on its paw, proof that its physique was far sturdier than concrete. Almost like steel. Now that it was lunging at him at breakneck speed, Nian could finally understand how those kidnappers must have felt when facing this giant wolf. Such a massive wolf, brimming with wildness and sheer ferocity, its gaping jaws bearing gleaming white fangs that cast a chilling glow in the moonlight. Anyone with even a shred of cowardice would probably wet their pants on the spot. Fortunately, Luna was prepared. The instant the giant wolf pounced, she had already grabbed Nian. At the same moment, a crystalline glow flashed beneath her feet, and in a blur, they vanished from where they stood. Boom! The crumbling wall was shattered by a single swipe, sending rocks flying everywhere as large chunks of concrete laced with rebar crashed to the ground, as if a minor earthquake had struck. Under the sharp claws of this strange wolf, the concrete crumbled like substandard construction. Nian and Luna reappeared on the other side of the room. Nian's gaze was calm as he locked onto a target. A fluorescent glow spread from his fingertips, and another flicking skill shot forth. Whoosh! A crystalline beam sliced through the air. This time, the giant wolf's movements made it impossible to intercept the attack, and the fluorescent light struck the wolf's head directly. Bang! A burst of blood spurted from the giant wolf's head. It howled in agony, yet it didn't die. The excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy, and like a small tank, it charged madly toward Nian and Luna. Wherever it passed, the walls it struck collapsed instantly, accompanied by a series of crashing sounds. Luna's gaze remained calm. With another crystalline flash beneath Nian's feet, they vanished once more. Boom! The giant wolf slammed headfirst into a wall, causing it to collapse. It let out a furious howl toward the sky. Only then did it realize that a bloody hole had appeared in its left eye, leaving it completely blind in that eye. Just as it howled toward the sky, 3 crystalline points shot out from the ground nearby, heading straight for its head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 beams struck its body in quick succession, instantly silencing its roar and sending its entire body flying backward. Then, a thunderous rumble echoed as something plummeted all the way from the 3rd floor to the 1st. 5 consecutive uses of the flicking skill left Nian feeling that familiar exhaustion. Once more he stumbled, and Luna caught him again. His stamina, which had never fully recovered, was now completely depleted. Luna was in much better shape. Her beautiful face was just slightly pale, and her breathing was a bit rapid. Nian took a couple of gasps for breath and was about to say something. His expression suddenly changed. "It's not dead." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wall of the small dwelling suddenly crashed with a thunderous thud, and the giant wolf burst out from within. One of its eyes was gone, reduced to a bloody hole. Its nose had been blown apart, exposing the bone, with blood still flowing. There was even a gaping wound in its throat. This was the damage caused by those 3 flicking skills moments ago. Blood was gushing out. But the giant wolf was still alive. Its vitality was astonishingly strong. After letting out a furious roar, it staggered forward, snarling with rage, and lunged at Nian and Luna. Its single remaining eye was filled with savagery, madness, and hatred. Nian sucked in a sharp breath. Were mutant beasts really this hard to kill? Luna remained calm. She felt a surge of power under her arm, and before they knew it, Nian and Luna had reappeared at the other end of the street. The giant wolf rammed into the half-collapsed wall behind them, losing sight of Nian and Luna in an instant. It frantically whirled its head from side to side, quickly spotted them again, and lunged toward them once more. Clearly, this mutant wolf had been thoroughly enraged. Its vitality was terrifying. The flicking skill could only wound it, not kill it. Nian's expression remained calm as he turned to look at Luna. After using the speed boost ability 3 times in a row to transport Nian, her spiritual energy had recovered significantly, but she was now severely drained, her face turning slightly pale. Just as Nian's mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next, suddenly, the sound of frantic running came from behind them. His expression changed. He turned his head. Amid the black and white ruins bathed in moonlight, several mysterious figures were rushing rapidly toward them. Nian's heart skipped a beat. The commotion here was too loud. It had alerted the nearby mutant beast. "Run! It's blind in one eye, and I shattered its nose. As long as we stay out of its line of sight, it'll be hard for it to find us again. The noise here is too loud. It's alerted other mutant beasts." Nian was ready to retreat. Hearing this, Luna nodded. As she saw the giant wolf charging toward them once more, a crystalline glow flashed beneath her feet, and the instant it pounced, she vanished from the spot, taking Nian with her. When they reappeared, she quickly led Nian to hide behind a section of the ruins. Over there, the rumbling sounds continued unabated as the mutant wolf once again crashed through the walls of the ruins. This giant wolf had originally been an agile predator, but after its eyes were gouged out and its nose damaged, it had transformed into a brute force predator, possessing terrifying strength comparable to that of a wild boar. Having lost its target once again, it let out a furious roar and began lashing out wildly in all directions. The surrounding walls of the ruins collapsed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Suddenly, from the vines overhead, a dark shadow darted out and shot toward the giant wolf's head. Just as it was about to strike, the giant wolf managed to react at the last moment, its massive claws instantly clamping down on the dark shadow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a snake. A black snake, 3 or 4 meters long, bared its fangs and spewed venom. The venom splattered onto the giant wolf's claws, sizzling a clear sign of its extreme toxicity. Driven mad by the poison, the wolf opened its menacing jaws and bit down on the black snake's body in one swift motion, snapping it in half with a loud crack. The black snake writhed and twisted, coiling around the strange wolf's claws and legs, but to no avail. The giant wolf pinned the black snake down and tore at it, completely shredding it into bloody fragments. Moments later, the black snake was dead. As for the black wolf, it showed no mercy, tearing into the remains with great gulps, chewing a few times before swallowing them whole. After several bites, a faint glow began to emanate from its body. Minor scratches on its claws were healing at a remarkably fast pace. Nian happened to witness this scene, and his heart skipped a beat. Had eating the black snake triggered such a change in this giant wolf? He was somewhat stunned. Then, he noticed the giant wolf looking around again. His heart skipped a beat. He dared not look any longer and warned Luna to hide. The giant wolf scanned its surroundings but realized it had lost its target. It instinctively twitched its nose, trying to locate its target by scent, but a sudden, excruciating pain made it realize what had happened. Its nose had been shattered. Although devouring the black snake had helped heal its wounds, the damage to its nose was too severe to recover from in a short time. It went berserk and roared furiously. Just then, another furious roar rang out, and a colossal figure appeared at the end of the street. It turned out to be a three-tailed mutant beast. It was a head shorter than the mutant wolf and also belonged to the canine family. Its black fur was as glossy as silk, highlighting the contours of its massive muscles. Its muzzle was much shorter, but this also indicated that its bite would be incredibly powerful. Its huge, snow-white fangs and sticky saliva made it look utterly terrifying. It let out a roar and lunged directly at the giant wolf. The giant wolf didn't back down either. It roared in anger and charged forward to meet it. Both beasts, each 5 or 6 meters long, began fighting right there. The terrifying commotion swept through the area, causing many walls to collapse. It wasn't just these two mutant beasts, close relatives within the canine family, that were locked in battle. The commotion had suddenly attracted a large number of mutant beasts to the area, and upon encountering one another, they immediately began fighting. They tore into each other. It was incredibly brutal. Nian, who was already 2 blocks away with Luna, gasped at the sight. Although he had realized this area of ruins was dangerous, he never imagined it would be this dangerous. Just in this immediate vicinity alone, so many terrifying mutant beasts were lurking. Was being chased by a giant wolf really what triggered such a massive battle? This left him utterly stunned. Just then, a sudden series of squeaking sounds rang out behind them. The high-pitched, rapid sounds made Nian and Luna's hearts skip a beat simultaneously, and they turned to look. On the ground of the ruins behind them was a large hole, and from that hole, 2 enormous rats were crawling out. These rats were bigger than wild dogs, with blood-red eyes. They stood upright on their hind legs, their noses twitching constantly. They were mutant beasts too. Then, as if they caught the scent of Nian and Luna, they let out a shriek and sprinted straight toward the two of them. Luna's usually composed face turned green at that moment. Without a second thought, she teleported away with Nian, vanishing from where they stood. But it was no use. After briefly pausing when they lost sight of the pair, the 2 rats immediately lunged toward the spot where they had appeared. Damn it! They're tracking their prey by scent again. Luna's expression changed slightly. From earlier until now, she had already used her speed boost 5 times. She had already used up more than half of her stamina. And don't forget, she was still carrying Nian. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. They were in a desperate situation once again. Suddenly, a whooshing sound filled the air. The two of them instinctively looked up at the same time and saw a flock of more than 10 giant bats flying toward them from high in the sky not far away. In the distance, the sound of cat-like cries could be heard. Several extremely agile and rather large figures flickered in and out of view under the moonlight, rapidly closing in. And then, Nian's entire body went rigid. Everything had happened too fast. Just moments ago, they had clearly been safe. He had even regained some of his stamina. He never expected that the mutant wolf's pursuit would cause the situation to take such a sudden turn for the worse, triggering such a massive commotion and attracting a large number of mutant beasts that, upon encountering one another, immediately began attacking each other. This was completely unexpected for Nian. However, when he recalled the scene of the giant wolf devouring the black snake just moments ago, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. Could it be that mutant beasts devour one another to achieve some form of evolution? Was that why they were fighting so fiercely? Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength under his armpit. By the time he came to his senses, Nian realized Luna had already carried him into an abandoned building. But it was no use. Those 2 rats quickly tracked them down and charged in through the doorway. Do you have any strength left? Can you kill these 2 rats? Luna's voice was labored. Nian snapped back to his senses, clenched a pebble in his right hand, gritted his teeth, and mustered the last shred of his strength. A faint glow appeared, and in the next instant, whoosh! The pebble pierced the skull of one of the rats. The rat, which had been charging toward them like a wild dog, collapsed instantly, rolled over on the ground a few times, and lay motionless. Its companion, however, remained undeterred and continued to run toward them at full speed. Nian, exhausted and gasping for breath, her face deathly pale, said, "I've got no strength left." She was practically collapsing onto Luna. Luna watched as the rat drew closer and closer. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She whispered, "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon." With that, she released Nian, glanced around, picked up a stone from the ground, and darted forward to confront the rat. Her face was slightly pale, but her gaze was steady. She sprinted forward without using her innate ability. When she was 1 or 2 meters away from the rat, she hurled the stone with all her might, striking the rat squarely on the forehead. The rat let out a shriek, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity as it charged toward Luna. Luna paused for a moment, planted her foot firmly on the ground, and instantly changed direction, dashing away. The rat immediately gave chase. In the blink of an eye, one in front and one behind, they ran out of the abandoned building. She actually lured that mutant rat away? Nian's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure, pursed his lips, and rapidly scanned his surroundings. This place had clearly once been a shopping mall, with numerous columns, but the tiles on them had all fallen off, and the second floor was riddled with large sections of collapse and damage. Nian struggled to breathe. His spiritual energy was completely depleted, even more so than before. He felt completely drained of strength and could only move inch by inch. It took every ounce of his strength to drag himself behind a column. Leaning his back against it, he panted heavily through his nose. His face was frighteningly pale. He quickly turned his head to look around. The commotion outside was deafening. The roars of all manner of beasts echoed through the air as the mutant beasts, drawn by the noise, attacked one another. Through the gap in the second floor ceiling above him, he could still see some flying creatures rushing toward them. This scene of ruins was utterly terrifying at that moment. He had no idea how many mutant beasts had arrived. They had all been drawn by the commotion caused by Nian's earlier battle with the mutant wolf. As soon as they encountered one another, they launched into a fray, creating even more commotion and attracting even more mutant beasts. That was how the situation had escalated to this point. Cold sweat trickled down Nian's forehead. He was trying hard to regulate his breathing, but his spiritual energy was being drained at an alarming rate. At the same time, he was waiting for Luna to return. But 1 minute passed, then 2. Time ticked by, and Luna hadn't returned. A sense of anxiety began to creep into Nian's heart. Luna's innate ability was formidable. She could teleport at incredible speeds, but each teleportation was limited to a distance of just over 10 meters. Beyond that, her own offensive capabilities weren't particularly strong. The two worked in tandem, one relied on his weapon, the other on her legs. They complemented each other perfectly. But now, in this desperate situation, both were completely exhausted. Nian no longer had the strength to use his flicking skill, and with Nian in tow, Luna could only use her innate ability to teleport a few more times. Luna actually chose to lure the mutant beast away. This took Nian by surprise and left him deeply shaken. Because, to put it bluntly, she was risking her own life to save Nian. After all, she could have easily left Nian behind and teleported away on her own. That rat had charged at them with such ferocity, clearly intent on devouring them. If Nian stayed behind, the rat would be satisfied and might not continue chasing her. Yet she went out of her way to provoke the rat and then lure it away. She probably didn't have much stamina left, and with that rat's keen sense of smell, Nian's emotions were in turmoil for a moment, his gaze shifting constantly. For a long while, he clenched his teeth so hard they felt like they might shatter. Luna still hadn't returned. Had something really happened to her? But right now, there was nothing he could do. His spiritual energy was severely depleted. He couldn't even stand up, let alone move a single finger. Nian finally couldn't hold back any longer. Outside, the sounds of battle were everywhere. The roars of various beasts rang out ceaselessly, creating a scene of utter chaos and ferocity. This place wasn't safe either. But Nian knew he couldn't just sit idly by. He immediately closed his eyes, forced himself into a cross-legged position with his palms facing upward, then settled his mind and focused his spiritual awareness on the point between his eyebrows. He began breathing according to the guidance technique Luna had taught him. He chose to enter meditation. If a mutant beast were to break in, he would surely die. But he remained calm. Because it was simple. If he did nothing, and a mutant beast broke in, he would die just the same. Since that was the case, why not recover his energy as quickly as possible? Just a little recovery, even the strength for 1 or 2 strikes would be enough, he thought, pressing his lips together. But the guidance technique was too slow. He had to complete a full cycle of 64 breaths before he could channel his spiritual energy. He couldn't rush. He could only force himself to suppress his anxiety and continue practicing the technique. Slowly, the 64 breath cycle came to an end, and his spiritual energy was finally activated. Nian felt that mysterious power surging into his brow once more, beginning to purify his physical body and restore his depleted spiritual energy. Time passed bit by bit. Nian entered a state of deep meditation, no longer hearing, or rather, no longer caring about the sounds from the outside world. In this desperate situation, staying conscious wouldn't change a thing. On the contrary, only by restoring his spiritual energy would he have a chance to survive. If he were discovered and killed by a mutant beast while in meditation, then that would simply be his fate. Faint points of glow began to appear on his body. But this glow was extremely dim, barely more than the faint light of moonlight reflecting off his skin. At that moment, a figure slowly walked through the gate of the ruins. The figure's footsteps made no sound as they touched the ground. It was a black cat. A black cat about the size of a cheetah. A pair of blood-yellow vertical pupils scanned the surroundings warily. After looking around and seemingly detecting no danger, it slowly approached. Ahead of it, the carcass of a rat as large as a stray dog lay sprawled across the ground. It had been drawn there by the rat's corpse. It remained extremely wary, circling the carcass several times to confirm it was dead before pouncing, baring its fangs, and tearing into the rat's flesh. Its bite was ferocious. The rat's flesh was quickly torn into strips, which it then swallowed whole. It even chewed the bones to pieces and swallowed them. Before it knew it, a faint glow began to emanate from its body. The appearance of this glow made it feel incredibly comfortable, and a gurgling sound even escaped its throat. Time passed slowly, and before it knew it, the rat, which had been the size of a stray dog, was reduced to just a few scraps. It had devoured almost all of it. It seemed to have had its fill and licked the fresh blood from the fur around its mouth with satisfaction. It licked its paws to clean its face. But suddenly, its pupils contracted as it noticed something. It looked over and saw a faint glow emanating from behind a pillar not far away. The big cat arched its back, its blood-yellow eyes narrowing, and circled the pillar slowly and silently. Soon, it saw clearly. Behind the pillar stood a person. Upon realizing it was a human, its eyes narrowed, and in the next instant, it burst into a silent sprint. Its speed was extreme. In the next breath, it leaped high into the air, its sharp claws snapping out from its paw pads like 4 razor-sharp daggers, aiming straight for the throat of the glowing figure at the base of the pillar. And just then, the person opened their eyes. He hadn't even had time to make out what it was, but almost instinctively, he jerked his neck back and rolled on the spot to dodge the attack. The pillar he'd been leaning against moments earlier took a violent swipe. Concrete flew off, leaving a deep gash, and fragments of stone even splattered onto his face, stinging his cheek. Only then did he see clearly what had attacked him. It was a black cat as massive as a cheetah. With a pair of blood-red eyes and a body of extreme agility, after its first strike missed, it landed lightly on the pillar with all 4 paws and, in the next instant, pounced on Nian again. Terrified, Nian didn't even think. He simply rolled away in a disheveled heap. The ground was covered in rubble and dust, which instantly covered his entire body. But thankfully, though it was a bit of a mess, he managed to dodge the attack. In the process, he grabbed a handful of pebbles and clenched them between his fingertips. Instantly, a glow emanated from his fingers. Before the black cat could pounce again, because if it did, he would certainly be unable to dodge. The black cat was simply too fast. A faint glow shot from his fingertips. Whoosh! Moving at extreme speed, it headed straight for the black cat's head as it landed. The black cat's fur stood on end. It let out a shriek, and a faint glow suddenly emanated from its body. Its speed surged instantly, and the entire cat sprang forward like a coiled spring. Boom! Flicking skill missed, landing on the ground. It actually missed? Nien's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed another pebble, leaped to his feet, and took aim at the black cat. The black cat's fur stood on end. It leaped over 10 meters, crouched low in the distance, and let out a threatening growl. Cold sweat trickled down Nien's spine. If he hadn't happened to open his eyes just then, his head would likely have been severed by now. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and his heart sank instantly. Luna hadn't returned. Only this cat remained. The black cat paced slowly in the distance, crouched low, facing Nien. Nien pressed his lips tightly together, a faint glow emanating from his fingertips as he stared at the black cat. A man and a cat stood locked in a standoff. Fortunately, the standoff didn't last long. After pacing for a moment, the black cat fixed its blood-yellow vertical pupils on Nien's glowing finger, and finally, it slowly backed away. It was wary. The mutant wolf had withstood 4 or 5 of Nien's flicking skills without dying. Its vitality remained robust. But that mutant rat had been killed with a single strike. This showed that even among mutant beasts, there were varying degrees of strength. That mutant wolf was one of the stronger ones among the mutant beasts. This cat appeared to be slightly stronger than the rat, but only marginally so. The flicking skill posed a lethal threat to it. It had clearly realized this as well, which was why it now felt the urge to retreat. Finally, after retreating a short distance, the black cat turned around and leaped out of the abandoned building with remarkable agility. It was gone. Only then did Nien let out a long breath and slowly relax. He had been clenching the pebble in his hand so tightly it was about to shatter. A thought struck him, and he looked toward the entrance of the abandoned building. There, he saw that the rat's body, which had once been intact, was now reduced to a pile of fragments. At some point, several black crows had been drawn to the scene and were now pecking at the carcass. This carcass? Nien froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. It seemed the black cat had eaten the rat. Perhaps because it was already full, combined with the threat of the flicking skill, the black cat had only stood its ground against him for a short while before ultimately choosing to retreat. He stood there in a daze for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Luna! He pursed his lips, turned his head to look around, and listened carefully for any sounds from outside. Only then did he realize that while he'd been in meditation, the commotion outside seemed to have died down considerably. At least it wasn't as frenzied as it had been at the start. He thought for a moment, then ran out in the direction Luna had led the rats away. He'd been in meditation for some time, though he didn't know exactly how long. It certainly hadn't been short. After all, just the 64 rhythmic breaths alone would have taken at least 10 or more minutes. Now that his spiritual energy had mostly recovered, at least an hour or two must have passed, right? But Luna still hadn't returned. Thinking of the chaos outside, Nien's heart sank. In such a dangerous situation, with Luna's stamina already low, she was still being hunted by rats using their sense of smell to track their prey. He pressed his lips together, ran out of the abandoned building, and began searching carefully while dodging any mutant beasts that might be lurking. Luna must have expended a lot of energy. She certainly couldn't have run very far. He searched carefully and thoroughly. But 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. Nien encountered more mutant beasts, all engaged in a bloody battle. He saw some mutant beasts gnawing on the corpses of others, their bodies glowing with faint sparks. He also saw many mutant beast corpses that had been gnawed down to mere remains. But still, he found no sign of Luna. His expression grew increasingly grim. He ran through all the abandoned buildings in the vicinity and searched the low-rise residential buildings thoroughly, leaving no corner unexamined. But he still found nothing. Before he knew it, a ray of sunlight suddenly burst forth from the horizon. When the sunlight suddenly hit his face, Nien was momentarily dazed. Then he snapped back to reality. It was dawn. Nien looked up at the sky. This city, resembling a ruin, was shrouded in vines that stretched across the sky like a network of cableways. Countless colorful birds flew through the air, a scene both full of life and utterly desolate. And within the ruins beneath this city, who knows how many mutant beasts lurked among the crumbling walls and broken debris. Dangerous and deadly. Nian fell silent. He had searched all night, to no avail. He finally returned to the abandoned building where he had previously taken shelter and discovered that the corpse of the rat as big as a stray dog that had lain in front of the building had vanished, leaving behind only a shocking pool of blood. It was clear that after he left, something else had prowled here and devoured the rat's remains completely. After standing there for a moment, he suddenly thought of something and set off toward a spot 2 blocks away. He wanted to see if the mutant wolf that had caused all this chaos had died in yesterday's battle. Because at the very end, he had seen a 3-tailed mutant beast, part wolf, part dog, engaged in a fierce, stalemate battle with it. When he arrived at the scene, he found it in complete disarray, with scattered rocks and numerous bloodstains. However, there were no corpses on the ground. The whereabouts of those 2 terrifying mutant beasts were also unknown. Presumably, they'd be searching for some ruins to take shelter in, right? Nian thought to himself. Finally, he left and returned to the abandoned building he'd been at earlier. He paused for a moment, found a pillar, leaned his back against it, and continued to replenish his spiritual energy. At the same time, he waited. He searched the area thoroughly but found no trace of Luna. The good news was that he hadn't found her body either. Either her body had been completely devoured by some massive mutant beast, leaving nothing behind. Or, for some unknown reason, she had managed to escape. Nian hoped it was the latter. After all, a lotus had once appeared between Luna's eyebrows. She called it a wonder, something truly magical that likely held great power. Perhaps at a critical moment, it could lend her a helping hand. So he continued to wait here, lest Luna return and be unable to find him. It wasn't just his spiritual energy, his mental state also seemed to have recovered to some extent through the process of channeling. Although it wasn't as refreshing as a good night's sleep, at least he wasn't as sleepy, and his mind felt reasonably alert. However, he was now very hungry and thirsty. His stomach was growling. Yesterday morning, the kidnappers had given them a little food and drink. By the afternoon, he and Luna Baodong had escaped from the hideout, and that night there had been another fierce battle. His spiritual energy had been depleted and restored several times, but he hadn't eaten a single bite or drunk a single sip of water. He was extremely hungry right now. He had to find something to eat. Thinking this to himself, he looked around. Sunlight streamed through the ragged holes into the abandoned factory building, casting a glow on the floating dust particles. The scene was desolate. The crisp, melodious chirping of birds filled the air, a pleasant sound. Luna still hadn't returned. After a brief moment of silence, Nian got to his feet. He had to go out and find something to eat. When he was with Luna, her incredible speed provided a significant advantage. They could quickly dodge any danger and had a chance to escape. But now, Nian was on his own. Although his spiritual energy had recovered and he could use the flicking skill about 10 times, his speed was very slow, no different from that of an ordinary person. So he had to be very careful. Otherwise, if he happened to encounter a mutant beast, unless he could kill it with a single blow, he'd be in grave danger. There was no room for error. Earlier, while searching for Luna, he'd already familiarized himself with the surrounding area and had spotted a water source. He found a few plastic bottles among the ruins, grabbed them, and made his way to an abandoned street. At the end of the street stood a large tree, and beneath it was a small pond. The pond wasn't large. It appeared to have been man-made, perhaps once used for raising fish fry or the like. It had long since fallen into disuse, but it still held plenty of water. Many small animals and birds were drinking there. He observed the area for a moment to make sure there were only ordinary small animals nearby and no mutant beasts. Only then did he approach. His arrival startled many of the small animals and birds, sending them scattering in panic. After washing the bottles, he filled 4 large bottles with water from the pond. But since the water in the pond was stagnant, he wasn't sure if it was safe to drink raw, so he resisted the urge and didn't drink any. Then he glanced around. There were still quite a few birds nearby. He wasn't sure if mutant beast meat was edible, but bird meat is generally not poisonous. He picked up some pebbles from the ground and narrowed his eyes. A moment later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several dark shadows shot from his fingertips. It wasn't the flicking skill, he was simply propelling the pebbles with sheer force. Instantly, several birds were struck by the pebbles before they even had a chance to take flight, and one by one, they tumbled to the ground. Even without using the flicking skill, the pebbles shot from Nien's fingers were no less powerful than those from a slingshot. Combined with his terrifying accuracy, taking down birds perched on the ground was, of course, a breeze. These birds were about the size of pigeons. With brightly colored feathers, they were quite beautiful. After shooting down about 5 or 6 of them, Nien found a suitably shaped stone nearby, whittled it into a stone knife, gutted the birds, rinsed them in the pond, and only then returned to the abandoned building with his catch. He also gathered some wood from inside the building, remnants of tables, chairs, benches, and wooden doors that had long since rotted. Once dried, they would be perfect for starting a fire. With the preliminary preparations complete, the real challenge lay ahead. Starting a fire. He didn't have a lighter or anything of the sort on him, and in this city abandoned for who knows how long there was obviously no way to find anything to start a fire with. After much thought, he had no choice but to resort to the oldest method, rubbing sticks together to make fire. He gathered some fresh twigs outside and fashioned them into a bow. He found some rags to make a bowstring, and he found some scrap metal, which he managed to grind into a small knife, using it to whittle a straight, thin stick. Then he used a piece of rotten, thoroughly dried wood as a base, carving a small groove into it with the knife. He cracked the bottom of the groove slightly to ensure airflow. He stuffed some rotten wood shavings into the groove and placed some dry twigs and fallen leaves he gathered nearby. With that, the preliminary preparations were complete. He then inserted the wooden stick into the groove and wrapped it once around the bowstring. This way, when he pulled the bowstring, the stick would spin at high speed. He held a stone in the palm of his hand and pressed it against the tip of the stick to protect his hand from injury. Next came the long process of starting a fire. This was truly no easy task. Soon, a faint wisp of smoke began to rise from the groove in the wooden block, so he hurriedly blew on it while pouring the smoldering wood shavings onto the dry twigs and fallen leaves nearby. But the flames went out several times in a row and wouldn't catch. After working at it for nearly 1 or 2 hours, a flame finally ignited. Nien, who had long since been starving and was drenched in sweat, saw his eyes light up. He hurriedly added more rotten wood. Soon, a roaring fire was burning, and only then did Nien let out a long sigh, flashing her eye smile. That really wasn't easy. Then, unable to wait any longer, he skewered the bird on a piece of wood and placed it over the flames to roast. The bird's feathers had only been roughly plucked, leaving some down behind, which sizzled and crackled as it was roasted directly over the fire. Beside him was a small iron pot. This sort of thing wasn't hard to find. Abandoned dwellings were full of them. Nien poured a bucket of water into it, planning to boil some water later. But other than that, there were no seasonings at all. He had no choice but to roast it plain. Time passed slowly, and the bird cooked through, its savory aroma mingling with the smell of char as it wafted through the air. Nien gave it a quick check to make sure it was thoroughly cooked before digging in. The result? It didn't taste very good. It wasn't that the bird meat was bad, the texture was very tender and excellent. But the key was that no matter how good it was, without salt, it was like chewing wax. But he was extremely hungry right now, so he didn't care about any of that and tore into it in big bites. It was his first time roasting, and he hadn't gotten the heat right. Some parts had already been charred to a crisp. He discarded those parts and ate only the sections that were thoroughly cooked and definitely safe to eat. 6 birds went into his stomach just like that. The water in the pot had come to a boil, so he poured it into a large thermos. This sort of thing wasn't hard to find among the city ruins. He let it cool slightly before taking a few sips. Instantly, he let out a long sigh. He felt like he'd come back to life. A man is made of iron, and food is his steel. That saying really is true. This meal tasted pretty mediocre. But at least it filled his stomach. It was just that the whole process was too much of a hassle. He sat by the fire, lost in thought for a while. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. Luna wasn't around, and his mobility was severely limited right now, so he didn't dare move around carelessly. He was afraid of running into a troublesome mutant beast, from which he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, while he waited, he could work on a quest.
7-step dash innate ability. Judging by the name, it should boost mobility.
With that in mind, he glanced over at the inkwash characters again, intending to check the hopscotch quest. But what he saw left him stunned.
Below the interface, a new line of text had suddenly appeared.
Defeat a mutant beast life essence common +1.
Can be used after extraction. What is this? Nian was taken aback. The sudden appearance of this new text left him a bit bewildered. Kill a mutant beast. Could it be that rat?
Yesterday, he used the flicking skill to attack the mutant wolf many times, but it hadn't died. The only mutant beast he actually killed was the rat that had later chased after him and Luna. That rat had been pierced straight through the head by the flicking skill and died instantly. Could it be that after killing that rat, the strange interface absorbed something? Nian was completely baffled. Because nothing unusual had happened at the time after the rat died, all the way until it was eaten by a cat, he hadn't gone near it, let alone taken anything from its corpse. Nian felt that this interface had become even more mysterious and absurd.
Playing mini-games was linked to extraordinary powers.
Now, killing a mutant beast had inexplicably granted him some kind of life essence.
It was too mysterious. Completely incomprehensible. But after a brief moment of silence, Nian decided to take a look anyway. Extract, how do I extract it?
He was pondering this in his mind, but just as the words extract popped into his head, he suddenly felt a warmth in the palm of his hand. Looking down, he saw that a hazy, glowing orb had appeared there. The orb was a milky white, not particularly bright, but very mysterious. Nian was astonished. Just as he was watching, the orb of light in his palm slowly sank into his skin. As it sank in, he felt a surge of power suddenly rush into him, coursing rapidly through his entire body. By the time he came to his senses, the power had already dissipated. However, Nian sensed that his body had undergone a very mysterious transformation.
It seemed as though he had grown stronger.
He felt that his arms and legs were both more robust and powerful than before. It was pure physical strength, not the kind of power derived from spiritual energy.
Nian was stunned.
For a moment, he didn't know how to describe this sensation. If he had to put it into words, it was as if this orb of light had strengthened his physique.
Nian was shocked.
It took him quite a while to snap out of it and look at the panel before him.
Where on earth did this panel come from? What exactly was the story behind his journey to this world? Was it related to this panel? After a long moment, he exhaled. Never mind. Maybe I'll find the answers later.
For now, I'd better focus on getting stronger. He realized that his current situation was far from safe. These ruins were dangerous and far from peaceful.
Last night, even the slightest disturbance had triggered a massacre among a group of mutant beasts. These mutant beasts could evolve by devouring one another.
That was likely the main reason they were killing
each other.
With that thought, Nian couldn't help but look down at the palm of his hand again, a pensive expression crossing his face.
Essentially, were the mutant beasts devouring one another in order to obtain the power of that light orb he'd just seen?
After all, the name of that substance was quite clear.
Mutant beast life essence.
If one mutant beast devoured another entirely, that essence would naturally be absorbed by the surviving one. Moreover, Nian hadn't forgotten that the term for this cluster of mutant beast essence was followed by the character ordinary.
In other words, there's also something extraordinary. That made sense. That rat probably wasn't considered very strong among mutant beasts.
After all, he'd instantly killed it with a single flicking skill. Meanwhile, that mutant wolf had withstood 4 of his flicking skills yet remained full of vitality, and later fought a fierce battle against a powerful enemy, ending in a stalemate.
Clearly, that mutant wolf was far more formidable than the rat. Its life essence must certainly be far more extraordinary than the rat's. After letting his thoughts drift for a moment, Nian exhaled. In any case, this was good news for him.
Now that he had mastered the flicking skill, he held a massive advantage in long-range combat. But once a mutant beast closed in on him, he'd be in grave danger. His speed and strength weren't enough to stand up to a mutant beast. If killing a mutant beast yielded mutant beast life essence which could strengthen his physique, then with enough of it, he might even be able to take on the mutant wolf with his bare hands. Just imagining that scenario, even Nian couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Having come from an ordinary world to a world of the extraordinary, and having been given the chance to grow stronger, he wanted to see just how far he could go. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Nian stopped dwelling on it. Now. Time to start the quest. 7-step dash innate ability. What kind of innate ability would it be? He was really looking forward to it. Inside the abandoned building, Nian drew a grid on the floor, then found a piece of ragged cloth, fashioned it into a sandbag, and began playing hopscotch. Amid the desolate ruins, a lone figure hopping around inside the abandoned building looked rather eerie. He tossed the sandbag over his shoulder, then hop on one leg from square to square without stepping on the lines, jumping back and forth. Whenever he passed the square where the sandbag landed, he had to pick it up again before returning to the starting point. Over and over. When Yin first read the mission, he knew it wasn't as easy or simple as it seemed, and now that reality had set in. Although it's only 1,000 repetitions, he has to hop through all 7 squares in a row to count as one completion. In other words, even if everything goes smoothly, he'll have to hop on one leg 7 times 49 times in total just to complete one round of the task. The good news is that if he fails partway through, for example, by stepping on the line or dropping the sandbag in the wrong spot, he only needs to pick up the sandbag and restart from that point, rather than starting completely from the beginning. Otherwise, progress on this task would be even slower. A day slipped by before he knew it. The sky gradually darkened. Nian stopped, sweat beading on his forehead as he panted slightly. The muscles in both his legs were already aching and sore. This game used to be pretty fun when he played it with his friends as a kid. But turned into a task jumping non-stop all by himself, it was nothing but a pure test of physical endurance. He glanced at the interface, where the number of attempts was displayed. Current progress, 227-1000. In a whole day, he'd only managed a little over 200 attempts. Nian felt a bit helpless. At this rate, it would take at least another 3 or 4 days to finish. Nian furrowed his brow. 3 or 4 days in these ruins, where danger lurked at every turn. He exhaled and looked up at the sky outside. The sun was already nearing the horizon. Luna hadn't returned. He stood in silence for a moment, then, dragging his aching legs, left the abandoned building. After a day of jumping from building to building, he was completely drained. Fortunately, this was purely physical exhaustion and had little to do with his spiritual energy. His ability to use flicking skill remained unaffected. His legs were just so sore that he felt a bit unsteady on his feet. This game wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Now that he was out, he naturally needed to get dinner. After leaving the building, he headed straight for the pond where he'd fetched water earlier that day. Along the way, he spotted some mysterious figures lurking in the ruins and carefully avoided them. Although he now knew that hunting mutant beasts would yield their life essence, which could strengthen his physique, he had no intention of taking any risks just yet. With Luna gone, he'd lost his most important source of mobility. If he encountered a mutant beast as easy to kill as yesterday's rat, that would be one thing. But what if he ran into a mutant beast that his flicking skill couldn't take down in a single hit? Then he'd be in big trouble. Now that things had finally settled down a bit, Nian didn't plan to take any unnecessary risks. After all, in another 3 or 4 days, he'd be able to complete the quest. Judging by the mission description, the 7-step dash innate ability should be related to speed and mobility. Once he obtains this 7-step dash innate ability and confirms its specifics, he can decide whether to leave this place or go on a mutant beast hunt. It's not too late to decide then. With his gear already in hand and the experience he gained this morning, he quickly lit a campfire and began grilling the meat. It was getting darker and darker. He had to hurry and finish dinner before nightfall.
Otherwise, once night fell, who knows if the firelight and the smell of grilled meat might attract something. While grilling, he massaged his legs. His leg muscles ached terribly, and his legs felt weak even when walking. His thoughts wandered. He couldn't stay in that abandoned building tonight. He'd have to find another place. The abandoned building was too open. He wasn't sure if any mutant beasts might wander there at night. Earlier, he'd already scouted the area and found a small, secluded house. He planned to head there later to rest. He finished his dinner with some trepidation, but ultimately without incident, then extinguished the fire, cast one last glance at the abandoned building, and turned to leave. Luna hadn't returned all day. Nien could only pray that she'd been lucky enough to escape unscathed. Nien had never owed anyone a major favor in his life. This time, he owed her his life. After all, if Luna had chosen to flee on her own last night, she wouldn't have faced any danger at all. That rat would almost certainly have come to eat him. With Luna's abilities, as long as she managed to shake off that rat, she would almost certainly have avoided last night's danger. There wouldn't have been any crisis at all. But she. Nien let out a soft sigh. Luo Lingza. That was Luna's name. It brushed across Nien's heart. Day after day passed. At night, Nien rested in the small cottage. During the day, he went to the abandoned building to play hopscotch. Over the past few days, he had occasionally spotted mysterious figures lurking among the ruins, some of which were enormous. Fortunately, he made a point of staying hidden and evaded them well, so it was a close call but no real danger. Throughout this time, he kept working on his hopscotch quest, and his progress kept climbing. On the first day, he completed it over 200 times. On the second day, his leg muscles ached so badly he could only manage a little over 100 times. But by the third day, the muscle fatigue seemed to have subsided, and he completed it over 300 times, breaking his record. Today is the fourth day. Quest progress, 784-1000. Early in the morning, Nien arrived at the abandoned building, glanced at his quest progress, and let out a soft sigh. Today, he should be able to complete this mission once and for all. By then, he'll finally know what the 7-step innate ability is all about. At this thought, a sense of anticipation welled up inside him. The flicking skill he gained from the marble flicking mission hadn't disappointed him in the slightest. In fact, it was incredibly powerful, far exceeding his expectations. This 7-step innate ability would likely not disappoint him either. He hoped it had something to do with mobility. If only I could get an ability like Luna's. He actually envied Luna's ability quite a bit. This feeling had grown even stronger after spending the last few days traveling alone. A single blink could take her at least 10 meters away. Though the distance wasn't great, but if paired with his flicking skill, its practicality would increase dramatically. If he possessed such an ability back then, he'd have been confident he could take on that terrifying strange wolf. After all, when Luna carried him, he wasn't moving on his own. It was impossible to move with such fluidity or achieve that perfect synergy. With this new hope, Nien naturally found even stronger motivation and began playing hopscotch. Over the course of 3 days, he almost played himself sick, but the improvement was clearly visible. Now he almost never missed, even with his back to the houses or with his eyes closed. He could throw the sandbag precisely into the square he wanted. Time and time again. His mission progress was soaring. Finally, just before the sun set, the number on the panel jumped from 999 to 1000. Mission, hopscotch completed. Reward granted, 7-step innate ability. Text appeared on the interface. The next moment, a mysterious force suddenly welled up from within his body. It felt almost exactly like when he had been granted the flicking skill before. Nien felt an excruciating pain in his legs, as if they were being burned by flames. He let out a muffled groan, plopped down onto the ground, and gritted his teeth as he stared at his legs. Having already experienced the marble's ability once before, he didn't panic this time. Sure enough, after just over 10 seconds, the burning sensation faded. In its place, a powerful sensation spread throughout his entire body. All the soreness in his legs had vanished. A mysterious power now swirled within his legs. Nien's eyes widened, and he stood up,
giving a slight hop. Whoosh! To his astonishment, his entire body soared high into the air. He jumped 2 or 3 meters high. Stunned, he plummeted back down. With his legs only slightly bent, he landed firmly on the ground in an instant. The impact was completely absorbed. It was as if his legs were fitted with a giant spring. Nian's eyes lit up instantly. It really was related to mobility. Moreover, he just jumped over 2 meters high, yet he felt he hadn't exerted much effort at all. With that thought, he instinctively looked up. His gaze fell on the second floor of the abandoned building. The building had support columns that kept it from collapsing completely, but there were no longer any staircases leading to the second floor. This place must have once been a massive shopping mall. The drop from the first floor to the second was at least 6 or 7 meters. At that moment, Nian felt he could easily jump up to the second floor. With that thought, he felt a surge of excitement. He exhaled softly, took a couple of short running steps, and in the next instant, his legs surged with power. There was a loud boom. A small dent appeared where his foot struck the ground, and his body shot upward like an arrow leaving the bow, hurtling straight toward the second floor. The height of that single leap was likely a full 10 or so meters. That's equivalent to 2 or 3 stories of a small residential building. The next moment, his feet landed firmly on the ledge at the edge of the second floor. Looking back, he realized he jumped 10 meters in height and covered a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Most importantly, this was achieved solely by the strength of his legs alone. He hadn't even tapped into the power coiled within them yet. So, this didn't even count as the 7-step dash innate ability. Just how astonishing could the true 7-step dash innate ability possibly be? Nian was eagerly anticipating it. But to unleash the 7-step dash innate ability, this abandoned building simply wasn't spacious enough after all. He never used it before and had no idea what the effects would be. Nian jumped straight down from a height of about 10 meters. The moment he landed, he bent his knees slightly, and instantly, the massive impact was absorbed by his legs. Just like his arms, his legs seemed to have been strengthened as well. He felt only a slight tingling in his heels. Other than that, he felt nothing. Nian was stunned. A height of over 10 meters in his previous life, his legs would have been useless under such circumstances. But now, he only felt a slight tingling in his heels, and by the time he stood up straight, even that sensation had vanished. This clearly demonstrated the strength of his legs now. Then, filled with anticipation, he stepped out of the abandoned factory building and looked out at the vast ruins. It was nearly sunset. The fading sun was as red as blood, vines stretched across the sky, multicolored birds were returning to their nests, and the world was brimming with vitality. Nian stood at the entrance of the abandoned building, facing a relatively open street. He licked his lips, then bent his knees slightly. The next moment, a mysterious force surged into the soles of his feet, and at the same time, he leaped into the air. 7-step dash innate ability, activated. Nian's body instantly shot forward like a cannonball. His entire body soared to a height of over 30 meters, and the surrounding ruins instantly shrank in his eyes. A fierce wind whipped through his tousled black hair, and the sound of the wind filled his ears. An intense, comforting sense of freedom welled up from deep within him, bringing him the utmost pleasure. His adrenaline surged, leaving his mind slightly numb. Compared to Luna's blinding speed, his current speed wasn't particularly fast. It was simply a matter of jumping high and far. In terms of instantaneous movement speed alone, he was no match for Luna. After all, Luna's teleportation was so fast that her figure vanished from sight. It was practically instantaneous. The 7-step dash couldn't hold a candle to that. But when it came to jumping high and far, Luna was clearly no match for him. Take Nian's leap, for example. He jumped over 30 meters high, and while still in midair, had already covered a horizontal distance of nearly 40 meters. By the time he landed, he would have covered a distance of at least 100 meters. This far surpassed Luna's capabilities. And to be honest, in terms of practicality, at least in Nian's opinion, the 7-step dash innate ability was probably superior to Luna's innate ability. This was a vast ruin with extremely complex terrain, making travel a major challenge. Being able to leap such great distances allowed him to bypass many difficult sections of the path. Using the 7-step dash seems to have increased my jumping power by 1 or 2 times. Nian was getting a feel for the capabilities of this new innate ability. The jumping power was astonishing. A single leap of over 30 meters was essentially equivalent to the height of an 8-story building, allowing him to leap directly from the ground to the roof of such a structure. This greatly enhances Nian's mobility. And most importantly, even without using this 7-step dash innate ability, relying solely on his enhanced leg strength, Nian's current mobility has already improved significantly. A single leap of over 10 meters high and 7 or 8 meters far, it's incredibly useful whether you're rushing somewhere or running for your life. And since this is pure physical strength, his stamina concerns have been greatly alleviated. Once he realized this, Nian's mood lifted considerably. Haven't he been moving so cautiously through the ruins these past few days precisely because of his lack of mobility? Now, however, that weakness has been addressed. Although his burst speed still couldn't match Luna's, it was actually more useful in these ruins. To put it simply, if he were to face those 2 rats again now, they certainly wouldn't be able to catch him if he tried to escape. By the time they were running on the ground, Nian might already have leaped several blocks away. After all, a long-distance leap is practically like flying over short distances. Just as he was about to land, Nian suddenly realized that after that burst of power, the mysterious force in his legs was still present in his feet. This was very different from the flicking skill. When he used the flicking skill, the mysterious power in his arms vanished immediately after a single burst. But now that he had already jumped, the force under his feet hadn't disappeared? This made him pause for a moment. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt he could unleash it again. Realizing this, Nian decided to go ahead and unleash it. After all, he was currently studying this new innate ability with a new discovery. He naturally had to give it a try. As Nian unleashed the power in his legs once more, the next moment, he suddenly felt a resistance beneath his feet while still in midair. It was as if he were standing on solid ground. Before he could even process what was happening, he almost instinctively bent his knees and then sprang forward. Instantly, his body, which had been leaping straight ahead, suddenly changed direction mid-air and soared even higher. It was as if an invisible springboard had appeared in the air. Nian was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned one of awe. He finally understood. 7-step dash. So that's what it means? His eyes lit up. As his body soared higher once more, he tapped into the power still present beneath his feet. This time, he could feel it. Spiritual energy surged violently from the soles of his feet, instantly creating a force of resistance beneath him. He stomped down with all his might. Boom! A sound like a sonic boom echoed through the air. Whoosh! His body changed direction in midair for the second time. Nian could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. So that's what the 7-step dash really meant. It wasn't just about jumping far in a single leap. Rather, it was a series of jumps where one could change direction repeatedly in midair, using the air as a springboard. Although the experiment wasn't over yet, just from the name alone, he could reasonably guess that it likely allowed for 6 to 7 jumps in midair. If that's the case, then isn't this essentially short-range flight? After all, based on a distance of over 100 meters per jump, 6 or 7 segments would mean covering at least 500 or 600 meters in the air. This kind of maneuverability. Nian was thrilled. This 7-step dash innate ability had undoubtedly brought him a huge surprise. Just as Nian was about to test whether this 7-step dash innate ability could actually be used 6 or 7 times in midair. Screech! A piercing bird call rang out. Startled, Nian whipped his head around and immediately saw a massive, ferocious bird suddenly take flight from the rooftop of a tall building, its wings flapping as it charged straight toward him in midair. The sudden appearance of this ferocious bird caused Nian's expression to change. Oh no, he'd gotten too carried away and actually laughed out loud, alerting the bird. This ferocious bird was covered in black feathers that shimmered with iridescent hues in the setting sun. With its wings spread, it was a full 5 or 6 meters long. Its sharp talons were tucked beneath its body, and its piercing eyes, as sharp as blades, instantly locked onto Nian in the air. Startled, Nian quickly reached into his pocket. Instantly, a few pebbles fell into his palm and settled on his fingertips. The flicking skill required pebbles to activate. Although the ground was littered with rubble, Nian knew this place was fraught with danger. How could he possibly be unprepared? Sure enough, they came in handy right then. He couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated with himself. He realized he'd gotten a bit carried away after obtaining the 7-step innate ability. He'd actually forgotten that these ruins were rife with danger, with mutant beasts lurking everywhere. And he'd been laughing so loudly. Now he'd alerted this ferocious bird. With its wings spread, this bird was even larger than that mutant wolf. It was obvious it wouldn't be easy to deal with. But since it had already set its sights on him, he certainly couldn't just sit there and wait to die. The bird's speed was extreme. It was a true ruler of the skies. In the blink of an eye, it swept in on a gale of wind. As it closed in, it tucked its wings in to gain even more speed, and its beak sharp as a curved blade locked onto Nian as it charged straight at him like a sharp arrow. Nian dropped his body and abruptly activated the 7-step dash, creating footholds in the air that propelled him high into the sky. At the same time, facing the ferocious bird, a fluorescent glow flashed from his fingertips and shot out in an instant. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as a speck of fluorescent light struck the ferocious bird's face in an instant. Thud! The glow instantly pierced the ferocious bird's wing, emerging on the other side with flecks of blood. Screech! This strike instantly filled the ferocious bird with pain and rage. It let out a shriek, flapped its wings violently, and charged toward Nian once more, its sharp talons extended, aiming directly at Nian. Nian was taken aback. Judging by its size, he knew this ferocious bird was not to be trifled with, and sure enough, that proved to be the case. Although the flicking skill had wounded it, it wasn't seriously injured. It was still capable of flight. Hovering in midair, Nian tensed his waist and abdomen, performed a backflip, and as he flipped head over heels, he activated 7-step dash once more and pushed off with all his might. Boom! A sonic boom echoed through the air once more as Nian's entire body hurtled toward the ground. But thanks to that burst of power, he instantly evaded the ferocious bird's attack. Its strike having missed, the bird spread its wings, halted mid-air for an instant, then circled once before suddenly diving toward the ground in pursuit of Nian. But just as it began its dive, several points of fluorescent light shot skyward, aiming straight for its face. The ferocious bird let out a shriek, flapping its wings wide to shield itself. A fierce gale whipped through the air, but those points of light all struck its wings with a series of puff, 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 piercing right through them. Screech! The ferocious bird let out another cry of pain. By this point, Nian was already about to touch down. Seeing that even 3 flicking skills hadn't taken down the ferocious bird, he began to consider retreating. After performing a somersault in midair, he glanced around and spotted an abandoned building. He activated his 7-step dash innate ability once more, conjuring a platform in midair, then suddenly exerted force, redirecting his dive to head straight for the ruins. In the blink of an eye, Nian landed on the roof of the building and took a few steps forward before his momentum finally slowed. He turned and looked up. High above, the ferocious bird was enraged, spreading its wings and letting out a piercing screech. At the same time, from his vantage point, he saw a faint, mysterious shadow begin to emerge from within the ruins. Damn it, he alerted the other mutant beasts again. A chill ran through Nian's heart. Daring not to hesitate any longer, just as the ferocious bird was about to charge at him once more, he glanced around, then suddenly took a few running steps and leaped into the air. This time, he didn't jump very high and landed directly within the ruins. Pushing off with his legs to absorb the impact, he plunged headfirst into the rubble, using the surrounding abandoned buildings to instantly block the ferocious bird's line of sight. Enraged, the bird lunged forward, desperate to find Nian. But Nian's agility was now far superior to before, and his running speed had increased significantly. His agility had improved by leaps and bounds. Like a monkey, he nimbly weaved through the rubble. But at the same time, he sensed a problem. The spiritual energy consumption in my legs is extremely severe. Judging by this situation, the 7-step dash innate ability isn't activated by taking 7 consecutive steps. Instead, each activation consumes a massive amount of spiritual energy. So far, I've only managed to take 7 steps at most.
Nian had taken a total of 5 steps so far. He used it once to jump, twice to detect anomalies while in midair, and twice to fend off the predatory birds. Now, the spiritual energy in his legs was being drained at an alarming rate. He could use it at most 2 more times before it was completely depleted. At the same time, Nian noticed something else strange. Isn't spiritual energy supposed to be interchangeable? The spiritual energy in my legs and that used by the flicking skill don't seem to affect each other at all. He used the flicking skill 4 times just now, and it felt like he could still use it 5 or 6 more times. This was strange. It was all spiritual energy from within his body. Why couldn't the spiritual energy used by these 2 innate abilities be shared? This doubt crossed his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside for the time being. Now wasn't the time to think about this. He needed to get out of here first. The commotion from the battle had once again alerted the mutant beasts. There might very well be another massive mutant beast battle about to break out. He'd better get out of this trouble spot first. He merely laughed out of momentary joy, yet it had triggered such a huge commotion. All he could say was that these ruins were far too dangerous. There were simply too many mutant beasts. The slightest disturbance could cause them to appear and start fighting each other. It looks like he'll have to get out of here as soon as possible. Nian felt a weight on his heart. These past few days, while he'd been on missions, hadn't he actually been waiting for Luna all along? Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to that abandoned building every day. But 3 or 4 days had passed, and Luna still hadn't shown up. He didn't even know if she was alive or dead. But Nian couldn't keep waiting. He had to find a way back to safety. Although he now possessed the 7-step dash innate ability, which had greatly improved his mobility, he was far from safe in these ruins. Stamina remained a major problem. If he actually encountered a mutant beast as powerful and tenacious as that strange wolf, he might not be able to escape its pursuit. Not to mention, he couldn't eat, drink, or sleep properly here. In just 4 or 5 days, dark circles had already formed under his eyes, and he had lost a lot of weight. He couldn't get a good night's rest. His food had no flavor. It had been 6 or 7 days since he was kidnapped. He hadn't taken a shower in all that time. His clothes were filthy from being chased, and the sweat made his whole body reek of a foul odor. Even he couldn't stand the smell himself. So he had to get out of here first and return to a safe area. As for coming back here to explore later, that was another matter entirely. Nian had no interest in living like a wild man. He would have to return to normal society eventually. Relying on his greatly improved mobility, Nian safely left that area after a while. From a distance, he could still hear the ferocious bird high in the sky, screeching furiously. As he left, he glanced back in that area. Several mutant beasts had already encountered one another and were locked in fierce combat. Nian actually really wanted to kill another mutant beast to verify whether the life essence of mutant beasts was truly obtained by slaying them. However, considering that his spiritual energy reserves were already severely depleted and that the ferocious bird in the sky was clearly still searching for him, he decided against it. With ruins all around and plenty of mutant beasts nearby, there was no need to take such a risk at this moment. So he left the area and, shortly afterward, found a small dwelling where he settled in. He sat down on the ground, slightly out of breath. He felt somewhat tired, but not as exhausted as when his spiritual energy had been completely depleted by the flicking skill earlier. The fatigue was mainly in his legs. They no longer had that springy, light feeling they had at first. His hands still felt strong. The flicking skill had only consumed a small portion of his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy for innate abilities can't be shared. That's strange. Nian sensed the strange sensation within his body. Then, he took a deep breath. In any case, he needed to recover first. Although there had been a minor hiccup during his first use of the 7-step dash innate ability, the result was encouraging. This innate ability was surprisingly practical. Nian closed his eyes and began channeling his energy to restore his spiritual energy. Before he knew it, the sky had grown completely dark. After 2 hours, Nian opened his eyes. He checked his reserves. His spiritual energy was fully restored. The spiritual energy for both the flicking skill and the 7-step dash had been replenished. But at the same time, it hadn't increased.
Nien furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was off. It was as if someone had reached their limit by doing 5 push-ups today, but if they kept at it every day, after a few days, they'd surely be able to do a 6th. That's the effect of training. But this innate ability. It was very strange. The number of times the innate ability could be used had always remained relatively fixed. The amount of spiritual energy present in his body had also always remained relatively fixed. Currently, Nien could use the flicking skill 9 times before reaching its limit. As for the 7-step dash, it should be 7 times.
I won't even mention the 7-step dash.
But as for the flicking skill, he has hit its limit several times already.
Yet the result. It hasn't increased at all.
This is very strange. Because in the original hostess memories, there were some incredibly powerful figures who had appeared on TV.
The combat prowess they displayed didn't look anything like that of someone who had just awakened their innate ability. If innate abilities can't be trained, then how did their innate abilities improve?
Nien sat on the ground, deep in thought, pondering this question. His innate ability was exactly the same now as it was when it first awakened.
Not a single change. This led Nien to think of many things.
In the end, he thought of Luna.
Luna would definitely be able to give him an answer. But unfortunately,
he sighed, shook his head, and decided not to dwell on it any further.
Never mind.
There was no rush on this matter. Once he left this place and returned to human society, he'd naturally find a way to find out.
Come to think of it, I wonder if there are any new quests. Nien turned his attention to the interface. The hopscotch quest was complete. There should be a new one by now.
A flicker of anticipation stirred within him.
Flicking skill, 7-step dash.
These 2 innate abilities gave him the means to survive in these dangerous ruins.
The abilities provided by the interface were extremely useful. He was both excited and curious. What kind of mission would the interface assign next? Would it be another childhood game? And what kind of abilities would it grant him? He immediately focused his mind and looked at the interface. Sure enough, new text appeared on the panel. But the new text left Nien momentarily stunned. Because this time, there were actually 2 tasks.
The first was
Task, Hide and Seek Catcher. Task description, you may designate 1 or more creatures as playmates.
After closing your eyes for 100 seconds, you may begin searching for your playmates and capture them 1,000 times. Once playmates are designated, the bond cannot be broken unless they are killed or successfully caught.
You may not restrict the playmates' freedom, and you must find all of them. Quest reward, Tracking innate ability.
Current progress, playmates, 0, catches, 0 1000.
This very first quest left Nien a bit bewildered.
Sure enough, it was another childhood game.
But this time, it was actually an interactive game? Target a playmate 1 or more creatures and the bond cannot be broken unless the playmate is killed or captured. You cannot restrict the playmate's freedom, and you have to capture them 1,000 times?
Although games like marbles and hopscotch are indeed interactive games that are more fun to play with friends, they can ultimately be played alone. But this hide and seek absolutely had to be played with others. Even though the instructions used the term creatures.
But
Nien looked at the text description. Playmates cannot be unbound unless they are killed or caught, all playmates must be found, and playmates' freedom cannot be restricted. Nien decided it would be best not to mess around. He could just bind to any random little animal. Maybe with a bit of luck, he could farm the quest a few times in a short period.
But what if he got unlucky and his playmate actually ran off? That would be a real hassle.
It wasn't a risk worth taking. The origin of the panel was a mystery, but it was undoubtedly a huge help to him. If he got stuck in his progress due to a momentary lapse in judgment and couldn't obtain more quests or innate abilities, it would be a case of sacrificing the greater good for the sake of the lesser.
Hide and seek catch. So that means there's another quest involving hiding or being hidden?
Nien looked at the quest, fell silent for a moment, and let out a soft sigh. He set the first quest aside for now and turned his attention to the second one.
Quest, upgrade. Quest description: 2 innate abilities have been unlocked. The panel upgrade requirements have been met. The panel can now be upgraded. Quest requirements: obtain X curiosities from another realm of any grade. The value of X is equal to the number of unlocked innate abilities. Quest reward: panel upgrade, a top-tier curiosity, and a set of breathing techniques. All innate abilities tiers +1. Upon seeing the second quest, Nian froze for a moment. It was actually an upgrade quest. Upgrade. Does this panel need upgrading too? And it requires obtaining otherworldly curiosities? Curiosities. Something like the lotus flower on Luna's forehead?
Nian furrowed his brow.
And the breathing technique. Luna had mentioned the breathing technique before as well.
Although she hadn't explained it clearly, from her scattered remarks, Nian had gathered that it was a method faster than channeling for restoring spiritual energy.
Nian had formed some theories.
The curiosity and the breathing technique were likely related to advancing his innate ability. And the reward for this quest was a direct +1 to all innate ability tiers. This made Nian very tempted. However, he quickly shook his head. I don't even know what a mysterious object is, and it's probably very valuable. This mission looks like I'll have to return to a safe place, find out some more information, and then decide.
Nian thought to himself. He looked over the 2 missions for a while longer before finally closing them. He let out a soft sigh. Neither of these missions could be completed in the short term. With the former, he didn't dare bind a playmate carelessly. What if he made a mistake? Would he really have to play hide and seek all over the world? The latter went without saying.
He didn't even know what a wonder was yet, let alone how long it would take to complete.
Fortunately, the first quest would actually be easy to complete once he returned to Star City.
The only tricky part was that the game started the moment the target left his line of sight for 100 seconds.
Everything else was manageable. An unfair game of hide and seek, with the playmate completely unaware.
It wouldn't be difficult to pull off. With that thought, Nian turned his head to look at the sky beyond the shattered ceiling. The moonlight was bright, spilling like mercury, and a few nocturnal birds were flying through the air.
He'd leave tomorrow. He hoped Luna.
He gazed for a while, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Nian set out to leave these ruins.
The 7-step dash gave him great mobility. But after what happened yesterday evening, Nian didn't dare to be too conspicuous.
Although from what he observed over the past few days, it seemed mutant beasts preferred to be active at night, that didn't mean they weren't active during the day. Still, in any case, things were much better than before.
The only problem was, the life essence of a mutant beast can enhance my physique.
Although I previously suspected this was due to killing that mutant rat, it was never confirmed. Now is the perfect time to test this theory. He planned to search for the right path while looking for a suitable target to verify his hypothesis.
Mutant beasts vary in strength. The weak ones, he could dispatch with a single flicking skill.
The strong ones, even several flicking skills would only wound them, not kill them. Nian didn't want to invite trouble, so he hoped to find a target he could kill with a single strike. Sure enough, there were plenty of mutant beasts in the ruins. They roamed the rubble, and Nian encountered several along the way. But these mutant beasts were all quite large, and Nian wasn't confident he could kill them with a single strike, so he chose to back off.
He didn't want to get himself into any more dangerous situations because of a major battle.
Finally, around noon, he found a suitable target among the ruins.
It was a black dog, slightly larger than an average dog, with a coat as black and glossy as silk. Though lean, it looked ferocious.
Its eyes were blood red as it walked through the ruins, sniffing around warily.
Nian narrowed his eyes. Although this dog was slightly larger than an ordinary one, it was nowhere near as big as that mutant wolf. His flicking skill should be able to kill it instantly.
Without hesitation, he pinched a pebble between his fingertips, narrowed his eyes, and aimed at the dog's head.
Whoosh!
A speck of fluorescent light suddenly sliced through the air, hurtling toward the black dog from dozens of meters away. The very moment Nian fired his flicking skill, the black dog, a mutant beast, suddenly bristled and leaped into the air, as if sensing something. Nian's gaze sharpened. Fortunately, to prevent any mishaps, he had already prepared a follow-up strike, which he unleashed at that very moment. The first shot missed. But the second, with the black dog still in midair and with no room to dodge, hit its mark with pinpoint accuracy. With a bang, the black dog's head shattered, blood spurting out. Its body, still in the air, stiffened for a moment before tumbling to the ground. Its limbs twitched once, then it lay completely still. Nian was surprised. Was that just now danger perception? Or had he made some kind of noise? The first shot had actually been dodged. He was surprised. But thankfully, he landed the finishing blow in time. It was still a one-hit kill. Sure enough, these mutant beasts were not to be underestimated. Nian felt even more alert. He exhaled softly, then looked at his interface. Sure enough, there were changes on the interface. Beneath the two quests, a new line of ink swirled and coalesced. After about 10 seconds, the ink fully solidified into new text. Kill a mutant beast to obtain mutant beast life essence common. Can be used after extraction. Nian watched intently, deep in thought. It took over 10 seconds. Could it be that during those 10-odd seconds, the interface was absorbing something I couldn't see? Nian looked at the black dog's corpse. But from start to finish, he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and didn't dwell on it further. Extract. With a thought, a glowing orb instantly appeared in his palm. He carefully sensed it. A few seconds later, the orb was absorbed into the palm of his hand and instantly surged through his entire body. He felt his physique, as expected, begin to grow stronger once more. A mysterious substance flowed into his body, nourishing his muscles, and a sensation of fullness and strength spread throughout his entire body. In fact, even though he hadn't eaten anything today, the hunger in his stomach seemed to have eased somewhat. His mind felt even more alert. It really is a good thing. Nian's eyes lit up. He was now completely certain that the mutant beast life essence from that day had come from killing that mutant rat. This interface was truly mysterious. Playing minigames could grant innate abilities. Killing mutant beasts could also yield this mysterious mutant beast life essence. What exactly is the principle behind this? Nian couldn't figure it out. But one thing was certain, for him, this was a good thing. He felt his spirits lift. Next, he continued searching for the highway while also looking for suitable mutant beast targets. This feeling of constantly growing stronger brought him great joy. It was also intoxicating. He pressed on, carefully scanning for the highway and suitable mutant beast targets. As he passed through a stretch of ruins, Nian suddenly heard some commotion not far ahead. He paused slightly, stopped in his tracks, and listened intently. His expression froze. Someone was there. This was the first time he sensed the presence of others since escaping the kidnapper's lair. He remained calm. He hadn't forgotten about the kidnappers. He moved forward cautiously, relying on his greatly improved agility to approach the source of the noise. Then, amidst the ruins, he spotted a group of people. The sight left him stunned. Could these be the classmates who had been held captive with him in the factory building? Had they escaped as well? The ruins were overgrown with weeds, and the group was moving slowly through them. About 20 young men and women. They all looked disheveled, their clothes dirty and torn. While not exactly unkempt, their faces were deathly pale, and sweat mixed with dust made them look filthy. As they walked, they scanned their surroundings warily yet timidly, clearly on edge. As they walked, some of them spoke in hushed tones, their voices muffled and buzzing, making it hard to make out what they were saying. Nian was hidden on the second floor of a ruined building about 20 meters away, peering down through the broken walls. His brow furrowed slightly as he observed the scene. After taking a closer look, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had spotted several figures in the crowd who were clearly not students. There were 4 of them, dressed in uniform black combat-style outfits. They were positioned at the front, back, left, and right of the group, as if on guard against something. Nian scrutinized the 4 of them. The one closest to him, the person on the far left of the group, was, to his surprise, a woman with short hair. Upon closer inspection, Nian was surprised the woman was exceptionally beautiful, with skin as fair as jade. Though not very tall, she had a stunningly curvaceous figure. Her short, ear-length black hair made her appear both beautiful and strikingly bold. As he observed her, the woman was also constantly scanning her surroundings. Before he knew it, her gaze happened to meet Nian's. The two stared at each other. The woman froze for a moment before suddenly snapping back to her senses. "Who's there?" The student in the middle was so startled she jumped, her face contorted with fear as she whipped her head around. The three others, dressed identically to her, simultaneously turned to look in his direction and quickly gathered around her. Nian. He hadn't expected such bad luck. He was certain he hadn't made a sound, but the other party had such keen eyesight and had been on high alert the whole time. Even just a pair of eyes peeking out from the second floor of the ruins was enough to get him spotted. He fell silent for a moment, watching the other three quickly close in, and at the same time, he recalled the outfit they were wearing. This existed in the original host's memories. Patrol officers. One of the patrol officers' uniforms was this type of black combat suit. It seemed the students had been rescued. At this thought, Nian's eyes flickered slightly. He could see the other three patrol officers rapidly closing in, and judging by their positioning, they were forming an encirclement to prevent him from escaping. "I'm a student too." Nian spoke, parting the vines that had been concealing his figure and exposing himself to everyone's gaze. Nian stepped fully out into the open, standing at a gap in the ruins on the second floor. The woman below remained on guard, but upon seeing his clothes, she furrowed her brow. Just as she was about to ask, a faint commotion came from behind him. It's Nian. It's a student." When the students saw Nian, their expressions were one of utter shock. Among them, the chubby teenager who had stabbed Nian in the back at the time turned the palest of all. The woman had clearly heard the voices behind her and paused in surprise. "Are you Nian?" "One of the two students who escaped," she asked. Nian glanced at the students behind her and nodded. The look Nian gave them made the students feel a bit uneasy, and they instinctively looked away. What had happened in the factory was something they didn't want to bring up. At that moment, many had laid bare their true selves. It was a hideous spectacle. The scene had been chaotic. To save their own lives, they had stabbed many in the back, and those who were betrayed, knowing they would die if they stayed, in turn betrayed others to survive. In the end, aside from Nian and Luna, everyone else who was ultimately chosen to lead had, to a greater or lesser extent, participated in that grand drama of betrayal. It was a scene none of them wanted to talk about, one they desperately wanted to forget. But now, Nian, one of those who had been betrayed, had returned. Appearing before them once more, she forced them to recall that moment from days ago when they had been confronted with the ugliness of their own hearts. That was why, at this moment, they couldn't bring themselves to look Nian in the eye. "Where's Lu Lingza?" Suddenly, a man's voice rang out deep and resonant, with a faint hint of coldness. Nian paused for a moment and instinctively looked over. The question came from a man who had previously been at the very front of the group. Startled by the woman's presence, he had joined the circle. Once he confirmed Nian's identity, he asked immediately. After a moment's silence, Nian shook her head slightly. "We lost track of each other a few days ago." "Lost track of each other?" The man furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, "When? Where? And why did you lose track of each other?" 3 more questions were thrown at her. Nian's brow furrowed slightly. The man's demeanor was intense. The questions came one after another, like an interrogation. Nian instinctively took a closer look at him. He was about 26 or 27 years old, very handsome, wearing a black combat uniform. He had a muscular build, with arched eyebrows and cold, hard eyes. His short, black crew cut gave him a rugged and powerful presence. Nian didn't answer. After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the one asking you the questions right now, not the other way around." The man frowned, looking displeased, his voice cold and detached. Nian, too, grew annoyed. Frowning slightly, he replied indifferently, "Is that so? Then is it okay if I don't answer your questions?" "You don't want to answer?" The man clearly hadn't expected Nian to say that. His eyes narrowed slightly, giving him a dangerous look.
That gaze was deeply unsettling and highly aggressive.
Nian narrowed his eyes as well, saying nothing but staring back at him. But between the fingers of his hand hanging at his side, he was already clutching a pebble. In these dangerous ruins, Nian always kept a pebble in his hand.
The atmosphere instantly grew tense.
The students sensed something was off and held their breath. One by one a confrontation was about to erupt.
"Enough, Ho!"
he asked the victim, not a suspect. Just then, the woman with short hair spoke, her tone icy and laced with displeasure toward Ho.
"Ho? Surnamed Lu?" Nian's eyes flickered. A coincidence? He looked at Ho. Ho furrowed his brow upon hearing the woman's voice.
He remained silent for a moment, gave Nian a deep look, and finally said flatly, "You'd better go your separate ways."
"I'll look into this. Some things aren't that easy to take." "What does that mean?"
Nian furrowed his brow, feeling baffled. But the other person had already turned and walked away, heading to the front of the group. "That's just his nature, don't take it to heart. Since you're also one of the affected students, you might as well travel with us. There's a vehicle waiting outside. Once we leave these ruins, we can head back to Star City." The woman spoke again, addressing Nian.
Nian's eyes flickered for a moment.
He glanced at the group of students, suddenly thought of something, and then nodded.
He was planning to return to human society anyway and was still looking for a way out.
Now that someone was leading the way, that was naturally for the best. As for Ho, he was concerned, but didn't let it show. Nian jumped straight down from the second floor, bending his knees slightly to cushion the impact, and walked toward the woman. Seeing this, the woman's eyes flickered slightly.
She was reminded of a scene she'd witnessed at the kidnapper's hideout. "My name is Luo Hansu.
I'm with the Star City Violent Crime Countermeasures Division." The woman nodded at Nian and introduced herself.
Nian.
Nian introduced himself as well.
"I've already heard the details from your classmates. You did nothing wrong."
Facing danger and violence, and having the courage to fight back, is a good thing.
Don't feel any guilt about it. Luo Hansu began by offering Nian her approval. Nian paused for a moment. Could she be referring to the fact that he killed people?
An ordinary high school student suddenly killing so many people in a single day. If he were an ordinary person, it might well have had a negative psychological impact. But Nian felt there was a mysterious element within his soul. Not only did it have no negative effect, but thinking about it actually excited him. Still, he felt a certain degree of goodwill toward this woman. Compared to Ho, she had shown concern for his mental well-being right from their first meeting. She was a very responsible police officer. Having formed a rough impression of her, Nian nodded, "Thanks.
I'll do my best to adjust." Could you tell me what happened after you and Lu Lingze escaped? Did you run into anyone or anything strange? Luo Hansa changed the subject.
Nian's mind stirred slightly. There was clearly a reason she was asking this question. But since they hadn't encountered any strange people or events, he shook his head, "No." Luo Hansu furrowed her brow slightly.
"Nothing, then." Luo Hansu didn't ask any further questions. She gave a quick signal and they continued on their way.
Nian naturally walked beside her. He wasn't particularly curious about the kidnappers, but now that he had the chance, he wanted to find out who had abducted him. After all, revenge requires a target.
Hearing Nian's question, Luo Hansu furrowed her brow.
After a moment's thought, she shook her head frankly. "All I can tell you is that you were kidnapped by a criminal organization called Rose.
As for the rest, I can't go into detail." "Rose?"
Nian silently committed the name to memory and nodded.
It was actually pretty easy to remember.
Seeing his expression, Luo Hansu paused for a moment before continuing. "This organization operates primarily in Star City and Luo City, though the exact location of its headquarters is unknown. Its crimes include kidnapping, murder, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and so on.
You could say they've committed every conceivable crime."
They have a significant number of ranked martial artists and innate ability users within their ranks. It's an extremely dangerous criminal organization. She emphasized Rose's wickedness and danger. Nian nodded, then asked her how she tracked down these students. After all, since he and Luna had escaped, they hadn't seen anyone, so naturally they hadn't been able to pass on any intelligence. Don't underestimate the official patrol. We naturally have our own sources of information. She shook her head but didn't elaborate. She was unwilling to explain anything, likely because of the rules. A very responsible and disciplined patrol officer, Nian concluded once again. He didn't ask any further questions. He turned to look at the students behind him. He noticed that many of them were still peeking at him, but the moment he turned, they quickly looked away. Nian narrowed his eyes. The main reason he agreed to accompany them, aside from the fact that he truly couldn't find his way, was actually because of these students. Weren't they just a bunch of playmates? After exchanging a few more words with Luo Hansu, he walked over to the students. Nian could roughly guess at their mixed emotions, but he didn't care. There is great terror in the face of life and death. When confronted with life and death, people will always make different choices. Nian did not look down on those who feared death, nor did he fail to respect those who were willing to sacrifice themselves. As an observer, Nian believed one should not impose any moral judgments. Every life is precious. But as a participant, if someone wanted to live yet pushed themselves to the brink of death, that's a different matter altogether. With that thought, Nian's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on one person. Zheng Chang's calves were trembling, but he held himself together, feigning a look of observation as sweat trickled down his slightly plump face. The events of that day were still vivid in his mind, constantly resurfacing in his thoughts over the past few days. 5 classmates had been taken away by the kidnappers. He should have been among them, but he was the first to find a scapegoat and ultimately survived. The lingering fear had left him in a dazed and disoriented state ever since. Then, those of us who had survived heard a tremendous commotion outside. Everyone was bewildered and at a loss, their hearts filled with fear, unsure of what was happening outside. Finally, the commotion subsided. Shortly afterward, the roll-up door opened once more, revealing the kidnappers' eyes, red with rage, and the gruesome scene behind them, the floor littered with corpses and blood. They were later brutally beaten by the kidnappers, who interrogated them, demanding to know if there were any more innate ability users hiding among them. Naturally, there were none. Later, the kidnappers did something that still makes all the students tremble with fear whenever they think about it. Eventually, the kidnappers left. But the students now knew exactly what had happened. Nian and Luna had escaped. Because, as it turned out, they were both innate ability users. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood in that abandoned factory behind the kidnappers was their doing. And judging by what the kidnappers said, the main force behind it was Nian. Everyone was stunned speechless by this news. Zhang Chang, in particular, was utterly speechless. Nian, the one who, ever since losing both his parents, had always been a near invisible presence in the class, the one he dragged out to serve as a scapegoat? He was an innate ability user, and possessed an extremely terrifying, lethal innate ability? His expression was blank. He couldn't believe it, was deeply shaken, and couldn't calm his mind. Especially after the initial shock subsided and everyone's gaze turned to him, it made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Because Nian was the scapegoat he had chosen. Zhang Chang had been having recurring dreams lately. Since he'd been standing close to the door at the time, he'd clearly seen the horrific scene outside in the factory building. Among the bodies, he'd gotten a particularly clear look at one kidnapper whose skull was shattered and whose forehead was missing more than half its flesh. For the next few days, he'd had a vague, nagging pain between his eyebrows. Yesterday, the countermeasure division finally arrived. They repelled the kidnappers and rescued them. Amid his wild joy and excitement, a question suddenly crossed his mind. When he saw Nian again, how would he face him? This worry kept him restless. Day and night it felt as if a massive boulder were pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. However, once he actually stepped into these ruins, that question seemed to vanish. Because he discovered that these ruins were teeming with mutant beasts from the day they were rescued until now, they encountered several waves of them. Although the countermeasure division had quickly dealt with them all. A glimmer of hope welled up in Zhang Chang's heart. If these ruins were this dangerous, then what about Nian? Could he still be alive? He knew this line of thinking was wrong. But compared to the situation he might face himself, he felt that Nian's death would actually be the best possible outcome for him. Unfortunately, Nian had appeared, shattering any hope of killing him for good. So now, what should he do? Cold sweat poured down Zhang Chang's forehead. He recalled the bloody scene at the factory, the bodies of the kidnappers with their skulls crushed. He had no doubt whatsoever that this Nian, who dared to kill such ruthless kidnappers, would certainly dare to kill him too. His gaze gradually grew vacant. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around his shoulder. Zhang Chang snapped back to his senses in a daze. Before he could even turn his head to see who had placed their hand on his shoulder, a laugh rang out right next to his ear, causing his entire body to stiffen instantly. "Have you missed me these past few days?" Nian kept his arm around the fat man's shoulder, feeling his stiff body, and asked with a twisted sense of humor. Zhang Chang's entire body was rigid. It took him a long while before he could finally stammer out, "Zhang Nian, you better not mess with me." Right, the countermeasure division. He was terrified. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he slurred his words, trying to intimidate Nian with the name countermeasure division. But before he could finish his threat, Nian had already whispered with a smile, "Do you really think I'd be afraid of the countermeasure division?" That single sentence made Zhang Chang freeze solid. He killed so many kidnappers, the countermeasure division? Or do you think the countermeasure division can protect you for the rest of your life? Nian's words were like a demoness whisper, leaving Zhang Chang rigid with fear that was plain for all to see. In the end, he was terrified. "Nian, I'm sorry. I was just so scared at the time, so I. He pleaded, his voice breaking with tears. Nian was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. All right, I was just messing with you. You really don't get a joke. Did you really think I was going to do something to you? Facing life and death is terrifying, any choice you make is understandable." As he spoke, he patted Zhang Chang on the shoulder. The unexpected words left Zhang Chang dumbfounded. He turned his head in bewilderment and saw Nian's smile, free of any trace of resentment. He couldn't believe it. Really? You don't blame me? I don't blame you anymore, Nian said, narrowing his eyes. We're classmates, after all. Besides, aren't we both fine now? Zhang Chang's small eyes met Nian's, and then his eyes filled with deep emotion. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He was clearly deeply moved by Nian's words. Nian smiled gently, your choice was the right one. I got out and survived. If it had been you. Before Nian could finish, Zhang Chang was already shaking his head repeatedly through his tears, his face deathly pale. If it had been me, I would have been as good as deadly Tao, Wang Zihao, they're all dead. His face was ashen as he pictured some terrifying scene. Oh? They're all dead? Nian paused for a moment, then asked. Zhang Chang nodded, his chubby face ashen. After you and Luna left, the kidnappers to terrify us, or perhaps to see if there were any other innate ability users among us, they even slit their throats right in front of us. Zhang Chang would never forget that scene, it would haunt him for the rest of his life. After all, he had once been chosen and could have been one of them. Nian remained silent. Li Tao, that was the teenager who claimed his uncle was rich, but ended up being the first chosen to have his throat slit, wet his pants in fear, and was temporarily spared only because of Luna's outburst. When Nian and Luna were fleeing, the teenager had pleaded with them, begging them to take him with them. But at that moment, Nian and Luna could barely save themselves. Unexpectedly, he died anyway. After a moment of silence, Nian sighed softly, I guess that was just their fate. Luna and I wanted to help, but there was nothing we could do. Nian's generosity seemed to lift a psychological burden from Zhang Chang, and he began recounting their ordeal over the past few days to Nian. Nian listened and gained a general understanding of what had happened afterward.
His escape with Luna had, as expected, put the students through another ordeal in the end. The perpetrators had even gone so far as to execute their classmates right in front of the students to instill fear in them. They were held captive for another 5 days, until yesterday, when Luo Hansu and the others finally found them. While imprisoned, they heard a tremendous commotion outside. Everyone was terrified until they saw that it was the countermeasure division who had opened the door. Only then were they overwhelmed by immense relief, and everyone broke down in tears. The countermeasure division then led them away. But Zhang Chang looked anxious and worried as he whispered, "I think something's off. I overheard these patrol officers talking they weren't the main rescue force, but a support squad. Yet the main force never showed up, only they arrived at the scene. The kidnappers were just about to move us when, with no other choice, they decided to intervene. Even now, we still can't get in touch with the main force. It seems something major has happened, so we've been walking for a day, and last night we spent the night in the ruins. A night in the ruins." As he said this, Zhang Chang's whole body was trembling. He was clearly terrified. A night in the ruins is anything but peaceful. Nian listened to this, lost in thought. No wonder these members of the countermeasure division have remained on high alert the whole time. Combined with the question Luo Hansu had asked him earlier. It seemed this kidnapping incident wasn't straightforward, it was complex, far more complicated than it appeared. Nian thought to himself. He was about to leave these ruins behind and return to human society. With that in mind, Nian stopped dwelling on it. He continued making small talk with Zhang Chang, and gradually, Zhang Chang let down his guard completely. Perhaps because of Nian's generosity, or maybe due to a sense of guilt, Zhang Chang then told him everything without holding anything back, opening up completely and letting Nian know what the students had been through during his absence. Zhang Chang's behavior made Nian chuckle to himself. The other man was displaying a very peculiar state of mind. How could he suddenly pour out his heart to Nian when he had clearly betrayed him before? In fact, all the students were watching this interaction between Nian and Zhang Chang. Many were paying close attention to Nian's attitude. In truth, their own attitudes toward Nian were also quite strange. Logically, only Zhang Chang had betrayed Nian. They personally shouldn't have felt any guilt, fear, or similar emotions toward him. But the fact was, they had developed emotions similar to Zhang Chang's. This mindset was very strange. It was highly worthy of study. Unconsciously, they had split into 2 camps. They who had survived alongside Zhang Chang formed one camp. Nian and the executed students formed the other. Then, Zhang Chang's individual guilt and fear gradually transformed into a collective consciousness. When they realized that Nian didn't seem to hold it against them, little by little, some students began to pluck up the courage to approach Nian and strike up a conversation. Naturally, Nian didn't refuse. He smiled and reminisced with them about the past. After all, he was in desperate need of tools for his upcoming mission. Under Nian's deliberate guidance, before they even realized it, these students let go of their guilt and began to show toward Nian. "Nian, what exactly is your innate ability?" Those kidnappers were terrified. I vaguely heard it was a terrifying offensive innate ability. How did you awaken your innate ability? I didn't even know what an innate ability user meant until Chung told me that day. Before that, I thought they were all just powerful martial artists. Nian's innate ability became the focus of their attention. It was both miraculous and terrifying. They had all, to varying degrees, seen the bodies of some of the kidnappers that day. It was extremely gory. It was unsettling. And when they realized that Nian was the one responsible for all of this, they naturally felt immense curiosity toward the instigator. They were especially intrigued by the offensive innate ability the kidnappers had mentioned. After all, many of them had never even seen an innate ability before, nor had they ever heard of such a thing. Knowledge of those with innate abilities wasn't common. Only people from families of a certain social standing had access to it. Many of these students had no such access. However, when asked these questions, Nian simply smiled and didn't answer. As for requests to demonstrate his innate ability, he ignored them entirely. Using psychic energy doesn't cost money, but it drains stamina. Especially now that he knew something might have happened to the main force of the patrol.
He certainly wasn't going to waste his stamina for no reason. Although Nian was reluctant to say much, he quickly blended in with the student body. After gathering some more intelligence, Nian sprang into action. The interface appeared before his eyes, and with a thought, he acted.
Designate Zheng Chang as a playmate.
As the thought formed, the interface changed accordingly. But the change was subtle. Only the number of playmates shifted from 0 to 1. Next, Nian glanced at the road ahead. The stretch ahead seemed relatively easy to navigate, so he closed his eyes, as if resting. In his mind, he silently counted to 100 seconds. A little over a minute passed. Nian opened his eyes and looked at Zheng Chang, who had been chattering nonstop just moments ago but had grown somewhat nervous upon noticing Nian's closed eyes. He watched for a moment but saw no change on the panel. So he reached out and wrapped his arm around Zheng Chang's shoulder. Zheng Chang froze for a moment, looking somewhat dazed, but he was very docile and didn't resist. He just looked at Nian in confusion.
Nian ignored him and kept watching the panel. Sure enough, a change appeared.
Playmates, 0, captures, 1,000.
Nian smiled. He had finally figured out the mechanics of the hide-and-seek catch quest. After designating a playmate, simply seeing them wasn't enough. He had to catch them, or rather, make physical contact. The playmate designation wasn't permanent, but one time only. Once he caught them, the count would increase, and their status as a playmate would automatically be revoked.
As long as he kept his eyes closed during the process, whatever the playmate did, whether they touched him or not, wouldn't affect the game. Once he figured this out, Nian was very satisfied.
If that's the case, then it's simple.
If everything goes smoothly, he could finish this quest today.
He glanced at the 20-odd grimy classmates around him.
It looked like there were about equal numbers of boys and girls. He thought for a moment. He skipped the girls. After all, catching them required physical contact, and if that process led to any misunderstandings, it would only slow him down. The remaining 10 or so boys would be the perfect pawns.
At an average of 10 times every 2 minutes, it would only take a little over 3 hours to complete the task. He was curious what would tracking an innate ability actually look like?
So, for the next little while, Nian began acting a bit strangely. As they walked, he kept his eyes closed and put his arm around Zheng Chang, as if he didn't care at all about Zheng Chang's earlier betrayal. They suddenly seemed incredibly close. But after keeping his eyes closed for a minute or two, Nian would walk away, wander around the group, and talk to some of the boys, even slinging his arm around their shoulders as they spoke, as if they were old friends. Yet clearly, before this incident, Nian had been the bottom of the class, a non-entity, and no one had ever heard of him being particularly close to anyone in the class. This casual familiarity, however, exuded an assertive demeanor that was hard to resist, causing many to feel resentful yet dare not say anything. After all, this was the murderer who had killed more than a dozen kidnappers.
Who would dare go against his will?
And so, while many classmates seethed in silence, Nian's mission bar flashed rapidly. At the front of the group, a domineering patrol officer named Ho would glance back from time to time, his gaze mostly fixed on Nian.
His expression was inscrutable. It was unclear what he was thinking.
Nian observed silently, but gave nothing away. Time passed like this, and before they knew it, an hour had gone by.
It was a quiet hour. They hadn't even encountered a single mutant beast.
Nian's mission count had reached 327, just over 600 more runs, about 2 hours, and this mission would be complete. Just as Nian was doing the math in his head, a mysterious fog suddenly rolled in. The fog appeared out of nowhere. The sky had been clear and cloudless just moments before, but in the blink of an eye, the horizon ahead turned into a hazy white expanse.
Everyone was taken aback.
Before they could recover, the white fog suddenly swelled and surged. Even the vines high in the air were obscured. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed from crystal clear to hazy, and the people around him were reduced to mere silhouettes.
What was going on?
Nian froze, taken aback.
Quiet, everyone.
A woman's voice suddenly rang out, instantly calming the scene that had been on the verge of panic. All the students were startled as they heard her solemn, deep voice.
It seems we've inadvertently stepped into a calamity domain that has just opened. Calamity domain? Nian froze. What was that? He instinctively looked in a certain direction. That voice belonged to Luo Hansu. He wasn't too far from her, but now he could only vaguely make out her stunning silhouette as she craned her neck toward the thick fog. Just as he was wondering what this so-called calamity domain was, his expression suddenly shifted, and he glared sharply into the depths of the thick fog. Faint rustling and heavy sounds drifted out from within the fog. And they were gradually drawing closer. It was as if some unknown entity within this white, swirling fog was rushing toward them. We've encountered the calamity domain. Everyone, hold hands immediately, don't let go under any circumstances. The calamity domain's fog is teeming with fog creatures. These creatures are extremely dangerous, on par with mutant beasts, and perhaps even more terrifying. Can you hear those sounds? Everyone, hold hands and run away from the source of the noise right now. The smog creatures exist because of the calamity domain's smog, but the calamity domain's smog won't last long. Once the smog dissipates and we've fully entered the calamity domain, these creatures will vanish along with the smog. Luo Hansu's voice suddenly rang out. Craning her neck toward the thick fog, she confirmed that they had indeed entered the so-called calamity domain and immediately issued an order. As she spoke, Nian caught sight of her silhouette and took the hand of a girl standing beside her. The moment her words fell, the scene plunged once again into chaos. Calamity domain? Is it really the calamity domain? They're actually bringing up the calamity domain here? We're done for. The calamity domain is extremely dangerous. If we wander into it, even a ranked martial artist would face certain death. We're doomed. Some of the students seemed to know what the calamity domain was. Their voices trembled with despair. But most of them had no idea. What exactly is the calamity domain? They asked anxiously. Danger and the danger of the unknown. The latter was even more unnerving. Stop wasting time with nonsense. If you want to live, do exactly as I say. Before anyone in the know could answer, Luo Hansu had already barked out the order. This was a group of students faced with a crisis. They panicked and hesitated. If left to their own devices, disaster was inevitable. Luo Hansu couldn't afford to worry about her tone. She had to restore order first and do everything possible to save their lives. Her expression was grim. This mission had gone terribly wrong. First, the main force had gone missing, and they still hadn't been able to make contact. Now, they run into the calamity domain. I hope it's a low-tier calamity domain. Then there might still be a sliver of hope. Otherwise, a high-tier calamity domain, even she might not survive that. These students would likely be wiped out entirely. But without entering the calamity domain, it was impossible to determine the tier of the creatures within just by seeing them. At this moment, she had no way of knowing. All she could do was pray. At the same time, she had to do everything possible to keep as many of these students alive as she could. Luo Hansu's stern shout finally snapped the students back to their senses. Daring not to ask any more questions, they frantically grabbed the hands of those beside them to prevent getting separated. Nian was standing next to Zhang Chang, and Zhang Chang instinctively reached out to take Nian's hand. At this critical moment, however, Zhang Chang's mind remained remarkably clear. Nian was an innate ability user. Having an innate ability user by his side in such a dangerous area would greatly increase his chances of survival. But when he reached out, his hand grasped at thin air. Zhang Chang froze, instinctively looking up, only to see Nian staring at him with a half-smile. Zhang Chang froze, then felt a wave of panic wash over him. He swallowed hard, refusing to dwell on it, and haphazardly grabbed a classmate standing nearby. Let us go. At Luo Hansu's command, the students turned around and ran for their lives back the way they'd come, trying to escape the unsettling rustling and heavy sounds emanating from the smog. At the same time, she was shouting instructions to the other members of the countermeasure division, telling them to keep an eye on their surroundings and make sure no students fell behind. The sounds in the haze were growing louder and louder, as if an army of thousands were charging through it. Everyone felt as though their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. Nian wasn't holding anyone's hand. The fog around them grew thicker and thicker, until it was so dense they couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. Even though everything was a hazy white, it felt as if they were blind.
However, with Nian in the middle of the crowd and his speed, he wouldn't get left behind. They ran like this for several full minutes before Nian sensed something was wrong. Although he couldn't see clearly, the feel of the ground had changed. It had previously been full offerable and uneven. But now, it felt smooth, as if it were no longer a broken concrete road but had become neatly paved. Although the ground still had some undulations, they weren't significant. What was going on? Nian had been on a mission the whole way, so he paid special attention to the terrain to ensure he wouldn't stumble while keeping his eyes closed. That's why he was certain this was definitely not the path they'd taken on the way here. Had they already lost their way? But that didn't make sense either. This was a wasteland, littered with abandoned buildings. They'd been running for several minutes. If they simply lost their way and strayed from the original path, they should have run into an obstacle by now. But so far, nothing. The person ahead was running for their life, yet there were no sudden collisions with walls or abrupt changes in direction. Or could it be? Were they no longer in the ruins? Had they entered an area they hadn't seen before? Nian's heart raced with unease. He wanted to verify it. But before he could. Suddenly, a scream rang out not far from his ear. Nian whipped his head around. Through the haze, he saw a figure that seemed to have tripped and fallen to the ground. Judging by the silhouette and the voice, it was a girl. The girl screamed, "Help! Help! Something's grabbing me!" But before she could finish her sentence, another agonized scream rang out. The next moment, Nian's vision blurred, and the girl's silhouette was violently yanked deeper into the fog. All that could be heard was a piercing, heart-wrenching scream. Zhao Xiaobei's been dragged away by something. Another female classmate who had been holding onto her let out a shrill cry of alarm. She felt a tremendous force. Zhao Xiaobei's hand was wrenched from hers, and in a flash, Zhao Xiaobei was dragged into the thick fog. All she could hear were waves of agonized screams, but she couldn't see a thing. Terror made her scream hysterically. She was completely terrified out of her wits. Ahead, Luo Hansuo's expression changed. Had a fog creature already approached? "Don't worry about it, keep running." But at that moment, all she could do was shout hoarsely. The student who had been grabbed by the fog creature was as good as dead, and there was nothing she could do. At the same time, she shouted, "Yang Yongkue, Luo Guoxing, ho! Watch out, smog creatures are closing in. Do everything you can to keep the students safe." The students had long since been terrified out of their wits. Their faces were ashen. Already gripped by fear, they were now confronted with an even more terrifying scene. They ran like mad, as if driven insane. They didn't even have time to hold on to those beside them. All they wanted was to run. The faster, the better. In an instant, the group descended into complete chaos. Luo Hansu sensed the situation. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she grew increasingly anxious. The more chaotic the scene, the less favorable it was for their survival. She shouted loudly, trying to regain control of the situation. But it was already beyond her control. In the end, she could only shout the names of a few colleagues once more. But there was no response. Vaguely, she could make out a few figures moving at breakneck speed. They had already overtaken the student group and vanished into the thick fog. Luo Hansu caught a fleeting glimpse of them, and her expression changed. Damn it! She knew those were some of her colleagues. But after muttering that curse under her breath, she found she couldn't bring herself to say anything else. She knew the situation had completely spiraled out of control. To this day, there is no definitive conclusion as to what the mist creatures actually are. All that is known is that they appear and disappear without a trace and are extremely dangerous. Her teammates were human, too, and when faced with the mist creatures of the Calamity Domain, they could barely save themselves. She couldn't ask others to defy their instinct for survival and carry out her orders. Even if she was the temporary captain of this support team. Something's grabbed me. Help! Help! Just then, a voice filled with sheer terror suddenly rang out beside her, screaming for help. Luo Hansuo's expression changed instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped forward, drawing the long sword at her waist as she sprang into the air, arriving in an instant beside the screaming student. The students had all scattered in panic, no one was holding him back. The very instant he let out his scream, he was yanked into the air by a tremendous force, a look of utter despair spreading across his face. But just then, a flash of blade light suddenly gleamed, standing out strikingly even amidst the swirling mist. Immediately afterward, the student felt the grip around his waist loosen, the immense force dissipated, and he tumbled straight to the ground, crashing heavily and losing all sense of orientation. While he was dazed, a piercing scream rang out from the thick fog surrounding him. The sound was indescribable, neither human nor beastly, yet it was deeply unsettling. Nian also noticed what was happening over there, but the fog was so thick he couldn't make out the situation, he could only hear the sound. Had the creature in the fog been injured? It was Luo Hansu's doing. So, this thing could actually be injured? With that thought, Nian suddenly leaped to his feet. At the same time, a crystalline light flickered at his fingertip. Narrowing his eyes toward the source of the piercing scream, he flicked his finger. A crystal clear beam instantly shot toward the source of the piercing scream. Whoosh! Boom! Vaguely, the sound of an object being struck came from within. At the same time, the eerie scream ceased abruptly, followed by the faint, heavy thud of something hitting the ground. Nian landed, momentarily stunned. Did it hit? Just then, he suddenly noticed the panel before him, ink marks were swirling. Then, a new line of text appeared. About 10 seconds later, the new text had fully materialized. That creature had not only been hit but instantly killed. Nian was actually quite surprised. It was too fragile. Then he looked at the text, somewhat taken aback. Exotic creature? What exotic? Wasn't this the calamity domain? Nian was confused, but quickly turned his head to look behind him. He had no time to dwell on it, as the rustling sounds behind him were growing closer and closer. He could figure it out later, once he was safe. With that in mind, he held nothing back. He planted his foot firmly and activated the 7-step dash. Whoosh! His entire body leaped high into the air, propelling him forward. Luo Hansu had said that the calamity domain's haze wouldn't last too long. Once it dissipated, these haze creatures would vanish as well. He just didn't know exactly how long not too long actually meant. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a violent gale sweeping in from ahead. The next moment, he saw the haze ahead suddenly churn, and then a purple, indistinct shape swirled toward his face. His expression changed abruptly. Were there haze creatures in the air as well? With almost no hesitation, he tensed his waist, crouched low, and barely managed to dodge the oncoming object, which grazed his face. He caught a whiff of an extremely foul, fishy stench. At the same time, a bang like the sound of shattering glass rang out beneath his feet. His body had already abruptly changed direction. He flashed forward, slammed into the ground, and rolled several times before finally regaining his balance. He had barely dodged that aerial strike. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. It was terrifying. The attack from that mysterious creature had come within a hand's breadth of his head. His heart raced. In that split second, he had barely made out that it seemed to be a purple object, covered in a dense cluster of disgusting bumps. It was wet and slimy, resembling some kind of tentacle, or perhaps the tongue of some terrifying creature. Chaos had long since erupted all around him. Screams rang out incessantly, and the students had long since scattered in all directions, their whereabouts unknown. The smog creature seemed to have already caught up to them and begun its hunt. Faced with the smog creature, they had no chance to fight back, their screams and wails echoing continuously. Nian's ears were filled with the sounds of frantic running and agonized screams, but at that moment, he had no time to think about it. He sprang to his feet and began to flee. He kept a pebble clenched between his fingertips, his mind laser-focused, ensuring he'd have some means of counterattack when the moment came. As he put his all into it, his speed increased significantly. The students' voices were already fading behind him. Although the mission wasn't yet complete, the situation was too dangerous to worry about that now. As he ran, he became certain that this was definitely not a ruin. With his running ability, even without using the 7-step dash, he should have hit an obstacle within a few steps while sprinting at full speed. But the area ahead was completely open. Having rolled across the ground earlier, he knew the surface was no longer concrete, it felt more like a path paved with hard stone slabs. It lacked the rough texture of a concrete road. And he remembered clearly that, all along the way, they'd been in the ruins they hadn't passed through a scene like this. So, had they now entered the so-called Calamity Domain? He thought again of the text on the interface. Was this Calamity Domain the other realm? His strike just now had killed an otherworldly creature. But right now, everything was unknown. He'd deal with everything once he was certain it was safe. He ran swiftly. The voices of the students behind him grew fainter and fainter until, having been left far enough behind, he could no longer hear them at all. At a certain moment, his field of vision suddenly began to darken. The thick white mist began to turn black. It was as if a dark cloud had descended to the ground. Nien's expression grew grave. He was sprinting at full speed, desperate to get away from this place. But suddenly, after another leap, a massive black shadow ahead suddenly expanded. Nien was startled, but fortunately, he had remained highly focused. Instantly, he activated the 7-step dash once more. The very moment he was about to touch the black shadow, he abruptly halted his forward momentum and backed up more than 10 meters. He watched warily. Gradually, the fog seemed to dissipate considerably. And Nien finally made out the black shadow ahead. It was, in fact, a thick, black city wall. The wall was towering. It seemed as though he was standing at its very base. Looking up, it appeared to rise at least several dozen meters high. Just as he stood there in disbelief, the black mist in his eyes dissipated completely. And once the mist cleared, Nien took in the scene before him and was so utterly stunned that he gasped. Ahead of him stood a gloomy, pitch-black city wall. The wall was built from massive blocks of black stone, rustic and majestic, exuding an air of age and history. But that wasn't what stunned Nien. What stunned Nien was the sky. The sky had plunged into complete darkness. Yet just a few minutes ago, it had been high noon. Now, however, it had turned pitch black. It was as if they had suddenly been transported from noon to midnight. This was astonishing, truly unbelievable. But what was even more unbelievable was that high above the pitch-black sky, there were no stars, no Milky Way. Spanning the entire horizon was an indescribable crimson river. That crimson river hung inverted in the sky, surging and rushing, stretching across the entire starry expanse, its beginning and end unknown. It seemed to dye the pitch-black night a deep red. The sight was ominous. The river's crimson hue was so vivid it bordered on the supernatural. Even a single glance was enough to send a shudder through one's soul, as if it were about to shatter. But more importantly, Nien saw that within that crimson river, there appeared to be some utterly terrifying creatures. These creatures were indescribably massive. Even from the ground, Nien could see them clearly, a testament to their colossal size. There were countless of them, swarming densely together, and many bore a resemblance to ancient beasts from mythology. For instance, the largest one Nien saw was a dragon-like creature. Even among these beings, its body was exceptionally massive. Its serpentine body wound its way for who knows how many kilometers. Its entire form was a dark red, submerged in the blood-red river as it struggled fiercely. Its indescribably massive claws tore and clawed frantically. Yet as it struggled, one could see blood-red chains like shackles spreading out from the river, binding it. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. It was not just this massive, blood-red dragon of mythical origin. There was also a ferocious 9-headed bird, each of its 9 slender necks bearing a head, a beast covered in scales, radiating overwhelming ferocity, resembling the legendary Qilin, and Nien even saw a gigantic humanoid creature. It resembled a legendary Buddha, yet its form was terrifying, its sheer size unimaginable. Its entire body radiated a blood-red glow. It was massive and rotund, with a bare chest and exposed breasts, and a head crowned with jagged horns. Seated cross-legged within the river of blood, it appeared to be reciting sutras, while countless blood-red chains bound him. All living beings were like this. They were struggling desperately, but their every movement was restrained by blood-red chains. Then, swept along by the crimson river, they surged toward the unknown. They seemed to be roaring and wailing. But no sound could be heard. Nien was utterly stunned, his mind buzzing. It was night. The night sky held no stars, only a vast blood-red river, a river of an eerie, crimson hue within which countless blood-red chains bound innumerable terrifying beings, even mythical figures and Buddhas. They were struggling, trying to escape, yet swept along by the blood-red river, not knowing where it would take them. Nien was so shocked by this scene that his scalp prickled, his mind was in turmoil, and he was speechless.
But the next moment,
it was as if he'd merely seen a flash before his eyes. The blood-red river had vanished. Along with it, the struggling figures within it had disappeared.
In its place was a misty night sky. Nien was completely bewildered.
He blinked several times, rubbed his eyes, and then looked up carefully. But it had truly vanished. It was as if what he had just seen had been nothing more than an illusion.
A fleeting mirage. Not reality. But was it really an illusion?
Nien gazed up at the sky, his heart churning with turmoil, unable to find peace for a long time. As he gazed up at the night sky, the previous scene was deeply etched into his mind, something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Only after he was certain he would never again see that terrifying and spine-chilling vision did Nien finally tear his gaze away and look at his current surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he realized he seemed to be in a massive ancient city. A city wall loomed ahead, and the ground was paved with smooth stone slabs. The city was immense, shrouded in the pitch-black night, appearing hazy yet imposing.
Is this the Calamity Domain?
Nien frowned as he looked on. Being transported here and then kidnapped had already been perilous enough. But without a doubt, compared to this world before him, those ruins had been far safer. That vast crimson river that had appeared in the sky only to vanish suddenly had imprisoned many mythical Buddhas, gods, and immortals.
And even more ferocious mythical beasts. It was truly terrifying. Although it had now vanished, it still unsettled Nien. But he remained calm, thanks to Luo Hansu's words. Luo Hansu had said they had encountered the Calamity Domain, and that its mist would soon dissipate. Sure enough, it dissipated quickly.
She had said the creatures within the mist would vanish along with it, and indeed, the rustling and heavy sounds disappeared along with the mist.
In other words,
the Calamity Domain in that world was something many people had encountered and were familiar with. Therefore, there must be a way out.
Otherwise, how could Luo Hansu possibly know about the Calamity Domain?
Right, he had to find Luo Hansu. Only then could he uncover the truth about this so-called Calamity Domain and find a way out. Nien had no desire to stay in this dangerous world any longer. It was simply too terrifying. As for the creatures in the blood-red river, even against just one of them, his flicking skill would likely be too weak to even give them a tickle. But they were all bound by the blood-red river. One could only imagine just how terrifying that river must be. Nien had absolutely no desire to get involved. So, after glancing at the city before him, he turned away immediately, intent on finding Luo Hansu. Luo Hansu was very responsible even amidst the smog. He was working hard to rescue those students, and had already fallen behind Nien a moment ago. But now, there was complete silence behind Nien. Not to mention Luo Hansu, even the students had vanished without a trace, as if they disappeared along with the smog. Nien furrowed his brow and scanned the direction he'd come from. This world was too mysterious. He had no information whatsoever and could only proceed by observing as he went. But after taking a few steps, he realized he wasn't outside the city after all, but inside it. After just a few steps, he saw, beneath the pitch-black night sky, a continuous stretch of courtyards and houses. These courtyards and houses were all low, single-story structures, but most were severely dilapidated, appearing ancient and weathered. There was not a single light or sound of people. The place was desolate and lifeless, like a Calamity Domain. The night was pitch black, the sky was invisible, as if shrouded by a black haze. This desolate, lifeless city, devoid of any human presence, filled him with a deep sense of unease.
Nien pursed his lips, clutching the pebble between his fingertips tightly.
Before the haze dissipated, Luo Hansu and the others had all been behind him. So at this moment, they were either already dead at the hands of the haze creatures, or they were somewhere within this city. The students didn't know this, but Luo Hansu was most likely still alive. She had intervened before, demonstrating remarkable combat prowess, and since she seemed to have some understanding of the calamity domain, she should at least be able to survive the calamity domain as Hayes. The only fear was that the students would hold her back. She was very responsible, which was a good thing for the students, but a bad thing for her personally. Especially in such a dangerous situation. Of the 4 countermeasure division patrol officers, 3 fled as soon as the haze began, completely disregarding the students. Liv's only Luo Hansa remained dutiful and dedicated. Nien didn't know whether to admire her or despise her. In any case, if it were him, he would certainly prioritize his own safety when caught in such a perilous situation. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of someone else. This caused Nien's expression to stiffen slightly, and then he fell silent again. In that kind of crisis, if he and Luna had switched places, would he have lured the mutant rat away, or would he have simply left? He thought about it for a long time, and eventually realized that, most likely, he would have chosen the latter, right? By comparison, he had to admit that his character was rather poor. Nien gave a wry smile. With his mind still in disarray, he pressed on. Before he knew it, he had entered this part of the city. On both sides, the houses stood eerie and pitch black. The severely damaged, dark structures resembled ferocious beasts waiting to devour their prey, instilling a deep sense of unease. Nien pushed aside his jumbled thoughts. His priority was to survive and escape this so-called calamity domain first. He would worry about the rest later. He focused his attention and began to scan his surroundings for any signs of movement. Suddenly, around a corner ahead, a faint, yellowish glow appeared. The light was dim and flickering, approaching from the far end of the street around the corner. Nien's senses sharpened. He stopped in his tracks, darted behind a pillar outside a nearby house, and peered out with narrowed eyes. He could faintly hear footsteps, but they were slow and sounded somewhat unsteady. In addition to the footsteps, there was a strange, grating click-clack sound. Nien watched with a furrowed brow. Before long, the light grew brighter and brighter until, finally, the source came fully into view. Nien saw the source of the light. It was a lantern. Someone was carrying a lantern, walking toward him from around the corner. The lantern was about the size of a human head, with a dim, yellowish light shining through it. There were characters written on it, but they weren't ones Nien recognized. They were completely unfamiliar. But that wasn't the point. The point was the person carrying the lantern. It was, to Nien's shock, a person whose entire body was severely decomposed. He wore tattered, gray, ancient-style cloth garments. His steps were unsteady and wobbly, as if he might fall at any moment. His lower garments had fallen apart, barely covering his private parts, leaving both legs exposed. One leg was severely decomposed, with black flesh and blood spilling out as he walked. Black liquid dripped onto the ground, a truly unsettling sight. The other leg was nothing but bare white bone. The flesh on his upper body had also rotted away, exposing his ribs, yet his internal organs remained inside, all black and mangled, yet still pulsating. Half of his face was rotted away, while the other half was stark white bone. On the bony side of his face, an eyeball had fallen out of its socket, still connected by a strand of black, rotting flesh. It dangled and swayed, bumping against his face as he moved. This creature, half human, half bone, half zombie, carried a lantern as it staggered and swayed, emerging from the street corner. Even Nien couldn't help but gasp in horror at that moment, his face betraying his shock. Calamity Domain, an ancient, grand city, lay shrouded in pitch darkness, like a realm of ghosts. Within it, someone was patrolling the streets, carrying a dim, yellow lantern. And the one holding the lantern was half human, half bone, half zombie. By any measure, they were not living beings. What on earth was this place? Nien was shaken to the core, unable to calm himself. Just then, the dim light drew near. While Nien stood in shock, he hid behind a pillar, but the tips of his toes peeked out. The light was faint, yet it still fell upon his toes, casting a faint shadow behind them. Almost in that very instant, the half-human, half-skeleton, half-zombie creature which had been staggering along suddenly came to a halt. The next moment, it jerked its head up and looked in Nien's direction. Hiss! It suddenly opened its mouth, falling into a frenzied rage, and let out a ferocious hiss in Nien's direction. But its throat was nothing but white bone. It had no vocal cords, so all that emerged was a hissing sound. Yet his hideous face was clearly visible, his mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, and within that mouth, devoid of even skin or flesh, a surprisingly dense row of sharp fangs was exposed.
Nien's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered?
The next moment, that staggering figure suddenly burst into terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Nien. His right hand held a lantern, but his left was a jagged, bone-white claw, sharp as a knife, lunging directly at Nien's face. It was incredibly fast. The zombie-like figure roared again.
Its movements were surprisingly agile, stumbling yet charging forward with incredible speed until it reached right in front of Nien.
It opened its massive jaws, and its dense row of fangs lunged straight at Nien. Crack! Nien ducked just in time, and the zombie bit into thin air, emitting a cracking sound. But it flailed its limbs wildly, continuing to attack Nien. Nien pushed off with his feet and darted sideways once more. Having missed its mark, the zombie's body was thrown backward by inertia, landing face down on the ground. It shook its head and slowly crawled back to its feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Nien released a brilliant beam from his hand.
Boom! With a crisp crack, the zombie's head burst open like a watermelon.
A large amount of black fluid spurted out, a truly disgusting sight.
The zombie, which had just gotten back to its feet, staggered backward, and its headless body toppled to the ground.
Standing nearby, Nien remained on high alert, staring intently as he pinched another pebble between his fingers, not daring to approach. His caution was justified, for just a moment later, the crack sound rang out again. The headless zombie had actually sat up once more. Without a head, its body swayed from side to side before it scrambled back to its feet. In complete silence, it lunged directly toward Nien. Its sharp bone claws and right hand covered in rotting black flesh slashed through the air in a crisscrossing pattern, creating a whistling sound. Nien's expression grew grave as he kept moving, retreating step by step. Whoosh, whoosh. The zombie's hands slashed through the air, creating a piercing whistling sound, but Nien was quick enough to dodge them. The zombie staggered back 2 steps and collapsed to the ground. Nien furrowed his brow. The next moment, as if a thought struck him, 2 crystalline beams shot from his fingers in quick succession.
Bang! Bang!
This time, he aimed for the zombie's ankle joints. Accompanied by 2 loud cracks, the zombie's ankles shattered instantly, and both feet were blown right off.
Thud! The zombie tumbled to the ground once more. Nien watched with a grave expression.
He noticed that after staring blankly for a moment, the zombie actually crawled back to its feet. But this time, having lost its feet and ankles with only a short stump of its lower leg remaining, it couldn't steady itself and fell right back down. After falling, it seemed to stare blankly again, then crawled back up, only to fall once more.
This went on and on. It seemed as if it knew no fatigue. It won't die.
Nien furrowed his brow. The scene before him was utterly unsettling, a terrifying creature, half zombie, half skeleton, having lost its head and both feet, struggling to get up only to fall again and again, yet never stopping. Through its rotting skin, he could see the internal organs beneath its ribs, a black mass pulsating as if it were breathing. A black fluid, he didn't know if it was bodily fluid or something else, kept oozing from its wounds, splattering everywhere as it struggled to get up.
It was utterly revolting.
Seeing this black liquid, Nien took 2 steps back, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, too afraid to take a closer whiff.
Who knows if this stuff is poisonous? This thing is way too creepy.
He glanced at the interface. Sure enough, no kill notification appeared.
So, is this thing indestructible, or is the weak spot not in its head?
Nien furrowed his brow and examined it closely. The zombie's body was already in such a tattered state that it didn't seem to have any vital weak points.
The weak spot isn't on its body? Nien suddenly thought of a possibility.
His gaze swept the area, and he suddenly noticed the dim, yellow light nearby. He turned his head to look at the yellow lantern lying not far away. A dim, yellow glow emanated from the lantern, which had fallen from the zombie's hand when it was knocked down during its second attack.
Could it be?
Nien considered this possibility and, without hesitation, flicked his finger, sending another pebble flying.
Thwack! The pebble instantly pierced the lantern, striking the wick inside. SSSSH. The moment the wick was struck, a piercing scream suddenly exploded in Nian's mind. Caught off guard, Nian let out a muffled groan and stumbled, feeling a sharp pain explode in his brain. His face contorted with horror as he looked at the lantern. The lantern had been pierced, but the wick had only dimmed ever so slightly. It hadn't gone out instantly. The terrifying scream kept echoing in his mind, as if it were about to shatter his consciousness. Nian knew he'd found the key. His head was throbbing with excruciating pain, but he gritted his teeth and swiftly pinched another pebble, shooting it straight at the wick. Bang! This time, the glowing light instantly pierced the wick. The dim yellow light went out immediately. The screams in his head let out a piercing, agonizing shriek, then vanished abruptly. Nian staggered and dropped to one knee. In that single instant, sweat had already broken out on his forehead. His face was pale, drained of all color, and even his eye sockets seemed sunken. It was as if he'd pulled several all-nighters. A sense of exhaustion welling up from his very bones swept through his mind. His vision grew blurry, and his brain felt completely empty. He shook his head and turned it with great effort. When he looked, the zombie had completely stopped struggling. It lay on the pitch-black ground, motionless, like a withered corpse. So the lantern was the main threat after all? Nian thought with great difficulty. He closed his eyes, trying to regain his composure. But that relentless screeching seemed to have dealt a massive blow to his spirit and drained him, leaving him in great distress. Now, even concentrating felt like a struggle. It was as if he might lose consciousness at any moment. Nian was secretly alarmed. After quite a while, Nian opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath. The pain that had filled his mind moments ago had vanished. It actually worked. That soul essence had saved him. This soul essence was indeed related to the spirit. Nian was stunned as he stared at his right hand. After a long while, he turned his head to look at the lantern that had fallen to the ground in the dim light. After a moment's thought, he walked over, crouched down, and examined it closely. The lantern looked like an ordinary one, but he didn't recognize the characters inscribed on it. Nian's expression darkened. This city was far too eerie. There were zombies carrying lanterns, but their true forms were actually the lanterns themselves. Striking one triggered a terrifying mental storm inside his head, as if someone were screaming. If it weren't for the panel extracting the so-called spiritual essence, he would likely have fallen into a coma by now. Falling into a coma in a place like this would probably mean a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. What on earth is going on with this city? And what exactly is the calamity domain? Nian's mind was in turmoil, his emotions running high. After a long moment, he exhaled softly and stood up, preparing to leave. He had to find Luo Hansu as soon as possible at the very least, to figure out what the calamity domain was and how to get out of it. As he stood up, he instinctively glanced at the interface. But that single glance made him suddenly freeze in his tracks. Because new text had actually appeared on the interface. A fragment of a wondrous object has been detected. Do you wish to absorb it? If so, place your hand on the fragment and wait for about 10 breaths. A wondrous object, a fragment? He had heard Luna mention it before, but she had been vague about the details. He only knew roughly that it was related to innate abilities and breathing techniques. But he didn't know anything more specific than that. This time, 2 quests appeared on the interface. One was Hide and Seek Hunter, and the other was Level Up. The Level Up quest on the interface. What it required was a mysterious object. The number of mysterious objects required matched the number of innate abilities he possessed. For example, right now, he possessed 2 innate abilities, so he needed 2 mysterious objects to complete that quest. The quest reward is a set of top-tier wonders, paired with a breathing technique. It also includes a +1 rank boost for all his innate abilities. Up until this moment, Nian had assumed that the level up quest would likely take quite some time. After all, wonders were clearly very rare. They didn't even exist in the original hostess memories and were far from commonplace. Obtaining them would be no easy feat. But he never expected to find a clue right now. Killing this lantern actually yielded a fragment of a wondrous object? As the name suggests, a fragment is simply a part of a wondrous object. Perhaps by collecting more of these fragments and reaching a certain quantity, he could obtain a genuine wondrous object?
With that thought, Nian crouched down again and reached out to touch the lantern. The lantern appeared to be made of paper, but it didn't feel like paper to the touch, rather, it felt more like some kind of leather, very supple.
Absorb. Nian thought silently.
Instantly, the words transformed into a swirling mass of ink. At the same time, Nian saw that the lantern in his hand began to emit a faint, hazy glow. Under Nian's astonished gaze, the glow grew brighter and brighter, until finally, like starlight, it gradually faded away. At a certain moment, these specks of light suddenly shot into the palm of his hand. The lantern vanished instantly, and everything ahead plunged into pitch darkness.
The lantern on the ground was gone.
Nian looked at the palm of his hand in surprise. His palms were empty, there was nothing there.
At the same time, the text reappeared. Absorption successful. Obtained 1 fragment of the Curiosity Human Skin Lantern. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the Curiosity Human Skin Lantern.
Upon seeing the text, Nian froze for a moment, then his expression turned peculiar.
He thought the lantern felt strange to the touch. It was made of leather. He never expected it to actually be human skin.
10 fragments would be enough to obtain the complete rare item, the Human Skin Lantern.
Nian's expression shifted. This lantern wasn't easy to defeat. It possessed an attack ability similar to a mental spike. Hitting it would trigger a counterattack. He already experienced it just now, so he knew just how devastating this thing could be.
The good news was that as long as he killed it, Nian could use the soul essence obtained through the interface to heal his injuries. It was just that the process itself wasn't pleasant. But considering his current situation, after a moment's hesitation, Nian had already made up his mind.
He had to kill it.
He had no information about the Calamity Domain and didn't know how to get out. In such a dangerous and treacherous place, if he wanted to increase his chances of survival, he had to improve himself. Never mind what use the rewarded curios and breathing techniques might have. Even just raising the grade of his 2 current innate abilities would be a benefit. It could significantly increase his chances of survival in this Calamity Domain. So, with that in mind, he suddenly looked back at the interface, fixing his gaze on the reward he obtained from killing the smog creature earlier.
It was also soul essence common. Without hesitation, he extracted it.
Instantly, a ball of light just like the one before appeared in his palm. He waited a moment, and the ball of light sank into the palm of his hand. Immediately, a cool, refreshing sensation swept through his mind once more.
This time, it was even more intense than before.
He could clearly feel his mind sharpening in an instant, as if his entire brain had become more active.
The sensation lasted for about 10 seconds before disappearing completely. He instantly felt full of energy. After exhaling softly, Nian looked up at the desolate city.
He pursed his lips, glanced around, then found a nearby building.
He cautiously went inside to check for any danger.
Only after confirming it was safe did he sit down on the ground, palms facing upward, and begin to channel his energy. Since the smog appeared, he had already used the flicking skill 5 or 6 times, and the 7-step dash 2 or 3 times. He was already feeling quite exhausted. He needed to meditate and recover before setting out again. After all, he now had to find not only Luo Hansu but also the Lantern Ghoul. There would likely be a series of battles ahead, so it was crucial to ensure he remained in peak condition at all times. He closed his eyes and began practicing the guidance technique. Gradually, after completing the 64 initial breathing cycles, he channeled the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and a faint starlight began to radiate from Nian's body. The spiritual energy he had expended was being restored. After just a short while, Nian was somewhat surprised. He discovered that the speed at which he was absorbing spiritual energy seemed to have increased slightly compared to before.
Could it be the effect of the soul essence? Has my spirit been strengthened, boosting my rate of spiritual energy absorption?
Although the improvements seemed minor, Nian was already very familiar with the guidance technique, so even a slight increase in recovery speed was clearly perceptible to him. Or perhaps it's because of this world? Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't due to spiritual strengthening, but rather the world he was currently in. After all, he was now in what Luo Hansu had called the calamity domain. And the prompt from Mian Bian indicated that this was a foreign realm. Different realms might have varying concentrations of spiritual energy, which could lead to different effects of the channeling technique that made sense. Nian didn't dwell on it further. He was just a little surprised, but didn't give it much thought. After all, it wasn't that important. A slightly faster recovery rate wouldn't make any significant difference to his current situation.
Time slipped by unnoticed. An hour later, Nian exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. He felt completely rejuvenated. Everything had returned to peak condition. The only problem was... He rubbed his stomach, his expression growing somber. He was hungry. This was a serious problem. This was a ghost town. Aside from the zombie carrying the lantern earlier, he hadn't seen a single living creature. There was even a scarcity of plants. This meant it would be very difficult for him to find food here. This was even more deadly than the lantern ghoul. Because he didn't know how long the calamity domain would last, nor how to escape it. If he couldn't find food, it wouldn't be long before he starved to death. The guidance technique could slightly alleviate this hunger, but it couldn't completely replace food. Unless... Nian glanced at the zombie corpses outside the house, his expression stiffening slightly. He'd rather die than take a single bite of that stuff. Nian's expression was grave, but after a moment, he can only shake his head for now. He'd just have to take it one step at a time. He stood up, left the house, and continued on his way. He had to find Luo Hansu as soon as possible, figure out exactly what the calamity domain was, and determine how to escape. This ancient city within the calamity domain was pitch black and eerie. The buildings were dilapidated, and a breeze blew through the streets. Though the wind was faint, its sound was like the wailing of ghosts, making this world feel even more sinister and foreboding. As Nian made his way forward, searching for light or sound, he remained extremely cautious and vigilant. This ghost town was home to lantern ghouls, but who was to say they were the only danger? He dared not let his guard down at the slightest disturbance. Until, at a certain moment, as he walked into a particular area, suddenly, amidst the wind's whispers, other sounds drifted from ahead. Nian came to an abrupt halt, pricking up his ears to listen. A moment later, a look of surprise crossed his face. It was the sound of a fight. Was someone fighting not far ahead? His mind raced, but without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the commotion. No matter who it was, any sound was better than complete silence. He desperately needed to figure something out. Soon, he reached the scene and peered around the back of a dilapidated house. The moment he looked, a look of surprise crossed his face. A group of strangers? Yes, it was a group of strangers. But Nian had never seen any of these people before. Has the smog from the calamity domain affected them as well? Nian thought instinctively. Surprised, he looked more closely. A moment later, he made out some details, and his expression grew grave. Among the two groups, some were wearing uniforms that looked very familiar to him. Countermeasure Division. There were about 4 or 5 people wearing the same Countermeasure Division uniforms as Luo Hansu. In this battle, a group of about 8 or 9 from the opposing side was besieging these patrol officers. When Nian arrived, the fierce battle was in full swing, but it was clear that the patrol officers were at a distinct disadvantage. These attackers possessed extraordinary combat prowess and were extremely fast, while the patrol officers wielded their standard-issue long swords, their blades flashing menacingly, but their opponents were no slouches either, and with roughly 2 attackers against each officer, the patrol officers were being forced to retreat continuously. They were on the defensive and could find themselves in grave danger at any moment. Zhang Chang said that the main force of patrol officers who were supposed to rescue them had gone missing, and that the team led by Luo Hansu, the one actually carrying out the rescue, was the INSA squad. Could these people be part of that main force? Nian immediately recalled what Zhang Chang had told him. The main force was originally supposed to rescue the hostages, but they went missing. Since the kidnappers were preparing to move the students at that moment, the emergency response squad led by Luo Hansu, who had successfully arrived at the scene, was forced to step in and save them. If this intelligence was true, then the police officers currently under attack were most likely members of the main force. So, who was attacking them? The kidnappers? Rose? Nian looked at the group of attackers. It was too dark to make out their features clearly. He could only vaguely see that they weren't wearing uniforms. Damn it, let us fall back. At one point, as the police found themselves increasingly outnumbered, someone finally shouted loudly, signaling a retreat. Several officers fought their way through the attackers, hurriedly retreated, and then swiftly fled toward other parts of the dead city. Go after them. Kill them. A detached voice rang out calmly. The group attacking the constables immediately raised their weapons and gave chase, vanishing down another street in the blink of an eye. Nian was startled. He glanced in that direction and only then noticed that inside a building not far from him, several people were standing there. Surrounded by them like stars around the moon, a gaunt figure sat upright, calm and composed, showing not the slightest sign of panic. This was highly unusual. This was the Calamity Domain, and yet, despite being here, this person remained completely unflustered. What did he know? Nian wondered as he peered more closely, trying to see more clearly. But just then, a voice rang out. We only have 3 days. We must find the source of the calamity within those 3 days. There isn't much time left and Shinjialin still refuses to reveal the crucial information? The voice sounded familiar. Nian had heard it before. He quickly realized, wasn't this the voice of that Ho? That Ho had left a deep impression on him. From their very first meeting, he'd been domineering, grilling Nian about Luna and even uttering some baffling remarks. Later, when the smog appeared, Ho and the other 2 patrol officers excluding Luo Hansu abandoned the students and fled at top speed. And now he's actually here? Besides, isn't he a patrol officer? This group is hunting down patrol officers, yet Ho, a patrol officer himself, is standing by with a cold gaze alongside the man suspected of being their leader? Nian furrowed his brow. Add to that the fact that the main force of the patrol officers had gone missing. The situation seemed rather complicated. He clearly has other plans. He'll most likely wait until the very last day to reveal that information. Never mind, let him drag it out. Compared to us, he is probably the one who is most anxious. The man at the center of everyone's attention rose calmly. Before that, let us deal with the outer perimeter first. There are plenty of remnants in this city. We need to deal with them first. Otherwise, once the source of the disaster awakens and the remnants gather, that's when the real danger will begin. As he spoke, he kept his head bowed, as if looking at the ground. Nian took a closer look and only then realized that there was actually a corpse right in front of him. A lantern lay scattered nearby. The flame inside the lantern had already gone out clearly. The person had been killed by these men. The man bent down, picked up the lantern, and examined it. An item from the Calamity Domain. It once contained a remnant and is related to the curiosity. Put it away. We can sell it for a good price once we're out of here. After examining it for a moment, he casually handed the lantern to the person behind him, who accepted it respectfully. How are those 2 doing now? He asked offhandedly. The man behind him replied respectfully, this remnant's mental attack was extremely powerful. Both of them are currently unconscious. It'll likely be a while before they're back in fighting shape. What a hassle. The man seemed to furrow his brow slightly. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Ho, who was standing behind him, and said, if you want a share of the spoils, then have your colleagues kill more remnants. After all, we went to great lengths to ensure your countermeasure division could deploy enough personnel this time without them being tied up elsewhere. We can't let them just sit on the sidelines. Ho remained silent for a moment before finally replying indifferently, rest assured, I'll figure something out. But you'd better be telling the truth. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, once we leave here, my Lu family won't let you off the hook. We've done business together more than once or twice. Don't you have even this much integrity? The man asked with a light chuckle. Ho said nothing more. Both men fell silent, as if waiting. Nian listened to their conversation, his expression grave as he processed the overwhelming amount of information. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, a series of footsteps sounded. Nian looked up to see the group that had been hunting down those patrolmen returning.
Several of them were carrying plump, round objects in their hands. When they drew near, they tossed them onto the ground, and one of them respectfully reported, "Chief, they're all dead. None escaped." Nien looked at the dark, round objects. Although he couldn't see them clearly, he could vaguely guess what they were. They must be the heads of the patrolmen. As partners, I've taken care of your trouble this time. But next time, don't be so careless you didn't even realize you were being followed. The man said with a smile to Ho. Even if you hadn't intervened, I could have taken care of them myself. Ho, however, remained unconcerned and showed no gratitude. The man snorted derisively, then looked up, exhaled softly, and said, "This calamity domain reeks of decay. All right, I'm off." With that, he turned and walked away. The men behind him followed suit. There were about a dozen of them in total, and among them, Nien noticed that 2 were being carried away. Those were likely the 2 who had tried to destroy the lantern. Nien had killed that lantern before the first strike had clearly pierced right through it, yet the wick hadn't gone out, and then he'd been hit with a mental attack. It wasn't until the second strike that he killed it. Now it seemed this might be some kind of mysterious property of the lantern. The first strike couldn't kill it, a second strike was required. These people, too, were unable to destroy the lantern without sustaining damage. They, too, were subjected to a mental attack. Moreover, it appeared that it wasn't just the person who landed the first strike who suffered a mental shock. The one who delivered the second strike was also attacked. Watching the 2 being carried away, Nien felt a pang of alarm. Fortunately, he had his stat panel. Destroying the lantern allowed him to obtain soul essence, which restored his own mental energy. Otherwise, he would most likely have fallen into a coma by now. So, who were these people? Nien couldn't help but start to ponder. Just as he was thinking, "You've watched long enough, haven't you? Come out. Your name is Nien, right?" Just as the group had walked far away, Ho, who had been inside the house the whole time, suddenly spoke up. And the moment he spoke, he called out Nien's name. Nien's expression changed instantly. Had he been discovered? And judging by that tone, had he known all along? He couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Without a word, Nien whipped his head around, his body suddenly surging forward as he dashed away. Leave? You just think you can leave like that? They had just killed some patrolmen, and their conversation was packed with information. Nien had heard every word. Although he didn't know why Ho hadn't revealed his presence while that group was still there, only to do so now. It was clear that nothing good would come of this. He stumbled upon something. The other side was already aware of it, so they would certainly not let him leave safely. He didn't know how strong the other side was, but judging by their domineering and confident demeanor, they were likely formidable. And as for that group of people, he didn't know how far they'd gotten. Nien would never allow himself to be put in danger. So leaving immediately was the best choice. As for going out to talk to them? Only a fool would do something like that. Nien's sudden departure clearly startled Ho inside the house for a moment, then, his expression visibly darkened. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Forgetting to maintain his earlier aloof demeanor, he sprang into action and gave chase. "There are some things you'd better explain clearly." Ho's voice came from behind. Nien turned his head and saw that Ho had already come out and was closing in at breakneck speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Nien activated the 7-step dash, leaping high into the air in an instant to put distance between them, all while saying, "Constable Liu, I don't know what you're talking about, but we've only met once, we're complete strangers. There's really nothing to discuss." Nien's sudden burst of speed visibly startled Ho for a moment, then his expression darkened further. He pushed off hard, closing the gap again, his voice icy, "You'd better stop. Once I get my answers, I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, if I catch up to you, it won't end well for you." Nien sped up even more, activating the 7-step dash a second time. "I'm not an idiot. After I've stumbled upon something like this, do you really think you'll let me go?" Nien said skeptically. Ho's expression darkened even further. He possessed an innate ability that allowed him to sense living beings approaching within a certain range. If it was someone he'd met before, he could instantly identify them. So, by the time Nien arrived, he had actually already noticed him. But he hadn't called him out. Because he harbored a suspicion that Nien had discovered something. He didn't want Nien to be seen by others. That was why he deliberately waited until the bystanders had left before revealing Nien's identity. He had always been confident in himself, even to the point of arrogance. He believed that once he spoke up and told the other person to come out, they would comply. It never even crossed his mind that the other person might disobey him. But now, he'd been humiliated. The other person completely ignored him and turned to run away. This behavior infuriated him immensely. From the very first time he met Nien, he had no fondness for him. When he questioned him, Nien had dared to give an evasive answer, dared to give him a dirty look, and dared to stand up to him, which made him furious. If Luo Hansa hadn't been there at the time, he would have immediately stepped in to subdue this student who didn't know his place and force him to answer the questions he cared about. In his mind, he didn't consider Nien someone on his equal footing. He even instinctively felt that the other party should naturally obey his every command, otherwise, it would be unforgivable. This unfounded sense of superiority was the root cause of Nien's escape and his current rage. After chasing him for a while, he realized he couldn't catch up to him for the time being, which only intensified his anger. "I'm giving you one more chance. Stop right now, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." Ho's expression was grim and furious. He felt he had miscalculated twice. First, he hadn't expected the other party to disobey his orders, not only refusing to show up, but actually turning and running away. Second, he actually couldn't catch up to the other person for a moment. He knew a little about Nien after all. As an innate ability user who had fled alongside Lu Lingzi, he naturally paid him extra attention. According to intelligence from Star City officials, Nien's martial arts cultivation was very weak, not even reaching the rank tier. Intelligence from Rose also indicated that while his martial arts cultivation was average, he possessed an offensive innate ability with considerable destructive power. But now it was clear that the intelligence had been flawed. The opponent was incredibly fast, even slightly faster than an average ranked martial artist. He was particularly stunned when he saw a crystalline glow suddenly appear beneath the opponent's feet. He immediately realized that the opponent possessed more than one innate ability. Clearly, there was another innate ability related to movement. However, it wasn't all that uncommon for a single person to master multiple innate abilities. Take himself, for example. He had mastered 3 innate abilities. Unfortunately, without a rare artifact, these innate abilities operated independently. He couldn't link them together to form a cohesive whole, which significantly impacted his combat effectiveness. Of course, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that if he let his opponent escape this time, he felt he would lose all face. He wouldn't allow that to happen. With that in mind, he held nothing back. A glow spread from his feet as he said coldly, "Since you're asking for death, don't blame me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his speed surged suddenly, and with a whoosh, he moved so fast it created a piercing whistle. Nien heard the commotion behind him, turned his head, and his expression shifted slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun abruptly in midair and, at the same time, flung the pebble from his fingers in an instant. Whoosh! The piercing blow shot straight toward Ho's head. Ho sensed the danger. His expression shifted slightly as he was forced to come to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, he drew the long sword from his waist and precisely blocked the glowing projectile. There was a loud clang as the glow struck the blade. Ho felt a tremendous force impact the blade as the sound rang out. He turned his head to glance at it and then sucked in a sharp breath. A distinct dent had appeared on the blade of his personal sword. It must be noted that this blade was not a standard issue police weapon, but one he had crafted himself from precious materials, a high-grade blade of astonishing hardness. Even if he were to hack at rebar with it, the rebar would snap while the blade remained unscathed. And yet, at this very moment, a single strike from his opponent had left a dent in it? Was this his offensive innate ability? Its power was indeed formidable. Ho's expression darkened. Still in midair, Nien activated 7-step dash once more. Without touching the ground, he leaped high into the air again and darted off in a certain direction. This caused Ho's expression to change once more.
The opponent's agility innate ability was also quite impressive. He could actually move through the air?
Among agility innate abilities, this one was truly remarkable. As he thought this and was just about to take a step to continue the chase, Nien's voice rang out, "Constable Liu, don't chase me. Otherwise, I'll shout out your conspiracy at the top of my lungs. I won't care if anyone else hears it." These words caused Ho's expression to shift slightly, but he didn't stop. His body surged forward, accelerating as he gave chase after Nien, a murderous glint in his eyes. He had resolved to kill Nien. As soon as Nien saw this, he immediately shouted, "Officers, if you're listening, remember this, Ho is a mole in the countermeasure division. He is in cahoots with Rose. Just moments ago, they were plotting there and killed several officers."
Nien's loud shouts carried far across the deathly silent, desolate city. Ho's expression changed. "Shut up!"
But Nien paid no heed, continuing to shout at the top of his lungs, "He is about to kill someone. To silence them you must keep an eye on him.
He is a villain. He is Rose's accomplice." Ho's face turned green in an instant.
The city was too quiet. Nien's all-out shout instantly filled the air, grating on the ears. Finally, Ho could no longer bear the loud shouting. He was genuinely afraid that the sound might reach the ears of any patrol officers who might be nearby. He had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Furious, he gritted his teeth, "Think this through. There might not only be patrol officers nearby, but also other people and even creatures from the Calamity Domain and remnants.
Aren't you afraid of attracting their attention first?"
Nien had naturally considered all this. Suspended in midair, he activated the 7-step dash once more, leaping upward without pausing for a moment, and replied, "Of course I know, but you're chasing me to kill me. I can't worry about all that right now. So stop chasing me. I'm not interested in your affairs, but if you keep pursuing me, we'll see who is luckier." No sooner had he finished speaking than Nien had already landed within the city of the dead, his figure vanishing from Ho's sight in an instant. But through his innate ability, Ho could still sense his location. Ho's expression darkened to the extreme, but immediately afterward, without a word and with a grim look on his face, he continued the pursuit. He wouldn't give up so easily. This time, the other party had thoroughly enraged him, and he witnessed certain things failing to kill him might jeopardize his plans. The other party couldn't escape his perception as long as he followed discreetly from behind, waiting until the other was exhausted. He'd have his chance. Ho believed that once he closed the distance, the other's life or death would hinge on a single thought of his. "Ho, are you still chasing him?" But after running just a few steps, Nien's accusatory voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Ho's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized the other man might be trying to trick him. He sneered inwardly, said nothing, and continued chasing toward the location he sensed the other man was at.
"Attention, all patrol officers. Ho is a mole in your countermeasure division. He is connected to the Rose leader. He is involved in the opening of this Calamity Domain.
If you encounter him, remember this, don't trust him, don't trust him, don't trust him." Nien shouted again, his voice piercing the silence of the dead city. Ho had assumed the other man was just taunting him, but hearing "don't trust him" repeated 3 times in a row made the veins on his forehead throb. "Shut up!" He finally lost his temper and shouted furiously.
Nien's voice fell silent for a second. "You're really here?
All patrol officers!"
Nien shouted even more fervently.
His voice was loud, echoing throughout the entire area.
Ho's expression completely changed. "Stop shouting. I'm not chasing him anymore."
But Nien clearly didn't trust him anymore and kept shouting. Ho's face had already become somewhat ferocious and contorted.
Murderous intent surged within him.
He found himself in a very awkward predicament. He couldn't catch up to the other man, yet the other kept shouting.
Though this ghost town was vast, who could guarantee there really wasn't anyone else nearby?
Seeing that Nien was still shouting, he roared, "I said I'm not chasing you anymore, don't push me." Nien's shouting paused for a moment, then his voice came back, "But you've clearly been chasing me the whole time. How am I supposed to believe you?"
"Then what will it take for you to believe me?"
Ho was on the verge of losing his mind. The other guy wasn't playing by the rules at all, he was underhanded and shameless, sending Ho's blood pressure skyrocketing. To make matters worse, the other guy had stumbled upon some of Ho's secrets. If the police ever found out, it would seriously interfere with his future plans. Letting the other guy keep shouting like this was definitely not a good idea. Sooner or later, someone else would hear him. He was now deeply regretting it. He should have just thrown caution to the wind back then, struck secretly in the shadows, and crushed the other person with a lightning-fast blow.
If he'd done that, how could he have ended up in such a predicament?
Just as he was consumed by regret and rage, Nien's voice rang out again. We had no grudge against each other to begin with. It was you who insisted on killing me, so I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. In fact, I'm only trying to protect myself. Whatever you choose to do is none of my business. It's simple to get me to be quiet. Go to the top of the tallest building near you. I can see you from there. As long as you stay there, I promise I won't shout anymore.
I've already spotted some remnants. They've all been alerted. Continuing this will only make things worse for both of us. Constable Liu, please consider this.
Nien's words left Ho momentarily stunned, his expression shifting rapidly.
After a moment, he gritted his teeth. Fine.
Though he was furious, he had to admit that the other man had a point.
Continuing this standoff would only make things worse for both of them.
Although he hated Nien with a passion, as long as word didn't get out, there was still room for a turnaround. Next time we meet, I won't say a single word. I'll just kill him first. Ho was seething with rage, but he still glanced around. Spotting the tallest building nearby, his expression darkened, yet his feet glowed with a crystalline light, and in a few leaps, he was on the roof of that building.
Enough! Stop screaming! Ho's heart was filled with overwhelming murderous intent, and he felt utterly stifled.
He had been driven to this point by an ordinary student, like a monkey forced to climb onto a rooftop. This was something he never could have imagined when he first exposed the other's identity. One can only imagine how humiliated he felt now.
Fine, I see you.
But Inspector Liu won't come chasing after us again later, will he? The trust between us is fragile. I asked Constable Liu to cherish this opportunity to defuse the situation.
Otherwise, I won't dare trust you again. Nien's voice came through quickly.
Ho's face twitched. He'd actually been thinking exactly that, but now that it had been called out, he found himself hesitating. As he hesitated, he noticed Nien continuing on his way. Before long, he had completely slipped out of Ho's range of perception. Ho's face was so dark it looked as if rain might fall from it, but in the end, he didn't give chase.
Nien, I'll remember you.
He muttered Nien's name through gritted teeth, glaring grimly in the direction Nien had gone. After a long while, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Nien was still running. Although he felt that, after all that had happened, Ho would likely not dare to continue the pursuit unless he wanted news of his secret meeting with that mysterious figure to become public knowledge. But he didn't dare to gamble with his own life either. What if? Ho was undoubtedly very strong. Even when his flicking skill was fired without warning, the opponent was able to react in time and even block it with a sword strike. That kind of reflex speed definitely belonged to a martial artist of the ranked tier.
And not a low rank, either.
Later, he noticed a crystalline glow appearing beneath the opponent's feet again, indicating that the opponent also possessed an innate ability that enhanced mobility. On top of that, the opponent seemed to have mastered some kind of perception ability as well.
Nien was completely at a disadvantage. This made Nien's expression turn grim.
What terrible luck! Ever since he'd been transported here, it seemed he was either on the run or on his way to escape. He had very few peaceful days. All he could say was, he was just too weak.
If his flicking skill could instantly killed the opponent with a single finger, why would he be in this mess?
He took a deep breath. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He had to make sure he got out of there. His situation was far from optimistic. In such a short time, he'd used 7-step dash 5 times. He was already feeling extremely exhausted and didn't dare use it again. Instead, he was relying on sheer physical strength to flee. But the energy drain from 7-step dash was too severe, taking a significant toll on his legs.
They felt sore and weak. If he hadn't forced himself to stay alert, he'd probably be stumbling even while walking. He couldn't keep this up. Nien's mind raced, and soon, he reached a decision. If he kept running like this, he would exhaust himself and end up in even greater danger, so why not? With that thought, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and made up his mind. He scanned his surroundings. He had no choice but to go for broke. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Nien became. After running through his options in his mind, he made up his mind. Glancing left and right, he realized he had entered an entirely new area. But it seemed no different. The city was deathly silent everywhere, and the buildings were all severely damaged. He quickly chose one of the buildings, went inside, and gave it a swift once-over. After confirming there was no danger, he sat down facing the doorway. He glanced at the pitch-black, lifeless city, took a deep breath, then assumed the 5 palms facing heaven posture and began breathing according to the guiding method. But in reality, he was clutching a pebble between his fingers the entire time. Although he was breathing at the rhythm prescribed by the guiding method, his eyes remained open, and he was on high alert, not missing even the slightest sound as he waited. Time passed slowly. He completed the 64 breaths of the guiding method without even realizing it. Roughly 10 minutes later, Nien exhaled deeply. It seemed the other party had truly left. The other party was very arrogant. If he remained motionless here, the other could close the distance in an instant. If the other had truly given chase, there was no reason for them not to have revealed themselves. With that thought, Nien relaxed slightly. He was extremely exhausted. Having used the 7-step dash 5 times, the mysterious power in his legs had been depleted by more than half, leaving them feeling slightly weak. If he continued like this, he feared he wouldn't even be able to stand steadily. Clearly, he still had spiritual energy within him. After all, he'd only used the flicking skill once. But the spiritual energy within the flicking skill remained confined to his hands, as if fixed in place, unable to reach any other part of his body. He felt very strange now. His legs were so sore and weak he could barely move them, yet his hands were incredibly powerful. After assessing his condition, Nien realized he desperately needed to recover. But instead of resting where he was, he struggled to his feet and kept running. He ran like this for over half an hour. Along the way, he even encountered several zombies carrying lanterns. His earlier shouts had truly alerted many of these zombies. Fortunately, since the zombies were carrying lanterns, they were visible from a great distance in the pitch-black darkness, allowing Nien to change direction in time. The same was true now. Half an hour later, with no idea where he was, he finally came to a halt, gasping for breath. By now, there was a more than 90% chance that his pursuer had truly left. The pursuer hadn't been moving very fast. If they were still there, they would have caught up to him long ago. He could hold on no longer. Leaning against a massive stone pillar amid the ruins, he took a few gasps for breath before drawing a deep breath. He'd checked earlier there were no remnants lurking nearby. His top priority now was to restore his spiritual energy. So he closed his eyes, placed his palms facing upward, and began meditating. Time passed slowly. About 10 minutes later, a hazy starlight appeared around Nien. The light was faint, and spiritual energy began to flow into him from above, replenishing what he had expended, causing him to exhale a long breath. While Nien was fully focused on restoring his spiritual energy, he did not notice that the glowing white light on his body, after flickering for a moment, seemed to be drawn by some force and, before he knew it, surged into an octagonal well not far from the pillar. Before long, a blood-red, ethereal figure slowly crawled out of the well. With his spiritual energy once again fully replenished, he closed his eyes to sense his condition and exhaled softly. Apart from his growing hunger, every other aspect of his condition had returned to its peak. So he opened his eyes. But the moment he did, he was startled and almost instinctively leaped backward. For the instant he opened his eyes, he discovered that there was actually something right in front of him. This startled Nien. Whatever it was, in a dead city like this, it clearly wasn't anything good. Startled, Nien burst backward. The thing in front of him seemed just as startled and retreated backward as well. Only then did Nien get a clear look at what was before him. But once he saw it clearly, he was a bit dumbfounded. Because it was actually a little girl? The little girl was wearing a long red dress, though Nian couldn't make out her features clearly. Nian's sudden burst of movement seemed to have startled her. She hurriedly backed away as well, but stumbled and plopped right down onto the ground. She appeared a bit dazed by the fall and sat there motionless for a moment. Startled, Nian finally got a clear look at the girl before him. The little girl didn't look very old, only about 5 or 6 years old. She was tiny, dressed in a traditional style red long dress, with pigtails standing upright on her head. In her arms, she held a small wooden doll nearly half her height. The doll was quite worn and looked quite old. Her pretty face was rosy and plump, as delicate as a porcelain figurine, and she wore a pair of embroidered red shoes on her feet. She looked very cute. But Nian felt a chill run down his spine. The cuter the little girl was, the more eerie she seemed. In a dead city like this, for such a little girl to suddenly appear? It was obvious that this little girl was far from ordinary. And more importantly, he didn't even know when she had appeared. When had she started standing right in front of him? Judging by what had happened since he'd woken up, she had clearly been watching him. A look of wariness crossed Nian's face as he reached into his pants pocket and gripped a pebble. "Who are you?" Nian spoke in a deep voice, trying to communicate with her. The little girl looked at Nian with a somewhat dazed expression. After staring blankly for a moment, she scrambled to her feet on her own. She clutched the very old wooden doll tightly to her chest. Her porcelain white little hands stood in stark contrast to the doll's rustic, weathered hue. Her wide eyes stared blankly at Nian. She didn't say a word. Nian furrowed his brow, staying on guard. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something new on the ground not far away. He instinctively glanced over and then realized. Was that actually the corpse of a zombie? Nian was startled. He had come to this place to recover his stamina and had, of course, already surveyed the surroundings. So he was certain that before he entered meditation to recover his stamina, there had been no zombie corpse in that spot. But now it was there. He instinctively looked more closely and saw a lantern lying near the zombie's hand. The lantern appeared intact on the outside, but the dim yellow light inside had gone out. What was going on? Who had killed this remnant? Nian was inwardly startled, but quickly realized something. Could it be? He instinctively looked toward the little girl. But as soon as he turned his head, Nian's heart gave a sudden jolt. Because the little girl who had been right in front of him just a moment ago was gone. Nian quickly turned his head to look around, searching everywhere. But the surroundings were completely silent apart from the lantern on the ground and the zombie's corpse. What else could possibly be there? The little girl had vanished without a trace. As if she had never been there at all. Nian felt a chill run down his spine. His breathing grew slightly more rapid. But he quickly regained his composure. He'd encountered far too many inexplicable and mysterious events lately. After looking around for a long while without finding the girl in red, he paused to think for a moment, then walked over to the zombie and the lantern. He looked at the interface. Sure enough, text appeared on the screen. A fragment of a strange object has been detected. Do you wish to absorb it? If so, please place your hand on the fragment and wait for about 10 breaths. It was the exact same prompt. Nian thought for a moment, then crouched down and touched the lantern. The lantern looked intact, without a single scratch. Then how did it go out? Nian wondered to himself as he waited for the absorption to complete. After a dozen or so breaths, the text changed. Absorption successful. Obtained 1 fragment of the wondrous object human skin lantern. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the wondrous object the human skin lantern. Current count, 2. Looking at the text, an idea flashed through Nian's mind. 10 fragments would yield 1 rare item human skin lantern, meaning the upgrade quest was already halfway complete. He possessed 2 innate abilities, and the upgrade quest required an equal number of rare items. If the upgrade quest were completed, both his flicking skill and 7-step dash could be elevated by 1 rank. He would also obtain a rare item and a breathing technique.
Nian had no idea what the latter two entailed. He didn't know what specific benefits they would bring him once obtained. But raising the ranks of his two innate abilities, that was something he valued highly. This dead city was eerie. Not only did it harbor remnants like the Lantern Ghoul, but there was also that little girl exuding mystery and strangeness. This suggested things were far from peaceful. Most crucially, Ho and the mysterious figure had also mentioned a mysterious source of calamity. If it's called a source of calamity, one can only imagine how terrifying it must be. They clearly knew something. Their tone was very certain. Therefore, within this calamity domain, the stronger he is, the better. Because what he'll have to face later isn't just the dangers of the dead city itself. There are also those people who look like Rose's followers. There might even be patrols after all, since there's already one Ho. Who is to say there won't be a second or third Ho? Nian felt a headache coming on. He sensed he'd been dragged into a massive mess. Or perhaps the kidnapping itself is part of this mess. He exhaled softly and finally decided not to dwell on it. Overthinking wouldn't help for now. He could only take it one step at a time. The good news was that, according to Ho and that mysterious figure, 3 days seemed to be a critical milestone. What he needed to consider now, aside from completing the upgrade task as quickly as possible, was finding something to eat. He was already extremely hungry and thirsty. But he didn't dare eat anything inside the calamity domain, even though he could see a well not far away. Food and water had become his biggest problems right now. He had to figure something out. He already had a few ideas. Namely, that group of people who appeared to be from the Rose organization. They must have plenty of food and water. Because their condition didn't look like they'd been forced into this calamity domain by accident. Rather, it seemed as though they'd been prepared for this all along. Or rather, Nian suspected that this calamity domain was actually triggered by them. Only he and those students were truly caught up in it by accident. No. Maybe it wasn't an accident after all. Nian's eyes narrowed suddenly. Because Ho was the one leading the way at the front back then. Since he was involved with them, then, encountering this calamity domain might not have been accidental at all, but rather a deliberate act. His purpose for entering this calamity domain remains unknown for now. Dragging the students and his colleagues along with him. Was he planning to silence them while he was at it? Nian pondered. The students had been kidnapped and were now rescued. Although Nian didn't think the Rose faction would mind being seen or remembered by the students, but if they could silence them while they were at it, he believed the Rose faction wouldn't mind. Nian's mind raced with thoughts. But soon, he shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Because for now, it was pointless. The priority right now was to secure food and water. Spiritual energy could help him hold out a little longer, but it couldn't completely replace the essentials. Unfortunately, the city was too vast. He'd been facing off against Ho for so long that his throat was on fire from shouting, yet he hadn't spotted a single other person. Finding those people in a city this big was likely no easy task. Search? Suddenly, Nian thought of something and looked ahead. Quest, hide and seek catcher. Quest description. Playmates, 0, catches, 327-1000. Looking at this quest, Nian fell deep in thought. It seemed he'd have to complete this quest as soon as possible, too. Although he didn't know exactly how the final reward, that tracking innate ability, would work, it was still an opportunity. But the key issue was playmates. Where could he find a playmate? Nian suddenly froze, then looked down at the corpse of a lantern ghoul at his feet. An idea had just popped into his head, but to see if it would actually work, he'd have to test it first. Step 1. Find a lantern ghoul. This step wasn't difficult, because these zombies carried lanterns. Although the light was dim, it was still quite noticeable when viewed from above in this pitch-black, desolate city. Nian found a relatively tall building and scaled it with a few jumps. He didn't use 7-step dash, but now that his stamina had recovered, it was still a breeze. It didn't take long before he spotted several small yellow glows appearing on the streets below. Shortly afterward, Nian appeared on the roof of a house, looking down at the center of the street. There, a zombie carrying a lantern was staggering along very slowly. With every step, a creepy creak sound came from its hips. This zombie was in a far worse state of decay than the skeletal one he encountered earlier. Its upper body was almost completely bare, the flesh had rotted away almost entirely, and he could clearly see its black internal organs still twitching through the bones. However, this time he could see that much of its black internal organs were missing as well. Black bodily fluids dripped from the rotting flesh, pooling on the ground. It looked eerie. And it was disgusting. Nian glanced at the lantern again, feeling a bit uncertain. He looked at the interface, confirmed something, and silently recited in his mind. Bind companion. He targeted the lantern-carrying zombie as his companion. Then he looked at the interface. But the number of companions on the interface hadn't changed. He furrowed his brow, then tried targeting the lantern instead. But it failed again. Nian let out a soft sigh. It seemed he overthought it. The description on the interface was creature. This lantern and zombie, no matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem like creatures at all. It looked like his plan to quickly farm quests wasn't going to work. He shook his head and finally looked down at the lantern ghoul below. He clenched 2 pebbles in his hands. Although his plan had failed, he couldn't let this remnant get away either. Killing the lantern ghoul would be dangerous. He experienced the power of a psychic blast firsthand. It was excruciating. As for those people who looked like members of the Rose faction, 2 of them had fallen unconscious after killing a single remnant. That showed just how dangerous it was. Fortunately, Nian had his interface. Killing it would yield soul essence, which, once absorbed, could offset the damage caused by the remnant. There was some risk, but not much. Without further hesitation, Nian clasped the pebbles in both hands, and a light burst forth. Then, one after the other, they shot out in an instant. Whoosh! 2 crystalline points, one after the other, streaked toward the lanterns held by the zombies staggering down the street. Thwack! The first pebble instantly pierced the lantern, striking the wick. An invisible ripple appeared instantly, as if triggered from within the wick. But before it could fully spread, the second crystalline speck arrived. Pop! The wick went out. At the same moment, a piercing scream echoed in Nian's mind. The scream was excruciatingly sharp, as if it were tearing his brain apart. He let out a muffled groan, clenched his jaw, and looked down. The lantern had gone out. The lantern ghoul's body jerked violently, then collapsed to the ground, motionless. It was dead. Nian slumped onto the roof, his face pale and his whole body trembling. He waited. After more than 10 breaths, text appeared on the interface. Defeated the obsession of a foreign realm's remnant soul. Obtained foreign realm soul essence common. Extract and use. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian silently chanted the command extract. Instantly, a hazy orb of light appeared in his right palm. The orb hovered for a few breaths before sinking into the palm of his hand. He closed his eyes. A moment later, he exhaled deeply. His complexion returned to normal. He felt refreshed. Nian looked around the area. Sure enough, the greatest strength of the flicking skill lay in its ability to launch surprise attacks. The process was easier than he had imagined. He glanced left and right to make sure there were no other dangers, then jumped down from the rooftop onto the street and crouched down to examine the lantern. A moment later. Absorption successful. Obtained 1 fragment of the Curiosity Human Skin Lantern. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the Curiosity Human Skin Lantern. Current count, 3. After he absorbed it, the lantern turned into a white light and vanished into his palm, leaving only the zombie's corpse behind. Onward. He didn't linger, instead searching once more for high ground and a light source. Half an hour later, Nian spotted another wraith and, using the same method, successfully killed it. The number of fragments reached 4. He pressed on, and after another 10 or so minutes, encountered yet another wraith. The number of fragments reached 5. By this point, Nian had noticed something.
The mental shock the damage it deals to me seems to have weakened? Nian noticed this keenly.
The first time he encountered the mental shock, he had a splitting headache and nearly passed out, as if he pulled several all-nighters. But by the time he killed the fourth one, Nian found that the mental shock didn't seem quite as powerful anymore. Although his head still felt uncomfortable, it was at most the kind of exhaustion one feels after pulling an all-nighter. The initial stinging pain was gone.
Is it that soul essence? Has it strengthened my mind?
If that were the case, then by continuing to fight, and absorbing more soul essence, wouldn't this mental shock eventually have no effect on him at all?
That was clearly a good thing. Nian's spirits lifted a bit. However, he didn't press on. Because
the spiritual energy for the flicking skill was nearly depleted, and he felt exhausted. He only killed 3 lanterns, but each one required activating the flicking skill at least twice. In such a short time, he already used the flicking skill 6 times. And he could only use the flicking skill a total of 9 times. With no other choice, Nian had to find a safe spot and use the guidance technique to recover. Thus, a little over an hour later,
Nian opened his eyes again.
He checked his energy levels. It had recovered.
But endurance is a major problem.
The flicking skill can only be used 9 times.
After 9 uses, I'll be completely exhausted.
He furrowed his brow. This greatly limited his speed in killing remnants. It wasn't that he hadn't considered other ways to kill the remnant, but he ultimately ruled them out.
The risk was simply too high.
The only reason he was able to kill the remnant so quickly was because the flicking skill was a ranged innate ability, and he was attacking from ambush, taking advantage of his superior position to strike at a weaker opponent, which is why he achieved such seemingly effortless results. But if he gave up the flicking skill and chose to fight up close,
did he really think the lantern-carrying zombie was just sitting around doing nothing?
He faced one head-on before. Though mechanical, that zombie was incredibly fast. It just lacked the agility to change its tactics. But there was no doubt about it, if that thing managed to grab him even once, Nian would be in big trouble. Suddenly, Nian sensed something and jerked his head up. In the corner of a nearby building, a figure abruptly ducked back. And that figure was wearing
a red dress? Was that the eerie girl in red? Nian's expression changed. Was she still following him? But when he arrived, all he saw was a desolate, pitch-black, ruined city.
Where was that vivid red figure?
Nian looked grim.
He was certain he wasn't seeing things.
It was definitely that girl in red. She'd been following him all along.
This city wasn't just full of zombies.
It also had ghosts?
Nian suspected that the girl in red was a ghost. Now he was being haunted by a ghost.
But
if she really was after him, and he regained his spiritual power twice in a row, why hadn't this ghost girl made a move on him?
In fact,
recalling the zombie corpse that had mysteriously appeared beside him last time, he furrowed his brow. He strongly suspected that this mysterious girl in red had killed that zombie. Because if it had been anyone else, they couldn't possibly have failed to notice him.
When he opened his eyes, he saw only that mysterious girl in red. Who else could it have been? It couldn't have been the zombie running over on its own and killing itself, could it? Nian furrowed his brow, feeling a bit uneasy. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled.
Nian frowned and rubbed his stomach. He was very hungry. It had been nearly 30 or 40 hours since his last meal. During those 30 or 40 hours, Nian had been on the move the whole time, engaging in fierce battles from time to time, which had taken a massive toll on his stamina. Although it hadn't affected his movements yet. If this continued, it was only a matter of time. He originally planned to use the zombies to complete the hide-and-seek mission, obtain the tracking innate ability, and then proceed. But now those hopes had been dashed. The panel had determined that the zombies and the lantern were not living beings.
So he'd have to search the old-fashioned way. He had to find those people from the Rose faction and figure out a way to get some food from them.
Otherwise, there would be serious trouble. In 3 days, no, a little over 2 days, the critical juncture Ho and the others mentioned will arrive. He has no idea what dangers lie ahead, and being both hungry and thirsty will drastically reduce his chances of survival. Thinking of this, Nien's heart grew heavy. Because his spiritual energy is limited, even if the remnant isn't hard to find, it will be difficult for him to gather enough rare items for the upgrade quest in such a short time. Moreover, since he was alone and had no playmates, he couldn't proceed with the hide and seek quest either. Now he was both thirsty and hungry, and suspected he was being haunted by a ghost. On top of that, he found himself in a mysterious calamity domain, a world about which he had absolutely no information and which was filled with malevolence. The negative bafu had certainly piled up. Even for someone of Nien's temperament, he was feeling a touch of despair at that moment. However, he quickly regained his composure. True to his nature, even if he were to die, he would certainly die struggling, rather than lying still and calmly waiting for death. Exhaling softly, Nien looked in one direction. It was the direction from which Ho had chased him earlier. The group presumed to be the Rose faction who had met secretly with Ho had headed in that direction when they left. That group clearly knew something. Their movements were highly organized. Right now, they were most likely somewhere in that direction, carrying out some mysterious activity. Nien pressed his lips together. Ho was putting considerable pressure on him, and crucially, the other party clearly possessed some kind of ability, something akin to perception. Ho was currently active in that area as well, so if Nien went there, there was a high probability he'd be spotted again. Having learned his lesson from last time, if Ho found him again, he would most likely not make a scene but instead crush him with lightning-fast force. That would be very dangerous. But staying here was even more dangerous. Nien didn't hesitate for long and set off. Suspecting that Apiao had already set her sights on him, he kept glancing back and looking left and right as he walked, hoping to spot any trace of that mysterious girl in red. But in the end, he found nothing. Instead, he ran into 2 more lantern ghouls, and Nien attacked them immediately. He obtained 2 more shards. His total number of shards reached 7. 3 more shards, and he would obtain the complete human skin lantern artifact. At the same time, however, half of his spiritual energy had been depleted, leaving him feeling helpless. But there were gains as well. His mental strength seemed to be growing stronger. After absorbing 2 more soul essences, the mental shock the remnant had inflicted on him as it died had diminished by another notch. It felt like a slight throbbing in his head, similar to the state one experiences after concentrating intensely on work for 2 or 3 hours. This lifted Nien's spirits somewhat. At this rate, once he absorbs a few more soul essences, the mental shock from the remnant will no longer have any significant effect on him. This was clearly good news. As he pressed on, the dead city lay in ruins, and the world around him was shrouded in gloom. It seemed that this calamity domain had no distinction between day and night, because he had been in it for at least 10 hours. If there were day and night cycles, it should be daytime by now. Of course, it was also possible that this was a different realm where the cycle of day and night differed from the real world, similar to the midnight sun or polar night. Without any intelligence, he couldn't analyze it, so he had to set the matter aside for now. When he encountered another lantern ghoul, Nien hesitated for a moment before killing it. He now had 8 shards. He was forced to find another spot to use the guidance technique to recover. 10 shards will yield a wondrous object. Although Luna's words were vague, it's clear that obtaining a wondrous object will bring significant benefits. I might as well manifest one right now and see if it can help me in my current situation. Nien wasn't sure exactly how to use a wondrous object, but he had once seen the white lotus between Luna's eyebrows. He just didn't know how to integrate it. Perhaps it had something to do with the breathing technique. For now, he could only figure it out on his own. He decided to first manifest a human skin lantern and see if anything remarkable would happen. Perhaps the interface would give him some clues? If it could truly have a positive impact on his current situation, it would greatly increase his chances of survival. With that in mind, Nien began breathing according to the guided technique. Soon after, a faint white light began to emanate from his body. His spiritual energy was recovering. But before it had fully recovered, Nien, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a little girl curled up at the side of his legs as he sat cross-legged, looking as docile as a little kitten.
A little girl was dressed entirely in red. Nien's eyes widened instantly. The starlight surrounding him vanished in an instant. As the starlight faded, the little girl sensed something was amiss.
She instinctively looked up and met Nien's stunned gaze. The little girl was still clutching the tattered wooden puppet. She blinked once, her expression dazed, then suddenly her form blurred. Nien's vision flickered, and the little girl vanished just as abruptly. Nien snapped back to his senses and sucked in a sharp breath. He really had been targeted by a ghost. And the moment he used the guidance technique, the spirit appeared? What on earth was going on? Nien's face was etched with shock, and his mind was in turmoil. Although the girl spirit hadn't done anything to him yet, this was clearly not normal. He was bound to have to fight, and since the flicking skill could only be used 9 times and using it more than 6 times would drain his stamina enough to render him incapacitated, he would inevitably have to use the guidance technique as well. If this girl ghost really does appear every time he is restoring his spiritual energy.
Nien felt a chill run down his spine. She appears whenever he restores his spiritual energy. So, is it his spiritual energy that's drawing her here? Nien's expression darkened.
So far, this girl, Piao, hasn't done anything to him. In fact, she has likely even helped him kill a remnant that once approached him.
But does that mean he should let her run wild? What if she plans to do something to him later?
She always appears when Nien is at his most vulnerable silently and without warning.
This is too dangerous.
If she were to harm Nien, he would have no way to defend himself. This time, Nien suddenly opened his eyes not because he sensed anything, but because on the previous 2 occasions, he spotted the girl, Piao, only after the guidance spell had ended. So he made a point of staying vigilant, which is why he snapped his eyes open mid-spell. His hunch proved correct. Sure enough, he saw the little girl. This was undoubtedly a major source of instability.
It left Nien feeling uneasy. But how could he intervene?
He didn't even know where the little girl was right now. Perhaps she was lurking in some corner, watching him, following his every move, just waiting for him to cast the guidance spell.
Nien's expression kept shifting as his gaze swept across the area. For a moment, it felt as though the dark, dilapidated corners of the building were suddenly filled with countless pairs of eyes, staring at him coldly and maliciously.
The more he thought about it, the greater the pressure on his mind became. Finally, Nien stood up abruptly, furrowing his brow, and hurried away. His spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered yet, but he simply didn't want to stay in this place any longer.
Nien knew, however, that leaving was pointless.
He had no idea how far he was now from where he first encountered the little girl, Piao. During his pursuit of Remnant, he had alternated between sprinting and changing direction, never lingering in any one area for long. Yet, as soon as he activated the guidance technique, the little girl, Piao, appeared once again. Clearly, she had been following him all along, hidden from his sight.
What was he to do?
As Nien pressed on, he mulled this over. How could he completely shake off that little girl?
But he had no clue. After all, he didn't even know what kind of entity she actually was. He could only guess that she was a ghost. But he had absolutely no way to deal with her. Before he knew it, a dim, yellowish halo appeared ahead again. Nien snapped back to attention and looked at it. He furrowed his brow. He found another remnant. He now had 8 fragments, just 2 more remnants, and he obtained a complete curiosity. To kill or not to kill?
If he killed it, he'd inevitably have to use the guidance technique again afterward.
When that happened, the little girl in red would most likely reappear. But what if he didn't kill it?
This calamity domain was so dangerous that, in his current state, simply staying alive was difficult enough.
A complete curiosity might give him some leverage in his current predicament. Nien hesitated.
But this hesitation lasted only a moment. Soon, Nien had made up his mind.
Kill. The little girl hadn't attacked him the first 3 times, though he didn't know why, but would the 4th time be any different?
If something did go wrong, well, there was nothing he could do about it. After all,
he was bound to fight anyway. Never mind whether Ho would discover his secret. Just trying to get food would inevitably lead to a fight. He couldn't very well walk up to suspected members of the Rose organization, ask for food out of the blue, and expect them to just hand it over, could he? So, he would certainly have to use the guidance technique again. More than once, even. If he held back out of fear of the little girl, his chances of survival would be extremely low. He could even die of thirst. That being the case, what was there left to fear? Once he come to this realization, Nian stopped dithering. He moved swiftly, and before long, the remnant he spotted from a distance lay dead at his hands. The number of shards reached 9. As before, he absorbed the spiritual essence and felt his spiritual power strengthen once more. His mind felt clear and light, as if his reaction speed had suddenly increased significantly. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion. Anyway, now that he started killing, and with only 1 shard left to go, Nian decided to keep searching for remnants and simply collect all 10. He wanted to see if the complete curiosity would be of any benefit to him. He began running swiftly, once again scanning the surrounding high ground for remnants. There were still quite a few remnants in this city. After about 10 minutes, Nian spotted a lantern ghoul on one of the streets. Without hesitation, he killed it. The lantern dissolved into specks of white light in his hands. The number of fragments reached 10. Then, he looked at his interface and waited. The text on the interface turned into ink wash again, and after more than 10 breaths, new text coalesced successfully. Obtained Curiosity Human Skin Lantern Fragment 10. Can be fused into Curiosity Human Skin Lantern. Do you wish to fuse? Sure enough, the interface indicated that it could now be fused into a complete curiosity. Nian silently thought, yes. The next moment, the text transformed back into ink wash. This time, it took longer than before. Nian stood there waiting for a moment, but no new text appeared. He furrowed his brow slightly. Did the fusion require more time? He thought for a moment, looked around, then walked away to find a quieter spot where he sat cross-legged on the ground. He glanced at the interface again. The ink was rippling. Had it not succeeded yet? Nian remained silent for a short while, then checked his spiritual energy levels. Since he opened his eyes midway through the guiding technique, his spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered to its peak. After that, he killed 2 more remnants and used the flicking skill 4 times. Now his spiritual energy for the flicking skill was once again depleted. He remained silent for a moment, then finally took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He began breathing using the guiding technique. He still had to use the guiding technique. As for whether the little girl would appear again, he didn't want to think about that anymore. Anyway, thinking about it was useless. What good would it do besides draining his energy? Recovering his strength and doing his best to survive was the key. Everything else could wait. Soon after, the 64 breaths were complete, and a faint white glow once again enveloped Nian. Almost immediately after the glow appeared, a figure in red quietly materialized out of thin air in the corner. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, clutching a tattered wooden puppet. She stared blankly at Nian, who seemed bathed in starlight, then stumbled over to his side. She clutched the puppet tightly, studied Nian, whose eyes were closed carefully, then curled up at his feet and began silently tugging at the puppet, playing with it on her own. As she played happily, a joyful smile spread across her face. A short while later, wisps of starlight spread from Nian's body to hers. She yawned widely, tilted her head to look at Nian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and even naturally rubbed her cheek gently against Nian's knee. Then she stopped playing, hugged the puppet doll, curled up obediently at Nian's feet, and closed her eyes contentedly. Like a little girl who had found her father. The scene was very peaceful. Nian's spiritual energy had fully recovered. When he opened his eyes again, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a red shadow out of the corner of his eye. By the time he looked over in surprise, the red shadow had already vanished. Nian was speechless. She really had appeared again. It was now certain, whenever he used the guidance technique, that little girl would appear. Was she really drawn here by his spiritual energy? But in a city this large,
With so many members of the Rose Society and the patrol having entered, there must be plenty of people here far more powerful than herself.
Why was she the only one being targeted? Was it just a coincidence?
Nian was astonished. Setting aside the mysterious function for now, just the fact that fusing with it grants an innate ability, this wondrous object truly lives up to the word wondrous.
However, is that all there is to it? Is acquiring this marvel really just about gaining one more innate ability?
Although innate abilities are incredibly powerful after all, he has survived this long entirely thanks to his 2 innate abilities. In his current situation, if it's just one more innate ability, it would certainly be helpful. But as for how much of a help it would be, that is far from certain.
Because spiritual energy is a massive constraint.
Gaining one more mental spike ability only to be exhausted after using it a few times means it can only be used in critical moments. It won't fundamentally change the situation he is facing. But clearly, there is no point in overthinking it now, so Nian simply stopped dwelling on it. He'd refine it first and worry about the rest later. Once he refined this mysterious object, everything would become clear. With that in mind, Nian didn't hesitate, he simply silently chanted in his mind.
Assimilate.
The next moment, a glow began to emanate from the palm of Nian's right hand. He looked down, and before long, flecks of white light converged there. In just a moment, a small, delicate lantern appeared in the palm of his hand.
This lantern was clearly completely different from the one held by the lantern ghoul. The one held by the lantern ghoul was a dim, yellowish lantern, oval-shaped and quite large.
But the one now in Nian's hand was, surprisingly, a bright red lantern.
It was also dainty and exquisitely crafted.
2 characters were inscribed on it in black ink, the calligraphy looking beautiful and neat.
But Nian didn't recognize them. More importantly, there was actually a wick inside this lantern. And the wick was lit.
The exquisite red lantern emitted a faint red glow, appearing very serene. Just as he was curiously examining it, the lantern suddenly began to float slowly upward.
Nian looked up in surprise.
The lantern spun slowly in the air, and at one point, it suddenly cast a beam of starlight that enveloped Nian's head. Nian's body stiffened, and he instantly felt an icy cold energy begin to flow into the space between his eyebrows. It was as if his mind had suddenly cleared. The starlight on the lantern suspended in the air grew increasingly intense, yet it all seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, converging into the space between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the lantern, which had seemed so tangible, began to fade into a hazy, ethereal form, as if it were becoming transparent.
Nian saw it and almost instinctively thought of the lotus flower between Luna's eyebrows.
It, too, was hazy and indistinct, seeming both real and unreal. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed an unusual stirring within his body. Startled, he paused to listen closely. He immediately realized that the spiritual energy within his arms and legs was actually flowing. Ever since acquiring the flicking skill and the 7-step innate ability, he had been aware of this mysterious force, which he later learned was spiritual energy. But these 2 streams of spiritual energy had always remained relatively static, as if confined within his arms and legs. Except when he activated his innate ability, at which point they would naturally be consumed, Nian had been completely unable to control these 2 forces at other times. But at this moment, these 2 forces had actually begun to surge. As if they had come to life, they began to travel up his arms and legs toward his upper body. Passing through his body, they slowly gathered in his brain. His face involuntarily flushed crimson, as if he were holding his breath.
Until a certain moment. Pop!
It was as if the sound of something shattering echoed in his mind. The next instant, he suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. The red lantern in the air suddenly contracted in that split second, and Nian felt a sudden chill between his eyebrows, as if something had burrowed inside. The strange transformation came to an end. The lantern vanished, and the starlight faded as well. Nian instinctively covered his forehead, but when he touched it, it felt completely smooth. Yet he sensed that something extraordinary had happened. Somewhat taken aback, he closed his eyes and began to feel his body carefully. Shortly afterward, he opened his eyes again, his expression a mix of realization and awe.
After the strange object entered my body, my spiritual energy seems to have gained a true core. Is this the effect of the strange object? He didn't know how to describe this sensation. If he had to come up with an analogy, then he could think of his previous innate abilities as guns. Spiritual energy was the bullets. Activating an innate ability is like firing a shot. However, his previous guns were all different. This meant that the types of bullets in each magazine were also different. Therefore, the spiritual energy associated with the flicking skill could only be used to activate the flicking skill, and the spiritual energy associated with the 7-step dash could only be used for the 7-step dash. But as soon as the strange object entered his body, these spiritual energies seemed to find their anchor. They separated from his body and all converged within the strange object. It was as if the strange object had become an organ specifically designed to store spiritual energy. Just as blood resides in the heart and urine in the bladder, the strange object became the spiritual energy organ within his body. And through the strange object, all the bullet types were instantly unified. Or rather, the spiritual energy within his body suddenly gained the ability to freely switch between bullet types. If that is still hard to grasp, then to put it simply, now, the spiritual energy of Nien's flicking skill can be used to activate 7-step dash. And the spiritual energy of 7-step dash can also be used to activate flicking skill. The number of bullets in the magazine hasn't changed, but the bullet types are all standardized. This single change alone has instantly expanded Nien's tactical flexibility. When attacking, he can channel all his spiritual energy into his innate ability, instantly doubling the number of flicking skills available. If you factor in the spiritual energy from the newly acquired mental type innate ability, the increase is even greater, perhaps doubling it. When fleeing, he can devote all his energy to the 7-step dash. In that case, the 7-step dash would no longer be limited to just 7 steps. What a massive difference! Don't let the simplicity of unifying spiritual energy fool you. It has propelled Nien's combat prowess, both in offense and evasion, to a whole new level. This is the power of a curiosity. Nien was stunned for a long time before finally exhaling deeply to calm himself. He made the right bet. The difference between having a wondrous object and not having one was almost revolutionary for his strength. This gave him a much better chance of survival in this calamity domain. Oh, right, there's also the mental innate ability I just acquired, and the special effect mentioned on the stats panel that says limited to this domain. I wonder what that is? Nien began to explore it with some curiosity. It wasn't difficult. Just like the flicking skill and 7-step dash, the innate ability felt like an independent entity that he could clearly sense. Now, there was a cool, refreshing power in Nien's mind. He felt he could command it as easily as moving his own arm whenever he needed it. He simply had to focus his thoughts to unleash its power. He just didn't know yet how strong it was or what it was capable of. He could only roughly gauge that after actual combat. There was no rush. What really piqued his curiosity, though, was the special ability that was limited to this realm. But since the stats panel offered no clues, he had no choice but to figure it out on his own. He fully understood the process by which the human skin lantern had fused with his body, so he knew that, just like Luna, there was something present within his brow center. Luna had a lotus flower, while he had a red lantern. This inevitably made him think of the process of using the guidance technique, focusing his mind on his brow center, imagining spiritual energy surging from there into his body, cleansing his entire being. Previously, his brow center had been empty, so he hadn't felt anything special. Now, with a large red lantern, a wondrous object residing there, it had become a spiritual organ within his body. If he focused his mind on his brow center again, perhaps he would experience some unexpected sensation. With that in mind, he raised his palms toward the sky and instinctively began breathing according to the guidance method, while focusing his mind on his brow center to see if he would feel any difference. And that difference manifested almost instantly. For, after taking just 2 breaths using the guidance method, he actually sensed spiritual energy. This came as a huge surprise to Nien. You see, previously, whenever he used the guiding method to restore spiritual energy, he had to complete an entire cycle first.
64 breaths with a peculiar rhythm he needed to complete a full cycle before he could channel the spiritual energy. But now, on only the second of those 64 peculiar breaths, he had actually already sensed spiritual energy? More importantly, he was clearly already in his peak state, with all his innate ability spiritual energy at full. Yet he could clearly sense that the giant red lantern was absorbing spiritual energy. Was his ammo count actually increasing? Nian instantly gasped, then realized. The effect of this strange object seemed even more significant and remarkable than he had anticipated. Because it didn't merely serve to consolidate the spiritual energy of his innate abilities within his body. More importantly, the artifact itself is a spiritual energy storage organ. This means, it can actually increase the total amount of spiritual energy. This discovery made Nian's eyes light up. The flicking skill is powerful, and the 7-step dash is powerful too, but the biggest issue holding him back is endurance. 9 uses of the flicking skill, 7 uses of the 7-step dash. After using them, he would be completely exhausted. This meant he could only use them at the most critical moments. Recovering afterward also took a great deal of time. At least an hour or more. After the artifact unified this spiritual energy, even though the total amount remained unchanged, it allowed him to choose his moves with greater freedom, which had a very positive effect on his endurance. But he never expected that this was only one of the artifact's functions. He had only just discovered its truly important function. The marvel can actually increase the spiritual energy within his body. This completely solves the endurance problem for innate ability users at its very root. Upon realizing this, Nian fully understood the true value of the term marvel. There is probably not a single innate ability user in the world who could refuse a marvel, right? Nian felt a surge of excitement for a moment. It took him quite a while to gradually calm himself down. No question about it, now that he discovered this, he naturally had to fill up the spiritual energy within the wondrous artifact first. Immediately, he focused his mind and began to channel the guidance technique with his whole being. And during this process, he discovered something else. Namely, now that he possessed the wondrous object, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy far exceeded what it had been before. If Nian's recovery speed using the guidance technique had previously been 1, then now it was at least 5. As vast amounts of spiritual energy surged in just a short while, a hazy starlight began to emanate from Nian's body. It was much brighter than before. In the corner, a figure in red appeared once more. Cradling her puppet doll, she blinked at Nian, seemingly a bit dazed. But soon, she ran over joyfully and curled up at Nian's feet. A portion of the faint starlight emanating from Nian's body flowed into her. This time, the spiritual energy was considerably greater than before, which seemed to make the little girl very happy. She played with the puppet even more enthusiastically. Nian paid no attention to the outside world. He focused his mind on his brow, completely absorbed in the moment. And before he knew it, a strange sight suddenly appeared before his eyes, which had previously been pitch black. A large red lantern emerged from the darkness, suspended in the center of Nian's entire world. Nian's heart skipped a beat. He could see things even with his eyes closed? He was deeply shaken. Instinctively, he focused his mind to look at it. In his eyes at that moment, the large red lantern appeared enormous and exquisitely crafted. Every detail was crystal clear. A hazy, star-like spiritual energy swirled around it, constantly flowing into the massive lantern. This caused the light from the wick to suddenly grow brighter, becoming ever more dazzling. As more spiritual energy surged in, Nian noticed that the body of the lantern itself began to emit a faint glow. It wasn't the wick, it was the lantern's body that was beginning to glow. The light rose from the bottom to the top. It didn't look like light at all, but more like some kind of liquid, as if it were being poured into the lantern. It was incredibly dense. Just as the bottom layer, which covered roughly 1/10 of the lantern's surface, was completely illuminated by a soft white glow, Nian suddenly felt a sharp, needle-like pain surge through his brain. This startled him, and in the next instant, the lantern vanished from the pitch-black world. Nian froze for a moment, then instinctively opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that the spiritual energy on his body had vanished. He didn't know when it had been cut off.
What was this?
Nian was puzzled. He furrowed his brow and focused his senses on his brow center. Then he sensed that the strange object contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. The total amount of this spiritual energy far exceeded the total amount he had previously possessed in his body. It had increased by at least 3 times.
Nian was stunned. 3 times?
That meant that if he still divided his spiritual energy into 3 portions, he could use the flicking skill 27 times on its own. And if he devoted all his spiritual energy to the flicking skill, then he could now use it
81 times? And the 7-step dash innate ability could be used 63 times? Even Nian's eyes widened in shock. Setting the flicking skill aside for now, under these circumstances, what is the difference between the 7-step dash and actual flight? Jumping 63 times in the air, even if each jump covered just 40 or 50 meters, that would be over 3 kilometers.
Nian was stunned. Originally, fusing with the strange artifact had been nothing more than a last resort. The situation was too dire, he was grasping at straws. But he never expected it to bring him such a huge surprise. It took him a long time to finally force himself to calm down.
But what was that sudden pain in my head just now? Why did that happen? Also,
I feel like this wondrous object's capacity to absorb spiritual energy is still far from reaching its limit. But no matter how much he analyzed it, he couldn't figure out the reason. He tried using the guidance technique again, but the moment he did, a needle-like pain shot through his brain, forcing him to stop the absorption process.
He frowned.
Absorbing spiritual energy caused a stinging pain, but this hadn't happened before.
Was it because there was too much spiritual energy? Was my perception an illusion, and had the spiritual energy actually already reached the human skin lantern's limit? Or had it reached my limit?
Nian pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He picked up a few pebbles from the ground and activated the flicking skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 streaks of fluorescent light shot out in rapid succession. Instantly, they blasted several large holes in the wall of the dilapidated house ahead. Nian stopped his movements and checked his physical condition once more. He felt incredibly light, with none of the exhaustion he previously felt after using the flicking skill 5 or 6 times. There was some energy drain, but it was minimal. After all, according to his estimates, he could now use the flicking skill at least 81 times.
A mere 5 or 6 uses, what was that, really?
Then Nian sat cross-legged and began channeling his energy once more. And this time, he successfully saw that giant red lantern again. Spiritual energy quickly surged back into the strange object.
Nian immediately realized.
It wasn't that the strange object had reached its limit, it was he himself who had reached his limit.
So what is the constraint? My mental power? Or my physical body?
5 or 6 minutes later, Nian felt the stinging sensation return. The bright red lantern vanished, and the spiritual energy within the strange object returned to its peak once more.
Nian opened his eyes, pondering this question.
But of course, there was no answer at the moment. So after thinking about it for a short while, he put it out of his mind for the time being. I now fully understand the function of the artifact. It unifies the spiritual energy from all innate abilities, transforming it into a separate spiritual energy organ within the body, which accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy while increasing the body's capacity to store it.
But, what exactly is the special effect mentioned on the stats panel limited to this domain? Or could it be that one of these two effects, unifying spiritual energy or increasing its quantity, is actually that special effect? Nian was pondering this question. He didn't know much about the artifact, he only heard about it from Luna.
But even then, Luna had been vague, merely speculating that it was related to spiritual energy and innate abilities.
Moreover, Luna had specifically mentioned a breathing technique
that also seemed to be related to mysterious artifacts. In fact, the upgrade quest on the interface also mentioned a breathing technique. It was one of the rewards. Or perhaps the reason I can't currently use the mysterious artifact to its fullest potential isn't because it's reached its limit, nor because I've reached mine, but because I lack the breathing technique? Another hypothesis formed in Nian's mind. But as before, without supporting evidence, this hypothesis remained just that, a hypothesis. The sudden acquisition of the wondrous object, with so many unknowns, had Nian racking his brain.
Until. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled again.
Nian snapped out of his reverie and rubbed his stomach.
Finally, he let out a soft sigh. Never mind, he'd find out eventually.
In any case, this wondrous artifact had given him a tremendous boost.
Especially in terms of stamina.
It had granted him just enough self-defense capabilities to barely survive within this dangerous calamity domain. But he remained clear-headed. The artifact was indeed powerful, greatly extending his endurance.
But that didn't mean he was invincible.
No matter how formidable the flicking skill was, it was useless if he couldn't hit his target. When Ho was hunting him down, he once launched a surprise attack. Ho had easily intercepted it with his blade. So now, facing Ho, Nian was confident he could outrun him. His opponent might not be able to catch up. But he wanted to kill Ho.
Nian thought it was still a long shot.
After all, the power of the flicking skill had increased, only the number of times it could be used had gone up.
That's the difference between quantity and quality.
Who knows how many people had entered this calamity domain, or how many powerful fighters were on Rose's side. Those fighters were physically formidable, incredibly fast, and had astonishingly quick reflexes. If he actually encountered such a powerhouse, he might die in an instant.
Under such circumstances, an increase in endurance would be meaningless.
However, aside from the situation described above,
an increase in stamina is extremely useful.
To put it simply, at least during combat, he won't have to be constantly on edge or act timidly. With the 7-step dash innate ability, as long as he doesn't face an opponent who possesses an innate ability like Luna S1 capable of closing the distance instantly, Nian ultimately retains a certain degree of the upper hand.
Furthermore, hunting remnants will also become much more straightforward.
With that thought, Nian let out a soft sigh. He glanced at his interface in the level up quest. The column for the number of curios had changed to 1. But now, he possessed 3 innate abilities. Therefore, he would need at least 2 more curios to level up.
2 curios, 20 remnants.
For his former self, that would have been extremely difficult. After all, killing 3 of them would require an hour's rest before he could continue hunting.
On top of that, tracking down remnants also took a lot of time. It was extremely inefficient. But now, 20 remnants, 40 uses of the flicking skill, he could take them all out in one go. That would save him an immeasurable amount of recovery time.
So, this was still a huge deal. Although he wasn't invincible all of a sudden, he still had to be careful.
But in any case, the curiosity is still incredibly powerful.
It's truly worth its weight in gold. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as his thoughts were gradually growing more uplifting and excited, his stomach growled again at the most inopportune moment. Nian froze for a moment, then rubbed his stomach. He was getting hungrier and hungrier. Even obtaining the curiosity couldn't satisfy his hunger.
He still had to find people. He'd look for Rose's group. He'd find a way to get food and water from them. Nian didn't hesitate any longer. He got up and set off.
As he hit the road again, Nian sensed a huge shift in his mindset. Before, he'd been cautious, but his heart had always been filled with anxiety. His firepower was limited, and if he encountered danger, his ability to fight back was weak. Even a short run or a brief skirmish could have left him down for the count. But now, he felt a deep sense of calm. Even facing the desolate night of this ghost town, he remained fully composed. Because he was well armed, whether fighting or retreating, he was far more at ease than before. It's true, a lack of firepower breeds fear. Nian mused. He made his way toward the direction where those who appeared to be Roses had departed. The surroundings were utterly silent, broken only by the rustling of his footsteps. At one point, he suddenly jerked his head in a certain direction. What met his eyes was a cluster of dark, dilapidated houses, pitch black and deathly quiet. He saw nothing. But his senses told him, not far behind those ruined buildings, something very familiar existed. His eyes even subconsciously followed his senses as they roamed. It was as if he had seen a moving target. This inexplicable sensation puzzled Nian. He furrowed his brow, suddenly took a few steps forward, leaped lightly, and landed on the roof of a building. Then he gazed in the direction his senses were pointing. At a glance, he spotted a faint, dim yellow light barely peeking over the rooftops. That was Remnant? 3 blocks away from me, and yet, I can actually sense it? Could this be what the interface mentioned? A special function? Nian was somewhat taken aback. This was clearly unusual, it had never happened before. And yet, here it was. Combined with the fact that what he sensed was a remnant and that the zombie was holding a fragment of a human skin lantern. The large, bright red, complete human skin lantern now residing between Nian's eyebrows had been forged by fusing together the human skin lanterns held by these zombies. All of this, coupled with the description on the interface stating limited to this realm. Such associations and speculations naturally surfaced in Nian's mind. The human skin lanterns in this realm seemed to share some mysterious connection in the unseen. He looked at that description on the interface once more, then exhaled softly. It seemed there was no mistake, this must be the effect of limited to this realm. The ability to sense remnants within a certain range? This was clearly good news for him. After all, he needed a large number of exotic artifacts. Right now, he needed 3. To upgrade this quest. But who said he only needed 3? Exotic artifacts were incredibly valuable, something no one with an innate ability could resist. Even after completing the quest, he could certainly continue collecting them. Nian knew full well that ever since the original hostess' parents had passed away, his life hadn't been easy. If he collected a few more human skin lanterns, even if his stats didn't require them and he had no use for them himself, he could easily sell them. The price for each human skin lantern would likely be high, amounting to a substantial sum of money. This would be of immense benefit to his future life. In any world, as long as it is orderly and populated by people, money is extremely important. According to his memories, the original host wasn't well off. After both his parents died, a whole bunch of debt collectors appeared and filed lawsuits against Nian's parents with the Star City authorities, resulting in his parents' estate being auctioned off by the government to pay off the debts. In the end, only a small apartment remained for Nian to live in. So the original host was desperately short on money. The journey so far had been so dangerous that he hadn't had the heart to think about much else for the time being. His only priority was to stay alive. But now, with ample firepower at his disposal, his mind had settled somewhat, and Nian naturally began to think more deeply. Therefore, being able to sense remnants was an excellent development for Nian. He had an interface that allowed him to collect curiosities from these remnants. This was a massive advantage. After all, he had once heard that person from the Rose mention how they handled the human skin lantern. That person had said at the time that it was a calamity domain item, related to curios, and could fetch a good price. From those words, it was clear they didn't realize the lantern itself was part of a curio. Evidently, they also lacked the ability to fuse the lantern fragments into a curio. This was a unique ability of the interface. Previously, Nian hadn't fully grasped its significance. But after learning the true value of wonders, he realized just how game-changing this ability was. So, what exactly is the panel? Nian couldn't help but think about this question again. But just like before, he was still completely in the dark. After a moment, he shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on this, he'd investigate it once he was completely safe. His gaze fell on the location of that remnant, and an idea struck him. He hadn't even tested his new ability yet. Now was the perfect time to give it a try. With that in mind, he felt a surge of curiosity. He wondered what effect Mental Spike would have when used against a remnant. He sprang into action immediately, moving toward the remnant. Soon, he found himself 3 streets away, perched on a rooftop, watching the lantern ghoul wandering below. No matter how many times he saw it, this zombie was eerie. In the deserted, pitch-black street, a zombie carried a dim, yellow lantern, staggering along. Its body was rotting, exposing stark white bones, and a trail of black fluid dripped from its feet. It was disgusting no matter how he looked at it. Nian took a deep breath, clenching two pebbles in his hands. He wasn't sure how effective mental spike would be since this was still an experimental phase. He had to have a backup plan. If mental spike didn't deal enough damage to the lantern and ended up alarming this remnant, he'd have to make up for it as quickly as possible. The good news was that he wasn't afraid of the lantern striking back. After all, he had now absorbed a large amount of soul essence, so the lantern's mental attacks no longer affected him as much as they did at the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare use the lantern for this experiment. Once everything was ready, Nian took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the lantern. The next moment, he sharply focused his will and drew upon the power he'd just acquired in his mind. He felt a slight chill in his mind as a cool energy surged out from between his eyebrows. Instantly, an intangible force surged toward the lantern, roughly 30 meters away. Boom! Without a sound, the lantern suddenly let out a thunderous roar for no apparent reason. It was as if an invisible force had struck the lantern all at once. Nian heard only a shriek echoing in his mind. But in the next instant, the lantern on the ground simply went out. The zombie carrying the lantern stumbled and fell to the ground mid-stride, never moving again. Nian was startled, a bit taken aback. Was it over already? He looked out at the street, which had instantly plunged into darkness. After a moment of silence, he glanced back at the interface. Sure enough, new text was appearing. Soon, the line of text took shape. Defeated the obsession of a remnant from another realm, obtained essence of a soul from another realm common. Use after extraction. So it was killed outright. Was it really that simple? Nian was somewhat surprised. After all, even when he used the flicking skill, it took 2 uses to kill this remnant. But using mental spike, it was an instant kill? Although the opponent did put up a fight. But the intensity of that resistance seemed much weaker than before. Or could it be? Since remnants, in a sense, are a form of spiritual life, do mental attacks have an additional advantage against them? Nian was surprised. But soon, he let out a soft sigh and accepted this fact. This is a good thing. Before, it took 2 uses of the flicking skill to kill one. Now, a single thought is enough to kill one. This was certainly a good thing. After all, the spiritual energy required to cast mental spike once was essentially the same as that required to cast flicking skill once. This meant Nian's energy consumption for killing a remnant had been cut in half. What more could he ask for? Nian immediately moved over to the corpse and collected the human skin lantern. Instantly, the number of human skin lantern fragments on his interface returned to 1. Even Nian couldn't help but let a faint smile slip onto his face. Recalling the first lantern ghoul he'd encountered, he'd barely managed to kill it. Not only had he nearly been attacked by the zombie, but the subsequent mental shock had left him feeling terribly unwell. But how much time had passed since then? Now, he could kill a lantern ghoul with a single thought, and emerge from the encounter virtually unscathed. The soul essence had given his mental power a massive boost. Although he didn't yet know how to quantify it, it was certainly much stronger than before. Putting the lantern away, Nian continued on his way. With this new sense, Nian found that searching for remnants had become much easier. Along the way, he was also summarizing his experiences, such as the maximum detection range. Eventually, he determined that his maximum detection range was approximately 1 kilometer. As long as a remnant was within this range, he could sense its presence. With this ability, any remnant within 1 kilometer had nowhere to hide from him. He pressed on at a rapid pace. He could even detect the presence of several remnants at once, quickly mapping out a route in his mind to reach them as fast as possible and eliminate them. The number of lantern shards was increasing. Before he knew it, he had already collected 9 of them. Soon, he would have a full 10. He was about to obtain another curiosity. Nian felt a surge of excitement. He was already 2/3 of the way to completing the level up quest. Thinking about the quest description, his anticipation grew even more. Not only would he receive the curiosity as a panel reward, but he would also gain a breathing technique.
He was very curious about the breathing technique. He wondered what exactly it was used for. Also, his innate ability would also level up. How would his innate ability perform after leveling up? Nian was very eager to find out. After extracting the 9th shard, he scanned the area for the nearest remnant to complete the collection of the 10th one. But just then, his expression suddenly shifted, and he jerked his head in one direction. His face betrayed a look of bewilderment. Because just a moment ago, he had sensed a remnant in that direction. But now, that remnant had vanished. It had disappeared abruptly. This meant someone else over there. Did they kill the remnant? Nian's eyes lit up instantly. It seemed he had discovered another ingenious use for this limited to this realm effect. He hadn't known where to look for them. Although he'd been heading in the direction the suspected Rose organization members had left, he'd spent the entire journey killing remnants, meditating, and fusing with strange artifacts. He'd lost track of time. In this dead city, finding them again would be no easy task. But now, these remnants had practically become his guiding lights. The Great Red Lantern could sense the presence of remnants whenever one was killed within a certain range. He could detect it instantly, thereby knowing where people were. Although the distance was only 1 kilometer, this was still much faster than searching on his own. Nian didn't hesitate. He didn't even stop to think about how he was just one remnant away from obtaining another wondrous artifact. He immediately sprinted toward the location he'd sensed. It was only about a kilometer away, and at Nian's current speed, he'd reach it quickly even without using the 7-step dash. Before he could see anyone, he heard a commotion. "Let us take these two back to the temporary camp first." It was a man speaking. "Alright, Sai, this remnant is too tough to kill. It takes 2 hits to finish it off. Its innate mental ability isn't lethal, but it's enough to render someone unable to fight for several hours or more. Quite a few people came in this time, but I don't know if we'll be able to kill enough of them." Another voice chimed in. That's why Chief Rose found a way to bring in a large contingent of patrol officers. With their help, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, this is the Calamity Domain. It's just too bizarre. To be honest, even though we've prepared extensively this time, I'm still a bit worried. I don't know if we'll be able to handle that ultimate source of the calamity. They were conversing. Nian froze upon hearing this and stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have caught some crucial information. Nian didn't make a move, intending to listen a little longer to see if he could pick up more intelligence. But the person who had spoken first spoke up again. "Alright, the higher-ups naturally have a plan. Do you really think they'd send us into such a dangerous calamity domain without a solid strategy? Enough talk, let us get these two back first, and the rest of you continue searching for the remnant. Time is limited. Even with the patrol here, we can't rely on them entirely." This man seemed to hold a higher rank than the others. Upon hearing him speak, the others stopped their idle chatter. After a brief acknowledgement, the sound of footsteps began to echo one after another. They were getting closer. "Coming this way?" Nian startled. Glancing left and right, he took a few light steps and leaped onto the roof ridge. Without making a sound, he vanished behind the other side of the ridge, lying prone as he peered down. Before long, a group of people entered the street where he had been moments ago. They were dressed in a variety of styles, with no uniformity, and judging by their speech, they were definitely not police officers. But they didn't seem to be members of the Rose organization either. This was because someone had previously mentioned the Rose leader. If they were from the Rose organization, they would have simply referred to the leader without needing to specifically mention the word Rose. Just 4 characters, yet they carried a wealth of information. At first, Nian had thought the only people present were himself, the student, the Rose organization, and the police. But now it seemed there were other factions involved as well. And if he factored in Ho, the police officer, the situation seemed quite complicated. Nian thought to himself as he watched the group. The people below were walking while looking around left and right, seemingly searching for remnant. Nian was concealed on the roof ridge since the sky in the Calamity Domain was pitch black.
he wasn't too worried about being spotted. Several people actually looked up at the roof ridge, their gazes even sweeping over his hiding spot, but none of them noticed him.
They continued on their way.
There was no more idle chatter. Nian furrowed his brow. He counted carefully, there were 13 people below in total. One of them was walking right in the middle, his gaze fixed straight ahead, unlike the others, who kept looking left and right, so he must be the leader of the group. But the light was too dim for Nian to make out the man's features.
Of course, that didn't matter. What mattered was, these people were empty-handed and didn't seem to have any food or water. Should he make a move? Or rather, could he even beat them? Nian hesitated a bit. The combat capabilities of these people were unknown.
Although he had obtained a mysterious artifact that greatly improved his endurance,
his burst damage wasn't actually as strong as he'd imagined.
The flicking skill was effective, yes, but he had to acknowledge one thing: the flicking skill had missed its mark many times before. Especially when facing skilled opponents.
Their reaction times far exceeded those of ordinary people.
Unless he could ambush them from behind, Nian had only a slight chance of success. In a head-on confrontation, the flicking skill wasn't actually as powerful against skilled opponents as he'd imagined. Now that there were 13 of them, even with a surprise attack, he could kill at most 2 or, being optimistic, 4.
That was already the absolute limit. The rest would surely react in time.
Without knowing their combat strength or whether they possessed any innate abilities, this would indeed be a huge risk. And if you think about it carefully, it's clear that these people probably aren't weak.
Otherwise, how could they dare to enter the calamity domain?
Just as Nian was pondering what to do, his expression suddenly shifted as he looked ahead of the group.
He sensed a remnant wandering toward them.
It wasn't too far from the group anymore. Soon, they would likely see the dim, yellow glow of the remnant's lantern.
Nian narrowed his eyes. Perfect.
I'll get a chance to gauge this group's strength and see how they go about killing a remnant. Nian thought to himself as he concealed himself behind the roof ridge and waited patiently.
Sure enough, it didn't take long. There's a light.
He'll figure it out when the time comes. Right now, he's more interested in seeing how strong these people are and how they plan to kill the remnant. After the man spoke, everyone stopped in their tracks. Soon, the glowing orb drew closer, and the figure of the lantern ghoul fully materialized before them.
2 of you go up high and check if there's only this one.
The man in the center was indeed the leader of the group. He stood motionless as he spoke. Soon, 2 men on the side responded with a nod. Next, Nian watched as the 2 leaped high into the air, landing on the rooftop, then scanned the area from left and right. Judging by that 5 or 6 meter leap, this group's cultivation levels were likely quite high.
Nian grimaced slightly. No other remnants. The 2 turned and reported to the people below.
All right, which 2 drew the short straw just now? The man in the center asked.
2 men let out a wry laugh. Us. Let us do this.
The man in the center gave the order. The 2 acknowledged the command, and one of them said to the man beside him, "Bro, you've got to watch my back in a minute. Don't let me get infected by the corpse poison."
His partner smiled. Go ahead and give it your all. You might as well not have said anything at all.
The man shot him a disdainful glance. After muttering under his breath, he reluctantly drew his long sword from his waist and said to the person who stepped forward with him, "Let us go." With that, the 2 moved with blinding speed, charging toward the zombie.
The instant they stepped into the dim, yellow glow, the zombie's mechanically swaying body faltered slightly.
The next moment, it raised its head menacingly, opened its mouth, and revealed a jarring array of dense, sharp fangs.
Whoa! The zombie lunged at the 2.
The 2 men were faster than the zombie. In just a few strides, they were upon it.
Their coordination was flawless. One flanked it from the left, the other from the right.
As they passed each other, the long blades in their hands flashed with a cold gleam, instantly severing both of the zombie's legs.
The zombie let out a howl, lost its legs, and crashed to the ground.
The lantern slipped from its grasp and rolled to the ground. The zombie growled, trying to get back up to fight, but it couldn't rise.
The whole process was incredibly easy.
It really wasn't too difficult. The zombie was too slow to change direction, and against the speed of these two, it had no chance to resist.
But unfortunately, this zombie was undead. Chopping off its legs was useless. Now came the crucial part.
One of them took a deep breath, looked up, and said helplessly, "Brother, hurry up." The other took a deep breath as well and nodded.
Okay.
The two approached the lantern and raised their long swords. One of them took a deep breath and thrust his blade straight at the lantern's wick.
Thud. The lantern was pierced through.
But at that very moment, an invisible force suddenly rippled out. The man staggered back 2 steps, his face contorted in a hideous grimace as if in excruciating pain, and collapsed to the ground. The other man gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and struck again.
Pop! The wick shattered. But the instant the wick shattered, another invisible shockwave rippled out.
The second man's face turned pale. In an instant he let out a muffled groan, instinctively clutching his head as he staggered backward and plopped down onto the ground.
The lantern went completely out.
But the 2 men were left slumped on the ground, unable to get up. Pained expressions spread across their faces as they clutched their heads, enduring immense agony.
Nyen. Just as expected.
Their strategy for killing remnants was simply to wear him down with sheer numbers. It seemed they had no special way to counter mental spike. This gave Nyen an idea, and his eyes flickered slightly.
Because mental spike. He could do that, too.
However, he didn't move for the time being and continued to observe. 2 people emerged from below and helped the 2 who had fallen to their feet. Their faces were deathly pale and bloodless. One of them appeared to be in a daze, eyes closed, nearly unconscious. The man in the middle spoke, "You 2 take them back.
The rest of you, continue."
The people supporting the 2 who were nearly unconscious both acknowledged the order, then hoisted them onto their backs and headed back the way they had come.
The others continued onward, searching for remnants. Watching this scene, Nyen wasn't quite sure what to say. Because their efficiency was far too low.
Killing a single remnant required at least 4 people working together. 2 would fight, while the other 2 had to promptly carry away anyone who fell unconscious. He had originally thought his own efficiency in killing remnants was already low enough. Now he realized, before he had mastered the artifact, his efficiency in killing remnants was far higher than that of these people. After all, having absorbed soul essence, his mental power had increased significantly, and the damage remnants' mental spikes inflicted on him was nowhere near as severe as it had been at the beginning. On top of that, killing a remnant allowed him to obtain soul essence, which he could absorb immediately to restore his condition. Back then, he still felt his stamina was lacking.
But now, sure enough, everything still comes down to comparison. Without comparison, there is no sense of fulfillment. Nor is there any pain.
Before he had the artifact, even at full health, he could kill at least 4 remnants before reaching his limit. But now that he possesses the artifact, killing a remnant is as easy as a thought.
Compare that to the group of people down below. Nyen shook his head. He hid among the roof ridges, watching the people below go about their business.
Finally, his gaze settled on the 2 who had been carried away unconscious.
They have a temporary camp. There should be water and food there, right?
Nyen rubbed his hollow, starving stomach and licked his parched, cracked lips.
The pangs of hunger were growing increasingly intense.
Although he wasn't yet completely immobilized, a chill and a sense of helplessness were already seeping into his very bones. This was a sign that his hunger had reached a critical point. If this continued, he would begin to feel dizzy and see black spots before his eyes. His entire body would go numb. Nyen stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brow slightly. This mansion faced the street with a wide road in front of it. Even under the cover of night, it would be very difficult for Nyen to enter the courtyard from the front without being noticed. He thought for a moment, then began to take a detour, making a wide circle until he reached the side of the mansion. Upon looking, he saw that there were people at the side gate as well. There were also guards stationed on the walls to the left and right of the side entrance. A temporary base. Was the security really this tight? Nyen frowned and took another detour. He soon discovered that every gate on all four sides of the mansion was under strict guard. There were even people stationed on the walls at all times, one on the left, one on the right. Even though it was always night in the Calamity Domain, with no daylight, his eyes had long since adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to see relatively clearly in the pitch-black night.
Unless he moved as fast as Luna.
Otherwise, it would be very difficult to evade these guards' gaze.
Nian realized something was off. It's just a temporary base. Is it really necessary to secure it this tightly?
They were already short-handed when it came to killing remnants, with 2 people attacking and 2 providing cover. It took at least 4 people to take down a single remnant. Although the guards could quickly return to the front lines, so it was essentially a 2-for-1 exchange. But that casualty ratio was still quite high.
Those injured by a mental spike, even if they don't die, will need to rest for several hours.
And according to intelligence they heard earlier, the number of remnants seemed to be directly related to the strength of the ultimate source of the calamity. Yet their time was relatively tight. Under these circumstances, they deployed 16 people just to guard the entrances and exits of this single mansion. And even these 16 might not be the full count, because these are just the ones easily spotted in the open. Whether there are more operating in secret, no one can say for sure. While being cautious is certainly not a major mistake. Deploying such a large force in this Calamity Domain at a temporary outpost, with both time and manpower in short supply, it seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Could there be some kind of secret? Nian stood at another side entrance, watching those men with a slight frown. He wasn't too curious about the secrets here. The key point was, he rubbed his stomach. He was very hungry. And inside this mansion, there was a high probability of finding food and water. He had to find a way in. Nian frowned as he thought. He could figure out a way to get in. He was fairly confident he could manage it. But the problem was, getting in would be dangerous. After all, he still didn't know how many people were inside, or who they were. He encountered Ho before Ho had spotted him, before he even shown himself. That meant Ho possessed an ability similar to perception. It might be an innate ability. Are there others who possess abilities similar to this innate ability? Nian wouldn't underestimate this group. This world was full of mysteries, and he only scratched the surface so far. The people who opened the Calamity Domain must be extraordinary. With everything still unknown, rushing into someone else's lair blindly if he were discovered would put him in grave danger. Was it worth taking such a risk just for a bite to eat? But just as that thought crossed his mind, his stomach began to growl again, and waves of cramps in his stomach told him just how desperately his body craved food. Pressing his lips together, Nian finally made up his mind. He had to go in. His body's need for food could no longer wait. Having finally found a place where food might be available, he couldn't give up so easily. Nian gave a wry smile. He never imagined that one day he'd risk his life for a single bite to eat. After making his decision, Nian observed his surroundings carefully for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look behind him. He sensed a remnant in the dead city, several hundred meters behind him. An idea gradually took shape in his mind. He crept backwards silently and soon, in addition, they were somewhat sensitive to sound and would be drawn to it. Earlier, when Ho was chasing him, his loud shouts had alerted some nearby remnants. However, the remnant's perception of sound wasn't very acute. It would instinctively move toward the source of the sound, rather than targeting a specific living creature the way it would when one entered the light's range. Right now, Nian needed to lure this remnant near the mansion so that those people would spot it, and he had to move quickly. Otherwise, with the creature carrying a lantern, it would be spotted from a great distance and fail to startle the guards. After all, these men had surely seen remnants before and wouldn't be overly afraid of them. He recalled the layout around the mansion and quickly identified a suitable route. That path was obscured by several tall buildings, which would block the remnant's dim light, allowing him to get as close to the mansion as possible. With that in mind, he took a few steps toward the remnant, keeping a close eye on the zombie's movements. Finally, he stepped into the range of the dim yellow light. At that very moment, the zombie, just as expected, froze rigid, and the next instant, it lunged at Nian, claws and fangs bared. It was incredibly fast. Nian decisively pulled back. His stamina was exceptionally strong now, and the speed of his 7-step dash was certainly faster than the zombie, as otherwise he wouldn't have dared to do this. He retreated rapidly as the zombie swung its sharp claws, tearing through the air with a whooshing sound. Nien looked at the headless zombie and thought to himself, "Thank goodness I smashed its head. Now the zombie is just lunging at me silently, without that wheezing screech, so it's much quieter." Nien kept retreating, and the zombie kept chasing. But during the chase, Nien noticed that as soon as he stepped out of the dim light for a moment, the zombie would stop and freeze in place.
This showed that the zombie was entirely controlled by the lantern.
When the lantern couldn't sense its target, the zombie would come to a standstill. So Nien deliberately stepped back into the dim light once more, continuing to lure the zombie.
The zombie kept chasing him.
In this way, in just a short while, the grand mansion was already right before his eyes.
Remnant had been drawn to him.
But because of the tall buildings nearby, it was hard to spot the dim light unless you looked closely.
The next step was crucial. He had to throw the opponent off balance. Nien picked up his pace slightly.
With the zombies hot on his heels, he leaped high into the air, landed on the roof ridge, and quickly walked a few steps to the far side, where he looked down at the person sitting on the mansion's wall.
Mental spike. Without hesitation, Nien used mental spike on a person for the first time.
A cool energy surged through his mind, forming an invisible spike that pierced toward the target. The man, who had been sitting there perfectly fine, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He clutched his head violently, let out a scream, and tumbled off the wall with a thud, landing with a heavy crash. This spot wasn't too far from the side gate, and the Calamity Domain had fallen silent once more. The two guards stationed at the side gate immediately heard the commotion. Startled, they turned to look and heard a voice, strained with shock and distress, struggling to speak. "There's a remnant.
It's attacking me. Help me."
"What?" The two guards' expressions changed. Before they could fully process what was happening, they saw the dim yellow light coming from the side of the mansion.
It was indeed a remnant.
They looked stunned.
Could a remnant actually attack on its own?
Though shocked, they reacted quickly, shouting several times before hurrying toward the dim light. At the same time, Nien, hidden behind the roof ridge, saw two figures quickly leap onto the wall from which the man had fallen. They furrowed their brows slightly as they looked down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, three figures appeared, gazing in this direction. They had all been alerted.
Nien's heart skipped a beat. One in the open, two in the shadows?
They really were well organized. His eyes flashed as he suddenly turned his gaze toward the rapidly approaching figures. With a thought, he unleashed another mental spike, striking the man at the very front. Caught off guard, the man stumbled backward as if struck by a heavy blow, clutching his head, his face deathly pale.
"What's wrong?"
His companion, startled, instinctively reached out to support him. The man looked up with a look of horror on his face, struggling to keep his head up.
"This isn't an ordinary remnant.
It has no head, moves far faster than a typical remnant, and most importantly, it actively launches psychic attacks."
"What? A new kind of remnant?"
His companions were all stunned, and the man on the wall was also taken aback. Not daring to take any chances, he jumped down from the wall. He saw the remnant, which had been startled by Nien and was now sprinting toward them at the same speed it had been attacking.
This remnant was indeed extraordinary, just as he had described.
Headless, it moved its two legs at lightning speed, charging straight toward the mansion. It even launched a psychic attack on its own, striking his two companions from a great distance.
This was indeed a new kind of remnant. Extremely vicious, far more terrifying than ordinary remnants.
Nien saw that several guards were already moving toward them. Upon hearing their words, a strange expression crossed his face.
A new kind of remnant?
Headless, incredibly fast, and capable of launching preemptive attacks.
For a moment, Nien didn't know what to say.
But since the situation had turned chaotic, Nien naturally didn't hesitate. He calmly assessed the situation, then leaped down from the roof ridge and sprinted forward, quickly circling around to the side entrance. The guards had all rushed toward the remnant and had even begun fighting it.
Without a moment's hesitation, a flash of light emanated from Nien's feet, and his body shot through the side entrance like a cannonball. Having successfully entered the mansion, Nien paused briefly before quickly moving away from the doorway. He then discovered that the place resembled a garden spanning a vast area, complete with traditional pavilions and towers, rockeries, and ponds, featuring every conceivable feature. The estate was vast. Its former owners must have been a wealthy family. Although some of the pavilions and towers were now damaged or collapsed, the ponds beneath the rockeries were completely dry, and the vegetation which should have been neatly trimmed grew wild and untamed, overrun with weeds. Under the pitch-black night sky, the place exuded a sense of decay, desolation, and the weight of time. Yet one could still sense its former splendor. Nien hid among the vegetation and listened carefully, detecting some commotion coming from the inner courtyard. He could even make out some faint lights. They were very bright, not the light of a remnant's lantern. Nien narrowed his eyes and moved forward cautiously. He had already noticed that this courtyard was heavily guarded. Perhaps it held some secret. But that didn't concern him right now. He just wanted to find food and water as quickly as possible, then leave this place without delay. Because this place was dangerous for him. Every extra moment he stayed meant one more risk. He had no idea what kind of powerful beings might be lurking inside. He spotted a collapsed archway, its remnants covered in moss, through which he could faintly make out the exquisite patterns that had once adorned it. This archway led toward the source of the commotion. Nien looked around carefully to make sure no one was there before silently slipping through the archway. He followed a quiet path and came upon a second archway. Once he passed through the second archway, he would enter the courtyard where the lights were shining. Just as he approached, his expression suddenly changed, and he instantly vanished into the bushes behind him. Footsteps sounded from behind again, and several figures appeared. 4 people were being carried on their backs, already dazed. They were moaning in distress as their bearers hurried inward. They did not notice Nien lurking nearby. As they entered, someone quickly spotted them and asked in surprise what had happened. Someone spoke up. A new remnant has suddenly appeared. This new remnant is extremely vicious. It has no head, but it moves incredibly fast, nearly as fast as an ordinary remnant when attacking. More importantly, even without approaching the light circle, it will actively use its mental innate ability to attack people. What? There's a remnant like that? Many were startled by this news. Remnants themselves aren't particularly powerful. While zombies attack quickly, they're quite slow-witted. The most crucial point is, the lantern doesn't attack proactively. They all knew the lantern was the core, possessing a tenacious psychic attack ability. But as long as you didn't actively attack the lantern, it wouldn't use that ability. Once you understood this pattern, dealing with it was relatively easy. Although killing a single remnant would temporarily incapacitate 2 people, it ultimately posed no real threat to their lives. But now they've heard that there's a new type of remnant that launches a psychic attack even before entering the light circle. That changes everything. If hit by a psychic attack first, they'd be immediately incapacitated. The zombie puppets carrying the lanterns would then pounce, and if they were struck even once by a claw, the black liquid on their bodies would splatter onto the victim's skin, and they'd be doomed. This threat has gone up by more than just one level. The crowd was clearly panicking and hurriedly asked for details. The man told them everything he knew. This remnant appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. It first used psychic abilities to attack the 2 of us, so we were forced to fight back. But the actual fight was pretty straightforward. It wasn't much different from a regular remnant. You just have to incapacitate the zombie puppets first, then extinguish their lanterns. The zombie puppet isn't particularly strong either. It's easy to incapacitate, and its attack speed and movement speed are the same as those of an ordinary zombie puppet. Since it has no head, we don't even have to worry about it biting anyone. The man explained. But his words did nothing to reassure them. On the contrary, everyone's expression grew grave. The mere fact that it could use a psychic innate ability to attack people outside the light circle was troublesome enough. We've been in this calamity domain for so long and encountered so many remnants, but this is the first time we've seen something like this. The voice of the person who had brought them here was heavy with gravity.
They all agreed that this information was crucial and had to be reported to their leader. So they hurriedly left to report it. Others voluntarily took over their guard duty, crossed the arched bridge back, and continued on to stand watch at the entrance, still discussing the matter gravely as they walked.
This remnant, with its intense aggression, placed immense psychological pressure on them.
Nian watched all of this unfold, a peculiar expression on his face. He hadn't expected that he only wanted to come in and find something to eat, and had been forced to have remnant distract them. He used mental spike just to create an opening for himself to get inside. But it seemed to have made them imagine something quite terrifying. Still, he shook his head.
Never mind, they can think whatever they want. The important thing right now was that he had to find something to eat.
He could still hear the people inside discussing things, though they had all left the area around the arch bridge. He waited a moment until the voices faded, then cautiously peeked out from one side of the arch bridge to look around. After confirming no one was nearby, he crossed the bridge. At a glance, he saw that the courtyard ahead was now brightly lit. They had set up a large number of lamps. Under the bright glow of the lights, he could see people lying haphazardly on the ground. Some were in a deep coma, while others were awake but pale-faced, chatting with those around. In addition, there were some whose mental state was noticeably better. They were sitting nearby, engaging in casual conversation.
Nian could ignore all of this. Except for this group of people. Were they actually eating?
A rather lavish spread of food was laid out on a collapsible platform. Nian noticed a pile of discarded packaging. This food must have been portable meals, such as portable hot pots. They had indeed come prepared. In addition to the food, there were also some alcoholic beverages, haphazardly arranged on the platform. The aroma of the food drifted over on the evening breeze, making Nian's stomach growl wildly and his eyes turn green with hunger. But then the most troublesome situation arose. The other party did indeed have water and food. But this food was laid out in plain sight.
How could he possibly get any?
Nian, his eyes already green with hunger, swallowed a dry, sticky mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. But Nian wasn't that reckless. They were all from the same organization and had entered the Calamity domain together.
Was it even possible that they didn't know each other? Even if one or two people happened not to recognize each other, could everyone around them really be strangers?
A stranger suddenly appearing in this heavily guarded mansion, no matter how natural Nian acted, was bound to arouse curiosity.
If anyone asked just a few questions and discovered that no one else recognized the stranger, suspicion would inevitably arise. Nian couldn't take that risk. So how could he get to that food and water? Nian's mind raced.
The food and water were right in front of him, and Nian hadn't had a proper meal in days. The aroma of this food was far more enticing than the smell of charred bird meat. Seeing the food triggered a natural physical reaction. His mouth began salivating profusely. But because he hadn't drunk any water in so long, the saliva felt thick and sticky.
He felt even hungrier and thirstier.
Just as a crazy plan was forming in Nian's mind to lure a large number of remnants outside, create a huge commotion, and force everyone here who was able to move to go out and fight the remnants, so he could eat in peace. Suddenly, a few people walked over to the food, began taking some food and water, and then left the crowd, snapping Nian back to reality.
His eyes lit up instantly.
There were 4 or 5 people taking the food. They gathered a pile of food and water, left this courtyard, and entered another one. Even though there were only 4 or 5 of them, surely that's better than everyone in this courtyard, right? He instinctively glanced left and right, confirming he could circle around the edge to catch up with them. He sprang into action, moving swiftly along the courtyard's perimeter wall toward the other end. Fortunately, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The waist-high weeds along the wall provided Nian with the best cover. Before long, he entered the courtyard behind it from the other end and spotted the people carrying the food at a glance. They were whispering to one another. No one noticed Nian as he walked at a steady, unhurried pace. Soon, Nian realized they had arrived in front of a side room guarded by 2 men. The outbuilding was still in fairly good condition, and a light was on inside. Clearly, someone lived there. The group exchanged a few casual words with the guards at the entrance. The guards opened the door to the outbuilding behind them, and the group walked inside. Nian quickly closed in and peered inside the courtyard.
The light inside the outbuilding was bright.
A figure sat cross-legged in the room. There was hardly any furniture in the room. Behind the person stood a collapsed, antique-style bed, and next to him lay something resembling a sleeping bag. The person sat cross-legged, and Nien could see that his hands were shackled. But when Nien got a clear look at the person inside, bound by shackles, his expression suddenly changed.
Luna? Nien's eyes widened.
8 or 9 days ago, he and Luna had escaped from the bandits' lair, but the pursuit by the mutant wolves had caused a commotion, triggering a battle among the mutant beasts.
During their escape, they encountered 2 mutant rats.
Nien used his last ounce of strength to shoot one of them. But the other rat charged at them. Nien was completely exhausted, and Luna was on the verge of collapse as well. At that critical moment, Luna simply said, "Wait for me here," and despite her own severe exhaustion provoked the mutant rat to lure it away.
Once she left, Luna never returned.
Nien stayed in that abandoned factory for more than 5 days, completing 7-step missions while waiting for Luna.
But Luna never came back.
Nien searched the surrounding area thoroughly but found not a trace of Luna. In the end, all he could do was pray that Luna was safe. Yet he couldn't let this matter rest. On the contrary, as time passed, it weighed on his mind more and more. But since he couldn't find her and felt powerless to help, he had no choice but to force himself not to dwell on it. Little did he expect. He had simply come to find some food and water, yet inside the dead city of the Calamity Domain, within a heavily guarded mansion, he discovered Luna, who had been missing for so long. Nien's gaze instantly sharpened. He looked closely. The room was lit, so he could see clearly. Luna was wearing the same clothes she had on when she left that day, though they looked even dirtier now. Her hands were shackled together. She was clearly being held captive. Her thin lips were pressed tightly together, her lovely face looking somewhat pale, with strands of hair falling disheveled against her cheeks. She didn't look to be in very good condition. Yet her expression remained composed. As she watched several people bring in food, her demeanor showed little emotion. Her gaze was cold and steady.
She didn't speak.
The men set the food down on the floor, and a few of them glanced up at Luna. Although her face was turned away, Nien could still see a flicker of desire in their eyes.
In the end, however, they didn't do anything. They were holding back.
After leaving the food, they said nothing, turned, and walked out the door, closing it behind them to block Nien's view. With the food deliverers gone, only 2 guards remained at the doorway. Nien concealed herself. As the food deliverers returned to the main courtyard, she faintly heard their conversation.
"TSK, what on earth are schoolgirls these days raised on? So young, yet already so well developed. Too bad this schoolgirl is highly favored by the leader. Seems she's got quite a secret. We can't mess with her otherwise, we all have to line up. She really is a stunner."
They marveled, uttering a string of obscene remarks.
Nien showed little reaction. She remained calm.
It wasn't until the food delivery crew had completely left that Nien peeked out again, gazing toward that room. Her gaze was somewhat cold and somber. Although their remarks were nothing but vulgarities, they revealed quite a bit of information. It seemed that after they parted ways that day, Luna had managed to escape the mutant rat's pursuit but had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of this group. The leader valued Luna, saying she held a significant secret. Nien speculated that it might be because of the lotus flower between Luna's eyebrows.
Of course, he might be wrong.
After all, he didn't know much about Luna and could only speculate based on the information he had.
However, if it was for the rare artifact, why not just take it from her? Why keep her under guard instead? Nien didn't quite understand. Of course, that didn't matter. What mattered was,
from now on, his goal had changed.
It was no longer just about food and water.
Luna had left him a way to survive when he was in a desperate situation. If Luna had simply left back then, she would most likely have survived, but he, with his spiritual energy completely depleted, would have certainly died. Now that Luna was in such a predicament, it would have been one thing if he hadn't known. But since he did, there was no reason for Nien to stand idly by.
Even if it might be extremely dangerous.
His gaze grew cold as he looked at the two guards, his eyes flickering slightly. The simplest approach, of course, would be to act now, take out the guards, go in to rescue her, and then escape. With his current stamina, his 7 steps to catch a toad innate ability was practically equivalent to short-range flight. But the risk was high. This was the temporary hideout of this mysterious organization. There were large numbers of people in the courtyard outside, and the entire estate was under tight guard. If he acted rashly, he might not only fail to rescue Luna but also get himself trapped there. Although there were only 2 guards at the entrance, Nian was confident he could take them down with a surprise attack. However, he wasn't sure he could do so without making a sound. Lights were on in several other rooms along this row of outbuildings, indicating that people were inside. They were most likely high-ranking members of this organization. Among them might be some terrifyingly powerful individuals. In theory, 7-step toad chase could achieve short-range flight. But that was just theory. He hadn't actually tried it yet. It's called 7-step toad chase. What if, even with sufficient spiritual energy, he could only take 7 steps in the air at a time, forced to pause midway before continuing? That was uncertain. Moreover, even if 7 steps was just a rough estimate, assuming he had enough spiritual energy to actually achieve short-range flight, the speed wouldn't exactly be fast. He had no idea what innate abilities the powerful members of this mysterious organization possessed, or just how formidable they were. What if he were shot down before he even took off? Any of these outcomes were possible. Luna was already behind bars. He had only one chance. Acting rashly and leaving everything to chance would undoubtedly be a foolish move. Although Luna was currently imprisoned, his situation didn't seem critical. There was still time. He had to devise a foolproof plan to significantly increase his chances of success. With that in mind, Nian's eyes flickered, and he finally took a deep breath. He owed Luna an enormous debt of gratitude. It was safe to say that the sole reason he was still alive was because of her. Not only had she done her utmost to protect him at a critical moment, willingly putting herself in danger to lure away the mutant rat that could have killed Nian, but the guidance technique she had taught him was the absolute key to his survival. Without the guidance technique, he would likely have died many times over. He simply had to repay this immense debt of gratitude. Without hesitation, Nian cast a lingering glance at the room, then turned and walked away. He knew the mansion was heavily guarded, so he moved with great caution, making his way toward the perimeter wall. Before long, he spotted it. Upon closer inspection, he saw a figure sitting atop the wall. On this side of the wall, there were 2 other figures hidden in the grass. Fortunately, he had previously alerted these guards and had a rough idea of their numbers, so he examined the situation carefully. Otherwise, he would likely have alerted them. The area was overgrown with weeds, and Nian's figure was well concealed. Now he had to leave the mansion. Earlier, in order to get something to eat, he considered a crazy plan, luring enough remnants to besiege the mansion. He could sense the remnants' locations, and with his current exceptional stamina, this wouldn't have been particularly difficult for him. But later, upon noticing someone carrying actual food away from the crowd, he temporarily suppressed that crazy idea, hoping to find a way to get food without making a sound. Now, however, to save Luna, that crazy idea resurfaced. With the enemy outnumbering him, he naturally needed to find some help. But the first step was to get out of there. And he couldn't alert them, because he would have to come back again. If he alerted them and put them on guard, his subsequent operation would face significant, unpredictable obstacles. So Nian began searching the area, looking for a way to slip away without alerting the guards. Before long, he made a discovery. In some corners of the estate, there were outbuildings. These outbuildings were built right up against the walls, but their presence blocked the view from the left and right. If he could pass through the outer wall from inside one of these outbuildings, he might be able to leave the compound without alerting the guards. Nian didn't hesitate. He stepped inside one of them. Inside, it was a mess. The roof of the outbuilding had collapsed due to years of neglect, and the floor was covered with dirt and broken tiles. Sure enough, the main structure was also damaged. There was a hole in it, exposing the earthen bricks beneath. Nian pried the mud bricks loose from the wall without making a sound.
In just a moment, a small opening large enough to crawl through had appeared. Nian peered through the opening.
Outside lay an open space about 20 meters wide, beyond which stood a cluster of buildings. This distance of 20 or so meters was the final hurdle. He had to ensure that the person guarding this section of the wall didn't spot him. He took a deep breath, carefully poked his head out of the opening, and looked up. But he frowned. The eaves formed by the brick and tile structure on the wall blocked his view of the person on the wall. That meant there was no way to know where that person's gaze was directed. This was a problem. At Nian's current speed, he could cover the 20+ meters in 1 to 2 seconds. But the key was this: if the person up there happened to be watching this side, they would definitely spot him instantly. These people all appeared to be martial artists at the entry rank level. Their reflexes were extremely quick, and their eyes had a strong ability to track movement. Take Lu Ho, for example. He once used a single blade to slice through a stone fired by the flicking skill. That shows just how formidable they are. There's no way he wouldn't be spotted. Should he take a gamble? Bet that the person is currently looking in another direction? Although it was an option, Nian felt the risk was too great. If he were exposed, escaping on his own wouldn't be much of a problem. Once inside this city of the dead, given his agility, the chances of them catching him were slim. However, alerting the organization and letting them know an outsider had infiltrated would be highly detrimental to his upcoming mission to rescue Luna. But he couldn't just kill someone outright. That would only make things worse. He furrowed his brow and thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a better solution. Finally, he exhaled softly. He'd just have to take a chance. He bent down, picked up a pebble from the ground, and drilled a small hole in it. The eaves blocked his view, just as they blocked the view of the person above who, likewise, couldn't see him. Nian clenched the pebble between his fingers, aimed at the building diagonally across from him, and took a deep breath. The next moment, he flicked the pebble with all his might. He didn't use his spiritual energy, because doing so would cause the pebble to glow, making it highly conspicuous. However, his finger's strength was now extraordinary enough to strike a bird directly with a pebble. Under the cover of the dim night, the pebble flew through the air toward the house diagonally across from him, making a faint sound, though it wasn't very noticeable. Nian stood poised like a cheetah ready to pounce. Clack! The pebble struck the roof of the house, emitting a crisp sound that rang out distinctly in the silent, deserted city. A puzzled voice came from above. Now was the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian darted forward like a cheetah, hurtling like a projectile toward the building across the way, some 20 meters away. But at this point, there was no turning back. He could only hope the sound of the pebble would be enough to draw that person's attention for a second or two. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter distance was covered. Nian entered the vicinity of the buildings, came to an immediate halt, darted behind the wall of one of the structures, and then strained his ears to listen to the sounds outside.
What's going on? I don't know. There was a sudden noise over there. Let's go check it out. Voices carried in from outside. Hearing this exchange, Nian let out a long breath. The diversion had worked. The guard had been distracted by the sound of the pebble hitting the building and hadn't spotted him, allowing him to slip out of the mansion unnoticed. He glanced back at the mansion, then, without a moment's hesitation, set off running toward the dead city. Once he was far enough away from the mansion, Nian leaped onto a rooftop and began running at full speed. As he ran, he scanned for remnants. He immediately sensed that there were currently 8 remnants within a 1-kilometer radius. 6 of them were directly ahead of him. But that number was clearly insufficient. The organization had a large force in that courtyard alone. He spotted at least 50 or 60 people. Although many of them looked like they fought remnants before and were in poor condition, quite a few were still in perfect shape. Considering the possibility of exceptionally powerful figures within this mysterious organization, 6 remnants wouldn't be enough to cause them any real trouble. He needed to force them into full action to buy himself enough time to rescue Luna. I'll need at least 20 to 30 remnants to be sure. Nian made a mental estimate, then picked up his pace slightly. As he pressed on, he sensed the remnants' locations, silently noting both their positions and numbers. 10, 13, 17, 20, 24. He ran while scanning.
The number of remnants in this dead city was indeed considerable. After running just 4 or 5 kilometers, he had already sensed nearly 30 of them.
That's about right.
Nearly 30, that was plenty. Immediately, Nien closed his eyes and recalled the locations of the remnants he'd just sensed. The terrifying memories of 64 distinct breaths, which he'd committed to memory, came in handy at that moment. A mental map emerged in his mind, as if a route had been automatically generated. This was the route that would gather all these remnants together as quickly as possible. However, there was one problem. With nearly 30 remnants gathered in one place, the light from their lanterns would be very bright, making it highly likely that they would be spotted by the enemy ahead of time. But that was fine, he already had a plan in mind.
After finalizing the route, Nien didn't hesitate any longer and set off immediately.
Before long, he spotted the first remnant. Upon seeing it, a sudden thought struck him, and his mind shifted. A moment later, he activated his flicking skill, firing a crystal-clear projectile.
Bang! As expected, the zombie puppet holding the lantern's head exploded. The zombie puppet froze rigid in place. Nien narrowed his eyes. Since those people had already imagined a new remnant, he might as well muddy the waters even further and let them imagine even more. The more they speculated, the greater Nien's chances of rescuing Luna would be. With that in mind, Jiang Nan darted straight into the dim, yellow glow of the lantern. Suddenly, the headless zombie seemed to find a target. Snarling and flailing its limbs, it lunged toward Nien. Nien immediately turned and sprinted toward the next remnant. Having learned from his previous experience, Nien was able to control his distance perfectly this time, ensuring he remained at a safe range without letting the zombie lose its aggro. Fortunately, the zombie's running speed wasn't slow. It was only slightly slower than Nien, who was using the 7 steps to chase the toad technique. So very soon, Nien spotted the glow of the second remnant. He leaped onto the roof ridge, quickly closed the distance, and fired another flicking skill while running, shattering the second zombie's head as well. But he didn't immediately step into the dim light. Instead, he waited for the first remnant to catch up. When the first remnant caught up, coming almost as close as the second one, he immediately stepped into the dim light, causing both remnants to lunge at him, claws outstretched. Nien turned and ran, heading toward the third remnant. And so, Nien lured the remnants one by one. When these remnants gathered together, Nien made an unexpected discovery. It seemed that the zombie's aggro range had expanded. According to his experience, the zombie at the very back should have dropped out of his aggro by now, and he was even considering whether he should take a detour to lure it back in. But when he looked back, it was still chasing him excitedly, showing not the slightest intention of stopping. This took Nien by surprise. Then a hypothesis came to mind. Could it be that when these remnants gather together, as long as their dim lights are connected, if one detects a target, it's as if all the remnants have detected it? Nien was astonished. Then he realized this was highly likely. Because these remnants were subconsciously connected. That was the hint provided on the interface. Nien let out a soft breath. Whatever else might be said, at least for him right now, this was good news. This way, he no longer had to worry about these zombies losing aggro and dropping off the chase. It made it easier for him to herd them together. So, Nien picked up his pace once more. One by one, Nien smashed the remnants' heads, and they joined the pack chasing him. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. More than 20 headless remnants were rampaging through the dead city, clawing and snarling. They held lanterns in their hands, and the lantern's originally dim, yellow light suddenly illuminated an entire street. It was extremely conspicuous. Finally, the last remnant was also startled by Jiang Nan. By now, there were at least 27 or 28 remnants right behind Nien. The dim yellow light formed a long dragon, standing out starkly in the dead city, invisible from a great distance. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Nien sprinted straight toward the grand mansion. Before long, the mansion came into view. Then, he heard a commotion. Damn it, why is it so bright? So many remnants? Hurry up and call for help.
A massive number of remnants have suddenly gathered out of nowhere. It looks like they're heading this way. Sure enough, the remnants' lights were too bright. The people had spotted them from a great distance. Nian could vaguely make out some figures rapidly approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian once again employed the 7-step toad leap, instantly breaking away from the front of the remnant group and leaping onto the roof of the mansion. Soon, he saw the people coming toward him. There were 3 or 4 people at the very front, presumably the guards who had come to investigate the situation. Upon seeing them, Nian didn't hesitate. He locked his gaze on the leader and focused his mind with a sudden burst of intent. A cool, refreshing power surged from his mind, and an invisible wave rippled out, piercing toward the man in the lead. Mental spike. Ah! The man in the lead suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, clutched his head, and collapsed to the ground. What is going on? Is that a mental attack? Oh no! It's that new kind of headless remnant. So many? At least 20 or 30 of them. Quick, go notify the leader. The sudden mental spike startled everyone behind the man. Then, they saw the remnants, stretching out like a long line of lanterns. One after another, the headless remnants, snarling and clawing, charged toward them silently and frantically. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces changed completely. Amid the chaos, someone shouted loudly to alert the organization's leader. But Nian didn't hesitate. He locked his gaze on the second person. Mental spike. Another mental spike shot out, sending invisible ripples surging through the air. The target was struck as if by a heavy blow, let out a blood-curdling scream, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and wailing in agony. This time, Nian's goal was to stir up trouble. As long as he didn't expose himself, the more chaotic the situation, the better. So, how could one mental spike be enough? He intended to throw these people into complete chaos. After 3 or 4 consecutive mental spikes, the first few people to arrive were all clutching their heads and wailing in agony. They were in terrible pain, collapsing one after another. But when they saw nearly 30 headless zombies, carrying lanterns, charging madly toward them, they forced themselves to get back up despite the excruciating pain in their heads and turned to flee. But with their minds severely shattered, their steps were unsteady. After a brief burst of speed, they slumped, their gait becoming erratic. And it was at that very moment that the dim, yellow light from the remnants lured by Nian enveloped them. At that point, the remnants' targets were truly locked onto them. Next, Nian witnessed what would happen if a zombie managed to grab them. The man lagging farthest behind was staggering when the zombie behind him finally zeroed in on him, charging forward with a howl. In the next instant, bone-white claws lunged directly for the back of his neck. The man's face turned pale with horror. He tried to speed up and flee, but the psychological trauma he suffered was too severe. He simply couldn't muster the strength. The next moment, claws as sharp as bone knives instantly clamped down on his neck. Splatter! Blood spurted out. The man's body trembled, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Instantly, the zombies behind him swarmed over him, tearing him apart frantically. In the blink of an eye, blood gushed everywhere. In just over 10 seconds, the man had been torn to shreds by these zombies. The sheer force of it was terrifying. At the same time, his flesh turned pitch black at a visible rate, until finally, it became as dark as ink, as if it were melting. The black fluid oozing from these zombies was far more terrifying than sulfuric acid. Any flesh it touched simply dissolved. Even Nian gasped in horror at the sight, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had once encountered a zombie at close range at the most dangerous moment. Its bony claws had been less than a few centimeters away from him. If he'd been caught by those claws, he would likely have been reduced to a pool of black liquid by now. This remnant was truly terrifying. If even Nian's face had paled, the others were even more shaken. The commotion had already alerted the people inside the mansion. As soon as they stepped outside and witnessed this horrifying scene, their faces all turned ashen. A single remnant was easy to handle. They were all faster than the remnants. As long as they could instantly incapacitate a remnant, and assuming the lantern didn't automatically trigger its mental spike, they could easily dispatch it with sheer numbers. However, when the remnants gathered in such vast numbers, no one dared to approach them lightly. No matter how fast they were, facing such a swarm of frenzied, flailing remnants, they dared not advance recklessly. Unless they had ranged attack capabilities to take them down one by one and render them incapacitated.
Otherwise, charging into a swarm of remnants? Who knows if the corpse poison on their bodies might splash onto them as the remnants wildly flailed about. Once infected, the consequences ranged from severe injury to death.
They were all stunned.
What on earth is going on? Where on earth did these new remnants come from? Why are they suddenly attacking us?
They dared not advance, retreating repeatedly with looks of sheer terror on their faces. Meanwhile, the few people who had begun rushing over to investigate affected by Nien's mental spike were unable to escape and had already been torn to pieces by the swarming remnants.
Close the doors first! Someone shouted loudly.
Only then did the others snap out of their stupor. They hurriedly retreated into the mansion, trying to shut the doors first to withstand this wave of remnants before deciding on their next move.
But Nien had been watching from the shadows the whole time. How could he let them get away with it? Nien moved swiftly, closing in.
He had already roughly determined the range of his mental spike's attack. It was roughly 50 meters. He tried using mental spike the moment he spotted the newcomers, but it hadn't worked clearly. The distance was too great. He moved swiftly across the rooftops to close in. With everyone's attention completely fixated on the remnants, no one noticed Nien lurking on the adjacent roof. Soon, he was within striking range. Without hesitation, he aimed his mental spike at the group by the doorway and unleashed a barrage.
The
sudden psychic attack caused several of them to scream in agony. They clutched their heads, staggered, and fell to the ground.
This caused the others' expressions to change drastically once again. A psychic attack.
This kind of remnant really does launch psychic attacks from outside the range of the lights.
Quick, retreat.
Close the door first. They were shocked and panicked without a second thought. They tried to shut the door.
But whoever touched the door became Nien's target.
Several more mental spikes were unleashed, and another group of people began screaming, temporarily incapacitated. Just then, the remnants' beams of light engulfed this group, and the remnants charged toward the door like mad. Just as the first zombie was about to pounce on a figure who'd been struck by one of Nien's mental spikes and was still on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in agony. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. The leg bone of the zombie leading the charge suddenly shattered, and in the next instant, it collapsed face first onto the ground. Its fall caused the remnants following behind it to tumble as well. Nien's heart skipped a beat. Looking again, he saw an arrow lodged in the zombie's back.
A bow and arrow?
Just as Nien was momentarily stunned, a series of sharp whoosh, whoosh sounds pierced the air.
A barrage of arrows suddenly rained down from above, striking the remnants.
In the process, some arrows struck the lanterns directly. Instantly, several agonized growls echoed from within the mansion. Only then did Nien look up and see a group of people armed with bows and crossbows rushing out of the mansion at full speed. The people outside the gate also noticed the commotion behind them, and expressions of surprise and delight flashed across their faces. Upon seeing the leader, they hurriedly called out respectfully, "Chief! Chief!" At the head of the group stood a middle-aged man in his 40s with a rugged face and a commanding presence. His expression was grim, and a deep shadow lingered in his eyes enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine.
"What is going on with these remnants?"
he asked in a deep, solemn voice.
"We don't know.
They suddenly attacked us out of nowhere. These are the new remnants we mentioned earlier. They actively use mental spike outside the range of the lights.
We've already lost several brothers," someone replied quickly.
The leader looked at the blackened, melting flesh among the remnants, his expression turning grim. Then he said, "Forget about the rest for now.
Let us deal with these remnants first. Everyone, grab your bows and crossbows. Aim for their legs first to immobilize them."
The leader was extremely decisive. He knew that regardless of what had caused these remnants to launch a sudden attack, the immediate priority was to resolve the crisis at hand. With the leader at the helm, the group found their anchor. They all acknowledged the order, ran inside, and took their crossbows from the people waiting at the back. The world had changed drastically in the real world, firearms had become useless.
Not to mention here in the calamity domain.
Not just firearms, any high-tech equipment was rendered useless here.
However, they still had a means of long-range attack, bows and crossbows. These were indispensable in the calamity domain.
After all, many crises could only be resolved with long-range capabilities. They had been prepared for this all along. Seeing this, Nian knew the time had come.
He glanced around briefly, though he couldn't count them all. He was certain that everyone in the mansion capable of moving had now gathered at this side entrance.
His objective achieved, he retreated without hesitation, quickly circled around, and then sprinted toward the mansion.
Soon after, he returned to the backyard and spotted the room where Luna was being held.
But the two guards at her door were still there. At that moment, however, they were both craning their necks to gaze toward the direction of Remnant's attack, watching the situation unfolding there. They didn't notice at all that a figure had already silently approached a spot not far behind them. A pair of eyes stared quietly at them.
A faint whistling sound suddenly rang out from behind them.
The two guards, who had been focused on the situation outside, instinctively turned their heads.
Crack! Ah! The head of the man on the left burst open like a watermelon.
The other man immediately clutched his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. But the scream had barely begun when, in the next instant, a flash of fluorescent light streaked past, and his head, too, burst open like a watermelon, silencing his scream abruptly.
Nian looked alert as she scanned her surroundings.
A few breaths later, he exhaled softly.
He hadn't alerted anyone else.
It seemed that everyone capable of moving had indeed been lured away. Outside, shouts rang out deafeningly, and the faint sounds of bows and crossbows being drawn and bones shattering drifted in, drowning out the man's brief scream. Having killed the two guards, Nian knew time was short. He quickly stepped forward, opened the door, and darted inside. Inside the room, Luna had clearly been startled by the commotion outside. Being so close, she had naturally heard the guards' brief screams and the thud of their bodies hitting the ground. Before she could figure out what was happening, Nian had already darted inside. Startled by the intruder, her eyes narrowed with suspicion, and her expression turned fierce. But when she got a clear look at the intruder, she blinked, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes.
Nian? She even blinked again, seemingly unable to believe it. Luna had always been known for her aloof demeanor. She was famous for it even in their class.
Seeing Luna's astonished expression, Nian smiled softly. "You said you'd be back soon, but I've been waiting for you for days."
Luna froze.
After a long moment, her face suddenly softened, and a hint of warmth welled up in her eyes. "There was a little mishap."
"I could tell," Nian nodded. "It really was just a little mishap." He looked down at the shackles on Luna's hands and feet.
Earlier, he'd been too far away, and Luna had been sitting down, so he hadn't noticed she was also shackled at the ankles.
Did that mean they took her very seriously? "Can you still move?" Nian asked.
Luna shook her head honestly. "My spiritual energy is depleted, and with the spirit sealing chains, I can't restore it."
Spirit sealing chains? Were those the shackles on her hands and feet? Nian took a closer look.
But now wasn't the time to be curious about that.
He nodded, saying nothing more.
His gaze swept over the room and landed on some leftover food nearby. Unable to resist any longer, he strode over.
"Wait for me a moment." He figured the chaos outside would continue for a while longer. Nearly 30 remnants.
Even with bows and crossbows, it would take a long time to kill them all. The main issue was the remnants' counterattacks. When they were killed, they were virtually impossible to deal with. Luna watched him in confusion, then saw Nian walk over to the leftovers she'd left behind. Not caring that it was just scraps, he began eating them in big bites. To be honest, this kind of pre-packaged instant food didn't taste very good. But this was the most decent meal Nian had had since he'd been transported here. Even back when he was held captive by the bandits, the food they gave him wasn't great. It was just enough to keep him from starving to death. And those charred birds in the ruins, which didn't even have a hint of salt, were naturally nowhere near as tasty as this food, which was loaded with high-tech additives. He ate big mouthfuls of food while guzzling water.
Luna watched Nian. How long had it been since he'd eaten?
Even a starving ghost wouldn't look any different. In just 1 minute, Nian had devoured the remaining food like a whirlwind, swallowing it all in one go. After taking another huge gulp of water and letting out a satisfied sigh, Nian finally felt as though he had come back to life. His body, which had been cold and shivering, gradually began to feel a hint of warmth.
Spiritual energy can't replace a proper meal.
After savoring the long-missed feeling of fullness for a few seconds, he roughly wiped his mouth and walked over. He first examined the shackles on Luna's hands and feet, giving them a squeeze. They were extremely sturdy. He fiddled with them for a moment, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to break them open anytime soon. He decided to leave them be for now and deal with them once they were out of here.
He helped Luna to her feet. Luna struggled to her feet. It was clear she was extremely exhausted.
Even this simple movement caused her to clench her jaw and breathe heavily. Nian saw this, furrowed his brow slightly, and realized this wouldn't work.
He said directly, "Necessity knows no law, I'll carry you on my back."
Luna paused for a moment, but soon she nodded gently.
Nian immediately hoisted Luna onto his back. Luna's body was soft and light. She felt soft and warm against his back.
Nian shifted her weight slightly and cupped her rounded hips with his hands to carry her more steadily.
This gesture made Luna's pretty face flush slightly, but she said nothing.
She wrapped her arms around Nian's neck and remained silent. Once everything was ready, Nian first opened the door a crack and peered outside. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, it was clear that no one had noticed what was happening here yet.
Without further hesitation, he stepped out the door with Luna on his back.
But after taking a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and furrowed his brow.
Luna was safe now, and he had a hearty meal.
But food was still a problem. He didn't know how much longer they'd have to stay in this calamity domain, and they couldn't go without food or water. This time, he'd been truly starving. The pangs of hunger were unbearable. And now that he'd rescued Luna and made his escape, the people from that organization would surely catch on. By then, they'd likely be furious and try to come back here to steal food, which would make the situation infinitely more dangerous. Judging by the battle still raging by the side gate, they should still have a little time. It would be best to leave directly through the front yard. With that in mind, he immediately slung Luna onto his back and sprinted toward the front yard. He soon caught sight of the situation there. Peering in stealthily, he saw that the front yard was still brightly lit, with 30 or 40 people present. But all of them were lying on the ground, some unconscious, while others were struggling to look toward the side gate where Nian was guiding the remnant. With worried expressions, they were discussing the current situation. A new type of remnant had appeared, one that primarily used psychic abilities to attack people outside the range of the lights. This did not match the intelligence they had received earlier. They were speculating whether some unknown change had occurred within the calamity domain. Whatever the change might be, it was not good news for them. Because the calamity domain is so mysterious and dangerous, no one has yet been able to explain exactly how it came into existence. They could only draw on past experience. They had to feel their way forward based on that experience. Now that their experience had been thrown into disarray, it was only natural for those trapped within the calamity domain to be deeply concerned. These people were all remnants they had slain, who were temporarily incapacitated. As for those who had previously been standing or sitting here, they had now mostly made their way to the side door. Nian took a closer look and determined that there were roughly 9 people still conscious.
"Do you know who these people are?"
Nian glanced again at the pile of food in the distance and asked Luna in a low voice. Luna paused for a moment, then whispered to Nian, "A mercenary organization called Iron Hand."
"Should we kill them?" Nian's next question left Luna speechless.
She realized what Nian was planning to do, so she remained silent for a moment, but finally, she simply whispered, "I'm not sure.
This is my first time dealing with this organization, and I didn't know much about them before."
"I've only heard that as long as you pay, they'll take on any job."
"They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Nian suddenly asked.
Luna froze. A faint blush spread across her pale face, but she finally shook her head.
"No.
Some of them wanted to, but their leader wanted my rare artifact and breathing technique, so they didn't dare push too hard.
That's why. I see. Nian nodded, set Luna down, and glanced toward the side door.
He sensed the battle was still raging. He still had time.
Wait here for a moment.
He set Luna down, letting her lean against the archway, then casually scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground. He walked toward the group. Stepping out of the shadows, he looked at the 9 conscious figures. A pebble was clenched between his fingertips. The next moment, a speck of fluorescent light shot directly from his fingertip.
Bang!
A man who had been engaged in a serious discussion with his companions saw his head suddenly explode in the next instant. The sudden turn of events caused the remaining conscious men to freeze in shock at first, then their expressions changed drastically as they whipped their heads around.
Who's there? Startled and enraged, they tried to get to their feet.
But they were in poor condition. Having previously killed a remnant, their minds had suffered a severe shock. They had only just regained consciousness, and their brains were utterly exhausted, causing their physical reaction times to slow considerably. As they struggled to their feet, Nian remained calm. One by one, points of fluorescent light shot from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a second person's head was shattered, and he collapsed in a pool of blood.
Who are you?
Someone panicked, stumbling to his feet and scrambling backward while shouting at the top of his lungs. They saw Nian walking in from the backyard.
Whoosh!
A speck of light shot toward the man who had shouted the loudest.
The man's eyes widened.
He saw the glow and tried to react, but his body couldn't keep up. The next moment, with a thud, his head shattered. His body stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing. He had shouted loudly, clearly intending to alert those engaged in the fierce battle outside. Nian quickly condensed a 4th pebble, firing it at the others who were frantically trying to flee as he advanced. But they were too weak. Their mental trauma hadn't fully healed, and they couldn't muster even 1 or 2/10 of their full strength. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly dodge Nian's flicking skill, which hit exactly where he aimed? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of flashes of light followed, and the remaining few met the same fate as those before them. In the blink of an eye, all 8 or 9 who were conscious were shot dead by Nian, who didn't utter a single word throughout the process.
It wasn't until no one was left standing in the arena, only a group of people still in a deep coma, that Nian let out a soft exhale.
His eyes were still as calm as a still lake. He actually had no personal grudge against these people. But when it came to killing them, Nian showed no mercy. Even though he felt a slight pang of unease, he suppressed it nonetheless. The reason was simple. Even if these people weren't members of Rose, they were its allies. He knew full well that in a face-to-face confrontation, these people would, in the blink of an eye, become those seeking his life. Even though that hadn't actually happened yet. But it was foreseeable. His identity was the student. And these people were likely all aware of the student's existence. In fact, it was even possible that they were behind the kidnapping itself. Therefore, since they were destined to be in a state of hostility, Nian naturally shouldn't hold back. As for the argument that these people were physically weak and not in top form, and that killing them would be bullying the weak and undignified victory, there is some truth to that. But unfortunately, this isn't a competition. It's a life or death struggle. Faced with life and death, Nian remained calm. Just as he had just acquired the flicking skill and was able to kill the kidnappers who tried to kill him without batting an eye, and afterward, even though it was his first time killing someone, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. And it wasn't just the few who were still conscious. Nian walked to the center of the courtyard, picked up a long sword from the ground, and pursed his lips as he looked at the others who were unconscious. As he gazed at them, a flicker of hesitation crossed Nian's eyes, but it eventually gave way to a look of resolve. Just as he was about to raise his sword, Nian! Luna suddenly spoke up. Nian paused and looked up at Luna. Luna looked back at him, saying nothing, but simply shook her head slightly. Nian hesitated for a moment, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. His reason told him that these people who were bound to become his enemies were at their weakest right now, and that killing them all would be the rational thing to do.
But emotionally, he just couldn't bring himself to do it.
After all, these people were completely defenseless and had no personal grudge against Nian.
To just kill them like this.
Nian found it hard to bring himself to do it. Even Luna's shake of the head proved that she didn't want him to kill them either.
Just as he was caught in this brief moment of conflict, suddenly, an excruciatingly shrill scream suddenly rang out from the direction of the side door.
The sudden scream made Nian's head lurch slightly for a moment before he snapped his gaze upward. But all he could see was that, over by the side door for reasons unknown, a massive burst of red light had suddenly erupted. The light was incredibly intense, like a raging inferno. At the same time, it was accompanied by that terrifying scream.
Nian's expression changed instantly. Had an unknown incident occurred? He glanced at Luna.
Luna's face, which had already been somewhat pale, was now even paler. She was furrowing her brow in pain and clutching her head, as if she might faint at any moment.
Was this a large-scale psychic attack? Nian's heart skipped a beat.
He no longer had time to hesitate about whether to kill these people. Clearly, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. He had to get out of there fast. He dropped his knife, sprinted over to the food, grabbed a large bag nearby, stuffed it full of food and water, and immediately rushed back to Luna's side. The screams had stopped, but the red light by the side door was growing increasingly intense. The crisis was still unfolding. In just that brief moment, Luna seemed to have suffered a massive blow. Her face was pale and haggard as she lay on the ground.
Luna, Luna?
Nian called out softly twice, but Luna could only struggle to lift her eyelids to glance at him before finally closing her eyes and falling unconscious.
Nian's expression darkened slightly.
Without a second thought, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and picked Luna up, cradling her across his arms. Fortunately, his hands seemed to have been strengthened when he acquired the flicking skill. He had plenty of strength, so lifting Luna wasn't too difficult. Only then did he look up and glance once more toward the side door. And that single glance made him gasp in shock. After all, he was at least several hundred meters away from that side door, with a back garden and layers of walls in between. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to see a thing. But right then, he clearly saw a woman.
An enormous woman.
The lower half of her body was blocked by the stacked walls. What Nian could see was precisely her head. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Yet even that couldn't conceal the fact that her face was already mostly rotted away, a bloody, mangled mess with black fluid streaming down it. A truly terrifying sight. Her eyes emitted a dim, yellowish glow, but because they were so dense and unnaturally bright, they shone like solid gold. Her face was hideous and contorted. She raised both arms, splayed her fingers wide, her nails sharp and blood red. This woman was enormous, at least 10 meters tall, which was why Nian could see her.
But what was going on? Where had this woman come from? Nian was stunned.
Then he saw several figures leaping high into the air. One of them, radiating a terrifying aura, delivered a swift kick straight to the woman's face. The woman let out a blood-curdling scream, causing Nian's mind to waver for a moment. The kick was incredibly powerful. The woman staggered backward, and then with a thunderous crash, as if a house were collapsing, the ground trembled.
Only then did Nian snap back to his senses.
Though shaken to the core, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned, scooped up Luna, and ran. A massive upheaval had occurred here. A mysterious female giant, over 10 meters tall, had appeared.
Even her casual screams sent mental shockwaves.
This was a place of chaos. He had to get out of here fast. Before long, Nian, still holding Luna, had already run out of the mansion. Then, without looking back, he plunged into the city of the dead.
When Lu Lingzi awoke from her unconsciousness, all she saw was a pitch-black night sky.
She froze for a moment, then sat up abruptly and looked around. She was in a pitch-black city, surrounded by severely damaged buildings. Her head ached slightly, and her mind was still a bit foggy.
Awake?
A voice came from above, tinged with surprise.
Lu Lingzi snapped back to her senses and looked up.
In the dim night, she saw a figure sitting on the ridge of a roof, turning to look at her. She froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something and let out a sigh of relief.
What happened? She looked at Nian on the roof ridge, confusion in her eyes, and couldn't help but ask. Her last conscious memory was hearing a piercing scream. Then she felt a sharp pain in her head and immediately lost consciousness, unaware of what had happened afterward. A massive upheaval occurred. A gigantic woman suddenly appeared for some unknown reason. After Nian finished speaking, he turned his head back toward the direction he'd been gazing at earlier, his brow slightly furrowed. Over there, more than half the sky was engulfed in a crimson glow. He was already quite far from the mansion, at least several kilometers away. Yet he could still see the red light, indicating that the upheaval over there had not yet subsided. In fact, he sensed something else as well. The situation was more complicated than he'd thought. A giant woman? Luna was clearly taken aback as well. A giant woman as tall as 3 or 4 stories, her face all rotted away, like a zombie. As Nian spoke, he moved swiftly, leaping down to stand beside Luna. Luna was clearly startled by Nian's description, her expression somewhat dazed. Nian didn't say anything further, but asked, "How do you feel?" Luna snapped back to her senses. She glanced in the direction Nian had been looking, then, without dwelling on it, sat up straight. She raised her hand and noticed the shackles were still on her. After sensing them, she admitted honestly, "My head feels a bit foggy. The spirit-severing chains have cut off my spiritual energy, and it hasn't recovered yet. Everything else is fine." Spirit-severing chains. Nian looked at the chains binding her. Yes, they're an item from the Calamity domain brought out from there, and they have a special effect that blocks spiritual energy. Luna looked down at the shackles. Can they be broken? Nian asked, drawing the long sword from his waist. Luna thought for a moment. Let us try. Alright, then pull them apart a bit so I can give it a shot. As soon as Nian finished speaking, Luna nodded. She then pushed the chains apart with both hands, placing them on the ground to stretch the shackles to their limit. Nian gripped the long sword with both hands and, in the next instant, brought it down with a fierce swing. His hands had been enhanced, giving him immense strength. The wind whistled, and the blade flashed like lightning. Clang! A crisp clang rang out. But the result was a burst of fire along the chain. Nian stepped forward to take a closer look and found only a faint scratch on the chain. Instead, a notch had appeared on the blade itself. This chain was astonishingly hard. Luna also looked down, a hint of disappointment in her eyes, and shook her head. After all, it's an item from the Calamity domain. It seems it'll be very difficult to break by force. Nian thought for a moment, then said, I'll try using my innate ability. As he spoke, he picked up a few pebbles from the ground and instructed Luna to keep pulling on the chain. A glow began to emanate from his fingertips, growing increasingly intense. Finally, when he felt he could no longer control it, he unleashed it with a sudden burst. Whoosh! The glow transformed into an arrow-like beam, striking the chain with instant precision. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the glow shattered, while Luna let out a muffled groan and quickly turned her head away. Nian was startled. Are you okay? Luna turned her head back and discovered several bloodstains on her pretty face. They were caused by the shattering stone. Fortunately, the stone had shattered completely, leaving only a tiny bit of debris, so although she was injured, it was only a superficial wound. Luna shook her head and gently wiped the bloodstains from her face with her sleeve. I'm fine. Nian didn't dare to act recklessly again. He looked at the chain once more and noticed that the marks on it had deepened slightly. But it was still a long way from breaking. He fell silent for a moment before saying, There is no way around it. I examined this chain while you were unconscious. It seems to have a very unique lock mechanism. It can't be opened without a key. The key should be on the iron hand chieftain. After Luna finished speaking, she paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, But the Iron Hand Leader is at least a 7th rank martial artist and also an innate ability user. I'm not sure if he possesses any extraordinary artifacts, but he'll be a tough opponent. A 7th rank martial artist, huh? Nian pondered. The original hostess memories contained no information about innate ability users. But they did contain memories about martial artists.
Martial artists were subject to a very strict ranking system, divided into 9 grades.
Those below the 9th grade were collectively referred to as unranked.
That was the grade of the vast majority of students like them. After the 9th grade came the 8th, and after the 8th came the 7th.
And so on.
A 7th rank martial artist is already approaching the level of a mid-rank martial artist.
Not even their school as principal was that strong.
Martial artists at this level possess extremely vigorous and formidable vital energy and strength.
Let me give you a simple set of statistics.
The entry requirements for a 9th rank martial artist are a punching power of 500 kilograms, a speed of 25 meters per second, and a neural reaction time of less than 1 second.
These are the strict standards.
Only by meeting these standards can one be considered a ranked martial artist. The standards for an 8th rank martial artist are even more staggering. In terms of punching power alone, one must reach at least 3,000 kilograms, with a speed of 50 meters per second and a neural reaction time of less than 1 second.
A 7th rank martial artist
is even more formidable. Punching power must reach at least 5,000 kilograms, that is, 5 metric tons, with a speed of 100 meters per second and a neural reaction time of less than 0.1 seconds. To be honest, Nguyen couldn't really grasp the significance of these numbers,
because they were beyond imagination. A punch force of 5 metric tons.
An average small family sedan weighs only about 2 metric tons.
In other words, a 7th rank martial artist could easily flip 2 small cars. As for speed, 100 meters in 1 second.
Even when Nguyen used his 7-step dash, he could only cover 30 to 40 meters in a second.
A neural reaction time of 0.1 seconds, that's nearly as fast as a cat.
With such a powerful opponent standing right in front of him, even Nguyen would find it difficult to kill them. Not to mention that it's impossible for his flicking skill to even hit such a being. A neural reaction time of 0.1 seconds means that, to others, the trajectory of his flicking skill is practically in slow motion.
An abundant vital energy signifies a powerful physique.
With that kind of strength and speed, one can only imagine the density of his muscles. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him steel-boned.
Even if a strike landed, it would likely barely pierce the skin, right?
Nguyen suddenly recalled what he'd seen moments ago, the foot that had kicked that massive woman in the face. That single kick had sent such a colossal woman flying.
That must have been the leaderess doing, right?
With that thought, he exhaled softly.
This is a 7th rank martial artist.
As for the 6th rank, above the 7th, that is considered a mid-tier martial artist. The basic stats of such powerful figures are a secret. They aren't taught in high school, and one might only learn about them once they reach college. It's said that once a martial artist reaches the mid-tier, their body develops all sorts of incredible abilities, similar to innate abilities. However, the incredible abilities possessed by martial artists are fixed, unlike innate abilities, which are ever-changing. Thinking of this, Nguyen felt a tinge of unease. A 7th rank martial artist could, in fact, be called a monster. And he had once been loitering right outside such a monstrous doorstep.
He'd even schemed to pull a fast one on him. And he'd killed over 50 of them. Just thinking about it was thrilling.
But since things had come to this, even if his opponent was a 7th rank martial artist, he'd already crossed the line, so Nguyen wasn't afraid of anything. After all, he was quite a tough opponent himself now. Although his flicking skill posed no threat to the other party, he still had mental spike and 7-step dash.
If he couldn't beat them, couldn't he at least escape?
On the way back with Luna, in order to get away from that trouble spot as quickly as possible, Nguyen had tested it out. His 7-step dash could be used continuously without pause.
In other words, 7 steps was just a rough estimate, not a strict 7.
As long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could take 700 steps.
Let us leave it at that for now. Once the calamity domain ends, we'll figure something out once we're out.
In the end, Luna said this.
Nguyen paused for a moment. It seemed Luna knew quite a bit about the calamity domain. Perfect. He currently knew absolutely nothing about the calamity domain. He asked right away, what exactly is the calamity domain? Luna looked at him. You don't know?
Nope. Luna thought for a moment and said, "What the calamity domain actually is, in fact, there is still no definitive conclusion. But one thing is certain, the mysterious changes in our world are definitely related to the calamity domain. The calamity domain encompasses everything, it's full of the strangest phenomena, and any kind of scenario could appear.
For example, this current calamity domain is the eternal night. There is no daytime, only night. Time seems to stand still.
There are many theories about how the calamity domain came into being. Among them, the most widely accepted theory is that the calamity domain is a world constructed from the obsessions of deities, existing somewhere between reality and illusion."
Deities, obsessions? Nian froze. The very name sparked a flood of thoughts. And for some reason,
upon hearing that name, he almost instinctively recalled what he glimpsed for a split second upon entering the calamity domain, a blood-red river that spanned the entire sky, as if piercing through all of history, sealing away endless myths and legends, as well as the ranks of immortals and Buddhas. A blood-red river.
Nian looked at Luna. Luna paused for a moment upon hearing this.
After thinking it over, she shook her head. "I don't know either. But I suppose it probably exists, right? Setting aside everything else, before the mysterious upheaval in this world, weren't those upper rank, second rank, and first rank martial artists, in the eyes of ordinary people, nothing less than deities?" Nian froze, then nodded after a moment.
He understood what Luna meant. Once an individual becomes powerful enough, who would dare say they aren't gods?
After all, the definition of a god has always been shrouded in mystery. Even 7th rank martial artists possess 5 metric tons of strength and can run 100 meters in 1 second.
It's impossible to imagine just how strong second rank and first rank martial artists must be. 100 metric tons, 1,000 metric tons, or even 10,000 metric tons of strength? In his previous life, wouldn't such beings be called gods of strength? Then why is the calamity domain said to be the obsession of a deity? Nian continued to ask. That's a complicated story.
Luna thought for a moment and said, "Every calamity domain has a source of calamity. These sources come in all shapes and forms. They might manifest as a terrifying beast, a horrifying sculpture, or even an entity resembling a lingering soul. A calamity domain exists by relying on its source of calamity. Generally, after a calamity domain has existed for a certain period, the source of calamity will appear. The source of calamity is the most powerful and terrifying entity within the calamity domain. The calamity domain depends on its existence. Once it appears, it's often accompanied by a brutal purge. It will kill every living being within the calamity domain that it discovers.
The timing of this is unpredictable.
In some extremely dangerous calamity domains, the source of calamity will even continue to hunt down living beings until not a single outsider remains in the entire calamity domain. Others, however, will hunt for a limited time, say, a few days. Then, regardless of whether they've killed everyone, the calamity domain will seal itself off once more, expelling any survivors back to the real world.
The first and simplest way to leave a calamity domain is to flee. As long as you outrun the source of calamity's pursuit, you'll have a chance to return to the real world. The second method is to fight your way out.
Kill the source of calamity. Once it's killed, it will transform into a wondrous object, the kind I mentioned earlier, like this lotus flower between my eyebrows.
And why is the calamity domain said to be the obsession of a deity?
It's because of the third way to leave. That is, triggering some even more hidden circumstance, not confronting the calamity source head-on, but resolving other matters instead. If you obtain some crucial intelligence, if you discover the true nature of the calamity source, its former identity, and the most stubborn obsession deep within its heart, it might be possible to dispel the source of the calamity and ultimately obtain the wondrous artifact. Resolve the obsession, and the source of the calamity will dissipate. That's why they say, the calamity domain is the obsession of a deity.
Nian listened, deeply shaken.
He had never imagined such a thing was possible.
Resolve the obsession, and the source of the calamity will vanish? Is the calamity domain truly the obsession of some being as powerful as a deity? Luna suddenly paused and looked at Nian. You've already obtained the wondrous artifact, haven't you?
Nian froze for a moment, then nodded.
He couldn't hide it from Luna.
He had used the flicking skill to kill Bajio people right in front of her.
And Luna knew his original condition.
Previously, using the flicking skill 7 or 8 times would leave him completely exhausted. This time, after killing 8 or 9 people, he was still fresh and alert. The only thing that could bring about such a dramatic improvement had to be a wondrous object.
It seems you've not only obtained a wondrous object, but you've truly refined it as well, haven't you? Otherwise, your spiritual energy shouldn't be this abundant. Luna said, her gaze toward Nian tinged with envy. Assimilated? A thought crossed Nian's mind.
Indeed, his stats panel did show that after the rare artifact was assimilated into his body, he could master mental spike. But judging by the tone of Luna's words, could it be that assimilating a rare artifact is very difficult? Very difficult? Luna paused for a moment, then gave a helpless, wry smile. This wondrous object between my eyebrows has been integrated into my body for a whole year now, but to this day,
I still haven't refined it. Tell me, is that difficult or not?
That difficult?
Nian was momentarily taken aback.
Wondrous objects exist only within the calamity domain. And the calamity domain is the obsession of an entity as powerful as a deity. Often, these wondrous objects are, to a greater or lesser extent, connected to the source of the calamity's obsession. For humans to use them, they must first erase the traces of the source of the calamity within the object. This requires practicing breathing techniques every day, using mental energy to wear it down. You must wipe away the traces of the source of the calamity and replace them with your own mental imprint. Only after it's been thoroughly refined can you truly use it. Tell me, how hard is that? Luna shook her head as she spoke, then looked at Nian with envy. Where did you get this wondrous artifact? It seems the traces of the source of calamity within it are very, very faint, which is why you were able to refine it so effortlessly. Hearing this, Nian didn't know what to say. She had completely guessed wrong. Still, Luna's words took him by surprise. Because, when it came to refining rare artifacts, he really hadn't felt a thing. After all, when the interface asked if he wanted to refine and fuse the rare artifact, he simply silently muttered yes in his mind and the refinement was complete. He assumed everyone went through the same process. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed something a bit off. He had obtained a rare artifact, and his spiritual energy had surged dramatically. But Luna also had a rare artifact, yet she seemed just like he used to be after using that teleportation innate ability 8 or 9 times, she'd be completely exhausted. The artifact's abilities hadn't manifested in the slightest. Only now did he realize that she hadn't refined it at all. So was that artifact in her brow simply a decoration? No, that is not quite right, it's not entirely just for show. Because she once used the artifact to restore her spiritual energy, and it seemed to work much faster than it did for me. Even an unrefined artifact has the ability to accelerate spiritual energy recovery. Nian thought to himself. Of course, he wouldn't contradict Luna. He had no intention of telling anyone about the stats panel. I guess I was just lucky. I found a rare artifact, and after integrating it, I refined it quickly without any obstacles. After saying that, he paused for a moment, then asked, so what you're saying is, as long as we hide well, we'll be able to get through this calamity domain? His question about the calamity domain was, of course, to prepare for what lay ahead. Luna had already said more than enough. The rank of this calamity domain shouldn't be very high, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to bring so many people in. So, as long as we aren't discovered by the source of the calamity, we should be able to get through it safely. Luna said, though she wasn't entirely certain. Clearly, she was also just theorizing, although she knew quite a bit. This was likely her first time experiencing it firsthand. Nian nodded, just as he was about to say something else. But suddenly, his expression shifted. He looked up sharply, gazing in a certain direction. For no apparent reason, he felt a sense of dread suddenly wash over his entire body. Just as he was puzzled by this, a woman's voice, nearly frenzied and hysterical, suddenly rang out in his mind. Watch, watch, watch the child. The sudden shriek made Nian's entire body go rigid. And in the next instant, his expression changed drastically.
because he suddenly realized where the voice was coming from. It hadn't just appeared out of nowhere in his mind. It was coming from the lantern. The bright red lantern. The lantern suspended between his eyebrows. Was that deranged woman's voice actually coming from this red lantern?
Nien's expression had barely changed when, in the next instant, an indescribable sense of eeriness washed over him.
He stood up involuntarily, facing a certain direction.
He felt as though his body was about to spiral out of control, driven by an unknown force, urging him toward a specific direction. Luna had no idea what was happening. She only saw Nien suddenly stiffen, his expression twisted and grotesque, and her heart skipped a beat.
"What's wrong with you?"
Nien, his body rigid, managed to speak with difficulty, "I don't know." A voice suddenly came from that strange object, and there's a force that seems to be trying to control my body and take me somewhere.
That force surged in wave after wave.
Before he knew it, a faint red glow began to emanate from between Nien's eyebrows, and a large red lantern appeared, seeming both real and illusory.
Manipulated by an unknown force? Luna looked on in utter bewilderment. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she murmured in shock, "Could the rumors be true? This is the obsession of a deity. The source of the disaster has appeared."
Nien strained every muscle to maintain control. He felt immense discomfort as a voice echoed ceaselessly in his mind, speaking a language he'd never heard before yet. Inexplicably, he grasped its meaning.
Hearing Luna's words, he realized something was terribly wrong and managed to ask with great difficulty, "What do you mean?"
Luna snapped back to her senses, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes, and said quickly, "I heard this from my mother too. Generally speaking, within the calamity domain, even if you obtain a rare artifact, you shouldn't fuse and refine it immediately. The reason lies in the deity's obsessions. Because the vast majority of rare artifacts within the calamity domain are connected to the source of the calamity and to the deity's obsessions.
This connection is extremely deep. Even refining it won't completely eliminate it.
Especially when the source of the calamity appears, anyone who rashly fuses with a rare artifact from that calamity domain is very likely to be controlled by it." Nien sucked in a sharp breath. He could feel that power growing stronger and stronger, and he was already starting to lose control.
"Is there a solution?"
he asked through gritted teeth.
"No."
Luna's expression also turned somewhat helpless as she shook her head. "My mother told me that the only way is to resist this control with mental strength." She, too, grew anxious and instinctively stood up.
"Mental strength?"
Nien froze for a moment. His mind instinctively turned to the remnant. And the moment the word remnant crossed his mind, something astonishing happened. A vast number of remnant traces suddenly flooded his mind. The range of his perception this time was so vast that Nien wondered if he had sensed every single remnant in the entire dead city. There were an enormous number of them, at least 200 or 300. He could even clearly sense how far away they were from him and exactly where they were located.
"What is this?" Nien was startled.
In the next instant, his body involuntarily took a few steps forward. He snapped back to his senses and abruptly regained control. He watched the events unfolding in his mind with horror. He could clearly sense that those remnants were gathering in the same direction.
And that direction
was precisely the direction the force currently controlling Nien was heading.
Was it because of the source of the calamity? Had the source of the calamity truly awakened, and was it controlling all the remnants? Including him, a complete anomaly?
Was it because of the source of the calamity that he could suddenly sense all the remnants at once, because he was whole, while the other remnants were merely fragments of anomalies? Did he, as a higher tier being, have the ability to sense the existence of lower tier ones? A flood of thoughts rushed through Nien's mind in an instant. But soon, he was unable to continue his deep contemplation. The sense of losing control was growing ever stronger. The mad woman's voice in his head was also growing louder, causing his mind to grow hazy.
Was this a sign of massive mental energy depletion? Can't I force this artifact out of my body? Nien asked with great difficulty.
He had immediately checked the interface, but it seemed to show no reaction to what was happening. He tried silently commanding his mind to extract the artifact, but there was still no response.
He could only ask Luna, hoping for the best.
Once an artifact is refined, it's extremely difficult to force it out of your body. I've heard of two methods. One is for someone with a powerful mental innate ability to use their mental power to force the artifact out of your body. And that requires your cooperation. The second method is death. Luna said, her face pale. Nian fell silent. It seemed there was no other way. He made a snap decision. You've lost all your spiritual energy now, so if you hide somewhere nearby, you should be safe. I could lose control at any moment. You'd be in great danger if you stayed here, so I have to go. Where are you going? Luna was startled and instinctively asked. I'm going somewhere else to regain control of myself. After saying this, Nian said nothing more. Before Luna could speak again, he had already darted away. Nian! Luna shouted after him. But he didn't even look back. His figure quickly vanished into the vast darkness of the night. Luna stood where she was, her expression filled with anxiety. But she was completely drained of strength now. Her spiritual energy was exhausted, and there was nothing she could do. Ignoring Luna's calls from behind, Nian set off. The voice of the madwoman in his mind grew louder and louder, and the sense of losing control grew stronger and stronger. He could barely keep it in check. After hearing Luna's words, he already knew. It's most likely the essence of the souls I've absorbed that is strengthening my mental power. Otherwise, I'd probably have completely lost control by now. Nian's expression darkened as he activated the 7-step dash, striding swiftly in one direction. At that moment, a flood of sensory information flooded his mind. He could sense the locations of all the remnants. They were converging in the same direction. Although he didn't know what that place was, Nian was well aware that if he lost control completely and was dragged there by the so-called deity's obsession, it would be anything but a good thing. So his goal was now crystal clear. Kill the remnants. By killing the remnants, he could obtain soul essence, which would strengthen his mental power and perhaps allow him to hold out. And most crucially, there are currently 9 fragments in the interface. One more fragment will allow me to obtain another artifact. According to the interface, since I now possess 3 innate abilities, I'll need 3 artifacts to complete the upgrade quest. The quest requires a curiosity afterward. I'll also be rewarded with a set of curiosities and a breathing technique, which means these curiosities will most likely need to be consumed. Perhaps then, the interface will be able to remove the giant red lantern from my mind, thereby severing my connection to the calamity domain? Nian speculated. The flicking skill and 7-step dash were manageable after all. They were physical innate abilities, and he could barely use them at the moment. But mental spike required his undivided attention. He simply couldn't use it at all right now. He had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he aimed at the lantern. The next moment. Whoosh! A streak of fluorescent light shot through the air. 2 soft pops in quick succession, and the lantern went out. The remnant's piercing death cry pierced his mind, making Nian's already teetering sanity even harder to bear. He let out a muffled groan and dropped to one knee. He gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot. The call grew stronger with each passing moment. The longer he resisted, the more intense the sensation of his will being stripped away became. He breathed heavily through his nose, waiting with bloodshot eyes. Ink-like characters spread across the interface. After about 10 seconds, they transformed into new text. Defeated the obsession of a foreign realm remnant. Obtained foreign realm soul essence common. Extract before use. Upon seeing the text, Nian hesitated not a moment and immediately muttered, "Extract." He raised his right hand, and before long, the soul essence appeared in his palm. Shortly after, the essence transformed into a speck of light in his hand and slowly seeped into the palm of his hand. At the same time, a cool, refreshing sensation spread throughout his brain. His spirit, which had been pushed nearly to its limit, instantly found relief, and his mind cleared somewhat. Even the call emanating from the large red lantern seemed to grow faint for a moment. It really works. Nian let out a deep sigh of relief. But before he could linger on the sensation, he walked over to the lantern and touched it. Detected a fragment of a rare artifact. Do you wish to absorb it? If so, place your hand on the fragment and wait for about 10 breaths. Nian placed his hand on the lantern.
After about 10 breaths. Absorption successful. Obtained 1 fragment of the wondrous object human skin lantern. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the wondrous object human skin lantern. Current number of fragments, 10. Obtaining 10 fragments of the wondrous object human skin lantern will fuse them into the wondrous object human skin lantern. Do you wish to fuse them? A prompt appeared on the interface. Fuse. Nian silently repeated the incantation once more. Ink wash patterns reappeared on the interface. Nian knew this meant the fusion was underway.
Fusing a wondrous object wasn't an instant process, he would need to wait for a while.
He immediately stopped paying attention to the interface and took a deep breath.
The soul essence gave his mind a momentary respite, but the voice was still there, he had to keep going.
Without the slightest hesitation, Nian set off again. Now that the image of nearly the entire dead city's remnants had surfaced in his mind, finding them was a breeze.
Soon, he encountered the second one. Using the flicking skill, 2 shots he killed it instantly, gaining more soul essence. The voice in his head grew a little quieter. The risk of losing control had also eased further. Although he could still lose control if he didn't maintain full focus. It was much better than before. It was only 2 soul essences, but his mental power seemed to have received a significant boost.
At the same time, the number of human skin lantern fragments increased by 1. And so, Nian continued on his way, slaying remnants as he went.
The number of remnants was increasing, and at the same time, his mental power, nourished by the soul essences, began to grow stronger and stronger.
The voice in his head, which at first had echoed throughout his entire skull almost like tinnitus, drowning out all other sounds. Gradually, it turned into normal shouting.
And that sensation of someone trying to control his body also seemed to have weakened considerably. Before he knew it, he had slain another 10 remnants. He had fused 10 soul essences.
A line of text appeared on the interface once more. Obtained Curiosity Human Skin Lantern Fragment 10. Can be fused into Curiosity Human Skin Lantern. Do you wish to fuse? Nian still didn't hesitate. Fuse? He thought to himself. The text dissolved into ink again as the fusion began.
Upon looking again, he saw that the previous Curiosity hadn't even finished fusing yet. It seemed this process would take quite a while. But since there was no progress bar, Nian had no idea how much longer it would take. During the last fusion, he'd been using the guidance technique to restore his spiritual energy, so he had no idea how much time had actually passed. He pursed his lips and could only wait.
Nian exhaled softly, then continued on his way. He still had to kill the remnants.
The feeling of losing control had eased somewhat, but he could sense that as his mental power increased, so did the intensity of the summoning.
Perhaps it had something to do with time? He didn't know.
But he knew he couldn't stop.
Otherwise, sooner or later, he'd lose control.
Just as he was moving forward, his expression suddenly shifted as he looked in a certain direction.
In that direction, he'd suddenly lost track of a remnant. Was someone killing remnants? Who could it be? Rose? Ho? The patrol? Nian couldn't be sure. But he only glanced in that direction before looking away. Whoever it was, it had nothing to do with him. There were still quite a few remnants left, 200 or 300 of them, and if they killed them, it wouldn't affect Nian. Nian continued searching for remnants.
Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Nian had killed another 10 or so remnants. Setting aside the 2 human skin lanterns currently in the process of fusion, he was now able to fuse a 4th one. But he chose not to fuse it instead. He paused, furrowing his brow slightly as he looked in a certain direction. There were still plenty of remnants left. However, the current positions of these remnants made Nian feel uneasy. It seemed as though they had already reached the area designated by the mysterious voice in his mind. As he drew closer, Nian felt the voice in his head inexplicably grow louder. Strangely, he sensed that after absorbing the essence of the 17th soul, any further absorption no longer seemed to increase his mental power. It merely made his mind a little clearer. But the initial sensation of mental power directly strengthening was gone. This left Nian somewhat puzzled.
Then he realized. His mental power seemed to have hit a plateau. How could he break through it? He had absolutely no idea.
For now, he could only set it aside temporarily. Then, glancing at the interface, he was startled. The first artifact had been successfully fused. Now, with just one more artifact to fuse, the total number would reach 3. The upgrade quest was also about to be fully completed. Just as Nian let out a soft sigh, intending to take a brief rest waiting for the third artifact to fuse successfully and the upgrade quest to be completed before deciding what to do next. He needed to first confirm whether completing the quest would cause the interface to recycle these 3 artifacts. This artifact inside his mind had provided Nian with immense assistance. But now, it had also become a time bomb lodged in his brain, ready to explode at any moment. Only by defusing this bomb first could he consider anything else.
Nian had just sat down.
But suddenly, an unprecedented sense of dread surged through him.
Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and rolled away.
At the same moment, a cold gleam sliced past his cheek. Before Nian could even react, a massive force instantly slammed into his stomach.
Boom!
The terrifying impact sent Nian spurting blood as his body flew 5 or 6 meters away, crashing to the ground.
Then, a cold, amused voice rang out. "Aren't you supposed to be good at escaping? Let us see how you get away this time."
Nian jerked his head up and saw a slender figure appear right where he had been standing just moments ago. Dressed in the black uniform of a patrol officer, the figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, a long sword in hand.
It was Ho. Nian's heart skipped a beat.
He was in trouble. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing, and struggled to push himself up, ending up on one knee. The kick had been so powerful that he felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. But Nian knew this was only because Ho had held back. Otherwise, that single kick would have been enough to kill him. Ho's speed just now had been incredibly fast. Judging by that alone, he was at least an 8th rank martial artist. And the force behind an 8th rank martial artist's punches and kicks is at least 2 metric tons. If he struck with full force, it would have been like being hit by a car. Such terrifying power condensed into the size of a footprint, Nian's frail frame couldn't possibly have withstood it. But now he was merely injured, not dead, proof that Ho had done this on purpose.
Was he toying with him?
Come to think of it, although he hadn't interacted much with Ho, he could clearly see the man's arrogance and conceit. The last time he managed to escape, it had infuriated Ho. For Ho, kicking him to death would probably be too lenient a punishment. Nian pursed his lips, gasping for breath, his stomach throbbing with excruciating pain. But even though he wasn't dead yet, Nian knew he was not far from death. Setting aside his 7-step dash and flicking skill, which the opponent was already aware of and would certainly counter, his only remaining hope was likely mental spike, a trump card the opponent didn't know about. But it was useless. First, the screams in his head wouldn't stop, and the excruciating pain from his severe injuries was overwhelming his mind, making it impossible for him to activate mental spike right now. Second, the spiritual energy within his body could no longer sustain him. He could use at most 5 or 6 more flicking skills before his spiritual energy was completely depleted. It was only thanks to the mysterious artifact that the consumption of spiritual energy was no longer tied to his physical stamina.
Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to move right now. Was he really going to die here?
Nian's heart grew heavier and heavier. The situation was extremely dangerous. He had reached a dead end. He saw no hope of survival. His opponent was too strong. He'd been closed in on and severely wounded. He couldn't think of any way to turn the tide. As Nian's thoughts raced, Ho looked down on him from above. Seeing his opponent's pitiful state, the pent-up frustration he'd been holding in all this time finally burst forth, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Ever since that day when his opponent had fled while shouting wildly, forcing him to leave, he'd been holding a grudge. After he'd left and completed what he needed to do, he'd actually been searching for his opponent's trail all along. Naturally, he wasn't about to let him off easily. But the dead city was so vast even with his innate ability of perception, its range was limited, so he'd been unable to find him a fact that had kept a smoldering rage burning inside him. Now, he had finally run into him again. This time, however, he hadn't come specifically to look for Nian. It was because of the unexpected early emergence of the calamity source. Xin Zhaolin, the former leader of Rose, possessed an artifact related to this calamity domain, and just moments ago, it had suddenly gone out of control. This shouldn't have happened according to Xin Zhaolin. They had at least 3 days, but now, just over a day had passed, and the calamity source had already emerged. Clearly, Xin Zhaolin must have been hiding something. But regardless of the reason, now that the calamity source had emerged, they naturally had to rush over to investigate. Even though the number of remnants they'd killed so far hadn't yet met expectations. However, their previous preparations hadn't been entirely in vain. They deliberately used the students to attract a large number of patrol officers, who had all entered this calamity domain at the same time. As a member of the patrol, he had already located the main force earlier. He easily gained the patrol officers' trust and then told them that the only way to leave safely was to hunt down large numbers of remnants. Through the tireless efforts of these patrol officers, they had killed at least 100 of them in stages. Combined with the ongoing operations of organizations like Iron Hand, Rose, and Azure, they must have killed quite a few as well. So even though the source of the calamity had emerged earlier than expected, they were still confident they could handle it. Or so they thought. Right in the middle of their journey, he suddenly sensed Nian's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for him. Drawing on his previous experience, this time he didn't call out to the other party upon approaching. Instead, he kicked him first to let off some steam. That single kick cleared away all the pent-up frustration in his chest, leaving him feeling refreshed and clear-headed. With that in mind, Ho looked at Nian, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. "Now, I'll ask that question again. Are you willing to answer?" Nian gasped for breath with difficulty. The excruciating pain in his stomach made it hard for him to resist the manipulation in his mind, and he felt as if he were about to lose control. But Nian forced a smile and licked his teeth, tasting the metallic tang of blood. "I still don't want to answer." Nian smiled. Ho's smile, however, froze for a moment. He had shown mercy by not killing him outright. What he wanted to see was the other man writhing in agony and begging for mercy. Not this playing some kind of tough guy game with him. His smile faded slightly, and a hint of coldness gradually crept into his eyes as he said indifferently, "Want to play the tough guy? It seems you know I'll kill you anyway, Between your eyebrows, an artifact?" Just as Ho was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a faint red light flickering between Nian's eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in surprise, a flash of delight crossing his gaze. For between Nian's eyebrows, a lantern seemingly real yet ethereal had appeared. A strange object. "You've obtained this strange object from the calamity domain?" Nian surmised that it must have appeared because his mental state was so poor that he was on the verge of losing control. After he had absorbed the soul essence earlier, the lantern between his eyebrows had already vanished. He hadn't expected it to pop up again now. "Yeah, is that rare?" Nian smiled slightly, but the movement aggravated the wound in his abdomen, causing him to cough a few times and cough up some blood, which he casually spat out. The injury was more severe than he'd imagined. It looked like he was really going to be stuck here today. What terrible luck! Nian thought to himself. There was no other way. Ho had the ability to detect him from a distance, and his hide-and-seek quest had remained uncompleted due to a lack of playmates. Although he'd later saved Luna, the lantern had immediately gone out of control, leaving him no chance at all to complete the mission. He'd been forced to kill Remnant and had been extremely careful. Yet Ho had still spotted him. This was completely beyond his control. So, having reached this point, Nian remained relatively calm. Of course, he couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment. He'd finally managed to cross over into a world of the extraordinary, no less, and he even had a stat panel. As he gradually figured out what it was for, he'd actually been looking forward to the future quite a bit. What a shame. He took a few gasps for breath. His physical injuries were making his mind grow increasingly foggy. That summoning voice thundered once more, like a clap of thunder, echoing throughout his entire skull.
But he was holding on. He was waiting for his opponent to come and kill him.
A stone was already clenched in his hand, and he was concentrating with all his might. It might not do much good, and he was already in a hopeless situation, but Nien had no intention of meekly sticking out his neck for the other party to cut off. Even if it cost him his life, he had to make sure the other party suffered some injury.
Even if it was just a minor one.
Since he was doomed anyway, all he wanted now was some psychological satisfaction. After being ambushed like this, if he let his opponent kill him without a scratch, he'd be getting the short end of the stick. He thought this as he gasped for breath. He could no longer hear Ho's voice, he could only see his mouth moving as he spoke, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, tinged with a hint of greed.
The next moment, Ho walked toward him.
Though Nien's consciousness was fading, he still mustered all his strength to raise his arm. At the same time, he focused his mind with frenzied intensity, trying to unleash the mental spike which had already become unusable moments ago. He still clung to his last shred of clarity. He knew his opponent's neural reaction speed was too fast. A simple flicking skill would likely fail to harm him and be dodged instantly. The only way was to use the mental spike first, inflicting excruciating pain on his opponent's brain and rendering him unable to react. Only then would he have a chance to hurt him. But his mind was in chaos. The pain, the madwoman's screams, and the sensation of his body being torn apart as if it were slipping out of his control all made him feel as though his head was about to explode.
But no matter what, just hit him with it.
His face suddenly contorted into a ferocious grimace, his eyes turned red, and the veins in his neck bulged as he prepared to unleash mental spike.
Pop!
Just as the chaos reached a critical point, Nien heard a sound exquisitely faint, as if something had shattered emanating from within his mind.
What was that?
Nien was taken aback, but quickly realized this was no time to stand there in a daze.
Mental spike.
A wave of icy coolness, one that instantly suppressed the madwoman's voice, surged from Nien's brow as he unleashed the mental spike without hesitation. Psychic energy, mingled with a chill, surged from the center of his brow, sending invisible ripples hurtling toward Ho in an instant.
The next moment.
Ho let out a sudden, agonized scream and clutched his head. A piercing shriek had crashed through his brain, dealing a heavy blow to his mind. Nien struggled to raise his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, fired a flicking skill straight at Ho.
Whoosh! Crystal clear and cold as ice, it streaked toward Ho's forehead.
Ho was still clutching his head in shock and pain. But he noticed Nien's movement, and in the next instant, he saw the fluorescent light hurtling straight at him. Even Ho felt his soul nearly leave his body in that split second. Ignoring the sharp, stabbing pain in his head, he jerked his head to the side. The reflexes of an 8th-rank martial artist saved his life as he turned his head. The beam of light grazed his cheek and shot past. However, though it didn't directly shatter his skull, it carved a deep, bloody gash across his face, tearing the skin and flesh open, and blood gushed out in an instant.
Ah!
Ho's face contorted with pain, rage, and sheer terror. He saw Nien raise his hand again. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his long sword and charged straight at Nien.
He was incredibly fast, 50 meters per second.
And now, he was only about 10 meters away from Nien.
He'd be upon him in the blink of an eye.
But just then, suddenly, another piercing scream exploded in his mind. His face contorted in a ferocious grimace as he let out a pained roar, stumbling back 2 steps before clutching his head once more.
Nien's second flicking skill shot out in an instant.
Having learned from the first attack, Ho knew even as he staggered that his opponent would certainly continue to use that long-range innate ability. Seeing him raise his hand, the very instant the opponent's crystalline attack was launched, Ho, disregarding his disheveled state, sidestepped and rolled away in a lazy donkey roll. Whoosh! This time, the flicking skill missed, flying past his scalp.
Ho's face contorted in fury. A mental type innate ability? Is this the innate ability granted to you by that strange artifact? Very well, I'm going to kill you. By now, how could Ho not understand the origin of his opponent's innate ability?
After all, every remnant in this dead city possessed a mental type innate ability. Killing one would, at the very least, temporarily incapacitate 2 others.
And his opponent's strange object was also a lantern so similar to the remnant's main body, differing only in color. Naturally, he realized everything in an instant. What he hadn't expected, however, was that his opponent had managed to refine it so quickly. He was certain that the last time he'd seen his opponent, they hadn't been carrying any artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fled in such a disheveled state. In other words, his opponent had somehow acquired an artifact in a short period of time and successfully refined it. Ho's face was covered in blood. Alongside his anger, a surge of jealousy welled up within him. That was a wondrous artifact. The number of people in the entire Lu family who possessed such an item could be counted on one hand. At the very least, he certainly didn't have one. The mixture of anger and jealousy distorted his features, making him look utterly hideous. He raised his head in disarray and saw Nian's icy, expressionless gaze as he raised his hand for the third time. His heart skipped a beat, and a pang of dread washed over him. He even felt a hint of apprehension toward Nian, the very person he had always looked down upon. This student was completely different from what he had imagined. But at that moment, he realized it had come down to a life or death struggle. He had no time for further idle thoughts. Faced with such a desperate situation, Ho proved to be a decisive man, willing to go all out. With bloodshot eyes, he let out a hoarse growl, completely ignoring the excruciating pain in his head. He sprang up from the ground, gripping his sword in a reverse grip, and lunged toward Nian. Whoosh! A third crystalline beam shot out, heading straight for Ho's face. Ho's focus was razor sharp. Even with the excruciating, tearing pain in his head, he still raised his long sword violently. With a clang, a burst of fire erupted from the blade. It had been intercepted. "You're as good as dead." Ho laughed maniacally as he lunged forward. But Nian rolled violently and sprang to his feet. The pain in his abdomen felt like his insides were being torn apart, but he had no time to spare. A fluorescent glow flickered at his feet as he activated the 7-step dash. With a whoosh, he retreated more than 10 meters. The injury to his abdomen still took a heavy toll on him. Under normal circumstances, the 7-step dash could propel him over 40 meters in an instant, but this time, after just over 10 meters, he was already exhausted. After landing, Nian staggered and couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. He spat out the blood, licked his lips, and glared coldly at Ho. Ho froze for a moment, then clenched his teeth, and to his surprise, a glow appeared beneath his feet as well. Ho, of course, also possessed innate abilities, one for perception, one for agility, and one for attack. His perception innate ability was called Heaven's Eye, his agility innate ability was called Chasing the Moon, and his attack innate ability was called Earthshaker. He had no mystical artifacts, so he did not yet possess a spiritual energy organ. As a result, the number of times he could use these innate abilities was extremely precious to him. This is because once he uses more than half of his available uses, the consumption of spiritual energy will also drain his physical stamina. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not use them lightly. Fortunately, although the Heaven's Eye innate ability is an innate ability, it is one of the rare ones that possesses a passive ability. A passive ability allows him to vaguely sense living beings within a certain range. If he activates it, he can even see everything within that range as clearly as with his naked eye. He sensed Nian through this passive ability, not by actively using the Heaven's Eye innate ability. His set of innate abilities had been carefully curated. He was just waiting to obtain a rare artifact of Tier 3 or higher to unify all his innate abilities. Once that happened, his combat power would increase dramatically. At that moment, he activated the Chasing the Moon innate ability. Before Nian knew it, his opponent was already right in front of him. Ho's face was covered in blood, his expression ferocious, his gaze as cold as ice and filled with frenzied murderous intent. Die! The long sword slashed down in an instant, its blade streaking toward the top of Nian's head. He intended to cleave Nian's head clean in two with a single stroke. The speed was too fast. Nian had absolutely no chance to dodge. "If I die, you won't get off easy either." Nian's face was just as contorted, a malicious grin spreading across it. Knowing he couldn't evade it, he decided not to try. With the last shred of spiritual energy in his mind, he unleashed Mental Spike with all his might. He wanted his opponent to kill him and turn him into an idiot in the process. Boom! Invisible ripples surged violently. Invisible forces surged violently. Ho let out an agonized scream as he was struck by the mental spike. Once more his face contorted, and his entire head felt as if it were about to explode. But with bloodshot eyes, he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain in his head for that split second, and his long sword still slashed toward Nien's head in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, after unleashing that mental spike, Nien's mind went completely blank. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that instant. He had done his best. Pushing Ho, a martial artist of at least the 8th rank to this point, was the absolute limit of his current abilities. Looking at the gruesome wounds on his opponent's face, his contorted expression, and his bulging, bloodshot eyes, Nien felt a surge of satisfaction. If he couldn't kill you, he'd at least tear a chunk of flesh from you. He had given up on dodging. There was no way to avoid it as the long sword came crashing straight down toward his head. Judging by the sheer force of the blow, he was using every ounce of his strength. Nien feared he would lose more than half his head. He might even be cleaved in two. I won't even have a whole body this time, Nien thought to himself, calmly accepting the approach of death. Just as the long sword was about to strike the top of his head. But just then, Nien's vision blurred, and a red blur suddenly appeared. Clang! The sound of hard objects colliding rang out. Nien saw a flicker of surprise cross Ho's ferocious face. In the next instant, a force erupted between them with a thunderous boom, sending both of their bodies flying backward. Nien landed in a heap, reeling from the impact. The jolt aggravated his abdominal wound, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. As for Ho, he seemed to have taken the brunt of the force. His body flew 10 or so meters before crashing to the ground. He staggered back several steps, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him. Nien was dazed for a moment before he came to his senses, still somewhat bewildered. He survived? Who had saved him? He instinctively looked over. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. Not far in front of him, suspended in midair, appeared a tiny, blood-red figure. It was that girl. Her silky hair billowed in the wind, strands flying freely. Her face, as delicate as a porcelain figurine, now wore an expression of tension, anger, and hurt. Her lips were pressed tightly together as she glared at Ho. She was still clutching the wooden puppet in her arms. It emitted a faint glow. Moments ago, she had used this very puppet to block Ho's blade as it swung toward Nien's head. She held the puppet tightly, her expression tense, but more than anything, filled with anger and indignation. She was furious. Because Ho was trying to kill her. When this thought crossed Nien's mind, she was momentarily stunned. But Ho was clearly even more stunned. Just as Nien was about to die by his blade, a girl in red had suddenly and inexplicably appeared to block his attack? No, this wasn't an ordinary girl. It was a creature from the Calamity Domain. Ho quickly came to his senses, gasping in disbelief. His head throbbed with excruciating pain, but the terror in his heart was even greater. What was going on? Hadn't Tishan Xiaolin said that within this Calamity Domain, the Remnant was the only type of Calamity Domain creature? Apart from that, there was only the source of calamity. The source of calamity? Could this little girl be the source of calamity? This sudden realization made Ho's entire body go rigid. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. A calamity source hailed as the obsession of a deity was an entity of unimaginable power, a fragment of an unresolved obsession manifested in reality. Even the weakest calamity source was far beyond Ho's ability to handle. But why would a source of calamity suddenly appear? Was it because of that strange object between Nien's eyebrows? Ho instinctively looked at Nien. A searing pain shot through his brain, his scalp tingled, and his heart was filled with both shock and rage. At that moment, he saw the red-clad girl who he suspected was the source of calamity staring at him with a look of fury. Without a second thought, Ho turned and ran out as fast as he could. This girl in red was very likely the source of disaster. The source of disaster was absolutely not something he could handle alone. Even if we take a step back, even if the little girl wasn't the source of disaster, he still had to run. Because she had withstood his full power strike, knocking him back, yet she remained unscathed.
This proved that her strength was far from ordinary. And right now, he was in terrible shape. The crucial point was that 3 consecutive mental spikes had pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. That last slash was the final blow he managed to deliver by mustering every last ounce of strength. If he continued to linger here, he'd likely lose consciousness before Nian and the little girl even had a chance to intervene. In fact, his vision was already blurred, his steps were unsteady, and he could barely control his body. He knew he had reached his limit. He had to get out of this dangerous situation immediately. Otherwise, he might die. This was clearly something he hadn't anticipated when he attacked just now. If he'd known this would be the outcome, he shouldn't have held back the moment he struck. He should have simply kicked Nian to death, then he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. In fact, the strange object between his eyebrows would have fallen out upon his death, allowing him to retrieve it. The wounds on his face, the emotional trauma, and the mysterious object that had once been within his grasp. All these factors combined filled Ho's heart with regret. If he ever had another chance to face this Nian, he would never hold back or spare his strength again. He would strike with lightning speed and kill his opponent outright. He thought this, gritting his teeth. His steps were unsteady and wobbly, yet he struggled to run backward. He had no idea whether the girl in red would spare him. This was his final, desperate hope. When Nian saw Ho turn and flee, he immediately realized the other man was afraid. He lunged to his feet to give chase. The other man had reduced him to this state he had no intention of letting him get away. But the moment he moved, it felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place, and the pain caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. His opponent was an 8th-rank martial artist, while he was just an ordinary student who hadn't even reached the martial artist rank. His opponent had kicked him in the stomach, even holding back. The blow was more than enough to give him a world of pain. And his subsequent series of movements, especially dodging the opponent's first lunge, which had required him to use the 7-step dash, had further aggravated his injuries, leaving him now unable to move even a single finger. He gritted his teeth and struggled for a moment, but unable to muster the strength, Nian simply gave up. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, watching helplessly as Ho's staggering figure ran out of sight. Finally, Nian let out a soft sigh. Oh well. Even if he could move and give chase, in his current state, he might not be able to kill the other guy. He might even end up in a desperate situation all over again. His spiritual energy was practically depleted. He probably couldn't even cast a single flicking skill now. This sudden skirmish had been brutal. Nian was severely injured, his spiritual energy exhausted, and now he couldn't even move a single finger. Ho clearly wasn't faring much better either. Although the flicking skill hadn't hit him, the 3 consecutive mental spikes had landed squarely. After all, for the Iron Hand group, a single mental spike was enough to render them incapacitated. Yet Ho had endured 3 of them and still hadn't lost consciousness. In a way, Ho was quite impressive. But for now, it was his turn to enjoy the moment. With that thought in mind, Nian exhaled softly, then lifted his head, his expression slightly grave as he looked up at the sky. He was truly surprised that, just as he was about to die, this little girl in red who had followed him all along and appeared by his side the moment he used his guidance magic would suddenly show up and save him. But why did she save him? And there was the question he'd been pondering all along: why had this little girl been following him? So many people had entered the Calamity domain this time, many possessed innate abilities and could also use guidance magic. Why was it that whenever he used guidance magic, it attracted this little girl? Or was it that, unbeknownst to him, this little girl would appear beside anyone who used guidance magic? Nian couldn't figure it out. He had too many questions. He looked up at the little girl floating in midair, the one who had suddenly appeared in that desperate situation to save him. Finally, he slowly spoke up. Nian spoke, asking tentatively. The little girl in red floated in the air. After Ho left, her once tousled hair had fallen into place, looking very smooth. It must feel soft to the touch. She held the wooden puppet doll and looked at Nian, her big eyes blinking gently. But she didn't speak. Nian waited for a moment. Seeing that she was just staring at him without saying a word left him at a loss for words.
Does she not understand? That meant they couldn't communicate.
But the little girl clearly possessed self-awareness. The anger and tension that had flashed across her little face moments ago were unmistakable. She was worried about him.
But why? Suddenly, something else occurred to Nian.
The voice of that deranged woman in his mind.
Watch the child. This. Nian looked at the little girl.
She was also from the calamity domain, and the phrase watch the child made it impossible for him not to associate it with her.
Ha! A voice? Nian suddenly froze, belatedly realizing something. That was. The voice in his head seemed to have vanished?
That feeling of being on the verge of losing control also seemed to have disappeared in an instant.
This. He looked at the little girl in red.
Thinking back carefully, the voice in his head seemed to have vanished completely right after this little girl appeared.
In fact, it wasn't just the summoning voice that had disappeared.
Even that sense of perception regarding the remnant had vanished along with it.
It was as if he had never sensed it at all. What was going on?
Nian furrowed his brow, completely at a loss, unable to draw any useful conclusions.
The little girl had already landed back on the ground.
She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old, a delicate little angel, wearing a red dress and even tiny red embroidered shoes on her feet. Only the wooden puppet doll she held in her arms, which looked somewhat aged and weathered, wasn't red.
Its main color was yellow. It looked quite ugly.
But this wooden puppet had just withstood Hoa's full force slash without so much as a scratch. Clearly, it was no ordinary object. She stood there, still clutching the puppet, watching Nian from a short distance away. Nian was about to say something else when he suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. He furrowed his brow slightly. His injuries were too severe. Although Ho had left, if they weren't treated quickly, they would become a serious problem. But he had absolutely no way to treat them right now, and there was obviously no doctor to be found in this calamity domain. What made matters even worse was that his spiritual energy was now completely depleted. He could no longer activate any innate abilities. Ho had left, and having suffered 3 mental spikes, he likely wouldn't last much longer. But he had accomplices, or rather, partners. Realizing how dangerous his situation was, he would most likely seek out his partners for protection. After all, in this calamity domain, his condition was extremely precarious, and he would certainly want to ensure his own safety.
So, might he reveal his location to his partner and have them, such as members of the Rose organization, come find him?
He carried a rare artifact, something that would tempt many.
With that thought, Nian realized the danger wasn't entirely over.
He took a few gasping breaths and struggled with great effort to get to his feet. In a desperate situation, he'd been able to break free only because he had no choice at that point. He was as good as dead. But now that there was still a glimmer of hope, he naturally had to give it a try. With great difficulty, he forced himself to his feet. He took a few gasping breaths, glanced in the direction Ho had left, and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he waved at the little girl.
"If you're willing, you can come with me."
Although the little girl's origins were unknown, she was a creature of this calamity domain. He was now certain she meant him no harm. She had even saved his life. This might not even be the first time she saved him, because once before, a remnant had died mysteriously right beside him. At the time, he suspected the little girl was responsible. Now he was almost certain it was her. She appeared even when Ho tried to kill him. When he used the guidance technique, a remnant had approached, discovered him, and tried to kill him. It was no surprise at all that she intervened.
Nian beckoned to the little girl.
The girl, whose expression had been conflicted, froze for a moment, then her big eyes suddenly lit up, and her already delicate, porcelain-like face seemed to come alive all at once.
Holding her wooden puppet, she ran over joyfully.
However, just as she was about to reach Nian, she instinctively slowed her pace, looking as if she wanted to approach him but was also a little afraid. Her small hand clutching the puppet tightened slightly.
This sight made Nian chuckle. "If you want to follow me, just do so. Don't be afraid I won't hurt you."
He knew the little girl couldn't understand his words, but he believed his gentle tone would help her sense his meaning. The little girl tilted her head to look at him. Seeing his gentle smile, her tension seemed to ease considerably. Still, she remained 3 or 4 meters away from Nian, clutching her doll and craning her neck to look up at him, not quite daring to approach him fully. Seeing this, Nian didn't press the issue. He smiled again, took a deep breath, and, dragging his severely wounded body, walked into the dead city. After taking a few steps, he turned to look back. The little girl was following him step for step, looking very happy, with a smile in her eyes. When she noticed Nian looking at her, she instinctively stopped in her tracks, a hint of nervousness flickering in her eyes. But upon seeing Nian's smile, her eyes lit up again, the nervousness vanished, and the joy in her eyes grew even stronger. She is a very sensitive little girl. Nian thought. I wonder what she has been through. As the little girl followed him, the sense of losing control vanished, and so did that inexplicable call, allowing Nian to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, with his current injuries, if that call in his mind had continued, he felt he would inevitably have lost control. And so they walked all the way into the city of the dead, shifting locations constantly within it, then moving forward again. Finally, drenched in cold sweat, Nian came to a halt. As long as no one with an innate ability like Hoes appeared, it would be very difficult for anyone to track him down. It wasn't that he didn't want to go further, it was simply that his body had reached its limit. Right now, he couldn't treat his injuries, but he had to restore his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't last until the calamity domain ended. He plopped down onto the ground. Glancing at the little girl who had been trailing right behind him and had now stopped as well, Nian felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. He had no idea how strong this little girl was, but she had once stopped Ho. With such a little bodyguard by his side, he felt completely secure. I need to recover. Wait for me a moment, Nian said to the little girl, even though she couldn't understand him. She tilted her head, but when she saw Nian assume the 5 palms facing heaven posture, her eyes lit up instantly. Then, Nian closed his eyes. Soon after, a faint starlight began to swirl around him. Seeing this, the little girl who had kept her distance, never coming within 3 meters of Nian, was instantly overjoyed. Clutching her puppet doll, she rushed over to Nian's side. She then naturally curled up at Nian's feet, looking up at his closed eyes. Overjoyed, she held the puppet doll close to her and began playing with it. Soon after, starlight trickled from Nian's body into hers. As if she'd grown tired from playing, she yawned, curled up at Nian's feet, and closed her eyes. She fell into a peaceful sleep. He let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he searched for that red figure. Then he froze. Because that figure was actually lying right at his feet. Her soft, silky hair was even scattered across his legs. She was clutching a rag doll, her face turned to the side, revealing a serene and adorable sleeping expression. Asleep? Nian looked slightly surprised. Before he could make a move, the little girl at his feet seemed to sense something and woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and instinctively looked up. Then, she saw the surprise in Nian's eyes. This seemed to startle her. Her figure blurred, and when she reappeared, she was already 3 meters away. This left Nian momentarily stunned. Seeing how nervous she looked, Nian couldn't help but say, "Are you tired?" "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." She didn't understand and didn't say anything. But sensing Nian's gentleness, a hint of joy flickered in her eyes. In the end, however, she bit her lip lightly, cast a lingering, reluctant glance at Nian, and then, in a blur, vanished completely. Had she left? Nian stood there, dazed. Then, in his mind, that deranged woman's voice suddenly rang out again. "Keep an eye on the child." As the voice appeared, that sense of losing control swept over him once more. Nian sucked in a sharp breath, instantly focusing his mind and regaining control of his body. Now he was certain. As long as the little girl was by his side, the voice would vanish. But the moment she left, the voice would resurface. Who exactly was this little girl? What connection did she have to the divine obsession within this calamity domain?
Was she the child the mad woman's voice had spoken of? Nien's mind was filled with questions.
But the little girl couldn't understand him. It seemed she hadn't spoken a single word from start to finish. Without communication, he naturally couldn't get any answers. Nien furrowed his brow. After the chaotic voices in his mind subsided, his perception of the remnants which had previously faded resurfaced once more. This time, he clearly sensed that these remnants had gathered together completely.
He instinctively looked in that direction.
But the distance was too great. He could only sense the remnants' location, not see what was happening. So he had no idea what was happening over there. But soon, he shook his head.
No matter what happened, he had no intention of going over there anyway.
He glanced around to make sure the little girl was nowhere to be seen, though Nien suspected she was hiding somewhere nearby. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared so promptly when Ho was about to kill him earlier. But now was not the time to worry about the little girl. The voice in his head was still echoing incessantly.
However, the sensation of losing control was much milder than before.
Now he felt that while maintaining control of his body, he should also be able to unleash a mental spike.
This change had occurred during his fierce battle with Ho.
When facing Ho, the first time he tried to use a mental spike to attack, he could barely pull it off. Toward the end, it was as if something inside his head had shattered, and he felt his control improve dramatically. He could now unleash mental spike even as his mind was in chaos, teetering on the brink of losing control, and excruciating abdominal pain surged through his brain.
Had his mental power broken through under the extreme pressure of a desperate situation? Nien speculated as much.
Because he had used mental spike against Ho twice more afterward, and both times he succeeded with ease. However, he still lacked any basic understanding of psychic power, so he wasn't sure what was going on with him. Thinking of this, Nien felt a bit helpless. The original hostess knowledge was relatively shallow in his memories. Aside from the common knowledge widely known in this world, there were many things he didn't know. At first, he didn't know about innate abilities. Later, he didn't know about artifact, breathing techniques, or channeling methods. Now, when it came to psychic abilities, he knew absolutely nothing. If he managed to escape this calamity domain successfully this time, he would have to thoroughly research some of the things about this world. He thought to himself. Then he shook his head to clear away the jumbled thoughts in his mind. He lowered his gaze, clenched his teeth, and pulled up his shirt, revealing his slightly frail body. Only then did he notice a purplish-black footprint clearly visible on his stomach. The slightest touch sent a pain through him like being pricked by a red-hot needle. He furrowed his brow, looked down to examine it, then carefully pulled his shirt back down.
Thankfully, though the injury was severe, it wasn't life-threatening.
Ho had indeed shown great mercy with that kick, refraining from
damaging his internal organs.
Although he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, it wouldn't take his life in the short term.
Still, after that earlier battle, Ho must be kicking himself, right? How much better it would have been to just kick him to death right then. Instead, he ended up looking so disheveled. A flash of coldness flickered in Nien's eyes. Now he and Ho were true mortal enemies after this encounter. If they met again, it would be a fight to the death. Ho would surely learn his lesson the next time he found Nien. He wouldn't hold back. And as for Nien, if given the chance, he would certainly wipe Ho out completely. I forgot to ask Luna earlier, who exactly is this Ho?
Nien thought, his gaze cold. The fact that Ho had asked about Luna the moment they met and that they both shared the surname Lu was clearly no coincidence.
Luna must know something.
On the surface, Ho appeared to be a patrol officer with the countermeasure division. But the events that followed proved he definitely had another identity.
I'll have to find Luna later and ask her about it, he thought to himself.
As for Nien's confidence that he could kill Ho the next time they met, that confidence came from
the third artifact should be fully fused by now. Nien looked at the display panel. Sure enough, the inkwash had transformed into text.
It indicated that the third human skin lantern had been successfully fused. This was the source of Nien's confidence. Once the upgrade mission was complete, all his innate abilities would be elevated by one tier. Although he didn't yet know how effective his upgraded innate abilities would be in actual combat.
He figured they probably wouldn't be too weak. After all, this upgrade was such a hassle. An advancement earned by consuming 3 rare artifacts. And how had he acquired his innate abilities before? Playing marbles, hopscotch, hide and seek. It was nothing but play. Although the process was a bit complicated, it wasn't as if there was no effort involved. But without a doubt, compared to 3 rare artifacts, those costs were negligible. It was essentially zero cost. As long as the panel operates on the principle that effort and reward are proportional, Nian felt the upgraded innate ability was worth looking forward to. With that in mind, Nian didn't hesitate any longer. He stared at the panel, focused his thoughts, and scrolled up. Soon, he spotted the upgrade quest. He took another look at the quest description. Quest, upgrade. Quest description, 2 innate abilities have been unlocked. The panel's upgrade conditions have been met. The panel can now be upgraded. Quest requirements, obtain X wonders from the other world of any grade. The value of X is equal to the number of innate abilities you have mastered. Quest reward, panel upgrade, a top-tier wonder, and a set of breathing techniques. All innate abilities tiers +1. Current number of mastered innate abilities, 3. In number of curios obtained, 3. Quest can be completed. Complete? Reading the description, Nian didn't hesitate for a moment. Complete the quest. A moment after silently reciting the command in his mind, the text on the panel transformed into ink, as if about to coalesce into new characters. A hint of anticipation flashed in Nian's eyes as he waited patiently. It took only a brief moment. But new text appeared. There is interference from an unknown, powerful soul power. The marvels already refined by the host cannot be temporarily separated. If you force the separation, it may cause the source of this powerful soul power to arrive immediately. Do you wish to force the separation? Or leave the soul power interference zone before submitting the quest? Nian's gaze sharpened, and his thoughts grew somber. What he had feared earlier had come to pass. The marvels that had already been fused could not be separated for the time being. The interface allowed for forced separation, but doing so would provoke the source to arrive immediately. The source of the disaster. Nian's expression darkened. He fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding against acting rashly. After exhaling softly, he looked at the interface once more. Finally, his gaze settled on the text regarding how fragments could be fused into new artifacts. This time, he had killed more than 20 remnants, and combined with the 9 fragments he had previously obtained, the human skin lanterns could actually be fused into 3 new artifacts. However, he feared that if he fused them directly into 3, the interface would bypass the artifact already in his mind and instead use the 3 unfused human skin lanterns to complete the task. If that happened, he would remain in a constant state of being summoned. But now, he had no other choice. In any case, the growth of his mental power had given him sufficient ability to resist that sense of losing control. There was absolutely no need for him to provoke that unknown source of calamity. The members of Rose and Iron Hand's organization would find a way to deal with the source of the calamity. After completing the mission and upgrading his innate ability, all he needed to do was wait patiently for them to eliminate the source. There was no need to take risks. With that in mind, he silently chanted in his heart, "Fuse the curiosity." As the thought formed in his mind, the words transformed into ink-wash calligraphy. He'd have to wait a while longer. Nian looked up toward the distance. His mental senses told him that all the remnants in the dead city had gathered there. He didn't know what was happening. But he'd already made up his mind, no matter what, he wouldn't rush over there. To him, the source of the calamity held no appeal other than danger. The most alluring aspect of the calamity domain was, after all, the wonders. But wonders? He had plenty of those. And so, while monitoring the remnants' movements, he sat cross-legged where he was and waited. Before long, nearly an hour had slipped by. Finally, the ink-wash characters reappeared on the interface. Fusion successful. Obtained curiosity human skin lantern. Nian's spirit soared, and he looked at the upgrade quest once more. Quest, upgrade. Quest description, unlocked. Current number of innate abilities, 3. Number of curiosities obtained, 4-3. Quest can be completed. Complete? Complete.
Nian silently repeated the command.
The text once again transformed into ink wash. This time, the process was much slower than before. Nian kept a close watch.
Soon after, new text appeared.
Quest completed. Awarding rewards. Nian's body suddenly jolted.
In the next instant, he felt a terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupt from somewhere deep within him. His arms, hands, and head all sensed a terrifying transformation at that moment.
The power surging into him far exceeded that of the first time.
Nian let out a muffled groan, closed his eyes, and trembled all over. His hands and legs felt as if they were melting, being reshaped by an unknown force. His mind went completely blank, even the summoning voice had vanished, and all he could hear was the rumbling of thunder. He didn't know how long this terrifying transformation lasted before the force finally began to subside. Nian felt as if he'd been pulled out of the water. His face was deathly pale, and his gaze was somewhat vacant. It took him quite a while to come to his senses. The summoning voice still lingered faintly in his mind, but compared to before, it had weakened considerably to the point where it could no longer affect him at all. But the most astonishing changes were in his hands and legs. His strength had increased almost explosively. Originally, after obtaining his innate ability, the strength in his hands and legs had already received a massive boost. Now, however, that boost had grown even greater. He stared blankly at his hands. That sensation of fullness and power made him feel as though he could crush the very air itself just by clenching his fists. He looked down at his hands. His hands had undergone very obvious changes. Each finger was slender and long, with sturdy, broad knuckles. Even his skin seemed to have become as translucent as jade, truly beautiful. Nian was stunned. Were these really his own hands? He looked down at his legs as well. They were brimming with explosive power. With the slightest effort, he felt the muscles in his legs transform into bundles of steel incredibly hard. He could imagine that if he exerted himself, his speed would reach unprecedented levels. At the same time, his mind had become unusually clear and lucid. Had the upgrade to mental spike once again enhanced his mental power? The madwoman's voice was still there, but now it seemed to waver and fade. His will, however, had become as solid as a rock. That voice was like a gentle breeze, no longer able to shake him in the slightest. An unprecedentedly powerful sensation welled up from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his being. He stood in awe for a long moment before slowly exhaling. He suddenly looked toward a hut ahead, pursed his lips, picked up a pebble from the ground, and cradled it between his fingertips. He focused his mind for a moment. The next moment, an intensely bright white light suddenly burst from his finger, illuminating the area in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise, but in the next instant, he still fired the pebble forward. He was eager to see just how powerful his upgraded flicking skill really was. Boom! A deafening roar erupted the instant he flicked his finger. The air in front of him was shaken by the instantaneous roar, creating a gale that swept through the surroundings. That single pebble seemed to transform into a laser beam as it surged forward with tremendous force. It happened so fast that Nian didn't even have time to react. Immediately afterward, he saw the wall of a house 30 or 40 meters in front of him get pierced by a terrifying force in an instant. A hole at least 2 meters wide appeared right before Nian's eyes. Nian was stunned. No. It wasn't just this one building. In fact, after the pebble shot out and the roar shook Nian, by the time he came to his senses, what he saw was a 2-meter wide, hundreds of meters long. That ran right through everything. It had pierced right through dozens of houses. Staring at this transparent hole, Nian's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. A hole over 2 meters wide, with a range of hundreds of meters? Thinking back to his previous use of the flicking skill, he had once left a fist-sized hole in the wall of an abandoned warehouse. With this upgrade, the power of the flicking skill had increased by more than tenfold? Even Nian couldn't help but let out a long, sharp gasp. If his flicking skill had been this powerful before. Ho!
With just a single flick of his finger, Ho would vanish from this world entirely. Turn into thin air. He was about 2 meters tall? Nian was utterly stunned. He had long anticipated that the upgraded flicking skill would deliver impressive results. But he never imagined it would be this terrifying. With just this one upgrade, facing Ho again, as long as Ho didn't T-strike first, he was confident he could instantly wipe him out. There was no way Ho could block it. In fact, Ho wouldn't even be able to escape. Because the speed of the flicking skill now far surpassed what it had been before. Even Nian couldn't help but feel a moment of daze. Then, a sense of security welled up within him. This was probably the first time he felt such a sense of security since arriving in this world. Ho was most likely an 8th rank martial artist, though not quite at the 7th rank. Being able to instantly kill Ho meant he now possessed the ability to instantly kill an 8th rank martial artist. In this world, an 8th rank martial artist was already extremely powerful. Especially in Star City. There weren't even many 9th rank martial artists. It took him quite a while to gradually calm his emotions. Then, he continued to check his physical condition. A moment later, his expression suddenly froze, and then he fell into deep thought. Even the consumption of spiritual energy is terrifying. Just that single finger strike had actually consumed 1/10 of the spiritual energy contained within that strange object? He sensed that the spiritual energy within the strange, bright red lantern, which had previously been fully restored, had now been depleted by 1/10. But soon, he exhaled. This was perfectly normal. If, after the upgrade, the flicking skill's energy consumption were still the same as before, that would be the real anomaly. Just as he was about to stand up to check the effects of the upgraded 7-step dash. But just then, suddenly, the entire sky violently trembled, unleashing boundless light. Nian froze for a moment, instinctively looking up, and saw the dark veil covering the sky quietly dissipate. Then, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot skyward from somewhere in the dead city. Immediately, a luminous tableau slowly unfolded in the glow of the light. This scene reminded him of the great river of blood he had seen when he first entered the Calamity Domain. Back then, the sky of the Calamity Domain hadn't been pitch black. The river of blood flowed through it, carrying endless mythical beasts, immortal sages, and Buddhas. Now, a similar scene was unfolding. Could it be that the river had reappeared? Nian couldn't help but entertain this thought. He furrowed his brow and looked up. But soon, he realized it wasn't that blood-red river. For the scene unfolding in the sky was, in fact, a projection of light and shadow. It was as if a giant projector were beaming an image onto the sky, screening a movie. There were only images of light and shadow, no sound. It was a city, an ancient one, and a vast one at that. The city had distinct day and night cycles. It was daytime, and even the city of the dying seemed to glow with brightness. Nian saw many people walking through the city. The streets were bustling with traffic. Even without sound, he could tell how vibrant the city was. The people here wore coarse cloth garments reminiscent of ancient times, yet their appearances were indistinguishable from those of people in the real world. Men, women, the young, and the old, all living within this ancient city. Suddenly, the scene shifted to reveal a long procession. It stretched on for miles. Nian only needed a single glance to understand what was happening. It was a wedding procession. An 8-man palanquin, 10 li of bridal finery. Musicians played and sang, and a troupe of actors wearing peculiar headpieces leaped and danced, breaking up the procession. Even without sound, one could tell just how lively this wedding was. Bystanders gathered to watch, their faces lit with festive smiles as they pointed and gestured toward the 8-man palanquin, seemingly discussing something. It was a grand palanquin, exquisitely crafted. The deep red curtains were embroidered with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns in gold thread. 8 burly men in black carried the palanquin, chanting something in rhythm as they walked. Their gait was peculiar. They took high, sweeping strides, as if to display their presence. The 10 li long street was packed with people. It was clear that the bride and groom were influential figures in this city. A large crowd had gathered to watch. Soon, the scene shifted to reveal a grand mansion. Bright red lanterns hung high, and a large crowd waited at the entrance. Among them, a figure clad in a crimson robe stood out the most. It was an exceptionally handsome man. His eyes shone like stars. He was tall and imposing, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, standing with his hands behind his back as he gazed into the distance. This man, with his refined and scholarly demeanor, appeared to be someone deeply accustomed to self-restraint and composure. Even today, as the groom on this momentous occasion, his expression remained calm and serene. Yet the gaze he cast toward the distance revealed a hint of his true feelings. He, too, was a little nervous. Soon, the bright red palanquin arrived. Upon seeing it, a flicker of excitement and joy welled up in the man's eyes. As if he were a marionette, a man resembling a master of ceremonies stepped forward and conducted a lengthy yet fascinating ritual with the master of ceremonies by the palanquin. Finally, he stood before the palanquin. His eyes radiated deep joy even for someone as self-restrained as he was. His hands inside the wide red sleeves trembled ever so slightly. At last, he took a deep breath and lifted the curtain of the palanquin. The bride, with her slender, perfect figure and a bright red veil, appeared inside. The man spoke softly, saying something, but no sound came out. Finally, the bride nodded shyly. The groom turned around, gripped the palanquin, and knelt down in front of it. Supported by an elderly woman beaming with joy, the bride stepped to the entrance of the palanquin and gently laid her head on the man's broad back. The man smiled, hoisted the bride onto his back, and, amid the cheers of the crowd, walked steadily and resolutely into the grand mansion. The scene shifts again. By evening, the mansion was ablaze with light bright red lanterns hung throughout the complex of courtyards. A banquet was laid out, and the groom, dressed in a crimson robe, was surrounded by a crowd raising their glasses and offering loud congratulations. In the inner quarters, within the crimson bridal chamber, the bride, also dressed in a crimson wedding gown, sat demurely on the edge of the crimson bed, awaiting the groom's arrival. Finally, the groom arrived. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, slightly tipsy but with a gentle look in his eyes. He walked to the bedside, gently took the bride's delicate hand, and whispered something to her. Finally, after the bride gave a slight nod, he lifted her crimson veil with eager anticipation. A charming face, capable of both playful scowls and radiant smiles, appeared before them. She was an exquisitely beautiful bride, with features as delicate as a painting and eyes as bright as stars. This was the most beautiful day in a woman's life, and she undoubtedly embodied the very essence of beauty for all to see. Her delicate features, fair complexion, and soft black hair accented by 3 crimson dots between her brows made her beauty as sharp as a blade, so striking it seemed it might pierce one's heart. Even Yen was momentarily transfixed by the sight of her face. The bride and groom locked eyes. The groom's gaze was filled with tenderness and adoration, while the bride's eyes sparkled with endless shyness and joy. Without a word, the groom climbed onto the bed and gently embraced the bride. Their gazes drew closer and closer. Just before lying down, the groom gave a light flick of his sleeve. A gentle breeze swept through the room, extinguishing all the red candles and plunging the room into complete darkness. The scene quickly brightened, and then a series of flashes began to pass by. The bride had become a married woman. She was wearing an exquisitely beautiful, luxurious gown and chatting idly with other noble women. An elegantly dressed, kind-faced elderly woman held the young woman's hand as they spoke. The young woman's face was flushed with shyness, and from time to time she would turn her head to glance at the man sitting beside her. The man had resumed his dignified and reserved demeanor, but every time he caught her gaze, he would return it, his eyes brimming with endless tenderness and love. As she walked through the grand mansion, everyone she encountered bowed respectfully, their eyes shining with warmth as they looked at her. She sat in the mansion, her face radiant with happiness as she gently caressed her belly. The man crouched beside her, pressing his face against her belly. They both smiled blissfully, a truly heartwarming scene. The kind-eyed old lady couldn't stop smiling, her joy overwhelming. The entire household, men and women alike, chattered animatedly about something, their faces all radiant with smiles. Clearly, they were all overjoyed at the prospect of the child's arrival. Finally, the scene shifts again. Her belly has grown larger. Yet she remains stunningly beautiful, a breathtaking, soul-stirring beauty. Supported by her maid, she walks through the grand mansion. But suddenly, the maid collapses for no apparent reason. She looks up abruptly, her usually gentle eyes now flash with a hint of cold, wary vigilance. Then, a man dressed in black appeared in the scene.
He stepped before her, knelt on one knee, and spoke to her. At first, her eyes were cold and sharp, but gradually, as if she had heard some unbelievable news, her eyes widened in shock. She asked a few questions, and finally, biting her lip, she hurried away. This was an expression she had never shown in the previous scenes. The scene shifted again. Inside a mansion, she peered out from behind a door in disbelief, witnessing a heartbreaking sight. Those eyes that had always looked at her with nothing but doting adoration were now fixed on another, bashful face. The two stood close together. Those hands that had always held only her were now resting on another slender waist. It was a woman in white, her demeanor gentle and graceful, as delicate as a willow in the breeze, yet her eyes were bright, as if filled with the purest innocence. She was whispering something to him in his arms, and he listened patiently, just as he had done for her all those years ago. This scene left her speechless for a long time. She gently stroked her belly, but a look of bone-deep pain flickered in her eyes. Just then, the woman nestled in his arms inside the room suddenly lifted her head from the crook of his back and, through the crack in the door, locked eyes with her. Before she could recover, she saw that delicate, charming face, one capable of evoking pity in any man, break into a meaningful smile. That smile caused her expression to change abruptly as she realized something was wrong. In the next instant, the man in black who had been standing behind her struck her gently on the back of the head. Her whole body trembled. With her swollen belly, she rolled her eyes back and collapsed limply to the ground. The screen went black. When it came back on, the scene had changed. In the pitch-black night, she lay sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state. Her makeup was smudged, and her delicate little face was covered in bruises. Her exquisite, elaborate gown had been torn open, revealing the sight beneath her skirt. Her expression was numb, like a puppet that had been played with until it broke. Her belly had already deflated. He stood high above her, his gaze indifferent, his eyes filled with deep loathing. The kind-faced old woman wore a hideous expression as she pointed and gestured at her, her spit nearly splashing onto her face. Her entire extended family was there. But the eyes that usually looked at her with gentleness had now all turned fierce and malicious. They pointed and gestured at her. Some even stepped forward and slapped her across the face several times. Her expression was numb. She offered no resistance, merely staring blankly in one direction. Beside the man stood the delicate young woman, holding a tiny infant in her arms. Sensing her gaze, the delicate woman lifted her head, and then, a radiant smile spread across her delicate face. That smile was so bright it was blinding. He couldn't hear any sound, so he didn't know if his interpretation was correct. It was like a fragment of a memory. Some of the hostess' deepest memories? Nien looked up at the play of light and shadow in the air. The light and shadow continued. After another flash of darkness, the grand mansion vanished, and the figures disappeared as well, leaving only a solitary figure, that woman. She walked along a mountain ridge. Looking back, she could see a city. Battered and bruised, the numbness on her face had vanished, replaced by anger and a cold, fierce resolve. Finally, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she walked deeper into the mountains. Then, as she entered the mountains, that play of light and shadow seemed to transport her into a mythical world. One colossal creature after another began to appear. Battles ensued. The woman possessed some combat ability, but it was very weak. She began fighting the wild beasts of the mountains. Scene after scene unfolded, with the beasts ranging from weak to powerful. At first, the woman was gravely wounded and on the brink of death many times. But she gritted her teeth and persevered time and time again. There were scenes of her battling the beasts, scenes of her drinking their blood raw and eating their flesh raw, scenes of her sitting cross-legged on the ground, her whole body bathed in starlight, and scenes of her with a serious expression, deeply focused on something. It was all quite chaotic. Deep within the mountains lay something terrifying. Amidst this play of light and shadow, a giant bird appeared, so vast it blocked out the sun. The bird was likely thousands of meters across. Its wings hung down like a massive dark cloud as it swept across the sky. 9 heads sat atop 9 serpentine necks. As it soared from the very pinnacle of the heavens, the woman who had only just recovered from her latest severe injuries stood within the mountains, looking up at it, her face deathly pale, her eyes filled with awe. Amid the play of light and shadow, a giant ape as tall as a mountain also appeared, locked in a fierce battle with a green-faced, fanged lion. With every stomp of their feet, mountains crumbled, the earth split, and the seas were turned upside down. The woman watched from afar, trembling uncontrollably. If this play of light and shadow were a memory, then without a doubt, it was the most profound fragment etched deep within her heart. These images were truly awe-inspiring. No wonder they were so deeply etched in her memory. Just as Nian was pondering this, the light and shadow shifted once more. And this time, a scene familiar to Nian appeared. It was that blood-red river. Nian's spirit jolted with sudden alertness, and she stared intently. In the scene, the appearance of the vast blood-red river clearly stunned the woman as well. She looked up in shock, staring blankly at this river of blood that stretched across the sea of stars. Within that river lay countless beings of the most terrifying nature. Mythical beasts, Buddhas, and immortals all were bound by blood-red chains. They struggled within the river of blood, yet could not break free. The most striking figure in the play of light and shadow was a human-shaped, godlike being. To his astonishment, it was a woman. Her stature was immeasurably vast, even the giant dragons and phoenixes surrounding her seemed a full size smaller than she was. Her entire body was drenched in blood. The color of her garments was no longer discernible, only a deep crimson remained. Her entire body was bound by chains, and even her black hair had turned blood red. She was screaming something in defiance, but no sound could be heard, so it was impossible to know what she was shouting. She was swept along by the surging tide of blood, carried toward the unknown. She was filled with resentment, yet felt powerless. Finally, her face contorted with madness. Suddenly, her entire body trembled violently, erupting with boundless light that seemed to illuminate the entire night sky in an instant. The next moment, a vast power erupted within the river of blood. The woman was deeply shaken by this sight. Her eyes widened, but the overwhelming light blinded her. She could only turn her head away to avoid the momentary glare. When the light faded, she looked up again, only to find that the vast river of blood had vanished. It was just like the scene Nian had witnessed before. But at that very moment, a tiny speck of light appeared in the play of light and shadow, drifting slowly down from the sky. At first, the woman didn't notice it. She simply looked up in astonishment, as if deep in thought. At a certain moment, a tiny speck of light caught her attention, and she looked up. Shortly afterward, she was taken aback to discover that the speck was growing brighter and brighter, until it finally seemed to be falling like a shooting star, and its trajectory appeared to be heading straight toward her. Had something fallen from the crimson river? The light grew brighter and brighter, until finally, the screen went black. When the screen lit up again, the woman was holding a drop of deep red substance in her hand. It looked like a drop of blood, but it was solid. She stared at it blankly. Nian suspected that this was the very thing that had fallen from the sky. Then he saw the woman clench her teeth, sit down cross-legged, and place the object on her brow. She closed her eyes, and soon, starlight began to swirl around her, but she remained unmoved. She simply spoke, her expression calm. Yet the words she uttered caused their expressions to stiffen slightly. The kind-faced old woman's eyes darted about, and she said something else, her expression filled with indignation. They even incited the onlookers nearby to join in condemning her. As the crowd pointed and whispered, her expression shifted as if she realized something. Her gaze hardened, and a chilling murderous intent mixed with anxiety began to flicker in her eyes. A crimson glow began to radiate from her body. Finally, he and she appeared. It seemed as though some time had passed in that inner world, for although he was still handsome, he had clearly matured somewhat. The delicate, willow-like woman by his side, however, remained unchanged. Upon seeing the crimson glow enveloping her, the woman also seemed to realize something. Her expression was one of shock, and then, a hint of jealousy and resentment surfaced in her innocent eyes. They tried to say something to her, but she wouldn't listen. Her face was icy as she pressed them for answers. The situation gradually became tense and explosive. Just then, the willowy woman suddenly gave a subtle signal into the void. A black figure suddenly flashed behind the woman, a long blade gleaming menacingly as it slashed toward her neck. The woman tilted her head slightly to the side.
Then, a fierce crimson light engulfed her entire field of vision. Her face was icy, etched with ruthlessness. The scene flashed again. A field of ruins. She stood atop the ruins, surrounded by corpses. The kind-faced old woman's eyes were wide open, her head lay on one side, her body on the other. Those who had once beaten and berated her now lay among the ruins, blood streaming from their bodies. Only the man and the woman in white remained at the scene. The man's face was deathly pale as he stared at her in disbelief, shouting angry questions. The woman in white was also pale, her gentle demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. She looked down on them from above, just as they had looked down on her that day. She was still asking questions. Both looked tense, their eyes shifting nervously. As if she had realized something, her whole body trembled. She bit her lip until it bled, her eyes bloodshot, and pressed on with her questions. The man fell to his knees, his usual composure and self-restraint gone. He suddenly pointed at the woman in the white dress beside him and spoke rapidly. The woman in the white dress looked at the man beside her in disbelief. His expression was so venomous, as if he wished she would die right then and there. Her eyes widened in shock, then grew numb. The woman seemed equally stunned by the man's words. Her whole body trembled, her eyes quivered violently, and she staggered slightly before asking her question, one word at a time. The woman in the white dress stared blankly, and finally, she burst into a maniacal laugh. The venom in her eyes was no longer concealed in the slightest. She laughed hysterically, and eventually began to speak, as if describing something in great detail. As she spoke more and more, the woman's body trembled uncontrollably, as if with every word that reached her ears, the pain in her eyes deepened. With each increase in her pain, the woman in the white dress's smile grew wider, as if she were deriving immense pleasure from it. Finally, the woman let out a furious roar, cutting off the woman in the white dress's words. Her expression turned pained once more, as if she were demanding an answer. The woman in the white dress, however, laughed a laugh filled with venom and whispered something softly. With every word she spoke, the other woman's body trembled a little more. In the end, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had turned just as venomous, and she fixed it intently on the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress's smile stiffened slightly, but soon she seemed to throw caution to the wind, offering only a cold sneer. At the very end of the scene, the woman raised her hand. A red light engulfed the entire void. Then, the entire sky turned pitch black. The light and shadow vanished. Nien was momentarily dazed before snapping back to reality from the vision. Finally, he furrowed his brow and began to ponder, what exactly was that vision trying to convey? But he had seen the little girl. Moreover, in the vision, after the woman suffered a terrible fate, her belly had gone flat, and the woman in white was ultimately seen holding a swaddled infant and smiling at her. Nien knew that, barring any surprises, the obsession of this calamity domain was none other than that little girl. Furthermore, after the little girl appeared by his side, the summoning voice in his head had vanished. This made Nien realize that after the woman's revenge, something else must have happened. Ultimately, this led to the little girl being trapped within this calamity domain, yet the woman was unable to find her. So, does that mean the human skin lantern was the work of that woman? He speculated. The remnant zombie, carrying the lantern, roamed the entire calamity domain. Was it actually searching for the little girl? He furrowed his brow. Watching the play of light and shadow, he felt a deep sense of sympathy for the woman. She had once been happy, but then her lover's heart changed. She was humiliated, and even her child was taken from her. Overnight, she became the object of everyone's hatred. Later, she ventured into the mountains to begin her cultivation. But the early days were not easy. The mountains were full of danger. She struggled to survive, even resorting to drinking the blood and eating the flesh of beasts. That was until she came upon that river of blood and unexpectedly obtained something that had fallen from it. It appeared to be a wondrous object, and its grade was likely extremely high. Thus, she achieved some mastery in her cultivation, subdued an entire city, and returned to search for her child. But that child? Thinking of the vicious smile on the white-clad woman's face at the end of the light and shadow vision, the red-clad woman trembled until she descended into madness. That child, something else must have happened to her.
But exactly what happened wasn't shown in the vision, most likely because the woman in red didn't know either. For those images were very likely fragments of the woman in red's own memories. Nian fell silent, finally recalling the various ways the girl in red had behaved toward her. She had been inexplicably close to her, yet seemed afraid to truly get close. Only when Nian used the guidance technique did she dare to truly approach. What could have caused that? And how did she end up in this calamity domain? Obsession, obsession. Nian mulled over those two words, but in the end, he simply shook his head slightly. He sighed. The girl in red likely had a tragic past. But after all, this was merely a snapshot of history, a fragment of the past. Though he felt sympathy, he was powerless to help. For him, successfully navigating this calamity domain and leaving this place was what truly mattered. Having seen the light and shadow, many would likely guess that the obsession is related to the child. But if they haven't seen the little girl, they probably won't know she exists. Most importantly, if the source of the calamity were to find the little girl, would that be a good thing or a bad thing for her? If the calamity source's obsession dissipates, will this calamity domain vanish as well? Then what will happen to the little girl? Also, at the Iron Hand outpost, a gigantic woman once appeared. Who was she, and why did she appear? After all, in the light and shadow, he hadn't seen any information about that gigantic woman. It seemed the information revealed by the light and shadow was quite limited. It could only serve as a reference, one couldn't rely on it to find the exact location. Nian thought to himself. But in the end, he shook his head. He had no intention of doing anything unnecessary. With the calamity source having appeared, there would naturally be people like Rose who took great interest in strange artifacts to handle it. Come to think of it, that artifact seems quite extraordinary. It came from the blood river in the heavens. Its innate ability is also incredibly powerful. That massive black bear was killed in the blink of an eye. I just wonder if this strange object in the calamity domain is the same one. In the light and shadow, the strange object's performance was overwhelmingly powerful. After the black bear was killed, the woman went berserk, clearly unleashing her power as well, turning the entire scene blood red. Clearly, that power was far beyond what a flicking skill could match. At least, his current flicking skill couldn't hold a candle to it. His flicking skill could now blast a 2-meter wide hole in a wall, or even pierce through hundreds of meters. But compared to that woman's innate ability, it was clearly insignificant. I wonder how many years passed in the world of light and shadow, from the moment she obtained that artifact until she finally exacted her revenge. How many times has that innate ability improved since then? After pondering for a moment, Nian finally exhaled softly, temporarily pushing those doubts to the back of his mind. He stood up, but the movement aggravated his injury, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. The wound to his abdomen wouldn't heal anytime soon, and it severely limited his mobility. He was eager to test just how far his 7-step dash could go now. If he couldn't know his enemy, he should at least know himself, right? But his injury made him hesitate again. The 7-step dash wasn't like the flicking skill. The flicking skill required nothing more than a flick of the fingers. But the 7-step dash demanded that he exert his entire body. That would do his injury more harm than good. In the end, he decided to put it aside for now. I'll just pretend the 7-step dash hasn't advanced. Otherwise, if I really make my injury worse, it could lead to serious trouble. He didn't know how much longer the calamity domain would last, though it was likely around 2 days. But who could say for sure? Besides, leaving the calamity domain didn't mean he'd be safe. He also didn't know if leaving the calamity domain would take him back to the place where he'd entered the real world. If so, that area was nothing but ruins, teeming with all kinds of ferocious beasts, still a dangerous place. If not, that would be even more troublesome, with unknown dangers lurking. His injuries were already serious, and there was no one to tend to them. If he were to worsen his condition just to test his abilities, the cost would far outweigh the benefit. For now, he'd just have to wait and see when the calamity domain would end. He'd originally planned to gather more rare artifacts, but now that all the remnants had gathered together, clearly signaling that something major was happening, and with that summoning voice echoing in his mind, rushing over there would definitely not end well. For now, he'd just have to wait quietly. He thought this over, then finally looked up and scanned his surroundings. He carefully retraced his steps and eventually fixed his gaze on a particular direction. That's where Luna should be right now if she hasn't left. Of course, the chances of her leaving were very low. After all, she was currently bound by the soul-sealing chains and unable to use her innate ability. This dead city was dangerous, so she would likely be sensible enough to stay put. Unless something unexpected happened. But what could possibly go wrong? The remnants had all gathered far away from that area, most likely at the grand mansion that appeared in the play of light and shadow. There were no other Calamity Domain creatures in this dead city, so she would be safe. Most members of the Rose organization and other groups will likely gather there as well. So he planned to return there. First, he was worried about Luna's situation. Second, Luna had the food and water he'd specifically brought from the Iron Hand organization, since it was unclear how long they'd remain in the Calamity Domain. Food and water were still crucial. Third, he also intended to ask Luna about Ho's condition. Thinking of Ho, he narrowed his eyes. That previous battle had been the toughest he'd fought since arriving here, and he'd come close to death several times. In fact, if it weren't for the little girl, he'd already be a corpse by now. And the one responsible for all this was Ho. Nian certainly wouldn't let him off easily. However, Ho had been hit by his mental spike 3 times. Who knows what condition he is in now? He probably wasn't dead. After all, a mental spike only affects the mind. Nian's previous mental spikes weren't strong enough to kill anyone. At most, they'd render someone incapacitated. But this Calamity Domain was relatively safe right now, with no remnants roaming about. His public identity was that of a patrol officer, while his secret ties to organizations like the Rose were unclear. But the patrol officers likely didn't know about his secret identity. So whoever found him would likely have saved him. Therefore, he is either lying unconscious in some corner of the dead city right now, or he has been rescued by someone. Nian stopped dwelling on it, clutched his stomach, and set off at a brisk pace toward the location where he remembered Luna to be. Just as Nian set out, the area in front of a massive mansion in the center of the dead city was bustling with activity. At least several hundred people had already gathered there. The interior of the mansion was brightly lit. That was because hundreds of remnants were currently gathered inside. The people outside were clearly divided into several factions, and the leaders of these factions all wore grim, extremely somber expressions. Meanwhile, a wild, boisterous laugh was echoing out from within the mansion. A vivid crimson figure stood among the remnants, laughing wildly, a red light flickering between his eyebrows. "Thank you all so much. If it weren't for you, how could I have obtained this marvel? Ha 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 ha." It was a man, laughing loudly and heartily. He stood amidst the remnants, surrounded and fawned over by them. A colossal woman stood behind him. Her face was rotting and utterly hideous, her gaze ferocious, yet she stood there obediently, panting heavily as she glared menacingly at the crowd outside, which seemed minuscule to her. Any being within the remnant's dim, yellow glow would be attacked by the remnant. Yet now, these remnants seemed completely indifferent to the man. Between the man's eyebrows, a large red lantern hovered, seeming both real and illusory. It emitted a dazzling red glow. "If I manage to obtain that mythical artifact within the play of light and shadow, you will all have rendered great service. As a reward, I shall let you be buried within this Calamity Domain." He grinned, then simply waved his hand. The remnants, who had been standing there dumbfounded, suddenly seemed to receive some command. In a frenzy, they lunged toward the exterior of the mansion, their faces contorted with rage as they charged into the crowd. The giant woman was the first to surge forward. Her strides were so powerful that the ground shook and trembled. The expressions of the people outside darkened and shifted, but ultimately, under the orders of several leaders, the group charged forward to meet them. A great battle thus began. It wasn't the battle itself that Nian sensed, but rather a change in the number of remnants. They were steadily decreasing. Several vanished in an instant. Walking through the dead city, Nian looked up in that direction, his eyes flickering slightly. The gathering of the remnants was most likely connected to the source of the disaster. Now that the remnants were beginning to vanish, did that mean those people had started a fierce battle against the source of the disaster? Was the source of the disaster truly that woman in the light and shadow? Nian pondered this in his mind, then finally shook his head. He had no intention of going there anyway, so he continued on his way. The remnants kept vanishing. By the time Nian returned to Luna's south hiding place, their numbers had dwindled to just 1/10 of what they'd been. Sure enough, Rose's group must have been extremely well prepared, otherwise the remnants wouldn't have died so quickly. It's a shame I can't see what's happening, he thought to himself. Then, he entered the hut where Luna was hiding. Soon after, Nian? As expected, Luna hadn't left. She had hidden herself upon hearing footsteps, but now that she saw it was Nian, she stepped out of her hiding place. Her expression was a mix of surprise and concern as she hurried to meet him. You were just him? Are you hurt? She was about to ask what had happened to Nian earlier, but as she drew closer, she noticed something was wrong with him. His face was deathly pale, and there were splatters of blood on his shirt. Her expression tightened, and she instinctively reached out to support Nian. I'm fine. As long as you're here, that's all that matters. Seeing Luna, Nian felt a slight sense of relief. Although, in theory, this dead city was safe everywhere except where the remnants gathered. He was still a little worried since Luna couldn't use her innate ability right now. But clearly, his worries were unfounded. Luna wasn't the type to lose her head. She was well aware of her situation and knew exactly what was best for her. She hadn't gone running around recklessly. What happened? Luna supported Nian, helping him sit down first, before furrowing her brow and asking. Nian sat down, swallowed hard, and then said, "No rush, take your time." Luna, I'm a little thirsty. Could you pass me some water? Sure. Luna quickly stood up, walked over to the side, and fetched a bottle of water. Nian had just been through a fierce battle. He nearly died and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, so he was indeed a bit thirsty now. He took a big gulp of water in short, halting sips, then let out a long sigh. Luna didn't rush him. Instead, she furrowed her brow and waited patiently. After drinking the water, Nian felt a little better and finally asked, Luna, do you know Ho? Ho? Luna seemed completely taken aback to hear Ho's name here. Her expression changed noticeably, then she suddenly seemed to realize something. Ho's here too? Did he hurt you? Is he looking for me? Nian didn't deny it. He nodded and briefly recounted what had happened to her. Luna's expression shifted constantly. Finally, gritting her teeth, she whispered, so he really does have his eyes on what my mother left me. In Star City, he didn't dare act recklessly. But now that he is here, he is no longer hiding his true intentions. After a few moments of shifting expressions, Luna finally spoke. Ho is my cousin, but we've never gotten along. An 8th rank martial artist. She gave a brief overview of Ho's background. Not only was he a patrol officer with the Violent Crimes Division, but his father also held considerable influence in Star City. This kidnapping isn't straightforward. From what we know so far, it's highly likely that Ho is involved. After thinking it over, Nian told Luna about the time he'd seen Ho meeting secretly with someone who looked like Rose. Luna's expression changed again. Her eyes flickered as she seemed to realize something. Nian didn't press her further. After a long while, Luna finally spoke in a low voice. I see, was it him who injured you? He is an 8th rank martial artist, and you? Luna hesitated slightly, pausing just as the words were on the tip of her tongue. She felt that this was a difficult question to ask. Nian roughly knew what she was about to ask. She simply wanted to know how Nian had managed to escape, given that Ho was an 8th rank martial artist. It was no wonder Luna had this doubt. After all, if it hadn't been for the girl in red, Nian would have been doomed no matter what he did. After a moment's thought, Nian said plainly, it was a hopeless situation, but someone saved me. Someone saved you? Luna looked at Nian in confusion. Did you see that flash of light just now? Luna froze for a moment, then her expression grew serious as she nodded. I saw it, it's the first time I've seen it, but it must be the calamity domain heavenly light my mother mentioned. This is related to the third way to end the calamity domain that I told you about earlier. It's also because of this calamity domain heavenly light that the theory that the calamity domain is the obsession of deities has gained such widespread acceptance. It's suspected to be fragments of these deities' past memories. Their obsessions may well be hidden within it. Hearing this, Nian grew curious. So, after looking at these heavenly lights, what do you think, what is the source of this calamity's obsession? Her child. Without a moment's hesitation, Luna replied, it's clear these are fragments of that brightest memories. Her happiness and the suffering that followed are the memories etched most deeply in her mind. In the end, when she returned to the door, it was obviously to reclaim her child, but unfortunately, that's just how the light of the calamity domain works. The fragments of memory it records are incomplete. We all know her obsession is her child, but we have no way of knowing where her child is. Luna sighed. As a woman, she clearly found it easier to empathize with the woman in the light and shadow. The one who saved me, barring any surprises, is her child. Just as Luna was sighing to herself, a single sentence from Nian left her a bit dazed. She looked up at Nian in shock. What did you say? Nian repeated himself. Luna's eyes widened. She swallowed hard before saying, could you be a little more specific? Nian actually had a whole host of questions in his mind, but the original hostess' limited knowledge left him at a loss for where to begin. As for the girl in red, he truly didn't feel there was anything to hide, so he immediately told Luna everything that had happened to him during this time. Luna clearly had much more general knowledge about extraordinary events than the original host did. But when she heard Nian say that whenever he came here and used the guidance technique, a little girl in red about 5 or 6 years old would appear, and that she would vanish the moment he woke up, only to reappear the next time he used the technique, it genuinely startled her. Until this time, when Ho found him and a fierce battle ensued just as he was about to die, that little girl suddenly appeared again and saved him. Luna's eyes widened in disbelief. After Nian finished speaking, he paused for a moment before asking, what exactly is going on here? Luna was completely baffled. It took her a while before she shook her head. Well, I don't know either. You don't know either? Luna's expression was a bit strange, but she explained anyway. After all, I don't know much about the calamity domain. It's all what my mother told me. But there has never been a precedent for a being from the calamity domain, one linked to a calamity source, getting this close to someone from the mortal world. Finally, she shook her head again. It's also possible that my knowledge is simply too limited. After all, she was just theorizing. She hadn't actually experienced much herself. When it came to the calamity domain, few people in the mortal world had actually experienced it firsthand. Much of the information was simply based on others' experiences. There was no definitive conclusion. Seeing that Luna didn't know either, Nian wasn't particularly disappointed. He simply nodded. Unexpectedly, after hesitating for a moment, Luna suddenly asked, what does that little girl look like? Does she seem injured? Can she communicate? Nian was taken aback at first, but when he saw Luna's expression, he found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. That sudden, gossipy look completely shattered Luna's previously aloof persona. Was she getting too into the role? Eager to find out what happens next. Do you want to meet her? Nian asked instinctively. Luna's eyes lit up. Is that okay? Nian. I'm not sure. Before, when I used the guidance technique, she would always appear. But back then, I was alone. Now that you're here, I don't know if she'll show up again. I can disappear. Luna jumped to her feet immediately. Nian. Finally, under Luna's eager gaze, Nian thought for a moment and eventually nodded. It worked out well. He used the flicking skill earlier, which had drained 1/10 of his spiritual energy, so now was a good time to recover. Besides, he was actually quite curious. Could only he see the little girl? Or could everyone see her? Would the little girl still appear when someone else was around? As for whether the little girl posed a threat to Luna, Nian didn't think so. Because of Ho. Even though the little girl had been so furious at the time, she hadn't actively attacked Ho.
This showed she wouldn't attack people for no reason. He immediately sat cross-legged, palms facing upward. Luna sprang to her feet and hurried to a dark corner of the nearby hut, peeking over at him. Her eyes were bright. She was full of anticipation. While Nyen was chatting casually with Luna. The battle over there had already reached a fever pitch. A vast number of remnants were being killed by those willing to pay any price. But the members of this organization were also suffering exceptionally heavy losses. Many were clutching their heads and wailing, unable to move. Some of them were already dead. It was a truly gruesome scene. Yet they were extremely well prepared, and their combat prowess was formidable. They still held the upper hand. It looked as though the remnants were about to be wiped out. But just then, suddenly, clusters of blood-red light appeared all around. These beams of light swirled and coiled, tracing the outlines of gigantic forms in the air. Watch out! Another giant remnant is about to appear. The last giant remnant was formed when the light from the remnants we just killed coalesced. Someone shouted loudly. If Nyen had been there, he would have recognized this person as the Iron Hand leader who was the first to fire an arrow at the remnant when they were rescuing Luna. Everyone looked over with grim, solemn expressions. Before long, a full 11 gigantic figures had taken shape. 11 gigantic figures. Counting the massive woman who had already been knocked to the ground and was unable to move, that made a total of 12. The great battle in the Calamity Domain had officially entered its second phase. Everyone's expressions were grim, but at the same time, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the eyes of some. Because from this moment on, killing the remnants would no longer be without reward. Their eyes burned with intensity as they gazed at the third eyes of these massive, human-shaped figures. Each third eye contained a large, crimson lantern. Exactly the same as the lantern on the man's forehead inside the house. By eliminating these giant remnants, they would gain at least one wondrous artifact. Kill. Before these colossal figures had fully materialized, the human warriors launched their attack. The battle raged anew. Inside the house, Luna watched secretly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Not long after, her vision suddenly blurred, and then she saw a tiny figure appear before Nyen. There really was a child. Her eyes widened. She felt inexplicably moved. Was this child the daughter of the woman in the light and shadow? The one who had once appeared in the light and shadow, cradled in swaddling clothes by the woman in the white dress? Luna felt an inexplicable tingling sensation on the back of her neck, accompanied by an indescribable sense of awe. The light and shadow were the celestial light of the Calamity Domain, believed to be silhouettes of time and the memories of deities. Such a display of light and shadow was truly breathtaking. The successive images, even without sound, drew one so completely into the scene that one couldn't help but imagine oneself as the protagonist. And when she considered that the protagonist in the light and shadow might very well be a deity, her immersion inevitably sparked a few flights of fancy. In a world like that, with such a deity whose very existence was shrouded in mist, brimming with mystery and legend. Although she had long heard of the Calamity Domain's celestial light, this was the first time she had witnessed it with her own eyes. To be honest, it was utterly breathtaking. The entire sky, reflecting that fragment of memory, left her heart unsettled for a long time afterward. And the protagonist was, once again, a woman. This immediately made her feel completely immersed in the story. She felt the woman's happiness, humiliation, suffering, struggle, and perseverance. Likewise, she felt the woman's resentment, pain, and regret. In fact, long after the light of the heavens had faded, she was still so shaken that she couldn't snap out of it. The thought that occupied her mind was exactly the same as that of the woman. Where had her child gone? Judging by the woman's expression at the end, it probably wasn't a happy ending. Could it be that the child had already been killed by that faithless husband and his mistress? Combined with the mistress's final maniacal laughter and her eyes brimming with glee and vengeance, she even conjured up countless scenes in her mind of the child enduring torment and ultimately dying young. But all of this was, after all, merely her imagination. The light of day had faded, and this would most likely remain an unsolved mystery, never to be known by anyone. This filled her heart with regret. But now, That regret has been made up for. Because the child's true form has actually appeared before her eyes. Her eyes widened as she stared, unable to look away. She could only barely make out a profile, but that little face was porcelain white, exquisitely chiseled, and so adorable it felt as if her heart would melt. No wonder she is her daughter. The image of that woman who had captivated everyone for so long in the light and shadow unconsciously floated into her mind. She was actually quite confident in her own appearance, but she had to admit that compared to the woman in the light and shadow, she paled in comparison. And her daughter had perfectly inherited that woman's features. If you looked even more closely, you'd find the two looked remarkably alike. She was practically a miniature version of that woman. She was wearing a red dress and a pair of red embroidered shoes, and she was holding a somewhat ugly wooden puppet doll in her arms. She appeared out of nowhere, saw Nian bathed in starlight, and wore a joyful smile on her face. Then, she curled up at Nian's feet, looking very dependent. Seeing her so tiny, curled up at Nian's feet, made Luna's heart melt. But she dared not make a sound, afraid that her voice might startle the little girl. She watched as the girl lay by Nian's side, holding her doll high in the air, silently playing by herself. This scene sent a shiver through her heart, followed by a pang of sadness. No one knew how long this calamity domain had existed. It was pitch black, with no other living beings besides the zombie-like remnants. Had she been playing by herself like this all alone? Was this wooden doll in her arms her only friend? Who had given her this puppet? And why had she ended up in this calamity domain? If she was the embodiment of the calamity's obsession, then her very existence seemed a little off. A flood of thoughts rushed through Luna's mind, and a host of questions suddenly surfaced. But she merely thought to herself without speaking. Then she saw Nian's starlight flow into her body. Soon, she seemed to grow drowsy. She yawned, hugged the doll, and leaned against Nian's leg. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. Luna hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not appear. Instead, she watched from inside the hut, waiting patiently. This time, Nian's meditation didn't last long, as his spiritual energy hadn't been depleted much. As he entered meditation, the image of that enormous red lantern surfaced in his mind once more. The lantern's radiance grew, and soon reached the limit it had hit the first time he obtained the wondrous object. Nian instinctively wanted to stop because if he continued, his head would start to ache. The first time he entered meditation after his injury, he had stopped at this very moment as well. But suddenly, he paused again, as if a thought had struck him. It seems my spiritual power has broken through, and the rank of my innate ability has also risen. I wonder if the spiritual energy inside this lantern can also be gathered in greater quantities now? After this thought crossed his mind, Nian didn't hesitate. He simply continued his meditation. After all, it was just a pinprick of pain in his head, nothing more. But after absorbing spiritual energy for a while, Nian's brow furrowed slightly. Something was very strange. He didn't feel any sharp pain in his head, yet his spiritual energy hadn't increased either. This left Nian deeply puzzled. What was going on? He looked at the large red lantern in his mind. The sharp, stabbing pain hadn't appeared, and his consciousness was still present in this strange space, but why couldn't his spiritual energy increase? He could feel that spiritual energy was still flowing in steadily from afar. But the spiritual energy that came afterward was just like when there was no wonder object present. It simply washed through his body without being stored by the wonder object. He was very confused. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, and since Luna was there, he could ask her about it. With that in mind, he ended the guidance immediately. He opened his eyes. He looked around, but didn't see the child. Standing before him was Luna. Luna was staring wistfully in one direction. Did she appear? Nian paused, asking instinctively. She did, but right after you ended the guidance, she woke up and left immediately. Luna sighed softly. Nian nodded. Just as he was about to ask the questions on his mind regarding the strange object and spiritual energy, he suddenly froze and instinctively looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? Luna noticed the look on his face. Nian furrowed his brow,
gazing toward the horizon, and said, "Something big might be about to happen soon." For he sensed that every remnant he could perceive in his mind had vanished, along with the summoning voice in his head. No sooner had he finished speaking than boom! A sound that shook the entire world echoed through the air. Their expressions tightened as they looked up. Then they saw a beam of red light pierce the heavens and earth, suddenly appearing somewhere in the city of the dead. In the next instant, the entire city of the dead swayed slightly and began to tremble. Though they were far away, a major upheaval was unfolding. Nian didn't lose his balance. He, too, furrowed his brow and looked up. Soon, the tremors subsided, but from afar came a startling rumble. The roar was very faint, like thunder muffled inside a drum, with a distinct sense of depth. But since it could be heard so clearly from such a distance, one could imagine that once they got closer, the sound would likely be immense and utterly overwhelming. It's highly likely that the source of the calamity has truly emerged. After a moment's thought, Nian said in a low voice. Luna was watching as well. After a brief silence, she asked softly, "What should we do now?" "Wait," Nian replied decisively. "Rose, Ironhand, and the others are most likely over there. They're well prepared. We'll just wait for them to deal with the source of the calamity, then leave this calamity domain first." After speaking, he paused and asked Luna, "Once the calamity domain disappears, how will we leave? And where will we end up after we leave?" Luna paused for a moment, thought it over, and said, "I heard my mom say that a calamity domain is a fragment of time, existing within a rift in spacetime. But in the real world, there is always one or more anchor points, what are known as entrances. As long as the source of the calamity exists, these anchor points are hidden and cannot be found. But once the source of the calamity is eliminated, the calamity domain won't vanish immediately. Instead, those anchor points will emerge from their hidden state. People from the real world inside can use this window of time to rush to the vicinity of the anchor points and return to the real world through them." Nian was surprised. Anchor points, entrances. How long does this window last? What happens if we don't get out in time? Nian asked carefully. The duration isn't fixed, but it generally lasts several hours. This is because the calamity domain doesn't collapse all at once. Instead, it crumbles gradually while accelerating. The larger the calamity domain, the longer it takes to collapse. As for those who don't make it out in time, they crumble along with the calamity domain and be torn apart by the forces of spacetime. Luna's expression was grave as she explained to Nian what might happen next. Hearing this, Nian's heart sank. He looked up in that direction. The red light was flickering on and off, suggesting a fierce battle was likely raging there. It seemed that even if they successfully dealt with the source of the calamity, they would still face some danger. After all, they would most likely run into members of organizations like Rose. Nian said nothing more. Although he had many questions he wanted to ask Luna, he could save them for later. Right now, he needed to focus on the situation over there. Escaping the calamity domain was the top priority. Everything else could wait until after they left. Seeing this, Luna said nothing either, and the two of them sat there amid the ruins, waiting in silence. As time passed, the bursts of red light over there grew more frequent. Then, at one point, Nian suddenly furrowed his brow. He had noticed that the red light had actually begun to move. And it was moving very fast. Before long, the sound of thunder grew louder. Was it moving toward them? This discovery caused Luna's expression to shift slightly as well. She looked at Nian. Nian acted without hesitation. He stood up, pulled Luna to her feet, and whispered, "The red light is most likely the source of the calamity. It's moving. We need to get out of here." Luna didn't object. She simply nodded. The two stood up, gathered their food and water, and left without looking back. They headed in the direction farthest from the red light. Since the red light was still quite far away and Nian had a wound on his abdomen, their initial pace wasn't very fast. But soon, they noticed the red light was moving faster and faster, and the sound of thunder was growing louder. Their expressions both changed. Did they fail? Has the source of the calamity begun purging the calamity domain of its inhabitants? Nian immediately recalled Luna's earlier answers regarding the calamity domain and the source of the calamity. The emergence of the source of calamity is often accompanied by a brutal purge. It will kill every living being within the calamity domain.
Not necessarily. Although it's accelerating, it isn't heading directly toward us.
Perhaps the great battle is still raging, and the combatants are simply fighting while retreating. Nian regained his composure and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Luna turned pale but nodded in agreement. They picked up their pace a bit.
It was mainly Nian who sped up.
After all, Luna was still bound by the spirit sealing chains, which blocked her spiritual energy and prevented her from using her innate ability. Although she had a mystical artifact within her, it hadn't been fully refined into a spiritual organ. Therefore, her spiritual energy was directly tied to her physical stamina. The lack of spiritual energy left her extremely weak, so she could only rely on Nian to carry her away. The good news was that after Nian's flicking skill had leveled up, his hands had been strengthened once again. Although he didn't know exactly how much strength he possessed now, it was likely quite substantial.
Carrying the very light Luna as they fled was no difficult task.
The only problem was the wound on his abdomen was causing him great pain. The slightest increase in speed brought a piercing pain, which severely hampered his speed. But the current situation was clearly dire. They had no idea what was happening over there. All they could see was the red light moving rapidly, and the sound of thunder growing louder and louder. They had no choice but to run first and worry about it later. So, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings while retreating swiftly, they had, without realizing it, already covered a considerable distance. Yet the red light was still closing in, and its speed was increasing. Just as the two of them were growing increasingly pale, a sudden sound of footsteps came from nearby, causing both of them to startle and instinctively look over. Only then did they see a group of people on the street not far away, running in the same direction as them away from the red light. Their faces were pale, and they looked utterly panicked. At that sight, both Nian and Luna froze for a moment.
Because it was actually their classmates? They were still alive? Nian's face betrayed his astonishment.
He had been swept into this calamity domain along with the students. After entering the calamity domain, he had immediately turned back, hoping to glean some information about it from Luo Hansu, the woman with short hair.
Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find them.
Back then, amidst the haze, many students had been attacked by the haze creatures, and several had died on the spot. Later, Nian left alone, not knowing exactly how many of his students had perished. But he always believed Luo Hansu wouldn't die, because she displayed remarkable combat prowess at the time, even wounding one of the haze creatures. Later, Nian delivered the finishing blow and obtained the first soul essence. Yet he never expected that the students he'd been searching for so long and had been unable to find would suddenly appear at this very moment, just as the source of the disaster was emerging. Although quite a few were missing, there were still at least 7 or 8 survivors. At that moment, their faces were deathly pale, their steps unsteady, and they weren't running very fast. They looked utterly exhausted.
And among these students, Nian even spotted Zheng Chang.
That chubby guy had clearly lost a lot of weight. His steps were unsteady, and his eyes were filled with fear, yet he kept running.
Who's there? Just as Nian and Luna were exchanging speechless glances, a woman's weak yet wary voice rang out.
Nian froze, instinctively glancing over, and only then did he spot a woman's figure at the very back of the group. She was incredibly perceptive and had spotted Nian and Luna.
Nian paused for a moment, then led Luna as they leaped down from the rooftop.
The woman's eyes were filled with wariness, but when she clearly saw Nian's face,
she let out a look of astonishment. Nian? You're still alive? This woman was none other than the Countermeasure Division patrol officer, Luo Hansu.
Luo Hansu's voice caused the disheveled students to instinctively turn their gaze toward Nian and his companions.
Upon seeing Nian and Luna by his side,
they looked utterly bewildered.
Nian? Luna? Upon hearing the name Luna, Luo Hansu also instinctively looked at Lu Lingzi standing beside Nian.
Meanwhile, Nian looked at Luo Hansu, then glanced at the students, feeling utterly shocked. This patrol officer had actually led a group of students who hadn't even reached the entry-level rank,
and managed to hold out this long?
Just as Nian was reeling from the surprise,
A voice suddenly rang out, trembling. Nian, is that food and water you're holding?
it was Zhang Chang speaking. At that moment, Zhang Chang's eyes were fixed intently on the backpack Nian was carrying.
The backpack's zipper wasn't fully zipped, revealing a corner of the instant food inside and a few bottles of mineral water. Had he been spotted?
Upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, everyone's gaze turned toward him. One by one, their eyes lit up with greed as they stared intently at his backpack, swallowing hard. Even Luo Hansa couldn't help but look down, staring blankly at the backpack in his hands.
Nian scanned the crowd.
There were 6 students in total, and as luck would have it, of these 6 students, aside from Zhang Chang, there were 2 girls and 3 boys. Among the 2 girls was the one who had pushed Lu Lingze out back then. When she saw Lu Lingze, her face had gone deathly pale. She'd hidden in the crowd, too afraid to make a sound. But now that she'd spotted the food in Nian's backpack, her eyes glowed with greed. She kept swallowing hard, and a look of longing shone in her eyes. Among the remaining 3 boys was the burly teenager named Chang, the one who claimed his father was a police officer in the countermeasure division.
Nian fell silent for a moment.
These were the people who left the deepest impression on him, and he hadn't expected any of them to have survived this long.
Great! We haven't eaten or drunk anything in ages. I'm starving to death.
Hurry up, Nian, give us some food and water. Chang strode excitedly toward him. They'd been in this calamity domain for about 2 or 3 days, without a drop of water or a grain of rice. Nian had been starving to death before this, let alone them.
If it weren't for their will to survive, they would died long ago. Did I say I was going to give you any?
Seeing Chang striding over excitedly, looking ready to tuck in, Nian interrupted him with a half-smile.
Chang's expression froze as he looked at Nian. Nian, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Nian shook his head.
I'm sorry, but we don't know how much longer we'll be stuck in this calamity domain, and once we leave, we'll be in the ruins.
This food isn't even enough for Luna and me. I'm afraid I can't share any with you.
Upon hearing Nian's words, Cheng froze. The other students also froze for a moment, but then they couldn't hold back any longer.
Nian, we're all classmates. Are you really going to just watch us starve to death? You've got such a big backpack, what's the harm in sharing a little with us? Exactly.
We won't eat it for free. I'll pay for it, alright? They were all getting desperate. They were starving. One by one, they looked gaunt and emaciated, their stomachs pressed against their backs from hunger.
Without anything to eat or drink, they likely wouldn't even have the strength to move. Now that they finally spotted some food, naturally none of them wanted to give it up.
But Nian shook his head. Whether you starve to death or not is your own business.
Don't try to guilt trip me. I'm barely surviving myself. As for buying it with money, why don't you try buying some somewhere else?
As he spoke, he grinned at the student who suggested buying it. After that, he had no intention of paying any further attention to this group. He turned his head to glance at the red light that was still accelerating, made no move to linger, and, grabbing Luna's hand, prepared to leave. The moment they saw Nian getting ready to leave, the group panicked.
You can't leave.
The girl who had pushed Luna aside shouted loudly. Then, as if a thought struck her, she hurriedly looked at Luo Hansu, who had remained silent the whole time. Sister Luo, say something, quick. Luo Hansu was a patrol officer with the countermeasure division and their greatest hope for holding out this long. She knew that Nian and Luna were innate ability users as students. They were powerless against them and had no choice but to turn to Luo Hansu for help. Nian instinctively looked at Luo Hansu, who seemed to have snapped out of her daze at that moment.
He actually had a pretty good impression of her.
Unlike Ho and the others, Luo Hansa hadn't abandoned her students when faced with danger. Instead, she'd been doing her best to protect them, even at the risk of her own life. Nian knew he couldn't do that himself. But that didn't stop him from admiring someone like her. At that moment, Luo Hansa no longer had the radiance she'd shown when they first met. Her eyes were somewhat dull, her face a little pale, and her lips chapped clearly. She hadn't eaten anything since entering this place.
Nian was also a bit curious. What choice would Luo Hanso make in a situation like this? Luo Hansu remained silent for a moment.
Finally, she tore her gaze away from Nian's backpack and, summoning great resolve, spoke, "The food belongs to Nian. This is indeed a perilous place, and the dangers ahead are uncertain, the future unpredictable. He might truly not have enough for himself. If he is willing to give it, that is best. But if he isn't, we can't force him." When Luo Hansu spoke these words, it actually took Nian by surprise. In a situation like this, could she really make such a decision? Nian knew what she was relying on right now, so she wasn't afraid that Luo Hansu would turn on her. But from Luo Hansu's perspective, wasn't the food in Nian's backpack just within her grasp? After all, Ho had previously tried to make things difficult for Nian, yet Luo Hansu had simply spoken up and immediately put a stop to Ho. This suggested that the two were, at the very least, evenly matched in combat ability. It was even possible that Luo Hansu might be slightly stronger. It was easy to imagine that if he were facing Ho right now, upon seeing that backpack of food, Ho would certainly try to snatch it away. But Luo Hansu had absolutely no intention of using force to seize it. This genuinely surprised Nian. But the students' faces all turned pale. What was this? After going hungry for so long, they finally spotted some food. Were they really supposed to just stand by and watch it slip away right before their eyes? No way. Absolutely not. Nian, please, for the sake of our classmate bond, share some food with us. It doesn't have to be much, just a bottle of water and a little something to eat would be enough. Zhang Chang spoke in a pitiful tone, pleading with Nian. Nian snapped back to reality and gave him a half smile. Did this guy really think she already let go of the way he stabbed her in the back before? Back then, seeing how they were just tools to be used for completing quests, Nian hadn't confronted them on the spot when they met again, choosing instead to appear accommodating. But now it seemed that Zhang Chang had truly forgotten how he once pushed Nian into a life-threatening situation. Nian shook his head, not even bothering to deal with this clueless Zhang Chang, and turned his attention to Luo Hansu. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a bottle of water and a bag of instant food from his backpack and tossed them to Luo Hansu. As she paused in surprise and instinctively caught them, Nian said with a smile, "It's truly rare and admirable that Inspector Luo would make such a choice at a time like this. Here is a meal for you, Inspector Luo. But that's all I've got left. The source of the disaster has been revealed, and the path ahead is uncertain. I hope you have a safe journey." Luo Hansu caught the food and stood there in a daze for a moment. She looked deeply at Nian and finally exhaled softly, "Thank you." Nian nodded, said nothing more, and, pulling Luna along, prepared to leave. Nian. Seeing that Nian was really about to leave, the students panicked. Chang, in particular, took 2 quick steps forward and lunged at Nian. Nian had left behind only a bottle of water, but with 5 or 6 people, it would be gone after just 1 sip each. As for the food, there wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. How could they possibly let Nian leave like this? Seeing Chang's hand reaching for him, Nian's eyes flashed, and in the next instant, he kicked out. Bam! Before Chang could even touch Nian, his entire body was sent flying backward. Then, with a wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The commotion instantly stunned everyone. Zhang Chang and the others, who had been about to step forward, came to an abrupt halt. Chang's face went deathly pale as he stared at Nian in disbelief. "Nian, you." Nian shot Chang a scornful glance and said coldly, "Let us be clear, this is a desperate situation. You want to live, and so do I. By trying to steal my food, you're cutting off my means of survival. I wouldn't even bat an eye if I killed you. For Inspector Luo's sake, I'll spare you this once. If you don't get the hint, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying this, Nian shot a sidelong glance at the other students, who were now as still as autumn cicadas. Seeing that they no longer dared to speak, Nian nodded at Luo Hansu, whose expression was a mix of emotions, then led Luna away, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The scene fell into utter silence. A moment later, the students slowly came to their senses. In Nian's final sidelong glance, they sensed a palpable killing intent that left them anxious and filled with unease. But soon, their attention shifted. Nian was gone, so there was no hope of getting any of his food. So, they turned their gaze to Luo Hansu's hands. There, she held a bottle of water and a box of instant food. Luo Hansa stood there with a complex expression, her brows slightly furrowed. As she met the students' gazes, the look in her eyes grew equally complex. After speaking, she first opened the bottle of mineral water, the 550 milliliters kind. When thirsty, one person could easily down an entire bottle, but with 6 people here, it was barely enough for each of them to take a small sip. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the water in her hand, and they kept swallowing hard. She scooped up a small capful with the bottle cap, then looked at the students and said in a solemn voice, "Water is limited. Don't swallow it all at once, hold it in your mouth and try to make it last as long as possible." With that, she handed the small capful of water to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang was a bit dazed. He swallowed hard, then took it anyway. But the moment the water touched his lips, his severely dehydrated body caused him to swallow it involuntarily. He felt instantly revitalized. His body seemed to crave even more water, but the cap was already empty. He quickly pleaded, "Sister Luo," that one sip was completely useless. "Give me another sip, just one more." Luo Hansa shook her head gently, her expression serious. "We only have this little bit of water left, and there are so many of us. The dangers ahead are uncertain, so we must conserve it. I said earlier that everyone gets one bottle cap and that's it. No one is an exception. But what good is such a tiny capful? It didn't even wet my lips." Zhang Chang, who had been too afraid to raise his voice in front of Nian, suddenly stood his ground in front of Luo Hansa, the one who had protected them the whole way, and roared angrily. Luo Hansa looked at him impassively, saying nothing. Seeing that his words were falling on deaf ears, and with his body having just obtained a source of water, craving it even more, Zhang Chang, in a moment of impulse, lunged at Luo Hansa without a second thought, trying to snatch the water bottle from her hand. But just as he reached her, before his hand could even touch the bottle, thud! A dull thud echoed, followed by Zhang Chang's muffled groan as he staggered backward, his face ashen. Luo Hansa had kicked him in the stomach. She hadn't actually used much force. But it was enough to leave Zhang Chang momentarily speechless. He collapsed to the ground, following in Chang's footsteps. Of course, compared to Chang, who had coughed up blood, Luo Hansu's blow was much gentler. She hadn't injured him. "Have you calmed down?" Luo Hansu asked, staring coldly at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's face was flushed crimson, and he couldn't speak. Luo Hansa didn't keep looking at him. Instead, she turned her gaze to the students behind her who had been startled by her sudden move. With a calm expression, she said, "I'm a police officer. It's my duty to do my best to protect you. But that's on the condition that you cooperate with me. I'm sure you all realize just how dire the situation is right now. If you don't cooperate, it will be very difficult for you to survive. If you think I'm meddling and don't need my protection, I can leave right now." Luo Hansu's sudden words left the students speechless. A girl cried out in panic, "Sister Luo, we'll cooperate, you mustn't leave us behind." Luo Hansu's words had brought them back to their senses. They had made it this far in the Calamity Domain solely because of Luo Hansu's protection. On several occasions, they encountered lantern-carrying zombies, and it was Luo Hansa who spotted them first and led them to safety. If Luo Hansa left now, they already at their wits' end, with nowhere to flee, would surely die. In that case, please cooperate. Luo Hansa nodded and said. After speaking, he picked up the bottle cap that had fallen from Zhang Chang's hand, poured another small capful of water, and handed it to the second person. That person dared not say another word. Although his stomach was growling incessantly and he was both hungry and thirsty, he was clearly even more afraid that Luo Hansa would leave. He carefully held the water in his mouth, summoning all his willpower to force himself not to swallow it. With Zhang Chang's fate serving as a cautionary tale, the rest went smoothly. Everyone held the water in their mouths, afraid to swallow too quickly. Finally, she walked over to Chang, who had just coughed up a mouthful of blood and appeared to be seriously injured. She furrowed her brow, but ultimately let out a silent sigh without saying anything more. Chang had brought this upon himself. The other person had clearly stated they didn't want to share their food, yet he still went up to snatch it. Getting beaten up was his own fault, wasn't it?
But Luo Hansu didn't abandon him either. Instead, she poured a capful of water for him and handed it to him. Chang's face looked terrible, pale and bloodless. He pursed his lips, but in the end, he took it and held the water in his mouth. Luo Hansu said nothing. After taking the bottle cap back, she poured herself a capful as well and held it in her mouth. Compared to these students, she was in much better shape. After all, as a martial artist who had attained the entry-level rank, her physical condition was far beyond what these students could match. But she was human too. She needed to eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. In fact, because of her status as a martial artist, her need for food was even greater than that of an ordinary person. A martial artist's strength comes from qi and blood, which in turn come from food. Don't let her slender figure fool you. She was actually all muscle, and every movement required a massive expenditure of energy. But since she had made the request, she naturally had to lead by example, so she stopped after drinking just one capful and screwed the lid back on. Next, she opened the instant meal the other person had brought over. Inside was some beef ready to eat straight from the bag. She thought it over for a moment, then shared a piece of beef with the others. She carefully set aside the rest. Only then did she look up and realize that, after this delay, the red light over there had drawn much closer. She took a deep breath and said, "All right, this isn't the time to rest. Let us keep moving." Zhang Chang stood up, his face grim, but dared not say much. He chewed on the piece of beef, savoring its salty, meaty flavor, but didn't dare to chew it to bits and swallow it whole like he had earlier. The others were the same. Chang struggled to get to his feet, feeling intense pain in his stomach. He lifted his shirt to look and saw a clear footprint imprinted on his abdomen. Although Nian hadn't used full force with that kick, it was still more than Chang could easily withstand. Nian. Chang's anger reached its peak, and he felt immense resentment toward Nian. He clearly had so much food, yet he refused to share even a little with them. He was willing to watch them die right before his eyes. And just for a little bit of food, the other guy had even kicked him. The injury itself was one thing, but what infuriated Chang even more was that there were so many classmates around. Nian's merciless kick left Chang seething with resentment. But for now, he said nothing and continued walking briskly away with Luo Hansu and the others. The red light behind them was getting closer and closer. That's a good patrolman. Perched on the roof of a dimly lit house, Nian and Luna were still there. They had witnessed what had happened behind them. After a moment of silence, Luna whispered. Nian nodded in agreement. Although they had appeared to leave, he was actually curious to see what Luo Hansu, having secured a portion of food, would do next. That was why they were watching from here. In the end, Luo Hansu's behavior left him speechless. She acted just as she always had. She hadn't forgotten her original intentions just because she received a portion of food, nor had she kept it all for herself. Even though she could have. Clearly, she truly cared about the lives of these students. This display moved Nian, who had witnessed far too many cruel events recently, to reflect deeply. Indeed, there are always some people in this world who can truly be called heroes. Let us go. After watching Luo Hansu and the others set off, Nian finally stopped lingering. He glanced at the red light, which had drawn much closer, then took Luna and continued on his way. This time, he chose a different direction. Rumble, rumble. The thunderous roar grew louder and louder, like 1,000 horses galloping. Nian kept his eyes on the red light. By changing his direction, he hoped to evade it if the light followed its previous path. But soon, his expression turned grim. Because after he changed direction, he discovered the red light had also changed direction. Was this source of disaster targeting him because of the mysterious lantern between his eyebrows? After a moment of stunned silence, Nian couldn't help but form this suspicion. Then, his expression darkened. Earlier, there had been a major benefit, the ability to sense the remnant. But he never expected that a drawback would now emerge. Did that red light seem to be targeting him? To confirm this, Nian immediately changed direction again. Luna paused in surprise. What's wrong? This red light seems to be heading straight for me. Let me see if it changes direction again. As Nian spoke, he watched closely.
But soon, his expression darkened. Because the red light had adjusted its course once more. Refusing to give up, he shifted his position again. Finally, Nian was certain. He really had been targeted. Nian's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and eventually, he came to a halt. What do we do now? Luna had seen it too. Her pretty face turned slightly pale as she asked Nian. It really does seem to be coming straight for me. Nian's eyes darted rapidly as his mind raced. I couldn't sense the summons when the little girl was present. Could it be that when she's around, the red light can't detect me either? Nian considered a certain possibility. He made a snap decision and said to Luna, I'll use the guidance technique to lure the little girl out. You keep a close eye on the red light. If it shifts position, don't call me. If it keeps coming this way, wake me up immediately. The little girl? Luna was taken aback. But soon, she nodded solemnly. Nian stopped at a street corner. He sent Luna up to the roof, where she had a wider view, then sat cross-legged on the street himself and began using the guidance technique. Soon, starlight enveloped his entire body. Not long after, a small, red figure appeared, just as expected. The little girl, clutching her doll, craned her neck to look at Nian, then turned her head and glanced up at Luna on the roof ridge. Luna's heart skipped a beat at that glance. She'd been discovered. Just as Luna was feeling a bit anxious, the little girl had already curled up at Nian's feet. Although she'd seen Luna, she didn't make any other move. Luna let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the little girl again. She looked up, scrutinizing the red light. But just a moment later, she spoke up, Nian, the red light is still heading this way. It hasn't stopped. Sure enough, the red light in the distance was drawing nearer, and the rumble of thunder grew louder. Hearing the sound, Nian opened his eyes immediately. The little girl curled up in front of him, however, looked a bit dazed. She stared at Nian blankly. Is it over already? This is different from before. She hadn't even fallen asleep yet. Nian opened his eyes and saw the little girl as well. This time, she was curled up at his feet. The two stared at each other. Seeing the little girl's somewhat bewildered expression, Nian smiled helplessly. I'll let you get some proper rest next time. From Luna, he already knew that the little girl seemed to need his spiritual energy. Whenever he entered meditation, she would curl up at his feet to sleep, and at the same time, she appeared to be able to absorb the spiritual energy radiating from his body. After saying this, seeing that the little girl still looked completely bewildered, Nian hesitated for a moment. Unable to resist, he instinctively reached out to touch her head. To his surprise, his hand actually made contact. Her hair felt very soft to the touch, and Nian couldn't help but gently ruffle it. Nian's sudden movement seemed to startle the little girl. She instinctively clutched the doll in her hands tighter. But immediately afterward, a warm, large hand covered her head and gently ruffled her hair, a gesture that left the little girl frozen in place. She stared wide-eyed in bewilderment. A moment later, unable to resist, she rubbed her cheek against Nian's palm. She seemed to really enjoy Nian's touch. However, after nuzzling Nian's palm, she spun around and vanished into thin air. Nian was taken aback. A moment later, he exhaled softly and suddenly asked, if the source of the calamity resolves its own obsession, what happens to the obsession itself? Luna paused for a moment, then shook her head. That I don't know either. Of the 3 ways to resolve a calamity domain, resolving the source's obsession is the most difficult. Cases like this little girl's are especially rare. At least my mother has never seen one. So, I don't know how it will turn out in the end. Nian fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, he exhaled softly and said to Luna, it looks like we'll have to part ways again for a while. Luna opened her mouth, but quickly closed it again, looking at Nian. The red light was clearly heading straight for Nian. Continuing to bring Luna along would only put her in unnecessary danger. Fortunately, the rest of this calamity domain was relatively safe for now. It's safe around here. Just wait here for a bit. If I manage to survive, I'll come find you. If not, well, you'll just have to play it by ear. After saying this to Luna, Nian stood up, leaped onto the roof ridge, and set Luna down on the ground. Luna looked up at him, her brows furrowed. After a long moment, she could only whisper, "Then please be careful."
Mm.
Nien nodded, then turned his gaze back to the red light, which had clearly grown brighter. As expected, plans never keep up with changes.
He originally resolved to lie low until the calamity domain ended. Clearly, things hadn't gone as he hoped.
But since events had unfolded this far and he already exhausted every possible solution, he had no choice but to face the situation head-on. He set his backpack on the ground, pulled out a bottle of water, and gulped it down in one go, leaving the rest for Luna. With an uncertain fate ahead, carrying these items would be useless, they'd only get in the way. He glanced at Luna one last time, then, without a moment's hesitation, Nien sprang into action and sprinted away. Luna stood where she was, watching him, her lips tightly pursed, worry etched on her brow. This time, Nien didn't change direction.
On the contrary,
he began moving toward the red light. Since it was already clear that the red light had set its sights on him, rather than passively fleeing, he might as well take the initiative.
Perhaps he could even gain some upper hand.
He had absolutely no idea what exactly had happened over there after the source of the calamity emerged. If he kept running like this, by the time the red light caught up to him, he'd be at a complete disadvantage.
The reason was simple.
He hadn't seen a single one of them, Rose, Iron Hand, or even the patrolman anywhere.
Had they really been killed by the calamity source?
Or were they actually still alive, perhaps even following right behind the red light right now?
Nien actually leaned more toward the latter possibility.
After all, Rose, Iron Hand, and their group had dared to open the calamity domain. He didn't believe they would have been wiped out so easily. It's quite possible they weren't wiped out at all. Perhaps the calamity was simply drawn to him, so they chose to wait and see, possibly even trailing right behind it. If that's really the case, it's not good news for Nien. Because whether it's Rose, Iron Hand, or some other organization allied with them, they'd certainly not look kindly upon an outsider like him. He wasn't sure if he could handle the source of disaster, but if that group were to play the role of the third party, he would likely be doomed. So, he had to figure out first whether it was just the source of disaster approaching,
or if there were others lurking behind it, waiting to play the role of the third party.
The wound in his stomach was excruciating, but at this point, Nien couldn't afford to worry about it. Pushing through the pain, he scrambled over rooftops, racing swiftly toward the source of the red light. The sound of thunder grew ever more intense. Finally, not long after, Nien saw where the source of the disaster was. Streaks of red lightning sliced across the sky, leaving menacing, blood-red scars in the dim, yellowish night. Amidst this web of lightning, a massive red light was moving through the dead city.
Boom! 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 Houses were being destroyed. This massive source of light, humanoid in form, was plowing through the dead city, directly crashing into and collapsing many buildings like a bulldozer.
Nien's gaze sharpened.
Was this a giant?
He looked up. Another bolt of lightning flashed, momentarily piercing the red glow surrounding this colossal creature.
Then, Nien saw a face. A man's face. A man?
But wasn't he the source of the disaster supposed to be that woman?
Nien's brows furrowed deeply. What was going on? Nien frowned.
He had assumed the source of the disaster would be that woman, but the result was unexpected. Not only was the source of the calamity not that woman, it wasn't even the figure that had appeared in the play of light and shadow.
Or could it be that he isn't actually the source of the calamity? That was quite possible.
Because the voice that had summoned him had echoed in Nien's mind, and that voice belonged to a deranged woman. The red lantern between his eyebrows was closely linked to the source of the calamity. Since the voice was female, the probability that the source was female was very high.
But why was it a man right now?
Nien couldn't figure it out, but soon, he temporarily pushed that doubt to the back of his mind. Regardless of gender, it was certain that this thing had set its sights on him. So he had no choice but to face it. With that in mind, Nien looked up and began surveying his surroundings. After just a moment of careful observation, Nien's eyes narrowed slightly. In the desolate city behind the colossal man, he saw many figures flashing by.
He actually guessed correctly.
Those must be members of Rose and other organizations.
Sure enough, they hadn't been wiped out instead. Since this giant had come looking for him for some reason, they'd chosen to wait and see, following close behind.
The situation suddenly became extremely dire.
The giant was looking for him, and these people were biding their time and following behind. So no matter how he responded from here on out, he was bound to be exposed to this group's line of sight. And this group was no pushover. They were all criminals. And their methods were ruthless. They once slit a student's throat. They even outwitted the police. What was there that they wouldn't do? If he were discovered by them under these circumstances, would he even have a chance of survival? Nyen's mind raced.
Fortunately, the giant had come toward him, and he spotted this group first. Otherwise, if he kept running, if the giant had spotted him first, and he clashed with the giant without realizing it, thereby exposing himself to this group, he would have been as good as dead.
But now,
he gradually narrowed his eyes. There was still a chance to turn things around.
Aren't they trying to play the third party? Then he
would force them to be the sacrificial pawn. He thought quickly, surveyed the terrain, and finally looked up at the giant. Amid the flashes of lightning, he noticed the giant's expression was extremely blank, yet at that moment, its gaze had already settled on him. The two locked eyes in midair. Its speed seemed to have increased. Without a moment's hesitation, Nyen sprang into action, dashing sideways at full speed. Now, paying no heed to the wound on his abdomen, he activated the 7-step dash and raced along the ground. Although he was using the standard 7-step dash rather than the upgraded version, perhaps because his legs had been strengthened once again, his speed was extraordinarily far faster than before.
A rough estimate put his current speed at around 40 meters per second.
This was already very close to the speed of an 8th-rank martial artist. If he were to use the upgraded 7-step dash, he should be able to break through to around 70 or 80 meters per second. Although still not quite on par with a 7th-rank martial artist, it shouldn't be far off.
Nyen charged headlong, a searing pain tearing through his abdomen, but he gritted his teeth and endured it.
He felt that his tolerance for pain seemed much stronger now than before. Nyen began circling the giant, who immediately reacted, shifting his stance and continuing to pursue Nyen. Now that he could see the giant clearly, Nyen's last shred of hope vanished.
Sure enough, it was coming straight for him.
So he picked up his pace once more. The giant's change of direction also alerted those who had been following in the shadows.
It's changed direction again. What exactly is its target?
In the dim, desolate city, someone was running swiftly, keeping close behind the giant. When they noticed the giant change direction yet again, they all wore expressions of gravity and confusion. One of them, a young man with a furrowed brow, was moving at an incredible speed, running along the rooftops, with several other figures by his side.
Li Yanqing, this is the former leader of your Rose faction. With such an unexpected turn of events, don't you have any idea what's going on?
Suddenly, he spoke up. Among the many figures sprinting along, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s with long hair that fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of narrow eyes that flickered between light and shadow. His entire demeanor seemed somewhat gloomy. Hearing the young man's words, he glanced at him before replying indifferently, "Shen Zhaolin is suspicious by nature and deeply calculating. You all know this well. If I really knew anything, would I be cooperating with you this time? This is the second time, Zhou Koyun.
This is the second time you've questioned me. I don't want there to be a third."
Having said that, the man named Li Yanqing fell silent, but the look in his eyes as he stared at the young man named Zhou Koyun was extremely somber, even in the darkness of the night.
The warning was plain to see. Zhou Koyun raised an eyebrow. A flash of coldness crossed his eyes as he said indifferently, "Oh? So I'm not allowed to ask questions if I have doubts? Li Yanqing, you've only been the leader for a few days. Are you already being so domineering? If you want to be domineering, go take it out on your Rose people. That one work with me."
Zhou Koyun wasn't about to indulge him. With a faint smile, he struck back directly.
This made Li Yanqing's gaze grow even darker.
The atmosphere inexplicably became tense and charged. Suddenly, an impatient voice rang out.
Are you two out of your minds? What are you even doing here? If you want to argue or fight, get out of the calamity domain. You two can beat each other to death for all I care, and no one will stop you. Now that Xin Zhaolin has undergone this strange transformation, and the purpose remains unclear, are you two still going to argue here? Damn it, I fought my ass off. It took a hell of a lot of effort just to take down those 3 huge women, and I haven't even gotten my hands on the artifact yet, when Xin Zhaolin suddenly started acting weird and ran over here like his life depended on it. Now he's just running in circles again. If you guys hadn't held me back, I would have gone after him ages ago. If you two keep arguing, I'm going to go test him out. If I can't beat him, I'll just make a run for it. You guys can handle this on your own. The speaker was a burly, bald man. His body was all muscle, and he was massive, probably over 2 meters tall, looking incredibly imposing. Yet he was by no means slow as he sprinted along. Hearing the two of them argue, he cursed incessantly in sheer frustration. Earlier, he'd successfully taken down a massive woman. The group in the middle of the argument quickly spun around to look. Only then did they realize. The colossal Xin Zhaolin, who had been running forward, had actually turned around. And it looked like he was heading straight for them. They all froze for a moment. What was going on? As he moved, the giant in the middle began to follow him. He was enormous, tens of meters tall, with thunder crackling all over his body. With every step he took, he was like a bulldozer, crashing through the buildings of the dead city, the rumbling sounds never ceasing. As this happened, the distance between the two kept shrinking. After all, the giant kept moving forward, while Nian had to take a detour. The giant looked a bit clumsy, but that was only an illusion. A giant dozens of meters tall covered dozens of meters with a single stride. Even though Nian was slightly faster, his advantage was limited. Before they knew it, the distance between them had dropped to less than 500 meters. And it was still closing rapidly. The roar of thunder grew louder and louder. Red arcs of lightning occasionally sliced through the air, creating a sense of imminent danger, as if a bolt might strike one's head at any moment. Fortunately, after this brief interval, Nian had already achieved his goal. He had successfully circled around to the direction where he'd spotted the figure earlier. And, as expected, just as the giant finished turning around, Nian faintly heard someone ahead letting out a cry of surprise. He could only hope that none of these people possessed an innate ability similar to Hoas, otherwise, he'd likely be in trouble. Nian thought to himself. But in reality, even if there was nothing he could do. It was now a case of no turning back. He had to go through with it. Even if someone had spotted him, he'd still have to proceed this way. He looked toward the direction from which the voices faintly came, then quickly approached. Finally, atop a row of rooftops, he spotted a group of people. There weren't many of them, only about 20 or 30. This was exactly what Nian had expected. The remnant had gathered here before, and he sensed them disappearing repeatedly over a period of time. This suggested that organizations like Rose had once engaged in a major battle with the remnant. During that battle, many must have been rendered incapacitated. After all, to deal with the remnant, they needed a 2-for-1 exchange. Without regard for the cost, they could only manage a 1-for-1 exchange, forcing themselves to endure the excruciating pain in their heads to land one final blow, while enduring 2 mental spikes. That was the absolute limit. At least, it was the limit for an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist. After 2 mental spikes, a 9th-rank martial artist would be completely incapable of continuing the fight. So it was understandable that there weren't many people left at this moment. But those who had made it this far were likely no ordinary people. 8th-rank martial artists are likely few and far between. Most are probably 7th-rank martial artists. These are the true powerhouses of organizations like Rose. No patrol officers in sight. I wonder if they're hiding or if they've already been killed by these organizations. Nian concealed his presence and moved in quickly, all the while pondering this question. Quite a few patrol officers had entered as well. Besides Ho, Luo Hansu, and the other 4 he'd seen before, there was also the main force that had come to rescue the students this time. These organizations seemed to have found a way to get the Countermeasure Division to send a large number of people here. He'd first encountered Ho in the Calamity Domain, and during a conversation with a suspected member of the Rose organization, the latter had mentioned this.
It was also at that time that he witnessed a fierce battle between members of that organization and the patrol officers, which ultimately resulted in the deaths of several officers.
In other words, these organizations had been secretly hunting down patrol officers all along.
The patrol officers likely had no intelligence on the Calamity domain, and with these organizations hunting them in the shadows, the casualties caught completely off guard were easy to imagine. Of course, it wasn't impossible that patrol officers had actually arrived as well. It's just that there is a possibility they weren't with these organization members, but were hiding elsewhere. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He'd just keep it in the back of his mind. The most crucial thing was to get this group to engage the giants in battle. Only then would Nien have a chance to take advantage of the chaos. He was the giants' target, though he didn't know why they singled him out. It clearly wasn't a good sign. If he let things play out without doing anything, he'd be exposed to everyone's view in an instant. That would leave him with no chance of survival. He had to stir up chaos among them, only then would he have a chance to live.
As these thoughts raced through his mind, Nien had already closed in on the group.
Sure enough, when they saw the giant turn around, they all flinched. But soon, they began to retreat and scatter. They had no intention of confronting the giant head-on. Seeing this, Nien wasn't entirely surprised after all. The fact that they dared to follow right behind this giant spoke volumes.
If the giant were to attack anyone the moment he spotted them, how could these people have stayed so close for so long?
Watching them scatter, Nien let out a soft sigh.
Sorry, but I can't let you get away. Otherwise, I'd be the one who dies.
With that thought, Nien hesitated no longer. He focused his mind, locking his gaze on one of the retreating figures, and in the next moment,
mental spike.
An invisible wave suddenly radiated from between his eyebrows and, in the next instant, surged directly toward the target dozens of meters away, who had his back turned to him.
Almost instantly,
the figure that had been retreating suddenly stiffened all over and collapsed to the ground. This sudden commotion clearly caught the attention of those around them, and they looked over in surprise.
Then, a strained and panicked voice rang out from that direction. A mental attack. Shin Zhaolin would actually use a mental attack to launch a preemptive strike.
The man clutched his head in agony and shouted loudly.
What? What is going on? Aren't these giant Calamity domain creatures supposed to rely mainly on physical combat? How could they suddenly launch a mental attack?
This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Some cried out in shock.
Though their exclamations were brief, they conveyed a wealth of information.
But Nien knew this wasn't the time to dwell on it. He shifted his gaze once more, locking onto his next target.
Mental spike. Another mental spike shot out.
Instantly, that target let out a blood-curdling scream, and his fleeing figure crashed to the ground.
He screamed, "It's a mental attack."
He really is using mental spikes to launch a proactive assault. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed.
What is the most troublesome aspect of the remnant? Isn't it the mental attacks? Now Shin Zhaolin's giant form has mastered this ability as well? What are we going to do?
For a moment, shock spread across everyone's faces, yet no one stepped forward. As the giant drew ever closer, these people still hesitated.
Nien didn't hesitate at all. Mental spike, mental spike, mental spike.
In an instant, 3 consecutive mental spikes were unleashed.
Ah! Damn it, he is attacking me.
3 more people screamed in agony, clutching their heads and wailing in pain. At that moment, the group could no longer sit idly by. One of the bald, burly men's face twisted with anguish for a split second before he finally roared, "Damn it, screw it, let us just go for it.
Are we really going to wait for this thing to hit each of us? By then, forget about the artifact, it's not even certain we'll survive. Let us take him down."
As soon as he finished speaking, the bald, burly man who'd been seething with anger all along held nothing back. Nien saw his figure blur suddenly, and he vanished from where he stood. His speed was astonishing. The next moment, he had already appeared at the giant's head, 100 meters away.
"Fuck you, sit the hell down." Boom. With a deafening roar, the burly man amid his furious shout actually delivered a vicious kick straight to the giant's head. Terrifying force surged suddenly. That single kick sent out a shockwave. This burly man was clearly at least a 7th-rank martial artist. His strength was terrifying, and his entire body radiated an extremely vigorous flow of chi and blood. That powerful, heavy kick struck the giant squarely in the face, and the giant's previously numb and dazed gaze suddenly seemed to clear. He let out a strange, mournful howl, and under the force of that strange power, his running stride faltered, and he stumbled backward. "What are you all waiting for? Go!" The bald man's kick had done the trick. After somersaulting several times in midair and landing, he shouted loudly at the group behind him. The people behind him exchanged glances, but eventually, they all gritted their teeth and acted without further hesitation. Instantly, more than 20 figures burst forward with terrifying speed, lunging toward the giant. Nian, standing at the back of the crowd, let out a long exhale. It worked! Now, it all came down to the outcome of their final battle. Hopefully, this thing would be killed outright. Clutching his stomach, the pain having clearly worsened from the prolonged run, his face slightly pale, he plopped down onto the roof ridge. Panting slightly, he watched the great battle in the distance one he single-handedly instigated. Another streak of blood appeared. This time, however, it was on Yang Tianhao's arm, which took even him by surprise. From what Lan Er had told him, he could imagine just how pitiful a young man like this must be, one who led his father away from the clan and then worked to suppress it. The flickering platform housed a lamp from the dawn of creation. Here, one could bind a soul, forge a physical body, and return to the world. This object could bind the souls of the world. Since Gu Chengchuan had come out in plain clothes, he wasn't wearing a safety rope and couldn't catch the man attempting suicide. He could only find a foothold and suddenly lunge forward to tackle the man. The consensus on the online forums was unanimous. Many people simply didn't know or didn't understand why this was happening at all. Though he had shown him mercy, the other pressed forward relentlessly, yielding not an inch, until he had driven Wang Dian all the way to the outer gates, to the farthest reaches of the East Sea, where even the immortals could scarcely discern him with the naked eye. That was enough. I leaped into the air and unleashed a fierce slash at the night bat, which was still lost in its own world. Unfortunately, it dodged it swiftly, but the attack severed the beam it was perched on, scattering wood shards all over the floor. "What about your younger brother?" Although Qi Xiuqiu had never met her husband's younger brother or his family, he had mentioned them before. She hadn't paid much attention at the time, and since she'd been studying, she hadn't dared to let her mind wander. Now was a good opportunity to learn more about her in-law's situation, so she wouldn't make a fool of herself when they met in the future. In terms of cultivation, Guo Bao had also reached the 4th level of the Tai Divine Thunder Art, and was now capable of condensing 4 strands of celestial thunder, meaning he could unleash 4 bolts of celestial thunder. Most importantly, at the 4th level of the Tai Divine Thunder Art, its form had already undergone a transformation. Had it not been for the Purple Way Emperor personally presiding over the Tai Star, a presence that struck fear into the hearts of all disciples of the 3 teachings, of full-scale battle would have erupted long ago. He sensed no trace of a departed soul transforming into feathers, or the sensation of reincarnation emanating from the corpse before him, only a void, a hollow emptiness that weighed heavily on his heart. No streaks of white light signifying a soulless ascension appeared around him. There was only a gentle mountain breeze and the solitary figure of Miju deep in thought, while the village lay in deathly silence. In the presence of spirit weapons, even renowned weapons were a notch below. Not that one was necessarily stronger than the other, but because there was a world of difference in the strength of the swordsman wielding them. Still, he knew that if he didn't go down, and something happened to young Qi, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by everyone here, and not just in a casual way, because if anything happened to young Qi, it would be largely his fault. He turned his head again to look at the fire venerable and the other man, only to see that they, too, had collapsed to the ground. A chill instantly ran through his heart. Just then, a squad of soldiers clad in black battle armor appeared beside them. A man completely encased in black armor addressed them. "Are you 2 friends of Erosion, Immortal?" The 2 men froze upon hearing this. Hong Shui thought to himself, when exactly did these black-armored men appear? Princess Sophie did not shake his hand, but instead stared at Yang Yi for a long time before suddenly breaking into a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Mu Anrun's remark came as a shock. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at him, waiting for an explanation. If Zhou Liang's estimate was correct, 1,000 meters west from here should mark the end of the second section of the ancient path, where they would find the vortex gate leading into the third section. Shan Yang said, "I really don't know. I'm just an ordinary engineer." As he spoke, Shan Yang glanced furtively at Sanmu. It seemed that Sanmu was more advanced in his cultivation than he was. Sanmu must know the answer. Faced with the facts, no one could argue. Dr. Edward and all the members of the Royal Medical College were utterly convinced, and the traditional Chinese medicine that Lin Feng had worked so hard to spread was instantly discarded by them as worthless. She felt a bit puzzled. Su Zimo was only at the heavenly man realm. How could he have been one step ahead of her in detecting the Rakshasa ghostess movements? Finally, after all the demon soldiers had been spat out by the black hole, their leader appeared. Yun Shanshan was thrilled to discover that this person was none other than the demon clan's current top idol style master, the demon king Lucifer. As soon as she said this, she glanced back at her older brother and saw that he was still gazing at Yan Lan as if spellbound. She took a few steps back and walked over to his side. At that moment, Li Qiong had completely shed the arrogance and haughtiness she had displayed at the beginning. Wu Jiangning waved his right hand, and a whirlwind appeared before him, directly blocking the 7 slaying flames. As the LPL summer split drew to a close, viewers began to wonder which team would ultimately secure a spot in S7. The handsome young man in white, who had already spotted the item being auctioned below, let out a soft chuckle. His eyes burned with intensity. He seemed to possess an unshakable conviction that he must obtain this object at all costs. Why does it have to be hide them or kill them all? Can't we just kill Hermione? After all, once the mission is complete, we'll go our separate ways. Whatever happens afterward won't concern us. Do you really think the Divine Lord can track you down and take the reward back? After listening for a while, Tian Tangxingzhou finally grasped the crux of the matter and asked, exasperated. After all, Jiang Yu was the commander personally appointed by the Zhou Emperor, and he was also the one with the highest cultivation level among those present. No one dared to question him. In the dining room next door, Dongfang Zian was helping serve the food. The table was laden with a dazzling array of dishes, their aroma filling the air, a truly sumptuous spread. He used 40,000 yuan to pay off his debts, leaving him with 20,000 yuan. He still wanted to try his luck at gambling one last time. Who knows, maybe he could turn things around? So you'd better just accept your fate. Zhou Yunying extended her right hand, slowly clenching her fist. What I want to tell you is that, starting today, you'll have to buy all your goods from me. I'm sure none of you will have any objections, right? Jeff made no attempt to hide his ambitions. He stated them outright. He intended to dominate half of M Country's underground goods market. However, just as Long Kuan was about to strike, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Feng, blocking his path. Back in the ghost cave, circumstances had forced her to fight alongside Meng Fan, a decision that was, after all, understandable. According to the rules of the Gu Poison sect, only disciples who had reached the 5th stage of qi refining were eligible to begin cultivation. At that moment, on the Yangtze River Bridge, many couples were strolling hand in hand, admiring the night views on both sides of the river. Now that he had reached the Jedan realm, Yi Fei was even more certain of one thing: what was described in the Yen Du Ju was absolutely not a lie. 3 months. Once this black line reaches your heart, I'm afraid not even Earthstore Bodhisattva could save you, Shangwan Luyun said. Alliance leader Yashu and the Buddhist disciple exchanged glances, both narrowing their eyes slightly as a faint, icy glint flashed in their eyes. Meng Fan cast a glance at the Zhan Tian space, as if surveying his own domain. Finally, his gaze lingered for a few seconds on the mysterious water's surface. He released his grip on the threshold, allowing the teleportation force to hurl him out. If Qin Zheng continued down this path, even if Qin Sheng and Wu Guang did not rebel, there would surely be others such as Zhang Shang and Li Guang who would rise up in revolt. Luo Jia could see how weakened the golden dragon was at that moment. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet she was utterly powerless to help. Lei Tingting said in a tone that brooked no argument, "I'll stay in the guest room." Then she stopped Zhang Nianzhu, who was about to stand up, with a glance. Jin Xiang's reply was full of confidence.
The members of the Tsinglong sect feared nothing under heaven and were bold and unrestrained. This could be sensed from the overall character and atmosphere of their disciples. He had indeed heard the chaotic screech of brakes at the time, but since his car hadn't actually collided with anyone and fueled by his own resentment, he hadn't paid it any mind. Who could have imagined the consequences would be so severe? Although he was curious about what exactly had happened to her, he also knew the saying that curiosity killed the cat. As members of the inner courtyard, their status was only slightly higher than that of ordinary disciples. They certainly wouldn't be treated with such grand ceremony. Inside the room, Lei Yuanzhang and Duan Xiaoling sat across from each other, with old Guo lying down between them. They looked just like a family having dinner. In fact, Sang Ziyun's guess was correct. Yu Mingxin possessed the Blood Soul Pearl, a rare treasure from the immortal realm that allowed her to freely enter any space. Stepping into a barrier was as easy for her as walking through her own garden. "I know who the killer is, and I know how they left the scene," Tang Long stated with certainty. That fire snake was saturated with fire elements, radiating intense heat. If an ordinary person were to touch its body with bare hands, they'd surely get a huge blister from the burn. With a cold smile, Yi Qingcheng continued casting spells frantically, providing vision while occasionally snatching a few monsters here and there. She didn't hold back in the slightest despite the appearance of that stone cannon shooter. Qin Shiyu had long since weighed his options. Rather than using disguise techniques in front of a subhuman who, like himself, came from the Shenmen tradition, it would be far more practical to simply convert his own Dantian. Surely that subhuman wouldn't possess 5 Dantian either, otherwise, he wouldn't have passed down the method of using mental energy to mimic other attributes of spiritual energy within the tower realm. By now, the sly snake was completely dead, his body still frozen in the posture of kneeling on the ground, his bare hands fully exposed as if ready to catch a blade. Li Dong hoisted his heavy frame in that instant. His aged face took on a look of utter desperation. Isolated and without any support, Li Dong knew deep down that at this very moment, he was no match for Dao Kong, but the arrow was already on the string. He had no choice but to release it. This time, without relying on the Great Seal of the Heavens, and relying solely on the will of a quasi-emperor, Li Dong traced the character Jin. Sure enough, Xiaochen suddenly struck, grabbing Jorson by the throat, instantly subduing him and lifting him into the air. For now, he could only rely on himself. Yi Tian rummaged through his Qiankuan bag, hoping to find something useful. The deputy magistrate of Gaotang Prefecture, accompanied by his officials, pays his respects to General Wu Song. Zhang Li led the delegation to pay their respects to Wu Song. By the time Yi Tian had completely scraped away the last few sheets of yellow paper, only one of his hands remained outside. At the same time, thanks to the camouflage provided by the formation, it wouldn't be recognized by anyone. Otherwise, if the major players in this alternate world detected him openly using the power of the opposing faction escort system, Shen Yi, who hadn't fully recovered yet, would have no choice but to make a run for it. "Hey, you're not planning to kill me, are you?" Su Chen sensed a murderous intent in Sui Fan's pitch-black eyes. That habitual gesture, that cascade of lustrous hair spilling from beneath the helmet like a black waterfall, always sent a thrill through Su Chen. The figure broke free, swung his arm, and flung the 2 wolf-servant claws he was gripping upward. With 2 sharp cracks, both arms were wrenched from their sockets. Tuya spun around in midair, cradling Chen Shui in his arms. His smile was as fleeting as a night-blooming flower, warm and captivating, but he rarely smiled, giving the illusion that nothing in this world was worth his smile. Age nodded in agreement, though a shadow of doubt flitted. "I pulled out a return scroll to teleport back to Silent City, then used the teleporter to reach Yuecheng County. This territory ID seized from Ming Meng. I hadn't really taken a proper look at it since I captured it. Of course, before that, I needed to change the name of this county. Yuecheng County, just hearing it makes my teeth itch." Wang Jin's heart sank at that moment. He felt a sense of despair and disappointment unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. He never expected, truly never expected, that his own men would do something like this, and that the others would even act as if it were perfectly normal. "I waited at the foot of the mountain for about 10 minutes apart from a few people with special circumstances. Everyone else in the guild was online." Xia Yanhuo was flabbergasted. Didn't she give him her first kiss 7 years ago? Sure enough, she had long since forgotten him, yet he couldn't stop thinking about her. "My sister didn't say anything, she just put her hand to her mouth." I immediately understood what was going on and closed my eyes to listen carefully. However, this stone figure wasn't in particularly good condition. From the front, it was clear he was very frail. His left stone arm had cracked, and the crack didn't look natural. It appeared to have been caused by human hands. Gu Ruotong stared at the procession, finding it extremely strange. There was only one place in the world that would be so flamboyant and extravagant: the world-renowned Longting Academy. Yet she herself could only attend Houwu Academy. How could a lowlife like Gu Sikhan possibly be qualified to attend Longting Academy? Everything that had happened had already unfolded, but what would happen next remained unknown. It was precisely because such events kept occurring one after another that people felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The entire situation had already quietly shifted at that very moment. Li Di, Li Qi, and Li Siyuan appeared together in the conference room. It was already the third day since they met with Ban Bang. Over the past 2 days, Li Chen had re-examined his plan once more before summoning these three. Originally, the material Xia Haoren had mentioned didn't seem like much of a challenge to Old Master. When Qin Shijin arrived, everyone was having dinner in the dining room. Qin Yaozong, Feng Xian, Qin Muyan, Qin Yihui, and Guan Feifei were all there. Lu Zhan heard it all clearly, and his expression immediately changed. When he called by Kai Feng, the tone indicated her phone was turned off. It turned out she had blocked him. She looked left, right, up, and down, but couldn't see even the slightest hint that this weirdo liked her. Okay? Fortunately, Yili was with Ding Mo, so Chu Haoxuan wasn't too worried. He figured it wouldn't matter if he arrived a little late. At worst, Ding Mo would just spend a little more time playing with Yili. That child, Tongan, just doesn't give me any peace of mind. That's why I'm so worried about her. Now that she is back in the country and enrolled at Zhongzheng, it's about time we started making plans for her marriage, said Tong Zhang. This burly man had just tried to step in and help him, and judging by what the Heaven Gate inspector had said that he was from Mount Tai City, this man must surely be one of Qin Shenhui's men. Standing nearby, Xia Shankui looked extremely calm, his expression unreadable as he gazed at Mrs. Liang on the sickbed, though deep down he was brimming with smug satisfaction. Lu Xiao gently lifted the black veil covering her face, her expression sorrowful, her smile tinged with awkwardness. Congratulations, Brother Mu. As she spoke, her gaze was clearly fixed on Chu Shuiyao. It was unclear whether she was congratulating Mu Yunqing on his initial attainment of the Sword Saint rank or on having such a lovely companion as Chu Shuiyao by his side. Yingyin put away the painting of a beauty playing the zither on the table and left, feeling agitated. He unconsciously drove to the building where Yuan Shao lived and walked up the stairs as if it were second nature. Without needing a key, he opened Yuan Shao's front door. Right. It must be urgent. Tian Mo hopped up and down, unable to reach Sun Er, so he gave up trying to catch her and asked with concern. It's begun. Xin Rueske swept the area imperceptibly, pausing briefly on a young man covered in dust, dressed like a beggar, who had no seat of his own and was sitting against a tree. A faint gleam flashed in her eyes before she withdrew her gaze. Xian nodded in satisfaction. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, the 100,000-strong army split into 5 columns, preparing to completely encircle Wuxing County from the north, northeast, east, southeast, and south. Situyu could never have imagined that one day, the inhuman torment and retribution he would suffer would not come from those he had wronged, but from his own flesh and blood son. Stared at by countless eyes, this imperial palace powerhouse tried to say something, but as soon as he uttered a single word, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and a metallic tang surge up. He was certain it was definitely not saliva. Tang and asked softly. Michael Eisner, feeling guilty, would surely offer a massive contract to compete with CBS. Yun Xiao didn't waste time on small talk. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, though his voice lacked its usual vigor, he commanded all the powerful members of the Yun Alliance to respectfully acknowledge his orders and go make preparations. The reshuffling of the power dynamics in Yangzhou sent shockwaves through the entire southeastern region of the server, much like an earthquake. Yet beneath the surface calm, even more intense undercurrents were churning, though neither enemies, allies, nor Jiang Zhuo himself had yet realized this. This was a battle with an incredibly lopsided power disparity, like a battle between an orc and a goblin. Yet at this moment, Sean was that utterly frail goblin. The young man's strange artifact was quite peculiar. It was a golden boot, adorned with exquisite patterns and no bigger than the palm of a hand. A radiance emanated from it, scattering flecks of gold. It looked absolutely breathtaking. Seeing this boot, Nian couldn't help but recall the opponent's ghostly speed. This really couldn't help but spark certain associations.
At present, Jiang.
If it had been any other teacher, she might have panicked for a moment, but Duan Muroching certainly didn't need to. Ward, I advise you to leave this place. Otherwise, all of you brothers from Qishui who have come to China may be expelled.
Xiao Fan replied with great authority.
In his previous life, he had heard of soldiers who, after spending too long on the battlefield, knew nothing but killing and developed a certain syndrome, unable to lead a peaceful life upon returning home, and even going so far as to mistake their own family members for enemies and kill them. The kingdom's previous development plan needed to be revised to prioritize military strength from now on, but this wasn't something that could be changed overnight. Jiang Xianjin wore a calm expression, as if to say, I knew it would turn out this way. Although the old man loved children, he was very reasonable as long as he was allowed to hold the baby, everything else was negotiable.
Xu Si frowned. Why would someone be targeting her right now?
Moreover, that person seemed like a cat toying with a mouse, following them without making a move, just wanting to watch them run away. Then, Yang Jia began slurping up his noodles, while Yan Jiao watched him from the side with a loving gaze, a truly heartwarming scene.
Yang Jia, that was amazing. You're so incredible.
It felt absolutely incredible, it was simply indescribable, Yao Xan said excitedly as she pinched Yang Jia's nose.
Being with Chu Nantang made one feel safe and relaxed, wanting to stay together forever.
But when faced with Mr. Shen, one felt pressured and uncomfortable. The low price gave people the impression that you get what you pay for. Even when Uncle Yao explained that his son had caught the fish himself, no one believed him. After regaining his composure, the man in black gradually fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, who was preparing to sneak out the window. He let out a cold laugh, his feet moving like the wind as he charged toward Lin Hao like a phantom. As he moved, a short dagger glinting with a cold light appeared in his hand. The spot Long Quan had chosen was indeed lovely, surrounded by mountains and water, with birds singing and flowers in bloom. As Long Ming entered the cave, Long Quan was meditating. He was gathering his fighting energy, attempting to become one with nature and then break free from the constraints of his physical body. Descending the stone steps, the scene before them plunged into darkness. Water dripped ceaselessly from the damp cave ceiling, and the pitch-black tunnel was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. 20,000 blocks was practically the same as 2 blocks to these rich kids. They had no concept of money. Their fathers were so capable, they were practically money-making machines that spending a few $100,000 to buy it was no big deal. It took her a long time to stop sobbing. When she lifted her head to look ahead, she realized he was still standing there with his back to her, his slender figure motionless, as if he, too, were enduring some kind of pain. All the while, Long Ming had been keeping a close eye on the movements above the cliff. As soon as the great flying dragon took off, he planned to find a way up. The two of them chatted back and forth like this until late into the night. The lights in the surrounding buildings and the houses along the mountainside had all gone out, and the trainees had mostly gone to rest.
That's right.
What you stole the day was a fake. The one in your hand is the real one, Fan Shui said. It turned out that after GFA had slipped away secretly that day, the old man Ji Chang flew into a rage. But since he was, after all, his own son, he couldn't just ignore his disappearance. On one hand, he urgently gathered his generals to issue orders, specifically instructing Nan Gongshi to lead troops directly to Li City, the border town closest to Chaoga, to facilitate a future rescue operation. When his eyes were able to see again, Nian saw abandoned city buildings, vines stretching across the sky, and birds with vibrant, multicolored feathers soaring through the air. The chirping sounds, the warm sunlight. Everything about the scene gave one the feeling of being reborn. Yet Nian's expression remained somewhat dazed, his gaze unfocused. Luna stood beside him, her worried, pale smile causing Shen Mo's heart to skip a beat. Almost instinctively, he pulled her into his arms, as if he wanted to swallow her whole into his chest. However, everyone had underestimated the system's resolve that very night. While Lao Jiu was resting, the entire Xiaoyao Island faced an unprecedented crisis. The fleet patrolling the outer seas had discovered something highly unusual that very day. The man known as President Lin looked in the direction indicated by Assistant Dong. Upon catching Shen Mo's glance, his expression shifted slightly. Though displeased, he was forced to let Chang washing off the hook due to Shin Mo's influence.
Is there something else you're hiding from me, something Mr. Nemophil didn't he tell me? Lu Yan asked.
In all the time she'd known him, this was the first time she'd seen such a bloodthirsty side to this dignified and refined man. After she had spoken those words to Qi Weiyuan, he said nothing more. Knowing his time was short, he stood up and led Qi Yao to the back courtyard. Yi Tian glanced back and saw Zhong Baikon's face covered in beads of nervous sweat, while Zhu Chong remained utterly composed, as if the one facing death were not him and as if he were not even there at all. Gai Shao Jianghu was known as One Sword, the universe, but since the universe he stirred was not the human heart, he naturally had no idea of the dangers involved. He merely nodded hesitantly and said no more. At the same time, the others rushed over one after another, firmly surrounding Ramses in the center. Each of them stared nervously at Lao Jiao in front of them, as if afraid he might suddenly strike. However, Old Nine knew full well that without the divine artifact, he no longer stood a chance. A few days later, Bailaner found out what the so-called betting battle entailed. The demon cultists would send several cultivators, and the Taoists would send several of their own to engage in a life-or-death duel within a special barrier.
By Qing Tian. The black-faced cultist Bai Qing Tian.
Although Xiaorang didn't pay much attention to the mention of Bai Qing Tian, the cultivator who had been meditating and practicing breathing exercises suddenly snapped his eyes open, a look of excitement crossing his face. After all, Bai Qing Tian's reputation was simply too formidable.
Only after Yen Che recounted his entire experience inside the cave did Li Feilong form a bold hypothesis.
With his current cultivation level, once he started running, even without using a teleportation talisman, he could reach a terrifying speed. 300 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. That braggart Qin Xingliang and that yes-man Chen Lanyu had claimed they'd never heard of a robbery since they could remember, and now, here they were, right in the middle of one.
I gave him an approving look.
The fact that he dared to admit defeat showed he was a man of integrity. In truth, he wasn't weak at all. His strength and agility should be enough to defend himself against ordinary level 2 or 3 zombies. It was just that when facing me, who had evolved to level 5 strength, he was bound to come up short.
My eyes bloodshot, I watched Long Xiaotian locked in a fierce battle with Liang Xiaolin in number 36.
My face was already contorted with extreme rage, and my right arm clenched into a fist with veins bulging trembled slightly from the excessive strain. She had long suspected that various international factions would take action and had prepared her troops in advance, of course, while ensuring the spatial rift remained secure.
Since you're collaborating with them?
Xiao Xiaozhe's eyes began to turn slightly red. This was the sign that Xiao Xiaozhe was about to lose his temper. After getting out of the car, I heard the roar of traffic, car horns, and the advertisements and music playing from nearby shops.
Everything felt so vivid.
Only then did Nian vaguely realize that he had truly survived and returned to the civilized modern world. Just as the original hostess memories had suggested, the modern world didn't seem all that different from his past life. The female police officer also got out of the car and motioned to the two of them, head to the classroom first. He clumsily poured himself a full glass, downed it in one gulp, then tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the ceiling, striking the pretentious pose often adopted by reclusive sages, and spoke in a loud, resonant voice. Over here, the zombie, despite clearly sustaining more severe injuries after a wave of attacks, remained in a ferocious and savage state, slamming a fist into Lianqing's abdomen. A pair of cross-shaped crutches cut through the air like a gale, combining speed and power with a seamless blend of offense and defense. Coupled with Jihang's level 22 attribute bonuses, it could be said that few in all of Zone J could match this attack. Li Yunqing merely glanced at Ke without paying her any mind, striding straight toward the gambling table, which infuriated Ke so much she nearly jumped out of her skin. "There's one more thing," Xiaohong said. After all, he couldn't quite maintain a completely calm demeanor, and a hint of anxiety crept into his voice. Deng Hanhua lowered his head to report, but his words served little practical purpose. He himself lacked
confidence and didn't know how to proceed.
Pfft, what a fool! Inha's temper flared as well, a menacing glint flashing in his eyes as he swung his fist forward. The super gang already boasted a massive player base, and even players with considerable strength would be overwhelmed by the vast majority of the gang members if they joined, never to see the light of day again. Du Shuangling was as agile as a swallow, her energy concealed. After a few flashes, She was like a hunting lion, lying in wait among the thorns and peering through the sparse gaps.
What does that mean? Is she his girl? Suchi watched as Mo Diffing charged headlong into the center of the battlefield, still puzzled by Mo Diffing's earlier remark. But before he could ask any further, he saw Zhuge Liang's figure flicker, and his entire body vanished completely.
But since those people were all there to show their support, he couldn't very well snub them, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and stick it out until the very end.
Yasuo is RES guarantee of having one more ban slot than their opponents.
This advantage over all other teams wasn't something RE secured through connections, it was earned through their gameplay. So, to maintain this edge, if Yasuo was available, they must pick him. Before Chumei could finish her sentence, Su Ning pulled her into his arms. She struggled a few times, gesturing for him to take her to another room. Liang Guiyuan glanced over, realizing she was about to post another Weibo to show off her candid shots, and decided to ignore her. At the very least, one must read and learn more about basic common sense, otherwise, it's easy to arouse suspicion in others. Zhao Yucheng snorted disdainfully.
The domineering and icy aura radiating from his entire body made people feel uneasy in the night.
Shi Chen wasn't entirely dismissive either. In fact, he felt a genuine sense of relief. If something had really happened with Guanshuan just now, Zhao Yucheng would absolutely never have forgiven him. Before she could snap out of her blissful surprise, the next moment, Zhao Yucheng had already pulled her downstairs against her will.
Only now did he realize he'd made a misstep.
He shouldn't have acted on impulse, heeding Tang Zgas incitement, and putting himself in such an awkward and difficult position. After another round of fierce attacks and volleys, the enemy troops before them were driven back. Watching the opposing legioness constantly shifting formations, Hua Yun let out a cold laugh and decisively waved her hand to order a retreat. Bai Lian rubbed his eyes and looked out the window, only to find that all the disciples in the hall were sitting cross-legged on the floor, their eyes closed, chests rising and falling, and a wisp of white breath escaping their mouths as they engaged in their morning meditation. As a result, Ding Nan had essentially never fought in battle. She intended to take her martial arts skills to the grave and had no plans to pass them on to others.
What? My brother's back? Let me see him right away.
The young girl's voice rose instantly. Seeing the phone her aunt handed her, Nian took it and quickly saw a beautiful young girl, brimming with youthful vitality, on the video screen.
Brother, I'm so glad you're okay.
I've been worried sick these past few days. The moment the girl saw Nian, her eyes welled up with tears. Bai Mu didn't notice the attack, and since she was standing too close she shifted her body slightly, barely dodging the strike. However, the sight of several strands of hair flying through the air caused Bai Mu's gaze to darken slightly. It was a strange sensation. In Han Lai's memories, she had never done anything so absurd or beyond the realm of the ordinary.
Wang Qingye, imprisoned in the dungeon, was overjoyed.
These past 10-odd days behind bars had left him terrified, fearing for his life. He never expected such good fortune. Lu Fuhong still remembered his merits, and thanks to the Crown Princess intercession, he had turned danger into safety.
As soon as Han Lai entered the shop, he spotted Kongshen.
He still carried that same haughty, elegant demeanor unchanged.
Your Majesty. It's a disaster. Ziliji has rebelled and captured Xanadu.
Yu Chicha rushed in, disregarding all etiquette.
What's your name? What grade in class are you in? The head of student affairs flipped open his notebook and asked sternly.
Whenever her father returned, they treated Yun Xingyue with the utmost kindness and care. But when her father was away, Yun Xingyue's life was worse than that of even the lowest-ranking servant in the mansion. Shi Luo raised his hand, and the condensed water mist suddenly enveloped the wounds on Ying's body, its azure light flickering on and off. It wasn't just the people of Hua village who were puzzled. Even many of the boys couldn't help but glance at the Saigaku group, especially giving Ying a second look. Sometimes, the things she did were quite thought-provoking, but one had to admit, they certainly achieved excellent results. Zhao Qingying listened with a pounding heart, yet dared not interrupt their conversation. She simply stood by, listening and secretly speculating on what Zhao Shi might be thinking.
Shuri watched Lu Tong's expression and grew frantic with worry. Lu Tong, where have you been? I was so worried. Shuri asked with concern.
Two immense forces collided, and the surging energy instantly converged into a single point before exploding with even more terrifying power. The surrounding air warped, and the spatial tremors reduced everything within a 1 li radius to dust. Even though Chui Feng had mastered the art of resonance, the maximum power he could unleash with the Suya was still limited by his current cultivation level. Watching the burly man flying toward him, Shi Yin hesitated for a moment before finally flashing aside to clear a path for the oncoming figure. Neither killing him nor saving him, the burly man flew past Shi Yin and inevitably crashed into a massive tree. As for Wang Xianlong, once the armor had been donned, his speed instantly increased by several notches in the blink of an eye. He soared past the blood dragon and arrived before Fan Jinxiang. Immediately, Chui Feng dismissed this absurd notion. If creatures like the seven-colored reindeer or the Xianyan lion were naturally capable of recognizing certain strange and bizarre characters, Chui Feng would have found it somewhat plausible.
Lu Tong walked into the room and peered out the window at Fei Liangyan. But it seemed Fei Liangyan had no intention of returning to his room to sleep.
Instead, he kept glancing toward the doorway. Eventually, he sat down on the floor and stared motionlessly at the entrance. Special note: only practitioners possessing the Dragon Vein Sorcereress Dragon Power can activate its bonuses and natural enchantments. After great effort, he had finally guided his only heir to the great perfection of Foundation Establishment Realm, but his own lifespan was now nearing its end. The final wish of this pitiful sect master was for his precious son to form a golden core. Even a low-grade one would suffice so that he could take the reins of the Siming Yuding sect and establish a firm foothold in this world.
How many innate abilities can a normal person master? What about human skin lanterns?
Looking at these words, Nian realized he truly knew nothing about these things. His general knowledge was sorely lacking. He fell silent for a moment, then looked back at the text before quietly closing the interface. It seems I need to figure out innate abilities first. Feng Wuxuang's delicate face, drenched by the rain, took on a particularly captivating beauty, yet she did not move because Yi Buluo had not moved, so neither did Feng Wuxuang. He longed for his elder brother, Ying Qi, to return quickly and hurry to the Gui King's palace to propose marriage on his behalf. No matter what demands they make, I'll agree to them all as long as the Duke of Gui is willing to marry Princess Ruoshi to me. It smells delicious. I wonder how it tastes, Lin Ruoshi said as she tore off a piece of duck meat and popped it into her mouth. The rich flavor filled her mouth, and with each bite came a crisp crunch. It's delicious. I never would have guessed you had this kind of talent, Yingjun. As she spoke, Lin Ruoshi began eating with abandon, paying no heed to her appearance. After galloping dozens of zhang away, they indeed spotted a small pond amidst the tangled grass. It wasn't large, only a few chi square, but the water was clear, and a gentle breeze sent ripples rippling across its surface. Chen Lingji accepted it with a neutral expression, then unhesitatingly ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed as expected Do Qing's facial muscles freeze instantly. Looking around, it was clear that finding a suitable candidate to lead the troops for the Zhou royal family had indeed become a problem. A moment later, Huang Yin bared her upper body. Her skin was whiter than snow, pale and delicate, and her figure was graceful. Her two full breasts stood proudly erect, exuding boundless allure. Ze didn't hesitate. He reached out and knocked off the mask. The corpse's face had long since rotted and shriveled, but strangely, the cheeks were noticeably swollen. Could it be that this person had held something important in their mouth before dying? Figures filling the sky pushed their speed to the limit, and in an instant, countless flashes of swordlight surged upward as the scramble for the glass lotus officially began. After discussing it among themselves, the group decided to have Mang Yunshan and Xiao Zhuan get dressed up first and then stay at Sita Haoyu's house for the time being. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's hair stood on end. He was utterly terrified. He hurriedly scooped up water to wash the wound, but the pain was so excruciating that he fainted on the spot, losing consciousness. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. Moronghua has arranged a grand Lantern Festival banquet. He intends to use the occasion to publicly announce and formally solidify his relationship with Luo Mingzhou. Through this light screen, Shen can control every aspect of the upgraded supermarket. After listening to his aunt, Qin Shueping, ramble on for ages, Qin Shifan finally found a moment to ask hesitantly, "Is Jun Shang very busy? Is Shishi doing okay?" It was the most ordinary of questions, but given their current strained relationship, it felt unbearably heavy. Because the paparazzi symbolize everything disgraceful happening there, this can be verified, and there are rumors to that effect. However, her eldest aunt, who had been all smiles just moments ago, now wore an icy expression, while her eldest cousin, Song Youngyu, was also furious. She lacked her aunt's composure. Li Qing's gaze lingered for a moment. Whether Mary had managed to escape or not didn't matter much to him after all. This was just a virtual world created by the amusement park. In fact, Chenji was well aware that behind many of these events, the aristocratic families of Jiangsu were deliberately testing him to gauge his true stance. Once they realized how resolute he was, they finally understood the consequences and backed off. Furthermore, although Sister Dongfang had become a popular livestreamer, her skills remained as sharp as ever. Her needle throwing was nothing short of divine. She controlled the needles entirely with her chi. As long as her luck reached a certain level, she could pierce anything to smithereens. To put it bluntly, she was even more formidable than the cleaver wielded by the character Ling Lingqi in the Chinese action movie. If I don't bring her along, who else would I bring? Overview. Playmates, 0, captures, 327-1000. Looking at the quest panel, Nian finally had a goal. The capture count was stuck at 327, the same number as when they first encountered the smog. Later, he tried to use Remnant as a playmate, but it failed. The interface didn't seem to recognize Remnant's status as a living being. So where should he go next to find one? Jean Haizeo took out her wand, muttered a few incantations, and gave a light tap. The earring detached from her ear, floated in midair, then suddenly spun and pierced Hugo's left earlobe, drawing blood instantly. "Where has Chenji been?" I asked, looking at Tang Qinghao. It was his sudden appearance that made me leave that place. Shortly after, trouble struck. Their Chenji Bean went missing, and Yuan Lei left as well. "Can it transform into any other animals?" Hugo asked in a very cooperative manner, just like a competent straight man. Others might not be able to see it, but these special operatives could perceive the light emanating from within the robot's body. The numbers 0 and 1 rained down from the sky, forming a ring that enveloped the island, resembling the aurora descending. A truly spectacular sight. Du Qianjie's aura erupted in full force, like a demon god emerging from hell. Step by step, he walked out of thin air as if there were invisible steps in the sky until he finally stood exposed before the bandits and the scaled demon apes. Inside the open drawer lay those 500 yuan, no longer Chinese currency, but just paper. As we drove into the county seat, passing by that cafe once again stirred a pang of sadness within me. It not only reminded me of the first time I met Yuan Lei, how we drank coffee here and went shopping together, but perhaps this is simply nostalgia triggered by the scene. Still, this incident has always been a hurdle I've found difficult to overcome in my heart. To defeat 3 experts at the birth and death realm single-handedly was nothing short of a pipe dream. Du Qianjie had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Faced with being surrounded on 3 sides, there was only one option: flee. Du Qianjie swung his fist at Shui with all his might, the punch generating a gust of gale force wind. Well, don't all teachers like students who ask questions? He probably wasn't an exception either. With this guilty self-reassurance, Hugo slowly drifted off to sleep. The so-called mind SI must be similar to the heavenly eye, capable of seeing through illusions and discerning the true nature of things. Sure enough, the moment the golden lightning bolts touched his body, numerous cracks appeared on his skin. It must be noted that his true essence was already 100 times that of an average martial artist of the same rank. One can only imagine how profound his true essence would become once he reached the 9th transformation of the Golden Core. The rumors about him, of course, revolved around him being the Ox Demon King who had crushed the Ox Demon Cave and forced it to seal its gates for 1,000 years. Hearing her nonchalant words, Wang Er was furious, and Lu's parents also looked at her disapprovingly. "I'm actually quite curious, just how much stronger have you all become compared to 1,000 years ago?" Lin Yan slowly advanced toward Dai Yan, radiating a powerful aura of intimidation. Guru Aes' expression at that moment was truly terrifying. It looked as if he might charge forward at any second and tear Gu Shuinyun to pieces. Presumably, Li Xiaoming had been trapped in the Prince of Ning's mansion these past few days, and with her having eliminated many of the Golden Thread Workshop as henchmen, their spies were no longer as alert as before, so he hadn't received any truly critical intelligence.
Well then why don't you come back to the mansion with me, sister?
After a long pause, Qin Shinru finally found her voice. She stopped and stared intently, examining everything closely.
Lu Yusin, watching her from the side, was mesmerized and couldn't help but marvel as well.
The flames erupting from the cloud explosion bomb not only created a powerful fire blast but also, by instantly consuming the oxygen in the surrounding air, formed an oxygen-deprived zone. This, in turn, generated a massive suction force, pulling everything in the vicinity whether loose or poorly secured into the flames. By the time Nian arrived, they had already begun their training. He had seen similar scenes in his previous life, but back then, those elderly men and women would do little more than practice Tai Chi. Yet in this world, the elderly men and women were throwing punches with tremendous force. Among them were even some martial artists who had attained a certain rank. Watching these elderly men and women move and maneuver across the spacious square, they only needed to answer one question posed by Chen Yi, while Chen Yi had to answer 7 questions posed by the 7 of them.
You're overthinking it.
Xu Mui, feeling uneasy under Li Ji's expectant gaze, she was staring at him so intently it was making his hair stand on end, hurriedly replied to her. Dong Shui had already realized that Qin Ru had a knack for managing things, a role none of them could fill, so she complied with the instructions. Even now, time had left only a few traces on his face. His features remained well defined, giving him the air of a handsome older man. By the end of October, the Far East was already bitterly cold. The main forces of Yentang had fully withdrawn to Heishui Songma. Their troops had been reduced by a third compared to before the war began, and Turkic soldiers were now patrolling the southern bank of the Heishui River. Luo, she looked up at the sky in despair, wondering if she had laughed too wildly just now and heaven was punishing her. On top of that, Zhu Mui was staring at her with an intense, almost predatory gaze, a look that, in Li Mingyu's eyes, was as ambiguous as it could possibly be. Qin Ru was a bit baffled. How could being kind to someone be seen as bullying them? Yun Jiang, however, understood this was simply the typical mindset of martial artists. They let their martial arts do the talking.
Whoa! Xiao Yuxiao, you didn't sell yourself, did you? Or did you fucking max out my credit card?
As soon as Zhou Qinru opened her eyes, she took a quick look around the room, then got up and started tugging at Xiao Yuxiao, asking her all sorts of questions. Your reputation carries more weight. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep those refugees in check, and the escort troops from east and south of the river are also quite unruly, said Vice Minister Li Yuanhong matter-of-factly. Madame Xia has also disappeared, said the Grand Empress Dowager. With the entire Xia family gone, it was even less likely that Xia Lanin would still be around.
Wang Lingyun opened her folding fan.
In just a few swift strokes, she cut through the ropes binding Yan Yu. Next, she pulled the cloth stuffed in Yan Yu's mouth out. Only then did Yan Yu resume breathing normally. He gasped a few times before managing to say, "Yu Hai, you're finally here." Meanwhile, Ling was running frantically through the ruins, dodging the shrapnel flying through the air with all her might. Finally, in a relatively safe spot, she found Wang Lingyun, who was lying unconscious. A halo of light shimmered, a gentle breeze blew, and in the sunlight, their clasped hands reflected a radiant glow. Life was peaceful, and time flowed like water. That was Ryu's promise to Sakura. The moment their hands touched, a smile as delicate as cherry blossoms bloomed on both their lips, as warm and radiant as the March sunshine. Aside from the local residents who often came to the temple to sit and chat, most of the new arrivals were KD fans who had seen today's trending topics on Weibo and were so shocked they nearly died on the spot. His breath brushed against her ear. His hands were broad and long, calloused from years of wielding swords in combat and supervising archery and horsemanship training. As they caressed her fair, delicate skin, Jiang Yushu felt waves of tingling sensation wash over her, causing her to gasp. With no way to retreat, the enemy soldiers fought for their lives in a battle to the death. Amid the glint of blades and splatters of blood, the agonized wails and screams pierced her ears. It was utterly spine-chilling. "Hey, Senior Buor, what exactly is that pendant on your necklace?" The fearless Tao Cheng spoke up again. Upon hearing this, the others' ears perked up instantly. Even Kikomaru, who had been playing ball, slowed down his game. The great shaman let out a cackling laugh due to suffocation. Pooled blood had gathered between his teeth, creating a jarringly incongruous sight. The 10 kings of hell in the demon capital, for instance, attained their true forms by subduing the powerful vengeful spirits and deities of the cosmos. The great sun god Tencho is one such example. As for Chi Jian's golden statue of Xitigarbha, his task is to guide these spirits and deities to reincarnation, allowing them to be reborn and merge into the 6 realms. The school campus was vast, and its facilities, both physical and infrastructure, were top-notch by Star City standards. Early in the morning, before dawn had even broken, the school gates were already teeming with people. Students, gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and brimming with youthful energy, streamed into the campus. Numerous vehicles were parked at the entrance, causing traffic congestion along that stretch of road. Parents had come to drop off their children. The campus featured vast open spaces, basketball courts, soccer fields, and martial arts arenas. So it turns out Shui Fei is afraid of his wife after all. The commander of the mighty Blood Slaughter Legion, and yet he is afraid of his wife. Who knows how many people would be shocked if this got out. Cui Xinghuang, Pan Xingye, and the others watched as Xia Tian drove off into the distance before snapping back to reality and walking into the restaurant. But just now, Zhang Zhongting had single-handedly capped the price, so everyone's mindset had shifted. It seemed Su Xiao might have been under the influence of spiritual energy again, so she applied a bit more force when using thorn barbs, but she hadn't expected her opponent to take the blow head-on without any defense. Green crystal stone, an advanced pendant that boosts nature-type spellcasting ability by up to 40%. Treading on the ever-deepening snow, Yu Yin found it extremely difficult to move, yet he dared not expend his magical power to fly. Upon entering the 3 purities sacred realm, one is deemed a saint. Saints possess the power to move mountains and fill the seas, to leap through space, and to seal off space. Han Bing's current cloud somersault was still incapable of breaking through a space sealed by a saint. Therefore, once the Baomo Wind Riding Clan deployed a saint, Han Bing would be powerless to do anything, even with his cloud somersault. Yi Yanqing glanced at Lao Yan, the only one still conscious, and saw that he, too, was gravely wounded. So he prepared to turn and leave. Xia Tian, however, hadn't expected the loyalty of these 2 brothers to reach such heights. They were actually willing to give up the lucrative position of manager at Tianxia Security Company just to serve him. Although Xia Tian was moved, his wealth of experience had forged in him the ability to handle matters rationally. Of course. You're my friend, who else would I invite? Yi Shuxin smiled, though inwardly she rolled her eyes. Staring at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling, Chen Yimo, lying on the large bed, felt an unusual urge to linger in bed, but that thought lasted less than half a minute. In the hazy moonlight, as he gazed at the swarm of night demons, Chen Yimo's expression gradually relaxed. He had already faced that ordeal with the resolve to die. Now, this was merely the final test. Xiao Jinyu had originally assumed that members of the crosstalk troop would all be a bit mercenary, but after meeting the troop leader and his wife, she didn't find them as unpleasant as she imagined, so she began to talk more freely. Zhao Chun's words were matter-of-fact and offered little explanation, but whenever she gazed at Zhou Yue, her speech seemed to falter slightly. After all, they weren't stupid. If they broke through the cave directly, they'd likely fall into an ambush set by Yi Xiaobei. With an army major trailing behind them, Mikhail was itching to shoot him on the spot. He rushed over just to steal their business. Lin Lingdong nodded. Uday was a bit older and, compared to the other 2, was sufficiently level-headed. As for her, she just hoped Luo Daodu would get scared on her own, kneel down like everyone else, say she didn't dare, and beg for her life. Before them was a modest-sized restaurant. Hu Zhonghui led the 3 of them inside, chose a table, and sat down. The restaurant was nearly empty. It was an open-air venue surrounded by a green lawn, a truly pleasant setting. Just then, she felt her sash loosen, a chill wash over her, and her brocade robe slip down, exposing her snow-white shoulders to the air. First. Although he hadn't expended much effort this time, he had still risked exposing his true strength. Since he'd taken that risk, he naturally expected to gain something in return. What are you doing? If you want to destroy someone, first drive them mad. Don't any of you understand this principle? Pu Hongyue's face bore an icy, eerie smile as she slowly walked over to Qin Heng's side. Let us start by testing your punching power. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from ahead. The ceiling split open, and a metal device extended downward from within. The device was wrapped in a thick, red, sponge-like material, giving it a soft, pliant appearance.
This was the punching power test.
Song-yi suddenly found herself unable to stay angry at her. Her anger had turned to jealousy.
Was she worried? The opening vanished in an instant, revealing an open space amidst lush greenery and blooming flowers.
As far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Just then, a buzzing sound rang out, and 4 helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky, positioning themselves in the 4 cardinal directions north, south, east, and west.
She was still angry, but not because of Chen Shi. She knocked his hand away and tried to pull herself out of his embrace. How could they not recognize the head and elders of the Lan family, one of the 8 great clans?
But because she had once been a ghost cultivator, she rarely had any dealings with such prominent families. Xu Shuaiting heard the voice 20 meters to her left in front. After confirming he was safe, she let out a long sigh and stopped calling out. She followed the sound and walked toward where he was. Su Xia furrowed her brow, spun around in midair, caught Xu Rufei with one hand, and flicked the other forward, opening the demon-subduing umbrella, its radiant light shooting straight at Si Kong-yi.
I reckon the camellia spirit hates me too.
That's because he likes to hug me, even though he never gets close to me in front of the camellia spirit. However, as soon as she reached the entrance to the emergency room and managed to say just excuse me, before she could finish her sentence, the family members waiting outside the emergency room rushed toward her all at once. The conference was massive in scale. Not only did top game developers from major universities come to showcase their team's work, but several well-known game companies also attended to network. Once you set foot on the path of cultivation, seizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to absorb into yourself, strengthening yourself, and elevating your cultivation, then heaven and earth will naturally send down a thunder tribulation. For ordinary plants and animals to awaken spiritual intelligence, the right time, place, and circumstances are all indispensable, let alone a piece of rock like you?
It's just a flower, how could it have such a miraculous effect?
Gu Qi asked, looking thoroughly skeptical. After all, what truly posed a challenge for Li Chan and the others on the battlefield wasn't replacing the modular composite armor, but rather how to replace the lower-tier material protective layers. Shenwei saw a pile of clothes in his room, apparently the ones he'd taken off, so she took them out. Meng Zifang pestered her with questions about everything at the Marquis of Wuwei's mansion, filled with envy, and gazed longingly at the clothes she wore and the golden hairpins and dangling ornaments in her bun. Even as they fled, they didn't forget to take Zhao Yishir with them, though given his build, it was like trying to run away with a monk but leaving the temple behind. The man in black with a mask gave a brief reply, stood up, walked to the side, and blew a whistle deep into the woods.
Xinxin, please don't be like this.
This has nothing to do with you, it's my fault for not handling family matters properly. Shenji walked up to Gui Xinxin, a hint of pleading in his voice.
Ina's slender body trembled slightly.
Suddenly, she remembered something, and with Lin Fan's comfort, her sadness began to fade. If Dugubo happened to be away, they could let Ain stay inside to cultivate until she became a titled Doluwa before coming out. Suddenly, just as the sword energy was about to strike, a figure appeared in its path. Lam Lan swung her massive broadsword, delivering a single strike that collided with the sword energy, causing an instant explosion in midair.
Surrender your life. Dugu barked, and as he watched the staff about to strike, he seemed to already see the moment Donggai's skull would be smashed to pieces.
I'm sorry, but this monk is no savior. I can barely protect myself, I cannot shoulder such a heavy burden. He shook his head in refusal. Uncertain of the situation, she didn't want to speak out of turn and alert the enemy, so she simply kept her eyes closed and pretended to be asleep.
This was an extremely rare innate ability.
In all of Star City, there were tens of thousands of ranked martial artists and thousands of innate ability users, but those who had awakened a mental type innate ability could probably be counted on one hand. Below the 6th rank, mental type innate abilities were virtually unstoppable, one could only brace for the impact.
This kid had most likely awakened a mental type innate ability.
Only a mental type innate ability could boost neural reaction speed by so much in such a short time. Watching their retreating figures, Pai Pai, who had already returned to human form, let his eyes dart about. He raised his hand to nudge Bai Bai beside him, shot her a lecherous glance, and then nodded toward the direction the Yuan Tian sect members had left. Prompted by that shareholder's remark, many others took a closer look. Sure enough, they discovered that the IPO plan proposed by Qin Yi on behalf of the board of directors wasn't actually to issue corporate bonds on the Tianjin Stock Exchange, but to issue shares. Sister Ing, of course I feel guilty, but judging from what just happened, she doesn't intend to take us back anyway.
Still, it's for the best, said Hao Xiuying. But the Qingmu Tianjian, which had never failed her before, showed absolutely no reaction at all, as if the mental imprint established earlier had been erased.
She wasn't satisfied with her current progress to consume better spiritual materials, she needed more money. Chongjing could provide her with some assistance, but he couldn't possibly support her financially. Scarcity breeds value throughout the entire Jade Void Palace. Any disciple possessing a flying spirit artifact would attract a flood of envious glances. Moreover, if Yang Yunqi still felt it wasn't right, it wouldn't matter if he did it for her.
Still, deep down, he hoped she could do it on her own. That way, he could feel more at ease, couldn't he?
Besides, personally guiding and nurturing an empress who met his expectations would be a deeply satisfying feeling. Ji Yun could sense the boundless, terrifying pressure emanating from the giant sword from a great distance. His heart pounded violently, as if it couldn't bear the strain. Ever since Master Wuxin had left, people had been coming to visit Yu Qingqing every now and then, all of them people she met at that birthday banquet at Longxian. Their visits were nothing more than invitations for Yu Qingqing and her family to attend various gatherings and banquets. In less than 5 seconds, his subordinates' forms vanished completely, all transforming into black smoke and entering the barrier. Even back then, the so-called spiritual energy, which was actually energy in the world, was sparse, so there weren't many masters of qi energy. Moreover, much of that energy originated from the collapse and dissipation of energy emitted by various witch and demon races.
Luo Chen's action left those around him stunned.
After all, the punch he'd just thrown had clearly been delivered with immense force. There were even signs that the surrounding space had been slightly torn apart. Yet, even with such immense power, he was still able to control it with complete ease. Such mastery was truly rare.
Su Hui felt a surge of excitement.
Whether or not they could retrieve the pure yang or wasn't the key issue, what mattered was the Phoenix Bloodstone. Only then did the general catch his breath, though his heart was still pounding violently. The Yulong True God appeared once more, but this time it manifested on her body, as if an immense suit of armor were enveloping her entirely.
Dad couldn't resist Li Xining's repeated pleas.
Thinking, well, if that's the case, let us give it a try and see what she can pull off, he reluctantly agreed. Guyun immediately explained the situation to Lu Aibua, and then, accompanied by Gu Kaidai, headed to the city lord's mansion.
The police officer smiled and said, "That's interesting.
This is the first time I've seen someone who isn't afraid to let their teacher know about something like this. Since you're willing to have your homeroom teacher come and verify it, then let her come." Faced with this situation, Qin Chuan took a long while to snap out of it. He then slammed his fist down on the table, shattering it to pieces, his chest heaving violently. After finalizing tomorrow's itinerary, Li Fengzhu returned to her desk feeling relieved. Using the office phone, she finally managed to have a brief chat with her son, who was far away in Shanghai. Learning that he was living as usual and free from illness or misfortune, she felt much more at ease.
The numbers on the screen also froze. Strength, 1,874 kilograms. Meets the standards for a 9th-rank martial artist. Nian's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that the strength of a level 1 flicking skill would reach such a high level. Just how powerful would level 2 be? And after upgrading to level 3, how much stronger would it be? Nian's mind wandered a bit. That's quite impressive. Although I need to be on guard against him, he isn't doing anything right now, so it wouldn't be appropriate to say it outright. Moe glanced around and saw that the hall was filled with musicians playing stringed and wind instruments, some from the dynasty, others from the Tiger Clan. She couldn't help but think to herself, it seems the Tiger Clan chief, Xiaotian, is quite fond of this music, otherwise, he wouldn't have invited so many dynasty musicians. This isn't a call from Lin Ningjin. The most likely possibility is that it's from the provincial team. It's them, it must be them who forced Chang Yi to leave her. Zhao Changwei felt she hadn't made any progress. She'd always been ambitious enough to aim for the top spot on the assassin rankings. And what was the result? If she wasn't mistaken, there hadn't been any alcohol in that quilt earlier. Instead, there was an exquisite, deep blue, translucent gemstone.
It was very bright down there. Several eternal lamps hung on the walls paved with blue stone slabs, casting a faint, flickering green glow. After breakfast, Han Jinyu slipped into a long dress, clipped on a pink hairpin, applied a particularly gentle and demure makeup look, and cheerfully walked Qi Zhishi to school. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a celestial being, high above and absolutely untouchable.
Gu Qingcheng, whom a certain wealthy second-generation heir found utterly amazing, was so humbly in love in front of Lu Dong.
The speaker's eyes were as large as copper bells, and his yellow buck teeth stood out even when his mouth was shut. When he spoke, the ferocity and slimy quality of his words made everyone who saw him feel a faint urge to vomit, as if they could smell the stench of a corpse. But Li Tan was right. If this ordeal had ultimately lost all meaning, why shouldn't I do what I believed I should do? Since I couldn't live as Su Mianmian, I should at least live as myself and do what I thought was right. Thank goodness I made it in time. Thinking back on the scene just before the fruit appeared, it couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. This tree was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It had actually pretended to be devoid of intelligence, luring wave after wave of mutant beasts to their doom. At that moment, Jima County lay in utter ruin due to the plundering of the Yellow Turban rebels. Xia Feng's first priority was to restore order to the county. To outsiders, the clash between the two appeared to end in a stalemate. After this battle, Zhao Yun's reputation spread far and wide for having fought Yen Liang to a draw. 21 At the same time, that massive palm strike slammed into the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth shook violently, as if the entire valley were trembling. Shockwaves surged in wave after wave, sending sand and rocks flying. Lu Laoshi knew that if he didn't give it his all right away, he might not survive this ordeal, so he tapped his storage pouch and pulled out a beast-shaped golem. The first layer consisted of cultivation techniques practiced during the chi refining stage, which allowed one to condense one's spiritual power, that is, one's spiritual awareness, into a needle to directly attack an opponent's soul. At the same time, Lan Ran issued an order to Ichigo Kurosaki, who stood behind her, equally terrified, telling him to follow her as they charged toward Yahiko together. Behind them, 600 Flowers soldiers were divided into 3 groups of 200 each, buffing the warriors in front, providing protective and healing support. Yen Yun, Yi Guxian repeated the name several times. He felt he had some vague recollection of it, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. The person behind it must be no ordinary figure, but it had been so long ago that he'd forgotten the details. This stuff tasted a bit like rice porridge, but the flavor was very strange, even a bit nauseating. After resting up, Louis frowned as he scooped it up spoonful by spoonful. Once he'd barely eaten enough to feel half full, he wanted to stop. "New guy, what do you say? This shabby stood up for you, yet you don't dare to fight back. Do you dare?" Nian snapped back to his senses and looked at Zhe, who had turned his attention toward him. "You want to spar with me? Do you dare?" Zhe tilted his chin slightly. Nian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "A sparring match is fine, but..." The others wanted to chat with Esther a bit longer, but seeing that she didn't look too happy, they didn't dare disturb her at that moment. Jinghong took out the water-repelling pearl she'd prepared earlier and handed it to Yun Qi, who stared at it in surprise, his eyes wide. Yi Fei drove along the road with soft music playing in the car. As he watched the neon lights outside the window, his heart felt exceptionally calm. "Why?" Yen Dantong asked. She knew Sun Yu he detested evil with a passion. Now that Zui Yiming had inexplicably cancelled the collaboration, would Sun Yu just let it go? Brother Mu speaks the truth. Among our Sea clan, several peerless prodigies have indeed emerged. They're every bit as talented as those prodigies from the mainland. The Ice Dragon Prince laughed, a hint of pride visible on his face. The Sea clan produced prodigies in droves, not much inferior to the human clan. "Are you Tang Ziyang?" Xin Roshue asked tentatively. She knew that Jun Jie's brother and Lu Shanshan's son was named Tang Ziyang, though she had never met the boy. Every time Lu Shanshan mentioned him in front of her, she was filled with immense pride and happiness. "Go check out Chen Hao's scrapyard. I'll give him another 10,000 yuan just to put my mind at ease." Wang Bin said expressionlessly. However, through the perception of the heavenly Dao mark, Xin Feng discovered another realm deep within the spirit palace, one that might prove beneficial to them. Xin Han was immediately locked up in a cattle shed, while An Luo, who taught at the school, was forcibly assigned to the mining district to smelt ore. With that in mind, she smiled radiantly and said, "Ever since I arrived at the hunting grounds, I haven't had a chance to see you, sister-in-law, so I've been missing you. I just happened to be bored today, so I came by to see you." Did you hear that? Don't think I'm here to pay my respects, I'm just here because I'm bored. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Li Tianen, as if they wanted to see right through him. His dual identities as both a great demon lord and a super-rich tycoon made everyone deeply curious about him. Today, as usual, Lin Huan came to the Paranormal Observation Club with Xi Xiao and Xia Mo to participate in club activities, but the moment he walked in, he was startled by the scene unfolding before him. The two men hurriedly nodded in agreement, then stood up. Sure enough, the whirlwind around them had weakened considerably. Weizhen, who had given Ji Tang 3 blankets, was beginning to question her life choices. She had always been the one on the receiving end of harassment, but since becoming a flight attendant, she hadn't once failed to handle a situation. Of course, she also made a point of staying away from those who looked like scions of prominent families. It wasn't just them who were stunned. The cultivators watching the Pango video were also speechless. Xi Xiao was full of energy, while Lin Huan was pushed aside. His opinions clearly no longer mattered. There's no need to go to the Elders' Council to demand an explanation. Why don't you ask me what the explanation is? Just as the princess' father was so furious he couldn't form a coherent sentence, a slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Having made up his mind, Wang Su went over tomorrow's precautions with Zhang Chenkai once more, and Zhang Chenkai committed them all to memory. This was his first time going to such a remote, haunted mountain village to do a live stream, and it had kept Zhang Chenkai up all night worrying that the stream might lose signal. He was also happy to be matched with Ji Tang, a taekwondo practitioner. After all, that stuff was just for fooling laypeople. Those with real skill looked down on it. They just fly around aimlessly, with no solid footing whatsoever. Everyone likes a good-looking guy, and a good-looking guy who also looks rich is probably irresistible to anyone. You guys burst the basketball, didn't you? Nian wore a beaming smile, the same expression whether he was looking at Alphabet or Zay.